may have, people see happen when we had those first few picks come out from the BetBoom's draft.
He also switched the
Yeah,
build now. I think he knows.
Right. It's speeding up. He's not going to get the time for a Radiance, at least not as his first item.
They're going to go for him again. They have another Nature's Prophet ult. The Hawks TPing in.
There's going to be anything to save him. He's going to get trapped. Will be able to break his way out with the Quelling Blade. But again, so much damage coming out to K1. He's going to have to back right off, probably have to take a walk to base.
I guess there was a lot of... They do have a lot of vision of creeps right now, right? We do have wards scouting out both jungles, so I guess the Wrath of Nature just bounced to every single creep instead of hitting the Spectre. But continued aggression, and BeastCoast, it's really difficult for them to really react, to be able to set up for this. It's all about Chris Luck. It's all about T-Smile being there for these rotations to try to counteract any type of gank, but he's been slowed down. His blink isn't going to be a bad timing. He's only 600 ways away, but as we're saying, BetBoom, they're just keep ramping up that pressure.
Their first few items coming out big. I mean, what Armlet's done on Notice.
He's like the carry. He's pretty much a carry for the offense.
He is. That's the thing, and it's not like Dahak's not going to be able to offer quite a heavy hit as well. Two scary cores that BetBoom have ready to bring to any of these fights. Bottom area of the map really taken over completely by the presence of CK. It's a very scary area for BeastCoast to come in towards unless they bring like the full squad.
And now BetBoom, they're playing a little bit more relaxed about the farm game. We see the Nature's Prophet hitting Ancients. We see the CK taking over the jungle of BeastCoast a bit. And BeastCoast, they can't split up like that in this game. They can't farm Ancients at all with their heroes until later on. How do they get back in it? I mean, they're just waiting, it looks like, for the Tiny Blink in particular before they look to full fight out here.
Yeah, that's going to be the go time. Maybe then they can combo something up with Whisper and the Roar. Of course, Gajira with that extra bit of damage and control that he can offer as a Tusk. Perhaps then if they catch BetBoom split up or maybe Lyle on his own, they might be able to take him down.
I think that's the key thing, right? Like split up, they have to catch them with a numbers advantage, it feels like on BeastCoast's Whisper.
Having to use this Roar to run away. We'll see Gajira try and get in onto Lyle, but
oh my goodness.
It's going to be a dead Tusk at the end of this one for sure. He's not got enough to take down Lyle. In fact, it's the two of them going down to Hack, just adding to his kills. The carry Prophet 3-0-2, he has his Shadow Blade complete. Everything going even better than going to Planet, feels like, for BetBoom. They are just dominating this opening.
Flawless execution. Whisper getting caught out, unable to actually run away, having to use defensive Roar and still dies. Now Chris Luck has Blink, so it's going to have to be an explosive one. He's going to have to just pair up, I think, with the two supports.
They've got to get a kill with this. Yeah. They've got to find something.
I think they need to get lots of kills. I think it just has to be like relentless aggression, which that is BeastCoast style. That is something that does suit them, but it's not going to be easier because some of these heroes are starting to get to like very tanky levels. If the Pugna ward is down, if Undying's there, they may not even be able to kill something like a CK who has almost, I think, 2,000 HP when his armlet's on.
There we go. Here's the smoke from BeastCoast. Have to find someone with this. Give themselves a chance to try and break down this incredible lead that BetBoom's already managed to build up.
Look at Noticed. He knows. Like, look at the positioning from the CK. Completely hiding in the jungle, and also now top Whisper. He's got the Hawk coming out, but they saw him for a second.
BetBoom's making a move themselves. Whisper, he's not got any way out of this either. The TP, even if he was able to pop it, still on cooldown. There should be a very dead Beastmaster. Dahak, of course, turning up as well. He wants to get involved. As that'll be another one for BetBoom. 9-0. BeastCoast still yet able to get a kill.
That was brutal. They got the top tower also earlier from Whisper, right? But now they can't really even set up to push any of these other ones because of how fast BetBoom is moving around. And also look at Dahak with his micro, brother. Look at mid. So Treants are pulling aggro of the creep wave to make sure it doesn't even hit the tower at all. So they're going to have full HP towers, so always going to be able to react to any aggressive move that BeastCoast sets up around the map. Map is already quite small, and it feels like it's going to continue to shrink for BeastCoast in the next few moments.
Got the vision here onto Notice, but it's such a tough hero to go for. He said how tanky he is and how close towards the tower as well. And even if he wasn't, as we're seeing, Dahak is just ready to turn up any time any sort of action is brought the way of one of his teammates.
Dahak's getting scary already too. He's got Shadow Blade just going for straight Silver Edge. The way to deal with the Spectre. One of the fastest Silver Edges we'll probably have at the tournament.
Oh, see, bottom Notice. He's going to get the setup onto Seasmell. There's the TP for Dahak with the Nature's Rush. Seasmell doesn't stand a chance. He's gone. Now let's see if they can chase down more. They've got the Sprout control on Stinger. BetBoom, they'll be able to claim another. Dahak picking up kill after kill. 11-0. This is such an explosive opening from BetBoom. They were as ready as ever here to turn up on this first game on the main stage. And they're just showing off Vogt here. This is incredible.
They're going to take a tier 2 baby here. BeastCoast is going to have to either fight down here or they're going to have to go for a trade with Whisper top. They're going to try to fight bottom. Let's see how that goes. The ward's already set down.
With the jump. Not a lot coming out from that one, and now they might be in trouble themselves. They'll turn towards Notice. They've got the horn. They're going to go for the CK here. They do surround him. They should be able to bring him down.
Okay.
Notice full. BeastCoast get themselves their first kill of the game. And they will manage to hold the tower. BetBoom, they'll be pushed back.
Yeah, it was a big kill. Tombstone's still on cooldown. I think if BetBoom had that one, then they're probably looking to dive and even fight past it with the CK, but a much-needed grab from BeastCoast. And I think they got to keep going. I think even just smoke, look for another kill while CK's dead. Even though your Haunt's on cooldown, I don't think this is a game where you can slow down at all anyway, even if you have the Spectre.
Let's see what they plan at the moment. K1 showing in the mid.
They didn't have, yeah, they got the smoke coming up now. Took them a second.
Of course, Noticed will be back in the game. He'll TP over towards the mid lane. So good area to connect with any action that BeastCoast look for. See if we can get into the triangle of BetBoom. At the moment,
they know
two of them up here.
Look at this. He's ready to break that smoke.
In on top of the Pugner. There's the combo. It's going to be a very dead Force Major. BeastCoast starting to find these kills, breaking apart BetBoom.
Worth a decent amount too, since it was that killing spree. I think he was still kind of trying to tank the gank anyway, but it's a good, decent kill that BeastCoast needs. Any of these matter. Dahak, as we saw, 15 minutes was hit. Shard is purchased, so Roshan is on the menu very likely. I think they might just walk into the pit right now.
I think so. They know that they've still got quite the lead against BeastCoast at this stage of the game, so...
Yep. And you can't fight BetBoom. If they're set up with Tombstone, with Nether Ward, no way BeastCoast can fight. They have to try to catch and pull them out of range of these huge, what we like to call the circles in these team fights. Yeah, it's dead too fast. No way they can do it.
Now they will scan it and see if any of BeastCoast want to try to get in for a potential steal.
Will Schofield go for it is the question.
It's a hard one to get in on. See what they can do here. They're starting to tickle from the side. Gajiri, he's going to be found though, straight over towards him. They take him down. He wasn't able to get in the pit in time. Lal picks up the Aegis. BetBoom continuing to build their strength up.
And it feels like Hector, K1, maybe feeling like his team is making the space. He's re-queued up the Radiance.
He wants that Radiance. He really, really does.
You can see the reasoning for it versus like Pugna and whatnot, but see if he's able to get it. As BetBoom, Invis unnoticed.
I mean, Lal as well, they're starting to bring this bottom wave back round. With the Aegis on the left track, highly likely they can look to push for a tier 2.
Oh, and look at this beautiful Pugna. Oh, yeah.
Well, that's just constantly going to be at full power and always having mana to play with.
By the way, in the meantime, keep watching K1. Or sorry, Dahak in the meantime, right? Just these Greater Trees, sniping couriers, taking towers, while his team also pressures bottom.
And that's it done. Well, the Silver Edge here, it's some, what has to be close to record timing on the Prophet.
That has to be the fastest Silver Edge.
Yeah, I think he was already sort of a minute faster than the fastest on his Shadowblade timing. And indeed with the Silver Edge, there we go, already nearly 2 minutes faster than the fastest, have 87 matches. This goes to show how quickly Dahak can farm on the carry Prophet. When you see a Silver Edge come out that fast, as you mentioned earlier, that's not going to be too much fun for K1.
No. He will just get shredded. They're continuing. They still have Aegis. They have this
why not?
Massive push lineup. Blast is only level 2, but they don't need the high-level Blast to support Pugna.
And they can do this, just keep Lal sustained on the front line.
Zeneko's here too. Max Soul Rip at the ready. Arcane Boots too. And the Tombstone down for Vision.
Let's see what BeastCoast can do. Can they do anything to stop this?
They can't, like the Pugna Ward and Tombstone down, you can't.
Who goes in?
How do you hit it?
They're going to try.
Let's see.
They're going to try and get in onto the ledge. They'll put the horn as well. They'll get it pretty deep in towards the tier 4s. Good movement. See if they can do it a second time now. BetBoom, the rest of the team will focus on taking the objectives. Lal gets raw, but Decrep comes out, gives him some safety. He'll get the edict off. The stun's there as well. Force Major falls, but they're getting very low here on BeastCoast. They're trying to focus down Lal. K1 just gets dragged back in, hit by the break from Dahak. As that's K1 down, BetBoom, they've got the space to continue to push down these racks, and 18 minutes in, they'll be taking the melee racks away from BeastCoast.
Is that the fastest racks also of the tournament, or of the patch? Jesus, just setting pace. BetBoom, no mercy. And you can tell they understand how powerful their draft is versus that Spectre. With the break, with the amount of burst damage they have too.
Destroyed.
That was one hit with the break and then a soul rip, and he just explodes. Taneko now with a mech too, so continuing to keep this pressure ramped up. 9K gold lead already.
And they can absolutely get ready to go for another push, maybe another high ground siege. They don't have the Aegis. I mean, it was a good start from BeastCoast, being able to position Lyle as deep as he was with the toss back.
Hawk will scout BetBoom. K1 can't even farm his own Ancients.
They have to be so careful. If Notice is able to get a rift on anybody, they're absolutely going to go down.
Oh, and they're getting no farm. Their whole map is just being taken away. When BetBoom does this invasive play onto the triangle, now it's like, look at the way BeastCoast is playing. They're like, well, where do we go now? Because they don't want to take a head-on fight unless it's some toss back into the base in particular.
Another smoke here from BetBoom.
And they're hunting.
They're ready to go again. They see Chris pushing at the mid.
Smoke breaks onto Laurel.
This is a little scary for BeastCoast. I'll try and back off it. Good
nice
shot. That's going to save. Well, no, it's not. Never mind. There's a CK around the corner waiting for him. Notice.
Oh my God,
the other way around. That's going to be Stinger going down. They'll take the outpost back under their control, but only momentarily as Gojira will attempt to run. But there's the crit. 824 damage coming out for the CK with the DD.
Good God. It continues to be incredible reads, really, from BetBoom and just playing the map perfectly, right? They swing to Ancients, deny the farm from BeastCoast. BeastCoast like, we have a small opportunity to perhaps farm our jungle. Instant smoke from BetBoom, run across to just clear out the jungle instantly. Yeah, just restricting the map, restricting any farm for K1, really. As the Hawk goes anywhere he wants. Look at him, he's farming some Ancients. It is blocked, but he has so many different places that he can farm. And now he almost has BKB too, so double BKB gonna be ready. Laurel on his way toward his Bloodstone. And oh, a nice pickup. Illusion Rune inside the CK's bottle.
Another tier 2 taken. When BetBoom. Let's see how much pressure they want to put on. They could wait for the next Roche if they want to take it safe. With the lead that they have, they still can get away with chilling out for a bit longer. It's going to be a long, long time for K1 to get to that next pickup after the Mantra. He's only 1,300 gold towards the Radiance right now.
They are constantly hunting. And yeah, we watch Stinger just get smacked in an interesting pickup there. Whisper. He's gone for the Ags.
All right, I mean...
So I think it's just because they're playing versus this huge push. They need something to be able to, clear either the CK illusions.
It's the high ground defense, yeah.
He needs something. Anything that they can spam out to. With the toss back, couple sets of axes, maybe it could add up.
They've got to have the wave clear. They've got to be able to keep the game going and try and hold back BetBoom the best they can from approaching a second lane of barracks.
I'm going to quickly bring up, at least for myself, the win probability, because I feel like it's starting to feel pretty hard for BeastCoast, but all right, I won't say what it is. I'm not going to spoil it. So immediately, TP bottom, as soon as there is any room for Hector to get some farm. They swing across to limit that.
I mean, K1, Hector, the spaces that he's had to sort of head into to get the CS, it's been very, very tough to find. It's almost impressive he has the last hits that he does, considering the pressure that BetBoom are continuously putting in and staying on BeastCoast half of the map.
They never have to go back, this lineup, right? With the Pugna, with this Furion that can just TP back and forth. Like, everyone's just full HP. And then the itemization that they've gone for too, Mech on Taneko with Arcane Boots. They're always just full HP, fully sustained to be able to keep pressure. Now they're even buying Gem, so now they're just going to limit any vision that BeastCoast even has to look for any of these fights if BetBoom is split up.
Now for BeastCoast, Chris has got his BKB, so he'll stand a bit of a better chance being able to jump in and commit without the concern of just melting to the damage output of heroes like Lyle and of course, Force Major.
He is still mostly just a toss back into an avalanche in most of these situations. And we do see Notice now has a Blink Dagger on the CK, so an increased way to catch now for the side of BetBoom. And Gojira, at him. Schofield is incredibly far, but he should be okay.
They just need to work on that final tier 2 top BetBoom to be able to push towards the opportunity of taking away the remaining barracks, the high ground defenses that BeastCoast have.
They seem pretty relaxed, to be honest, right? Just taking Ancients again, limiting the farm. Don't let BeastCoast outside of the base unless they run as 4, which, if you look at BeastCoast, that's kind of been the story for the last 6 minutes or so.
There we go.
Make the jump.
Setup. Should be an easy kill to start things off. Taneko taken down. BeastCoast seizing the opportunity to make that play here with the Hawk Vision.
Very nice. He did not have the gem, though. I think he passed it off to the CK just before this. That would have been a big pickoff. If they get gem, then they can start clearing wards and look for those split pickoffs. But yeah, they did give it to CK. And speaking of CK, DD unnoticed.
C-Smile almost has to be careful about how he shows around the mid. They'll smoke up behind him, but
spotted though.
It did indeed. That vision definitely caught Chris going into the smoke.
And now they're looking to maybe bet. They're gonna bait. Noticed.
They're trying to prime him here for a jump. They will get the toss back. See if they can burst through this ledge track. They're going to fully focus him down. The Soulbind as well connected to the two. He's going to go get taken out. Lyle will fall. C-Smile turns over now towards Force Major. Dahaki's going to BKB TP out. He doesn't want any part of this fight because BeastCoast, they're the ones getting the kills. 2 for Whisper.
That was a really heads-up toss play, but a very strange play from Laurel. I guess with the Bloodstone, he thought that he'd be able to tank through all the damage, but they knew they were there.
They did.
They were pinging it constantly, and they still get caught by it.
We already had, of course, noticed he was backing off, but indeed, Lyle, maybe thinking that it would take a bit more to burst through him than it did. BeastCoast taking him down incredibly quickly when he's separated from the rest of his team.
Like he gets the Bloodstone off, but he's not the hero with BKB. He's able to just get focused from K1 and from everything from BeastCoast.
Big kills here for BeastCoast.
And now they're into the pit themselves.
This is big stuff. It's been a tough start to the game. Tough first 25 minutes here for BeastCoast. And they're finding ways to punch into BetBoom, get these pickups. Aegis on K1.
I actually cannot believe that sequence just happened. That is absolutely massive for them.
We've got the K1 now as well.
He almost has a Scotty now on the Spectre. So versus these range cores, versus the healing and sustain, starting to find himself something. Dahak though. Ooh.
That's the point now where he can't quite finish off K1 on his own. With 4 minutes and a half to play with this Aegis. I mean, for BetBoom, we've seen already very much they were trying to go for this sort of timing where they were taking these early towers. It looked like they wanted to go for an early finish, an early win. It's getting slowed down now. Now that there's this Aegis for 4 minutes on K1, what are you doing now if you're BetBoom? Do you still have to keep your foot on the pedal?
I think you still do. Yeah, I think you should still look to be pressuring. Especially when Haunt is on cooldown. That's probably one of the bigger things you have to worry about. I think you still look to even perhaps go for sieging racks when you're playing with this type of lineup. They still have a huge advantage in any type of fight. As long as they don't just get picked off and lose their most important hero right at the start. So take out tier 2, but still playing in the area.
That's going to be a solid defense as well from BeastCoast. I mean, as we said already, Whisper having the Axe, those 0 cooldown axes.
Ooh, and speaking of another interesting one, Dahak, this is a different pickup. He's gone for an Ags on the Prophet this time around.
Yeah, we've seen sort of a variety of builds from him when he plays the carry Prophet.
It is a really strong one. We don't see it too often because we see it play as carry most of the time, but the root is really powerful, especially versus something like Tusk. Tusk is just trying to go in and get a snowball off. You get rooted, you can't move. The damage is ridiculous too, and of course that cooldown drops down, so frequency of it is constant for the pressure that BetBoom's been playing with.
I do have that Wraith Pack done as well from Force Major, so
okay.
The team fight together will still be very strong for BetBoom, as we see that the few times the BeastCoast have managed to take the kills against them, it's been all off the back of these toss plays from Chris pretty much. It's all about him getting in, ripping someone away from the rest of their teammates. That's what they have to look towards. If they don't get that toss back, they're probably not taking any sort of chance of winning a team fight.
And they're actually just playing it still the economy game. Sitting in the triangle with 4, leaving Dahak to just do whatever he wants, farm around the map. And if BeastCoast walks in, then they have to fight a 5v5 every single time, and fighting into high ground is still a bit of a problem.
Still 7-0-6, Dahak yet to go down this game. And of course, as we've seen from his play style, he's happy to build to carry at any stage of the match, even if it gets later on. He's got many ways to play the game as a Nature's Prophet.
Continue to keep every single lane pushed out. Him and the CK noticed with his Phantasm. BetBoom is still, they're not, I wouldn't say really shaken up, but this was their time to get the Aegis and end the game. So right now they're still getting ahead by quite a significant amount, but you can definitely see BeastCoast trickling back into this one. Still hard though. Another itemization there from BetBoom, just continuing to go for everything that's about grouping up. Greaves now finished on Seneko.
Yeah, K1, he's got the money for his Skadi. He's going to try and get that last ultimate orb back safely through the courier, but there's...
It's hard versus the Hawk as well, too. We've seen these treants, like a random greater treant comes down and just kills a courier.
It's not the easiest for K1 to pick up his items with the courier. He's going to try for it, but that creep wave did see it.
Oh,
it's going to go down. That is the Skadi put on hold. That hurts. 2.5 minutes, no Skadi on K1. They need everything they can get in this sort of match, BeastCoast, whilst they're behind, and that's going to be a bit of a slowdown on K1's progression.
Bit of a waste of the tombstone, though. 40 seconds. You see BeastCoast, as soon as they see that, they're like, okay, maybe potentially go fight since it is down. K1 can always join. And they get a wraparound, though.
That's going to hit them with a scan. BetBoom.
They're so prepared.
And they know exactly what point BeastCoast are trying to approach them from.
They're even just going to TP back, meet the Hawk.
And maybe see if they can try and find a fight out of this. And they'll smoke themselves for the tier 2. They know that BeastCoast was trying to look for something themselves, and BetBoom, they're happy to get involved. Here's the jump. Notice, trade him with the stun to open things up, see if they can keep this Tiny locked down. There'll be the snowball, buying some time here for Chris, so they take him off the side. He'll get the BKB up, but the physical damage, too much for this Tiny to resist as he falls. Bajira here with the shard, trying to block them up, but Dahak simply TP's over, gives them the vision. The Rift drags him back in. BetBoom, they'll get the 2 kills as they were prepared. They knew what BeastCoast wanted to do, and as I say, they turn up and more than happy in these sort of team fight situations to get these kills. And very, very quick initiation there for Notice, leaving Chris no chance to get his BKB off before taking huge amounts of damage whilst he was stunned from that CK opener.
I was watching to see if the Brute would catch the Tusk as well, too, because that's probably one of the reasons, like I was mentioning, why Dahak did go for that. If you get Brute as the Tusk, you can never snowball save in those situations, too. As 16K continued to build that lead up.
Time to push it.
Arcane Rune on Laurel, too.
We've got a full Orchid as well on Notice, so extra lockdown, extra damage amp here.
There's the Tombstone.
Let's see what BeastCoast could do. They really don't want to use these buybacks. They want to try and defend here as the 4 of them.
They can't without the Tiny, though. They've got the spam to at least try to slow it down.
He's going in. He's going to get roared. This is pretty deep here from the CK. He jumps in for this kill attempt. He's getting low. He's going to get taken out. Now they'll turn over towards Lyle. He's going to get caught by the X-Well stun. The rest of BetBoom focusing down the objectives. See if they can still stick around. There's going to be a snowball from Gajira ready to set it in towards the side, clear out these creep waves. BetBoom, they'll get the tier 3, but they will have to back off there. As, I mean, note, he went in. He did not need to get tossed back or anything. He was like, oh, you haven't got a Tiny? Well, I'll misposition myself for you. As he blinks in up towards the tier 4s, he's gone, and that's the push put to an end.
How long was his BKB on cooldown? He had like 8 seconds left on the CK. It was just a bit too aggressive from Notice.
They went straight for it.
This fast roar, though, Whisper, quick fingers.
And you've got to be careful going deep, especially when there's a Spectre ready to punch into you with the Desolate. He gets taken down, no trouble at all. As I said, BetBoom at the least out, around sort of him diving in, making space, as he would tell them. They were able to get the tier 3, but it's still not quite the second set of racks that they'd hoped for. And whilst the lead's still big with 15K, it's not really growing. It's staying around this area.
They did get the gem, I believe, BeastCoast. They were able to grab that one from Notice, so maybe able to get some type of D-ward, some vision, and a little bit of breathing room now on the map. Only for a second, though, because BetBoom, Notice is back up, and killing is back on the menu.
Radiant are scanning.
See what they can go for. I mean, it's getting close, of course, to that potential Roshan respawn time.
DD spawns bottom. BeastCoast, a bit fortunate for them there. A lot of DDs. I think that's like the 6th or 7th one I've already seen. And yeah, about that next Roche fight.
Yeah, they're sort of checking it out, but still a bit of time until we will see it. And that's only if it's a shorter respawn. So BetBoom, they've got to hold back and look elsewhere for action.
Anything else they've got? Whisper, he got his BKB before. I think he fully purchased it. Almost a Wraith Pact on the Beastmaster.
Full Satanic for Dahak.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, big one as well for Gajira is going to be this Blink Dagger. He's now going to have a much more reliable ability to save these heroes to get caught by the Blink stuns of BetBoom.
Can always be the follow-up with Chris Luck, too. Or C-Smile, sorry.
And I feel like the real problem that BetBoom's going to have, if Gajira's able to get his next stuff, he gets that Aghanims. Suddenly people are going to get tossed and kicked back towards the fountain, and these pushes are going to be very, very scary for BetBoom.
That's going to be a way. If they get to that point in the game, that's when BeastCoast just kind of wins, I feel like. But I don't think BetBoom is going to let them drag the game on to that extent. It feels like
things have slowed down from BetBoom.
They have.
We saw them it's a full power really in the first 15 minutes of play, but this second half that we've seen, BeastCoast have been able to hold them back, make sure that they haven't lost a second set of racks despite BetBoom's early lead.
It was pretty much the best opportunity that BeastCoast had when they got the kill onto the Lesh that Roche spawned, because BetBoom, if they had Roche themselves, that is very likely just the end of the game. Continue to play inside this triangle area. Both, yeah, I mean, I feel like if you show heat map, it's just like all of BetBoom around the triangle of BeastCoast except for Dahak. Dahak is just playing inside of his triangle around Angel.
Look at this from BeastCoast. They're going to come out with a smoke. They know that BetBoom is trying to stay around this triangle area to make the moves.
They know they're here. They saw the axes, and now they'll see the tiny. Getting vision around the pit, though. They know the next big fight is all about that Roshan.
Yeah. The next stages could give BetBoom the power to push up and take another set of racks, maybe even more. And likewise for BeastCoast, it could mean that they have that extra ability to hold the defense and have that hero that they can put at the front. Maybe bait BetBoom into making dives like they did the last time round off the back of a push.
K1 is getting quite far.
Yeah, he is.
Body's done.
He's catching up.
Is done afterwards, too. He's going to be able to commit into backline pretty easily. Go for the Pug.
He's in. He's going to start to poke some reactions out from them, and we'll get the Pugna ward and the Tombstone drop down.
Whisper, though.
To the side. Whisper's going to get jumped, but he gets the BKB and the roar off in time. Holds back the CKC Smile. He's in with a wraparound from the back. The BKB is coming out now for the rest of BetBoom's cause. Dahak pops his, but they're poking things out of them quite nicely here, BeastCoast. A lot of reactions forced out of BetBoom. BeastCoast, they're fine, and they're ready to get back in. C-Smile jumps in with a combo. They turn over towards Taneko, and Dahak, he's trapped and surrounded. Have they got detection? A sentry's going to get thrown down. Dahak's going to try and sneak out to the side, but they see him. They take him out.
Oh my God, BeastCoast.
As well. That was beautiful.
And the Roche.
They're going to be able to spend the pit. They're going to get it.
Oh my God.
They are crumbling, BetBoom. And that whole sequence from BeastCoast, they just forced everything perfect. That was a fantastic start from Gajira, getting the Tombstone, the Nether Ward down, and sort of C-Smile coming in. They have to BKB, but BetBoom, they can't do anything during their BKBs. BeastCoast kite them to perfection.
That was some of the most impressive team fighting I've seen at this tournament.
Absolutely.
Just the itemization, too. You're now starting to see the fruition of everything. The Aghanims on Whisper.
Look at this again.
Being able to Axe spam. And that was the initial, the Shadow Step, the Ag Spectre to force all these spells from the side of BetBoom. And then they're panicking. It's full panic, really, from BetBoom. Wow.
They're starting to get a little shaky here, BetBoom. BeastCoast, they were taking it easy in the early game. They were chilling out, and now they're ready to play. And BetBoom, they've got to, are they going to be able to regain control of this game? I don't know. They're losing that lead massively, and they're losing that lead against a Spectre.
I didn't say that win probability earlier. Just to let you know, it was 90% for BetBoom. I'm going to bring it up now.
At that, yeah.
Look at this.
It's back to 50-50, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that shoot up even more in favor of BeastCoast, because as I say, to sort of lose the control and the lead that you had as BetBoom in this sort of a game, it's going to feel pretty rough for them.
Absolutely. And now you were talking also about Aghanims on Tusk. I mean, he's halfway there.
He's halfway there.
Dahak. BetBoom's starting to really feel this pressure.
Yeah, they are. They really, really are. We'll see how this sort of causes them to maybe change how they were looking towards the next step of the game for them, because the longest of times, the closest they got to taking a second set of racks was that situation where a little bit of a dive came out from Notice, and they only got a tier 3 tower. They needed more. They're going to smoke up, but they're going to reveal themselves on an illusion. So unlikely to catch BeastCoast by surprise with this move. BeastCoast are going to be perfectly fine.
BeastCoast has good lane pressure, and the time that they've been able to buy, everything's back up. They've got plenty of items now picked up also from the neutrals. Big one, a Spell Prism. And how do you kill Hector now? Twice, potentially 3 times, because they could even pass him the cheese as well. So do they even have the damage to bring down the Spectre anymore?
It really does feel like a game where, one more rough fight from BetBoom, and I don't know if they're ever taking back control of the game.
No, they're starting to feel...
It's going to be in the bag for them.
They're starting to feel quite behind for sure, even though they have 3K lead.
Yeah, it was once, sort of like 15K, 16K. It just went in an instant. As BeastCoast, as I said, some of the most refined play and heads-up moves there in the team fights that we've had from them. See Smile? He's going to be fine with that. Sure, it's to BKB, but he'll have that Arcane Room ready for the next move. And space is created here. BeastCoast, they can keep the push going on bottom. It's going to be their turn to look for some more tier 2s.
Big pickup too. They'll find a timeless relic for themselves, perhaps for Whisper. And he's gonna potentially have 3 roars on this Beastmaster. So these BKBs fully addressed.
Is under attack.
BetBoom having to respond and constantly getting scouted.
I was going to say, yeah, BeastCoast,
They're thinking about it.
all the time. They know exactly how many of BetBoom are turning up in these situations. They've just got a complete read on them.
And look at top, immediately try to set up for a kill. They see the tree and spawned up there looking for Dahak potentially. They'll quickly TP back though.
Radiant are scanning.
Still such a close game. Yeah, BetBoom really trying to avoid a fight until that Aegis takes out.
I see Smile incredibly rich as well. 5k gold in the bank. He can start getting his next item done. I mean,
He will hurt. He will definitely hurt. He's got the Beastmaster aura at all times too in most of these fights.
yeah, he'll hurt, and also, you know, when they get close to the base, like the buildings are gonna go down in seconds. To sort of this tiny Beastmaster combo, synergizing and just tearing through with that incredible attack speed.
Didn't really point out earlier too that he did get a bit lucky finding spider legs. He is playing versus the Nature's Prophet, so has treads, but he has spider legs, so he can just zoom out of that sprout.
To the side, lol.
Gojira?
He's gonna find Gojira. We'll see if BeastCoast want to do anything to help him out. Snowball to the side. We'll try and get him out there with a nice forced attempt from Stinger.
That was the gem that they got from earlier. BetBoom, I think they already have one, so they'll probably return that one to base. 20 seconds until Aegis gets reclaimed.
Of course, in terms of farm, Dahak is still miles away at the top, ahead of anybody else by quite some bit.
You can never count out the Dahak Nature's Prophet. They do have good tools to deal with the split push, of course, with the Spectre going for that Aghanims, but it's still something you always have to watch out for. In K1, now he has a better item. He's got the 2 Dream items versus the Nature's Prophet.
Yes.
Scotty and the Abyssal.
It's going to be. I mean, with the Spectre in place, surely it's almost impossible to look for any sort of rat play. Like, in what scenario are we going to see Dahak get that opportunity to go for those sort of moves?
The way that they did it the other day, right? You pick a huge fight, and while the fight's happening, he's just not there. He's just going for the full rat play.
So
That's how they won the other day.
So you can only do it around sort of a distraction move.
Probably, yeah. A bit too difficult, especially versus that Aghs. You'll always have at least one form of way to jump on top of you on K1.
Well, deciding here between the Eon and the Hex.
I love how you see the CK is the highest healing done in the game.
Of course, damage done, been very impressive from K1. He had a tough start, a tough lane, but at this point, he is absolutely where he'd hoped to be as a Spectre in the game. Very, very farmed. Opting to go for the BKB next to make sure that you can have a better job of just getting stuck in on the fight. And of course, once that BKB is there, very little that BetBoom can do to take down this very, very beefy Spectre.
They're going to have to address him last. It's either address him last or address him where he's split up and they catch him with the Silver Edge and just burst him in one shot, but that's very unlikely.
Now, smoke time from BetBoom. Let's see if they can find anything. BeastCoast at the moment inside of the base.
I'm surprised that Chris Luck is, or C-Smile is still holding the cheese. I thought he would really pass down over to Hector when he had a slot open, but he is the one jumping. He is the one putting himself in a bit of a riskier position, but on the high ground.
Whisper, they're going to try and get the jump onto the Beastmaster. Straight away, noticed, he's in with the initiation. Gojira not able to pick it up in the snowball in time.
That's a massive kill.
So that's going to be the 2 of them gone. Gojira gets dragged back as well. Notice takes the both of them out. And with 2 heroes dead for a long time here, about a minute.
Ooh. They give K1 the tome. He's now 25 on the Spectre.
We might have to see BeastCoast consider some buybacks here. As BetBoom, they're going to be coming in hard with the push down the mid lane.
Eyes on the toss back. They see him though. They know where Chris Luck is.
They're going to jump in, but the Blink's there in time. Chris able to dodge it. They'll still get caught in the Sprout. He'll heal up, put the BKB. Soulbind as well, linking the 2 of them. The buybacks, they've come out here from BeastCoast. So they're ready to hold. They turn, they take down Notice. Gojira getting low, but he'll buy time as he heads to the snowball. They'll kite out the BKBs here from BetBoom. The Raw, holding back to Hack. C-Smile jumps in from the side. He's got the burst combo to bring Force Major down low. Takes out the Pugner. Silas onto the Hack. Trying to stand his ground with the lifesteal, but he's caught by the stun. Is a dieback from Gojira. BetBoom, they did use buybacks themselves. They're actually going to commit, indeed, on the two of them to try and get back over it. They're back into the base. Lyle
Chris
trying to jump Chris. They'll get the drag back. Notice is in on top of him. Is there anything to save Chris? He's out with the invis. They see him for the moment. He's out to the side. The AoE. Ooh, he's going to take out to the Orchid Burn. He's gone.
Oh, he blinked forward just to stop the TP of the nature.
And he did buy back for that. They've got to try and defend 3 versus 5 here, BeastCoast. They're not going to be able to hold their mid-racks. BetBoom, they'll take them down.
Oh, what a big mistake there from Chris. Oh, no.
So what BeastCoast can do here with the 3 of them.
In such clutch moments, they need every single life, and he dies literally just to cancel a TP over Nature's Prophet, who just didn't even really have to TP back anyway. Now, K1.
Notice. BKB, drag back K1. K1, they've got to get this
broken
out of there. He's getting very, very low raw. They'll try and push him to the side, but he goes down. He'll buy back, but BetBoom, they've got the job done here regarding the barracks. Mega creeps are up.
80 seconds without Chris. K1, he can't go in this alone. We see what happens. He just gets broken and focus fired completely.
BetBoom, they're ready to stick around and push for more, of course. The Diabolic Edict, they shred through the buildings. The final tier 4 falling. BeastCoast, can they do anything with just the 3 of them? The Ancient exposed. BetBoom looking to close up this game. BeastCoast, they can't stop this. GG is called. BetBoom, they'll take the win here. Whew. In this game 1. It was quite the adventure, quite the ride for them.
One. Yes, it really looked like BeastCoast almost fully came back in this one.
And as it was, BetBoom, if anything, even in a more impressive fashion, the way that they ended up closing this game, because of the fact that it was definitely getting difficult with that chance that the BeastCoast had to pick themselves back up and get into the mid-game. BetBoom, they seized their opportunity here in these final moments to shut it down. So a few misplays from BeastCoast, and again, this volatile, it just cost them the game completely. It's over.
Yeah, couple of slip-ups for sure for BetBoom, but I still have to give a lot of credit to BeastCoast for just finding opportunities to try to trickle themselves back in this game after, what, 15,000 gold deficit, after losing all their towers and everything. A close match, but yeah, BetBoom, they keep their composure.
Absolutely, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 of this best of 3 goes to BetBoom.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Get out. I should get out. Hold. Get out.
With Pepperstone, you can automate your trading to stay on track, no matter what your emotions are telling you.
I need coffee. Coffee!
Let's hurry up and get this started.
Let's go! Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's get crazy! I know you're ready, so keep steady. And let's get crazy!
Yo, do you know? I've seen it all before. Nico, Tiger, Ronaldo, Mia, Megan, my main man, Money, the King. There ain't nothing I ain't seen.
Okay, old school. You've never seen anyone like my girl Naomi, Mbappe, the Greek Freak, a thing, Kaisa, or Chloe Kim. Do you know there's never been anyone else like them? Look, OG, no disrespect. I know you think you've seen everything, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Checkmate.
Yo, do you know? I seen it all before. The GOAT, Tiger, Ronaldo, Mia, Megan, my main man, Money, the King. There ain't nothing I ain't seen.
Okay, old school. You've never seen anyone like my girl Naomi and Mbappe, the Greek freak, a thing, Kaisa, or Chloe Kim. Do you know there's never been anyone else like them? Look, OG, no disrespect. I know you think you've seen everything, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Checkmate.
My dad believed in you. I'm not gonna make the same mistake.
You know what happens to you if you go through with this. I have everything I need to have you court-martialed and dishonorably discharged.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
What are you gonna do?
Here they come! Over the air! Over the air!
The first game of this best-of-3 series goes the way of BetBoom. And to be fair, if you were looking at the first 15 minutes, you would have thought this game would have been over in like 20 or so, because BetBoom was setting an incredibly high tempo. They have now gotten the third fastest barracks in this tournament, so congratulations to them for the victory and for making that record. I'm here with Jenkins, T-Gov, and Purge, and we're going to talk about why this game went the way it did, because it did have a couple of twists and turns, Purge, but let's start at the beginning. BetBoom out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, they got a lot of kills in the laning stage, and when BeastCoast got on the map to try to make some turns, they went mid, they tried to kill the enemy mid hero, and they ended up not killing him so close. They lose 2 heroes, and then they did the classic BetBoom thing. They teleported Nature's Prophet, and they're just like, oh, we're just going to kill your tower.
Yeah, just the speed in which BetBoom went from taking objective, they put down, the Neverward, the Tombstone, they just play as 5. It was disgustingly strong, and of course, CK in laning phase, always top net worth, becomes a carry. It allowed the Furion, in the early game at least, to not have to play like a carry, just kind of jumping around, enabling the Lesh, enabling the CK. But then it did hit an awkward point in the game.
It did. I was both worried and excited that I was going to step up here in front of a crowd and for the first time say that this was a Gaben-level shellacking. It was not a Gaben-level shellacking. It was a very close game, but I was thinking, like, this is potentially above top hat level. That might have been the first umbrella level shellacking in the world. However, BeastCoast, they did manage to bring it back. I think this is the fight where they actually won because they were kiting with Hector, and on the side you just see Whisper constantly spamming out those axes. We were trying to figure out why the hell he went for this build. This is not something that people do on Beastmaster. It's been like a year since this has been a viable build, and my thoughts are you use its damage amplification to counter the damage reduction from the Wraith Pact and the Pugna Ward, and it's really smart. It's like these long fights that these guys want to play, like it's not good against the Beastmaster eggs, even though it's not a meta strategy.
It seemed okay. I just feel like they did it because it was like the enemies are at the gates and we have to stop them, and that was one way to do it. It looked all right from my perspective, but ultimately they needed to not lose the early game as hard as they did. It would have bought them more time, but really big props to BetBoom, not only for that mid-engagement, but also CK holding the wave outside his tower, making Hector very far behind, and making Pugna look like a dominant lane support. I
don't feel like BetBoom is the type of team that needs pacing. Like, more and more throughout this tournament, we see them going late game with Furion, and it's like, oh, of course, you lost the early game. Well, you win the early game, you throw whatever. Like, you don't win the early game with Furion, you think they're going to lose. But then they just build good stuff, and they have other carries, too. Like, you have noticed on the offlane playing the CK, like, he went carry build.
Yeah, and speaking of offlaners, we do want to match those up in our player comparison. So we got ourselves damage done as the stats for Whisper and Noticed. And T, there is quite a difference, isn't there?
Wait for it.
Oh, there's no difference in damage done.
a massive difference.
400.
Oh, yeah, calm down now.
Really makes a difference for sure.
No, but I think the main thing here is obviously for Noticed, it was the damage was that explosive damage that allowed for, later into the game, the pick-off onto Beastmaster, unlocking the game, ending it, whilst Whisper, his damage, kind of allowed BeastCoast to keep themselves in the game, sorry. The axe spam on the high ground, clearing out the waves, clearing out the trees. Like that damage done, of course, that's hero damage. Think about the amount of neutrals he had to kill to keep them alive. So yeah, I think that Beastmaster, you could probably bang up on over 10, 20k into it just because of the stuff he had to clear out.
I also think if you could compare that to the carries, like both of these offlaners were absolutely carrying their team throughout this game.
Yep.
Like Whisper was keeping them in the game, and Notice was like the primary guy that was going in and getting kills for the entire early game, setting up for the Nature's Prophet TPs.
Yeah, that's true. That was like the only thing that offset what BetBoom did in that first mid-tower fight. You look top and you're like, oh, Whisper by himself, when the carry Nature's Prophet left, he's like, okay, taking a tower, and he pressured it well.
Yeah, we had a fantastic first game. I think we got a treat there on the main stage for sure. Many more to come today, and many more things from the crowd coming at you as well, like right now with Slats.
Hello, Sheever. Hello. I have a very special interview here in the arena. I found the one and only Templar Assassin. Unbelievable. Templar, what did you think of that last game?
It's a secret.
Okay. Any advice for BeastCoast? BeastCoast about to play. They're looking for the answer to win the next one. What do you think they should do?
I can't tell them.
Okay. What is your name?
That's a secret.
Okay, fantastic. Great interview. All right, drop the act here, Templar. Are you having a good time? What's your real name?
My name's Grace. I come from the UK, and the game was amazing. I thought BeastCoast could bring that back, but they didn't.
All right, who are you here for? Who are you cheering for?
Obviously, Tundra.
Tundra?
Yes.
Okay. And you have pom-poms actually cheerleading for Tundra. Okay.
I love Tundra. Go Tundra! Woo!
All right, well, there you have it. TA, the secret is out. She is actually a Tundra fan. That is some dank new lore. Back to you guys.
I love it. I love the pom-poms as well. I love the cheering. We heard plenty of cheering, especially because this game did turn out to be a close one. It was a nice clash between two very different styles. At the end of the day, BeastCoast, they couldn't fully bring it back, but they did get some hope for the next game, right, T?
Yeah, 100%. The start of that game, not a lot of teams under that pressure, losing the racks like minute 18, they wouldn't find a way back in. But they nearly did it. They nearly did. But then BetBoom kind of saw the smokes, kind of calculated, used a scan perfectly. So it's a tough battle. It really is.
I feel like BetBoom is used to playing where they have a couple of throws. Because they really try to push the pace to a degree where it's like, okay, they're going for tier 2 at 11 minutes. Okay, they're going for barracks at 18 minutes. They actually get it, but it almost turns out to be a disaster. And then they have the Pugna save. Like, they outskilled there, but that could have gone totally in the other direction.
It's spooky against the tiny tossback, and when they threw the Leshrac all the way back to the tier 4s, I'm like, okay, surely he died.
He's done.
But with that respawn, the heal, the decrep, it was enough to keep him alive. They were able to win the fight, so it's still scary, and that's a good sign for BeastCoast, but they need to be more careful in the early game, especially in a disadvantageous early game draft like that.
Yeah, they need to shape up, especially if they want to keep their tournament lives alive. We, of course, are going to have Game 2 coming at you very shortly. If you are here in the arena, then Team Spirit right now is having a signing session on the concourse, so make sure to check that out. We are going to a break, but when we're back, it is time for BetBoom versus BeastCoast Game 2.
Avocado.
Wow. Okay, I know what you're thinking. I can do better than these guys. How come they get to be in the cool commercials? Well, do you really think you can do better? Because if so, go to esl.gg/BHO.
That's right, and if you win, hang out with us on the next video set.
Well, it depends on how well you do, though, because if you're really bad, you'll only get one line in the video like me.
Right. Sign up below.
Congratulations to BeastCoast.
OSIM.
But they tell me the jug is very important. Nice RP.
El Roche. Creo que es 7K. No, yo creo que será Aldo. No, porque el Invoker se paró bien. Se pararon bien.
It's pretty impressive. So you saw it. What do you think?
I think it's Ancient or lower.
Ancient or lower? Because it is ancient, actually. Well done. Well done. Clip number 2.
¿Qué ves? Son ratas, pero siempre se pone el rojo. O sea, en Divine también se pone.
So side note, in Spanish, ratas refers to someone of a low skill level.
Let's go. Clip number 2. We got Cocaine Tomato.
Ya, ese sí es súper rato. Ya lo vi, ya lo de cómo pegó. Ese es ultra mega rat.
We're seeing high quality gameplay here.
This is Archon or lower?
Archon or lower? He's right again. It's Archon. Oof, that Snapfire blasts everyone out of the arena.
Oh.
Oh. I gotta say, this is a lot of farm on the Snapfire who's not doing very much.
What's he gonna do? He's doing nothing.
Doing nothing?
I think it's Ancient or lower. No.
Does he know that his ulti is down? Oh, that's a good stun.
This is good. These are rats too. This is Brazilian.
What are you recognizing here? Is it the clan?
The Knicks are the rats. It's Brazilian. It's around in South America. Rats, South America. Yeah. I think so. It's Divine Immortal too. Leyenda.
It's Legends.
Feels fair.
You're giving these rats too much credit. My goodness, the accuracy. These guys are killing it. With Guess the MMR, I hope you enjoyed another episode. We'll be back with another one some other time.
Game 2 between BetBoom and BeastCoast coming at you live from the Hovet Arena. The first game taken by BetBoom. Will BeastCoast be able to make a comeback in the second game of this series? We're about to find out as we are moments away from showing you the draft between these two teams. I'm joined by Purge, Tigov, and Jenkins. Jenkins, I know I've come to you the previous time as well because we talked about Nature's Prophet. Obviously, we saw it in Game 1. Will we see it again?
I want to say no because I feel like you should ban it, but nobody is. It's the strat that people seem to think they can beat, which I get it. The hero's not been that strong for a long time. You play against other teams, it doesn't feel that good, but these guys, they just understand it in and out. It feels like I said, at this point, I could see other people letting the Visage through.
Oh, no,
they
changed it up. They changed it up. We got ourselves Storm making it through instead. We had Storm banned out by BeastCoast in Game 1, but this time around, it is Nature's Prophet and Visage that are removed. BetBoom still opens the same way, though, with the Chaos Knight, and we've got the same situation again. So BetBoom on the dire side with first pick, BeastCoast, overall last pick, second pick, and Radiant.
Again, you can give credit to BeastCoast why they allowed the Furion to go into Game 1, because when you think about the previous games that they played from on BetBoom at least, it's like 3 losses, 1 win on Furion. It's not as if it's been winning every game. Like, it is a strat that you can beat. They just didn't have kind of that extra little piece of the puzzle to get that kind of comeback kind of online.
Yeah. Pugna Storm, is that what we're going to see here?
Doesn't have to be Storm. Could be. I think Pugna's going to be pretty effective, though. Damage reduction, decrep to save whoever CK goes on, but they do need some AoE to deal with the CK illusions. Maybe a Pango pick here in the first phase.
I mean, if they wanted to go with the Lesh, they could also run Pugna Lesh, but it is a bit risky. There's still the counter pick from BetBoom. Storm with the BKB rush build feels like it doesn't get countered by these like anti-mages and Nyx assassins too much, but Lesh might be different.
And they've only played one Pugna game in the tournament so far. Other teams, when it's available, bam, they snap it in, right? So
they did
BeastCoast at least, and they do go Pugna.
They go for the Storm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is just like the strongest opening in the whole tournament. Everybody's been picking this. There's not a better hero in the game to pump mana into, and Pugna, like, the ability to turn HP into mana is just insane. Like, if you think about the HP items in the game, like Heart of Taras gives you like what, 100 regen. Imagine trying to get 100 mana regen. It's like impossible.
There's a lot of gold.
There's no, that costs way more gold. So Pugna's just insane.
Yep. This combination, Pugna Storm, 7 games at the major so far with a 57% win rate. So it does reflect that.
Well, they get the nice dual lane combo, the CK Grim, but they've also got a little lockdown against the Storm. If he's initiating with his allies, he can get paired up and stuck. And then they start banning out the Hector heroes.
This is a pretty fun combination though, because, you know, Grim CK, I'm pretty sure, has a horrendous 33% win rate. It's won 3 out of 9 games. Like, it looks so good on paper, but it always feels to like fall flat in these kind of bigger games.
Yeah, I mean, when we do get to the later stages of the tournament, though, like, you have teams that are
winning.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a lot of those stats are, you know, the teams that have been knocked out already. But maybe they're knocked out because they're picking.
Exactly. There we go.
It's hard to say.
Well, one of the wins anyway with those two heroes was for BetBoom, so they got that going for them.
They do.
Was against EG.
5 seconds remaining.
So the last time they did this opening, they went for the Doom Void Spirit, and I think Void Spirit Grim, that's a duo that looks really good.
Very powerful.
That one has a really high winner in for sure.
It's like 60%.
At that point, it was like 66, and then they won that, so even higher, obviously.
And it would give them good jumps too against Storm if you can land the disable, set up the ink spell nicely.
Yeah, BeastCoast, I should say. They banned the Doom. Presumably next up they're going to ban the Void Spirit. You don't want to give them the exact same draft, especially when this is a team that you can bank on, that if you ban Visage and Nature's Prophet, they're going to pick the CK.
Yeah.
You know, it's like you know that if you give them the same draft, these guys will happily take it and beat you with it.
Also, the Void Spirit with the Ags, you know, jumping on the backlines, Pugna doesn't really get to play Dota. It's more about glimmer caping yourself.
Yeah, the Ags destroys Pugna.
The Ags destroys them, so.
I still think they're going to be looking for some counter play on the BeastCoast side, so whether that's going to be a Tiny or a Tusk or Gajira could still be flexible. They're just focusing on Hector's heroes, which I think is a good way to go. Those are pretty survivable heroes. That's going to make it easier for Hector to win his lane. Had to play the Spectre last game. Very rough in the laning stage.
Here's a question.
10 seconds remaining.
How confident do you think BeastCoast are that the Hawk is not going to play something like Anti-Mage? Because every other team that opens with these two heroes bans Anti-Mage in the second phase, and BeastCoast has not. So you really are opening yourself up to being counterpicked, but BetBoom is one of these teams that you know if you give them a certain hero, they're going to pick it.
But they do get to see the 2 picks next. So if this is going to be like a wild anti-mage, you're going to easily have one more hero to counter it, and then another one after. So I think it's there, but also...
I think it's good enough against these two heroes. You don't give a shit what the other heroes are.
BeastCoast also hasn't played any Storm in this major so far. This is the first time they're playing Storm. It is game 2. If they lose, they're eliminated, right? So that in itself has some gusto to it.
They'll go with a Tiny once again.
I like the solution a lot better. In the early group stage, they were trying to pick like Rubik and stuff to reposition away from the Inkswell. It was just not that effective. But in the same vein, their Tiny 4 has just been so much more powerful in resetting fights. So looks fine for BeastCoast. Lots of their comfort heroes still pretty flexible in their cores. Haven't picked their carry, probably haven't picked their offlane.
It just feels like, yeah, Void Spirit +1 right now. Trying to think what that would be in regards to the offlane.
The last time Dahak played Anti-Mage was in 2021.
That's not that long ago.
Void Spirit, there we go.
At the start of the year.
Ooh.
Okay, all right.
See, everyone got happy with Spirit Breaker. Thank you, thank you.
So what makes this a good Spirit Breaker game? Or is it a good Spirit Breaker?
Yeah, T-Gov.
Okay, so gotta sell this one to the people. No, Spirit Breaker, it's about aggression, it's about lockdown, it's about fight. You have people that follow up. I think that's the main thing. Maybe in the post-TI kind of era, you yourself was a killer, but with heroes like Void Spirit, Grimstroke, it's easy execution. You collapse them out quite quickly, you fight, you know your CK is going to have good farm early on, and that extra bit of control will help kind of tide it over.
Yeah, because CK always kind of functions as like blow up one guy in this like little couple second period. If SB charges in at the same time, then he's going to be able to get that kill. His illusions won't be dealt with right away. Maybe he gets 2 kills then instead of just 1. So a little bit of teamfight disruption can be good there.
And the amount of fight, so Spiritbreaker also, he can charge in with the bulldoze, you unlock the fight. If Pugner gets scared in any way, you drop ward, you quickly disengage, and you can choose to fight elsewhere. Like, the amount of vision he provides, it's less about the Spiritbreaker charging, killing all the waves. Sure, that might happen at 35, but how disruptive you can be in a good game. You could also be a creep pretty quick. This hero is either very hit and miss.
Ooh, there's a great counter.
Oh god,
so
the
good
root.
for this game. Root against SB is excellent. This is the hero that's always been second phase when you pick CK. We actually get to see the matchup this game. Percentage-based damage against illusions is multiplied even farther, so if they can start a fight on their terms, maybe a toss back, like, I don't see how they don't deal with CK well.
BetBoom, they got the complete opposite lineup from game 1. This time they go high ground, they're going to have Storm zipping their face, Tiny tossing them back, some Firestorm. They're not hitting any buildings. They have to get kills to go high ground.
Hidden Malice is good against literally all these
Everything.
All of them. Yeah, destroy Spirit heroes.
I shivered. Like, I'm a Spiritbreaker player, I see Underlord, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah.
I need BKB to play the game now.
And everybody's doing this like Treads Atos build too. It's not, you know, like Aghanim's Rush or something. Like it's the build that particularly destroys these heroes.
And Atos can interrupt charge as he's coming through. It's so good. He's going to show up to all these fights with his ultimate, and then he can go back to farming.
Does that mean that BetBoom is going to play for the late game and need a carry for the Hawk that will be able to do that in the last pick?
I mean, they could pivot the lanes. They could do SB support, Grim, and that could be the offlane CK. That way those counters aren't as strong. But, I mean, Underlord is pretty good against a lot of traditional carries anyways. And a lot of strength heroes are popular right now. He's still good against all those. Do you guys see a solution?
I want to say that they're going to pick Necrophos here.
We have seen the Hawk play that before on the safe
I don't know how great it is. I think that's the one game that BetBoom looked weak in the past few series. They lost that one. They went Meteor Hammer Necro.
Yeah, they played it twice. 1 win, 1 loss.
I think some Viper style offlane for BetBoom could work well. You know, just put Grim CK as a safe lane. The Spiritbreaker enables the aggression of the Viper. The Shard eventually gives you some high ground siege, and it gives you enough of the fight that it can just be obnoxious.
All right, on the other side, we got BetBoom banning out some of Hector's heroes with the Troll and the Luna removed from the pool.
Wait a minute.
Waiting?
Batrider's not banned.
Batrider is still in the pool.
I feel like this is going to be a mid-Underlord. Wait, that doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense.
I'm oohing you like, oh, go on Jenkins.
I'm looking at the draft. That makes absolutely no sense. It would be a great back game if they didn't literally have the 2 roles that it can play. Unless we see some like Hector carry Underlord.
Okay, we need a carry most likely, right?
Yeah.
Most likely. We got BeastCoast so far. They banned out the Death Prophet, so they are expecting the CK at the moment to be on the safe lane, so moving some of the heroes from Noticed.
Yeah, Death Prophet would have been pretty good. Percentage-based damage against all these strength heroes. BKB to cover herself, more tower damage that they're going to need, since CK is okay at hitting towers, but not that great.
I kind of feel like for BeastCoast at least, some Void-style carry might just like kind of work well for them. You can soak up, you can time walk through the Spiritbreaker charge. Oh, they have Shaman. Offlane Spiritbreaker.
So they'll up the tempo, and able to take Roche, take towers. That's where their tower hitting is coming from.
Yep. This is going to be, every time you have Shaman ultimate, you either want to take a tower, you want to either take a Roshan. If you're not using it for that, this draft will fill that kind of in their ability to move across the map.
Yeah, they needed the Shaman there. That feels like a really nice pick to round out the draft.
Good disable against Storm too. If you do catch him when he's balling back and forth.
It does a lot. It does a lot. And it's like it's not like the Serpent Wards or nothing about Shadow Shaman cares about getting pitted. Like Atos doesn't interrupt your grip.
And these bans as well from BetBoom, they knew it was an offlane Spiritbreaker, right? The Troll, the Luna, these heroes would just slaughter an offlane Spiritbreaker.
Dude, look how many Hector heroes are banned.
It's all of them.
It's like all of them but the first phase.
Oh.
That's so funny.
And guess what? There's still plenty more heroes in the pool for him. He's actually got a quite deep hero pool. Of course, the Spectre that we saw him play previous game is still in there as well.
I'd like a Razor style carry, but I don't think I've seen BeastCoast ever play it.
They'll go for the
Wraith King, the classic.
Sure.
The classic, yeah.
You absorb up the initiation and you play. Yeah.
I mean, it covers some of the defensive issues that they might have if he gets jumped first. So he stays alive. It gives you time for Underlord to show up.
Yeah.
Got a little stun, Initiator. You can hit the back line. It's always good to have those like jump, stun, high damage physical heroes against Grimstroke. So I kind of like it.
Again, I think my one fear for BeastCoast is just the early game. Once again, when you have a Wraith King carry, you got this, tiny Pugner support. So you're not having most explosive damage, and you rely on a couple items to come into play. So BetBoom, if they get off to a good start, they can close out the map once again. It's just can they not have that one moment where they allow BeastCoast back into the game.
Yeah, I think BeastCoast has better lanes this time. I think they have good early skirmish. Like Underlord's going to be a total beast. And Pugna Storm, like you can run around and kill anybody, and Hector's just going to farm. This is a much easier draft for them to execute.
So will we go to a third game, Purge?
I think so. I do like their draft much better. They played pretty good last game. It was very difficult with their heroes.
I gotta go Team Spirit Breaker, unfortunately. It happens. If it's picked, I have to side with it. So hopefully Spirit Breaker wins. Yeah, it's in the contract.
I'll go BeastCoast.
All right, well, let's see if we're going to get that third game here live on stage. We're heading over to ODPixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 2 here between BetBoom and BeastCoast. Fog, we've got quite different drafts really from both of them, sort of BetBoom in particular. BeastCoast, of course, ending with a classic. They get that K1 Wraith King in.
Yeah, I kind of like this BeastCoast draft a lot better. I know last time I was really quite siding with BetBoom, but this time I think BeastCoast, they can fight back earlier. I think this last time was a lot harder for them to really play into like mid-game. This time, I see the lanes going a lot better, so I hate to say it, but I have to side with Jenkins a little bit.
Okay. And what do you sort of think of the Spirit Breaker pickup? I think not something that we're seeing every game, but we're going to get some action from it here on the side of BetBoom, of course, playing it on the offlane.
I actually have to check before I say anything, because I want to see, was it played at all here? Is that the first one? It's the first one I've seen.
I can't wait to see what Notice is going to be able to do with it. He's got some great heroes to combo with. Now, BetBoom, very much ready to bring the action. But of course, this time round, as you said, definitely sort of a step up in BeastCoast being able to match what BetBoom want to do when it comes to these skirmishes. And BeastCoast, we saw how well their sort of team fight execution was in that one moment from last game. If they're able to reciprocate that a few times here, BetBoom may struggle.
Yeah, and I like that I'm surprised that they actually got it, but they get the Underlord versus CK carry. Like, I was actually surprised because it was looking kind of defined that it was going to be Dahak playing the CK, and they give Whisper the Underlord. This we've seen has been one of the top bans in like the third, fourth phase in the tournament because CK is one of the most picked in these strength cores, etc., because of this annoying Firestorm, this percent pace damage, and also just the pit. This game, the pit is super valuable as well.
Yeah, the root.
I really thought Underlord was going to get banned out. It looks like an excellent game for it. And yeah, you mentioned skirmishing. I think BeastCoast has an infinitely better skirmishing draft than they did the last time around.
And good ways to turn up as well, right? If sort of anyone's going out, pushing out lanes on the map, BetBoom, if they charge in, you got to be ready for BeastCoast to maybe turn up in style with the Fiendscape from the Underlords. All ready to start. Gojira, it's going to get going on here.
Nice.
Very nice remnant there, leveled up by Lal as he'll drag back Gojira. He's looking to try and get towards Roshan for a deny, but Lal will be able to take him down and get that first blood.
That's how you do it, guys. Like, you see that Aether Remnant? That was a nice shot there. You gotta ward your mid player. Dahak saves it for him, blocks it perfectly. I love it. Even though he's the safe lane. How many safe laners would have taken that kill usually?
Exactly, yeah. BetBoom making sure that Lal gets the boost to start things off. And it's going to be all very, very important, especially in this matchup. Void versus Storm could go either way. Lal having that bit of a heads-up beginning.
Up top.
Maybe the difference maker. Top, Snako.
Starting as 3.
See if Gojira is going to be able to chase him down. They're in with the Avalanche. They'll get the setup. Another blast and a few more punches. Snako should go down. There we have it. BeastCoast.
Okay.
We saw last game it took them an ever so long time until they could get their first bit of action. This time round, BeastCoast making sure they keep up with BetBoom from the first minute.
Yeah, really cool how they do that. They're going to leave the Tiny up top. Now they're going to bring the Pugna bottom to support. Pugna Wraith King, very strong lane. We'll see how Notice is able to do. I haven't gone to see the Spirit Breaker too much since all these nerfs. I think it did get played once this tournament, did lose. But yeah, we'll see what he's going to be able to do with it. Does look like he can be a bit tough. He does have a pretty decent catch, of course, versus Storm, and there was limited disable when they had picked it out, but now with the Root, with the Wraith King Stun and Avalanche, it might be difficult for Notice to get stuff done in the mid-game.
Yeah, without a doubt, K1 is going to have a much better time than he did last game. We saw how much struggle he had to endure during that laning stage against what BetBoom laned against him. So he's going to be much happier here in the start of this game too.
Still an aggressive lane though, this Grim and this Spirit Breaker. They can definitely look to pressure K1. If Stinger walks away at all, they can go straight onto K1. So Stinger, I think he has to stay down here pretty close to the Wraith King at all times.
Do you imagine we'll see them sort of try and make a move now that they hit the level 2, or do they kind of need that third level to have the punch to go on a Wraith King?
I think BetBoom can make a lot of aggressive moves here. Especially if like a stun gets thrown out, you have a huge window to make any play. So I was mentioning they just use stun bottom, and instantly after the stun gets used, they charge Inkswell onto Stinger.
We'll be able to get back underneath the tower. They'll be fine. K1 trying to stand his ground a bit. He's got the stick charges as well, so He'll be perfectly okay.
Is this going to be that much easier of a lane for him, actually? It looks like it might turn to be a pretty difficult lane. He does have the Pugna behind him, but I see Stinger actually went for a Decrepify, which is a bit different. Usually you just see the Pugna ward because you counteract, you do so much damage back to all the spells that they cast. But
top lane Gojira. Sneko finds him with his shackles.
Oh, he looks pretty...
Oh, a little bit of... Oh, nice. A little bit of sneaking around here from Gojira. He's going to be able to get away from the two of them. A very nice spot to stand his ground in, knowing exactly where they'd sweep up and down the tree line, and he makes it round them.
Take a look at mid. Do see Chris having the best time of all the cores on his team. As soon as we say that,
a good remnant.
Laurel.
As Seasmart does still have the verifiers we saw. He's going to be fine. Both baiting in one another to get this action going.
Yeah, he's got 13 wand charges, so feeling very safe versus that storm. Oh, Chris. This could catch him off guard. Seneco's at the ready. Yeah, he knows. Yeah. Gojira's going to scout it over. Now, Chris, maybe in a weird spot. Laro's going to build the pressure, maybe push him out, maybe even potentially kill him here.
He's smart. He's only got the 1-1 charge. So he's got the pullback. Lal just needs that one last hit. He's not able to get it in, so Seasmart will live. He'll have to take the walk back to base for a bit of time, where the lane's going to be completely free for Lal to farm. Back in the jungle, Soneko is looking for Gojira. Oh, little Mango in a toss back. Oh, that's just going to go and save his life then. Again, Gojira coming out with these cute little moves as the supports, making sure that BetBoom don't get the kills on him.
Does have to go all the way back as well, though. So now 2 lanes. Storm and the Tiny back at base. Definitely see BetBoom get aggressive.
Yeah, going to try to set things up with the Ink Swell, but able to get him with the charge. Just himself now very, very low.
Really interesting to see Stinger. He even puts the Nether point in the blast. 0 points in the Nether ward. As we've mentioned multiple times, the Nether ward, it deals more damage back to you than what you cast. So
he's going to try and go for Stinger now. They can get the slow, not quite get the connection onto Stinger. So he's fine. And K1 still, he's suffering the most out of the cores.
But doing better than last time.
Yeah, exactly. I think so at this point last game he had about the 10 CS. Definitely going better for him this time round at the start.
BetBoom having a very solid 3 lanes, though. Whisper, he's keeping up, though. This Underlord, he's going to be the big one to watch in the mid game. So him having a good start is going to be really important for BeastCoast. This Brood is going to be devastating, honestly. This Pit versus Void Spirit versus Spirit Breaker versus CK, it's going to be massive in some of these mid game fights. Bottom.
You get the kill there. Gojira turning in from the side. Will get the 2 of them with the avalanche. Stick charges will be popped with the toss. Force Major gets taken down. Good bash from Notice. Secures the kill and return on Stinger.
The good bash. I love it.
Same time, top lane, they tried to make a bit of a move onto Whisper once they knew that he was alone. Out the shackles. Now Hack is going to step back in. They have enough damage with they've got to be a bit careful. Whisper very hard. Oh my goodness. That was a risky one there from BetBoom, but it pays off. They get the kill and they both survive.
I was a little worried because the Hawk used the stun while he was actually still shackled, so that was a little bit weird there. He's just trying to get the damage in from it, but almost ends up turns and loses his life. Soneko, high fives the tower and suicides. He'll be back to the lane in a moment.
I'll look for the quick reset, make sure that he's got that mana to play with when the Underlord turns back up to the top lane around the river. Gojira did look like he wanted to interrupt the attempt from BetBoom to get the runes, but won't be able to stop Lal from grabbing that arcane.
One of the best runes you can find early on these spirits. Really active already, though. Gojira, I think he's been World Traveler, all 3 lanes in these first 6 minutes. Top again.
They're going to try and make another move on Whisper.
He's very far up.
Look at there. He's going to be back up on its way over, and BetBoom, they know it. They won't continue to commit for the kill on Underlord. Whisper will live.
Nice lane ward. I think that was placed just before Soneko did suicide.
See over in the mid, Lal. He tried to get in aggressively with that arcane rune onto Stinger.
Nice deny.
He won't find him initially. Has now got the wave in a position where that tier 1 is going to start to take a fair bit of damage with the siege creep. Top lane, BeastCoast, they're looking for action. Soneko will be able to hold back Whisper though, and Lal, he's TP'd over towards the top to help out. Seasmar goes in with the zip, gets in onto the Shaman, takes him out, but BeastCoast, they lose Whisper for that attempt.
Again, losing Whisper, it's costly.
They might lose more here, Lal. We'll step over towards Gojira, he's going to look, grab the bounty rim, but Seasmar's in. They've got enough between the 2 of them to take down Lal. He's still got Dissimulate and 1 charges, so unlikely they can really commit for the kill, especially with Force Major coming across, throws out a silence, make sure that Lal's escape is covered.
It's always a little dicey for BeastCoast, right? They're like, oh man, there could be like a Spirit Breaker charge potentially. I mean, they did see him for a moment down, but they didn't see the Grimstroke, so have to be careful of the backup, as we know. BetBoom, they play fast.
Oh. A bit of damage here with the combo. Snake also TPing over in case Chris did look to dive.
Refill the bottle as well, Laurel. Got to be able to play around this next 8-minute power rune. Potentially all the supports playing around mid. Oh, Notice is getting a ton of fun. Oh, they actually get the...
Remnant's going to be off the mark, and that's going to give Chris the opportunity to just turn and look to make a move himself. He gets in on top of Seneko, takes him out. Got to be careful on Lyle. Lyle doesn't jump out in time.
He's just dead.
Gajira's just able to walk up, get the avalanche off. I mean, I'm pretty sure he had astral steps and escapes, but I guess he just felt that he was further away from the Tiny than he was. He gets taken down. That's a massive kill there on the mid.
2 back-to-back big mistakes there from Laurel.
Yeah.
The Aether Remnant probably doesn't get a kill or anything like that, but missing that one and then dying, costly. Force Majeure. It's a good silence. The stun will connect.
Can't do enough damage on his own though. Chris, more than fine. Got some mana to play with. But yeah, Lyle's got to be careful. He's now suddenly in a position where he's at the bottom of the core net worths. And I feel like we've seen so many times with Void Spirits, if this hero starts to fall behind at the start, it's very hard to get yourself back in on the game. You've got to stay on top as a mid Void Spirit.
Especially from what we've seen this tournament, where we'll probably see Whisper get like... the Underlord build's been a little different. This tournament's been like this Treads Atos like semi-carry, but if they go pipe and they have Pug and Nether Ward, look at Void Spirit. What's he going to do when they have all this type of magic resistance and negation? It's going to be problematic. Pugna already versus Void Spirit is going to cause problems later on.
We'll see this again. Lyle, indeed, you know, he had the step up all the time, but Gajira just walks up, avalanche on him. I mean, he had full vision as well. There was a ward down, so he saw Gajira coming in from a mile off. Just felt a little too comfortable.
Fight K1 though, and they did proc that ulti before bottom when we were watching the fight mid. Did see Notice. He was able to kill the Wraith King the first time, so are able to sneak in and get a big kill. Notice is really farmed, by the way, also. Phase Boots plus the Blitz Knuckles. Kind of a pretty early Shadow Blade up on him. Even start though, 6-5, less than 1k lead for BeastCoast, and looks like we potentially have a tower trade going on.
I think they can maybe find Sting up.
Look at him.
Should be fine here.
Stinger level 6, 3 points in Blast even.
I mean, can they TP over and look to defend this? Or do you think they'll just let it go?
How's our HP pools? I don't think they're gonna set up for the defense. Nah, it's dead. Storm no TP. Tiny no TP. No way they can go. So Stinger just has to hide. He'll catch it afterwards. Low level supports on the side of BetBoom though. Level 5 on Force Major, and they are giving Seneko top. Whisper comes down here.
Down to see if they can maybe get something out of this one. See C-Smile from the side, looking to zip in. He's going to go for it.
Into the Aether Remnant.
He should still be able to continue his way over towards the Grim. Force Major taken out. So BeastCoast, they may lose a tower, but they get a kill from this. See over in the mid, Gajira. It's a bit of a quick toss combo onto Notice. K1 will start to step up, but the rest of BeastCoast sat down bottom, so Notice will be fine. And one component now away from the Shadow Blade for the offlane Spirit Breaker.
It's going to be an early one.
Oh, they're going to smoke again. You see Chris getting very, very active here as the Storm. 2-0-2 so far. He's had a great start.
Looks like BetBoom might get aggressive themselves. They see Whisper bottom, and he may be tanky, but not versus these three.
Yeah, he's pretty far away from any sort of backup.
He looks very dead.
Now the question is what BeastCoast can do at the same time. They're in on towards Seneko. Not quite as big of a kill as that the BetBoom find against Whisper.
Maybe they can set up for some pressure onto the mid lane, since I was mentioning Stinger's build this game. We usually don't see this on the support Pugnas where they're maxing out the blast, but he does have the 3 points right now. He'll get spotted, so he'll know there's some sort of vision in the area, but yeah. He's aware of where it is the next time with the D ward.
K1 with the armlet done, and the fact that his ult's back up. Go back to farming in these sort of greedier positions around the mid. It's much less appealing of a target now for BetBoom to try and commit for.
Yeah, he's keeping up. He's only a little bit behind that CK, which is pretty huge. I mean, 0-1-1, and when you look at the Hawk, he has 3 kills, so the fact that the Wraith King's only 700 behind is pretty big. And Stinger will find that D ward, as we mentioned. And now we'll start putting more points into his Nether ward.
Smoke time for BetBoom. Lal wanting to make the move with Seneko. They're sort of waiting to see if Chris shows on the top lane for the creeps. Seneko ready to set up.
Oh, he showed himself.
I think he saw him on the creeps, right? So that little bit of a movement, Chris sees all he needs to see, and he's out of there.
Like a split second of vision. He was dead for sure there. Mid tower, look at Stinger. He's just blasting the tower from the sidelines this time, though. He'll get punished for it.
A fair bit of damage done, though.
Yep. I think he got like 3, 4, 5 blasts even.
And of course, on their side of the river, their tower actually kind of in a similar situation. It's under half HP, but BetBoom comes with their lineup this time round. Much more about going for the kills rather than for the early tower pushes.
When are they going to go for the push with Seneko, though? Right now they have the Mass Serpent Wards, he TP's mid.
Oh, yeah, he's got the 6, yeah.
They want to turn it into a kill and a tower. So looking for the kill onto Chris Luck.
They're going to try for this. Chris, he's quick with the reaction, quick step to the side, but he still gets caught in the stun from that charge. And the Inkswell. We'll see BeastCoast try and get some kills in return. They turn over towards Lal, but the Soulbind from Force Major out onto 2 of them with that silence. Means Lar's going to have the space to get out to the side. Stinger tries to go with the light train on Seneko, but the charge is there. They'll look to burst through the 2 of them. They take down K1 the once. He's back for round 2. Lar still much mana to play with. A great step across into the 3-man Inkswell setup there. Force Major has to be careful as he looks to step away to Hack. Staying on top of Whisper. Another charge from Noticed over towards K1. Lar on the retreat. He'll get out of there. He's even thinking about maybe jumping back over if Gajira gets too close to the tower. Whew, Gajira can get in range for an avalanche. He could try for this. It's going to be a big zip from Chris. He plays his chance to try and close on Lal. He's going to be able to do it.
He actually gets him.
Commits his entire mana pool there to hunt for Lal, and it's a roaring success there. Gets him with the setup, and that's all they needed to finish Lal off.
I think that's actually exactly what turns the tides of the change. I think maybe it was like still slightly BetBoom favored out of all of it, but now they get a DD rune, and they're going to get the pressure afterwards. A big jump there from Chris.
Yeah, because very hard to avoid this sort of initiation.
Yep. I don't think they expected the Shadow Blade this early. I think that really did catch him off guard, the speed that he was able to connect. He knows he made that misplay. Instead of zipping through the Spirit Breaker, he did zip away from him.
Initial charge, it was rather hard for BetBoom to really get their next kill right.
It was very close.
Second life.
Like, everybody almost died. Like, Dahak was also man-fighting versus Whisper, down to like 10%. It was very close to it being maybe a disaster for them.
BetBoom's going to keep it going.
Yeah.
Back out with the smoke. They've got their eyes on Gajiro. Turn with the avalanche. That's going to be the charge. Inkswell put to a stop, so he'll be able to get himself back under the tower. And this 5-man move from BetBoom won't get anything towards the bottom. Still a couple of them smoked up. They could try and look towards the mid. Noticed. He'll just look to deal with the creeps. Try and keep this tower alive as long as they can.
Their lineup is all about that fast-paced aggression this time around on BetBoom. They do not want to slow down, let the Wraith King just sit back and farm. With this Grim, with the Spirit Breaker, I'd imagine they're kind of paired together for the rest of the game. And if we have hit 15 minutes...
Seneko, he's just going to slam it down here on the mid lane. Get this tier 1 taken out.
Gets denied, though.
All right. He's just going to be able to farm up some of these wards as well. Okay, no.
And he's going to deny him.
Seneko's going to deny.
Chris, though. They find him.
That's a big find there. Maybe feeling a little too safe underneath the Observer ward they had deep in the jungle of BetBoom.
It is a very killer combo. Like we said, they're going to be paired together the entirety of the rest of this game.
They're going to try and go for more now, BetBoom. They've taken out the Storm. They'll see if they can find a chance to set up for another. They certainly can. Stinger taken down in a couple of hits here from Dahak.
The Grimstroke Shard online is going to make it very easy for the Spirit Breaker to just commit into the fights most of the time. They do have a blink on. They actually have a blink on Gojira somehow. He's been farming very well, but
should be dead here.
Will die.
As Gojira, no escape for him. See if they can get a few bashes in as well. There we go. They'll charge over. Gojira will go down. But one of the things that could maybe play. Oh, unless he can juke this.
No, he's dead.
He's very dead. They will find him.
But that bought time.
And that does mean that maybe when he respawns, they might not have expected that he just got the Blink Dagger finish. So the Blink reveal from Gajira could be pretty big when he comes back into action in 20 seconds.
It's pretty early. And with Arcane boots, they probably think he's poor.
And when
he
you
went
just
for
killed
Arcanes. Yeah, that's pretty big how fast he's able to have it. And they're going to have Chris Luck with his BKB soon. Desto on K1.
They hit hard.
So very close, even early game.
And we'll regain some of their vision around this area there, half of the map, BeastCoast. And Whisper also opting for the BKB, so he can get really stuck in on the fight. Ensure that he's able to continuously lock someone down. I mean, we've seen a few times now the Little things like the silence of the Phantom Embrace have slowed down Whisper's availability of locking down the heroes like the Void Spirit, that are jumping all across the fight.
BeastCoast have a timing here for sure. BKB with that Atos also. I think they can look for some type of catch in fights here. With the blink on Tiny too. Now they have a better form of initiation. Mid tower is low too, Stinger. He's got the max blast. One more will take it away. Oh, Chris wants it though for himself.
It doesn't look like BetBoom are too interested in taking a fight around this area. Lal. 1,400 gold away from the Aghanims. It will, of course, come at a time where their BKBs are in play. They'll get the jump in on the mid. And see if they can get him out of there. Oh, Chris! Oh, my goodness! He's put the BKB, but he's leashed soulbound together here. He gets taken down. Chris dying there despite the BKB. That leash leaving him no opportunity to run.
And now, do they have Shaman Wards? They can go for Roche.
They're going to go straight for it.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, they might.
A big mistake.
They can actually go in with the charge towards K1. We'll see if they commit with this. Notice. Nah, he's going to hold back. He's more than happy to just see the rest of his team head into the pit, drop down the wards. 2 heroes dead on BeastCoast. They still have the rest of the lineup around.
It's hard to
stand it as well. We'll see if these 3 can get in to slow this down.
Might have to just go for a steal play. I think it's eyes on Gojira. Can he make the jump?
Is he going to get there in time? It's already gone. He'll jump in. By the Roshan, it's been taken down. The Aegis picked up by Lal. Now BetBoom can turn for a kill onto the Tiny by the looks of it. Unless K1 actually. Oh, okay. The Aegis was picked up but immediately taken away there as K1's able to come in with the damage. The root is there on the respawn.
He's dead.
Avalanche as well. Gojira gets back in. They take Lal down a second time. The control from BeastCoast heroes, these roots, meaning that once you get that opener onto the Void Spirit, onto Lal, he hasn't got any other options left to escape.
He has to be a lot more careful. As we said, that root is going to trip them up constantly in this game. All 3 of their cores have to be very careful playing into it.
Yeah, not something that he's necessarily going to have much protection from. Of course, wanting to go for this Aghanims, the aggressive build, I mean that he's not going to have the quickest of timing on any sort of item that will be able to save himself from that lockdown.
And K1 is probably so happy because now he has 4 stacks of Deso because of that.
And that double benefit. And well on the way towards the BKB. These, as I say, these BKBs from BeastCoast are going to make it very difficult for BetBoom to get these kills. You know, we've seen already, and for Lal, 535, you know, it's not a bad KDA, but it's getting closer and closer to the point of the game where the burst of the Void Spirit, BeastCoast aren't going to care.
Agreed. Especially when they're going to be getting toward a Wraith Pact very soon on Stinger. Max Nether Ward plus Wraith Pact, it, like Void Spirit's damage goes pretty low.
That's a hack. He's still there at the top level with the farmer K1, of course. BKB and going back to finish off his Echo Saber once more. But he'll still be very, very strong. And of course, as we saw the last time, if Chris himself gets caught out before that BKB or even after, he can still get affected by the leash. And the physical from Dahak will tear him apart.
Dahak just has to be careful of Whisper. That's kind of like the biggest thing. Everybody else he can deal with quite easily as this DK, but it's just the Firestorm and the pick combo that will be tripping up in most situations.
A close game on the numbers though, 12 to 15. 1K lead at the moment for BeastCoast. Could absolutely swing either way in a team fight. BeastCoast, they're going to look for it. Smoke up from the mid.
Chris just has to be the most careful, right? He's just the one that has to watch out for the leash. Rest of his team has been able to deal with all that really well.
See Gojira. They want to try and come in for notice. They will. They'll get him in the root. Toss back with the Avalanche. It's going to be a dead Spirit Breaker.
They want more.
It's going to be underneath the tier 2 though. If they look to dive this. And Gojira, he will have blink again in a second. TP out from Force Mage. It's going to be put to a stop. Gojira steps in, catches him with the stun. That'll be another kill for BeastCoast, and the creep wave in a great position. So they'll now be able to look towards taking this tier 2 tower down. And with 2 dead on BetBoom, should be pretty hard for them to pull together a defense.
They should be, yeah, they should be able to take this tower out for sure.
They're looking for the trade down bottom.
They're going for trade. But they do not kill nearly at the same pace. Hector is even considering going a little bit more, maybe just lifestealing off Creep Wave, but they can hit this a bit more. They have a catapult.
I mean, they're going to have the full BKB coming out for K1, and of course he's got the reincarnation. We'll see that maybe burst very quickly. Indeed it does. He presents himself on the high ground, and Lal will take his first life very, very easily.
The pit's down though. They can't commit past it.
Yeah, they can't charge through.
Now, okay, Wraith King ult is down. Yeah. I think BetBoom, they back up, clear this wave out, look for a smoke, catch the Wraith King. But BeastCoast, I'd imagine they're going to be ready for this play.
Let's see what they go for next. BeastCoast.
Wait, okay, they did use smoke. It's spotted though. I think it was they still saw inside of the base. So BeastCoast should be very aware that the smoke comes out. So Hector, I feel like he just has to play in a very defensive position right now. Have Whisper in a position to just body for him. Because Whisper, he shouldn't die. He should be able to get his BKB off in most of the situations.
Yeah, BeastCoast falling back, fully defensive in preparation for this sweep across the map from BetBoom. Let's see, notice.
It's an illusion.
There's and a full move revealed. BeastCoast not going to get caught out by this one bit.
Good moves from BeastCoast this game. 3K gold lead. Stinger even pressuring top. Might pay with his life. Very likely dead.
And they'll catch him. Obviously, for BeastCoast, the least of their worries in terms of heroes they could lose to BetBoom, especially when it was pretty much BetBoom moving around the map as a full 5-man. So a lot of time and space there where BeastCoast carries and cores are going to be very happy elsewhere.
Yeah, he's just shoving the lane. I mean, this is what... He's kind of playing the 4 position a little bit more now as this Pugno, since the Tiny has gotten his Blink Dagger, so he can do these type of plays and doesn't get too much for BetBoom as Wraith King's ult back up in 20 seconds. K1 will be a lot safer now.
Yeah, they definitely could look to go again then. Making good progress towards that Blink Dagger, making sure he as well has chances to get in. And whatever his teammates find the jump upon, whether Gajira or Chris gets that initiation, he'll be there to back up. And here we go, smoke time. As soon as the reincarnation's ready to go back up, they want to get K1 involved in the action. They know how strong he is right now as the Wraith King.
Senego looks like he might just drop towards top as well too, force a move up toward him. So see where BeastCoast looks to punish.
They can catch Dahak. The
toss play.
We're going to be able to toss back indeed the Grim over towards Dahak. So that's Force Major gone. Dahak popping the BKB. He's going to opt for the TP out. He doesn't want to try and take this fight. He'll escape this.
Top tower will go down. No deny this time around.
Yeah, BetBoom
BeastCoast
trying to do their best to find these objectives around BeastCoast's willingness to hunt for action. And notice, I mean,
to finish the BKB, he needs it.
Yeah,
he can't go through the root. Until he has that, he cannot really charge through root almost ever in any of these fights, so it's going to be really difficult for him to fight. Laurel, same thing. BKB's queued up.
They've got to get him on these cores.
Yeah, he's getting close.
Does mean the BeastCoast, they'll have the space to take down some tier 2s. The bottom tower taken out. BetBoom, no interest of turning up until those BKBs are done.
Okay, so Gojira is actually the one holding onto the Philosopher's Stone. I thought he'd pass it over to the Pugna, but Stinger, he already has his Wraith Pack done, so maybe that's all he wants. Still think like... I mean, 4 staff's going to be super valuable for either of these supports, and to point out on the other side, BetBoom, they also have a Philosopher's Stone. Always have to point this out for some of these 4 positions to continue scaling as Whisper should be fine.
Yeah, not much that Notice can do on his own up here. He will reveal himself. Should be fine, though, at the edge of the range that Whisper would have potentially had with an Atos.
And again, BetBoom. I've seen them do this so many times in these last few weeks, buying the gem. Even though they're not in any advantage, they still just pick it up, just really wanting to get that vision lead somehow. I like it. I've been seeing this more and more. Noticed.
It's going to be found by K1, but charges at the ready. He'll head straight back over to the safety half now. Oh, Crystal is going to
got him.
Oh, okay. All right, he's used a lot of his mana, so he doesn't have much left to finish off the kill. Let's see if indeed the backup's coming in, so Chris won't be able to commit for that, but a very nice attempt there from Chris, catching him mid-charge.
It looked pretty. And he's got a rune coming up in 2 seconds too, so he'll find a regen. He'll be rewarded for it.
BetBoom, Lal, about 600 left on his BKB. We'll see it again here. Chris, a master of the angles that he needs to hit there. Swinging past and making sure he grabs him during that pull lightning, so there's no chance of being knocked back by the charge.
Find out Roche in about 10 seconds. And a full Lincoln's now on Chris, and he has the regen rune as we mentioned before. So they should be able to have a presence on the map when that Roche does respawn shortly. Let's see the timer. It's a long one.
It would be a good time to go. I mean, Lal, and he's in a very, very safe position. In fact, that is the BKB done. So that window where maybe BetBoom would have been very vulnerable to the initiation of heroes like the Storm Spirit, it is gone now. With the BKBs, BetBoom should always stand a chance of turning and standing strong in the fight.
Ah, Dota 2 right now. Triple BKB cores at the ready on both sides. So both teams definitely are keen to fight. Just depends on the location of where it will be and who gets the jump first. I was mentioning earlier about these Philosopher Stones, as we just pointed out, Force Major there. He's halfway toward an Aghanims on the Grimstroke, a really impactful one versus Wraith King too, if they're able to get it.
We'll see here.
Gets cancelled.
Sting up. He's going to get gone upon. He did get the Nether Ward down, won't be able to protect himself. Chris, he's going to go for the backline. Big zip straight over towards the Shaman, takes out Seneko. He's now going to look towards the second support, see if he can take out Force Major, but the mana's running low. Good pit out onto the three of them, will lock them down. K1 stepping forward, will get him with the stun onto Force Major. Big hit here for the Wraith King, takes out the Grimstroke. Because BeastCoast, they'll get the two of them. See if they can get more from this. Chris, zip over towards Lal, and won't be able to pull him back in time. Lal's out with the Dissimulate. Chris using that last bit of mana to try and keep eyes on Lal. And Lal should be fine here. Still has another Dissimulate and a step. He's in fact just going to be able to go for the straight TP out, knowing that they've got no further way to close the gap there. BeastCoast, but just lose one support. They'll take the two of them from BetBoom on that.
They're getting pretty huge. K1 is massive this game, 17,500 net worth. He's got an AC too, so he already kind of has the counter versus the Hawk.
Absolutely, and he's getting those Desto stacks. He's building that damage up nicely.
I think BeastCoast is really feeling how strong they are. I think BetBoom is going to struggle to fight in these next situations. You're already starting to see that damage fall off pretty hard. They catch the Pugna alone, but it still took him a little bit to kill him. Gives time for Chris Luck to go in, and yeah, Roche, 30 seconds.
30 seconds, I guess, pretty much all the BKBs will be ready to pop once more, so we'll see both teams for sure turn up.
I think Tahak is trying to get that level 20 pretty badly. Once he gets that, then we'll see that Reality Rift pierces spell immunity. It'll be easier for him to commit on a target. But before that, I don't see BetBoom being able to fight very well into BeastCoast. Feels very difficult into all these auras. And Roche, it is back. Stinger already in the pit and ready.
See BetBoom set up around the mid-tier 2 with the smoke. They're ready to go straight over. BeastCoast, they'll do it quick, but not quick enough that it'll be done before BetBoom's able to have a say about it.
Not quite 20 on Dahak, so he does not have the pull yet through those BKBs.
This side, Lal. He's going to try and make the jump over towards Gajira. That's the reveal there of BetBoom's first move. And
the Roche is dead.
I mean, BeastCoast, they'll be able to continue on this. So Gajira making space outside of the pit as they go for him. Means that BeastCoast, they have all the space to get that Aegis securely into the hands of Chris.
It's similar to like the last game. If BeastCoast is set up for a fight, BetBoom can't walk into it. The Pugna Ward is down, the Wraith Pact is down, and all these different auras, as we're mentioning, they just have so many. The AC, the Vlads, just the Atrophy aura in general that they've got.
Charge over towards Gajira. And he does reveal his positioning going for the outpost, but he's got backup. K1's going to charge straight away in on towards Lava. The BKBs are out. Gajira goes down. See if they can pull back K1. She's still got the reincarnation. He'll turn towards Notice. Notice wanting to control K1, gets him back with the ultimate, knocks him over towards the Remnant, but a buyback is there from the Tiny. Chris commits straight over again, catching the supports onto the backlines. He's on top of Seneko. Seneko will go down as himself and Force Major taken out of the team fight.
They're trying to chase to get some type of big kills, but they just can't in any of these situations. BeastCoast up to a 7K gold lead. It's feeling a lot easier for them to kind of do anything on the map. The K1 is massive, never has any fear of dying. And yeah, just it is so many different auras that they do have. And I'm looking at BetBoom, they have no auras at all. You're playing versus like Vlad's, the Nether Ward, the Wraith Pact, you're playing versus Atrophy aura. There's so many different elements. You have to do 2 to 3 times more damage on the side of BetBoom than the BeastCoast does to kill anybody in most of these fights.
Yeah, we saw here, they go completely in onto the Tiny, they kill him off, but at that point, they've just got nothing left in the tank to take down anybody else on BeastCoast.
You have to expend so much.
And the fights, especially when they're the full 5-on-5, proving to be very, very tough for BetBoom now at this moment in the game.
Chris, they'll break the Lincolns, get the stun.
Okay, that's the Aegis gone. As a Fiend's Gate set up, as backups ready to turn up. They have the root control onto Dahak.
He's just gone.
So Chris more than happy to lose the Aegis in that sort of scenario. And top lane, Gajira, he's not going to be able to do much more than that. It's just Lal on his own, and
they're going
on his own as well.
They're going to push mid, 60 seconds.
I mean, there's no buyback on Dahak either.
The Underlord too, he's hitting hard, 240 bonus damage still on Whisper.
With the AC and the Desert taken into account for K1, these buildings are going to fall pretty quickly.
You see Dahak there, I think he knows this game is getting pretty out of hand pretty fast. They've got the Grimstroke Ags.
See what they can do here with the 4 of them. Charging over towards K1, but how much they really want to commit in on to killing this Wraith King. They'll burst him low, and they finish him off. Not quite. K1's going to be able to protect that reincarnation. They couldn't quite take him out. He'll start healing up as well off the creeps.
They don't even get him the once.
As they get what they came for, the mid-racks taken out. BeastCoast able to get the objectives, retreat, and with no losses on their side. 13k up, and doing very, very well now in this position, and K1 looking to be in prime position to carry this game.
Starting to feel almost like smooth sailing. These fights just look so impossible for BetBoom to kill anybody. I don't know how they kill these tanky cores.
All tier 2s, of course, already taken this game by BeastCoast. So any chance they get to push a lane out, BetBoom almost certainly going to lose further areas of the base. Flag's now done on Chris. I mean, we've seen already how great of a zip forward that he's had to start multiple team fights, getting straight on top of the supports each and every time. It's made it almost possible for Snako and Force Major to play their game.
Yeah, now they have like these beautiful symphony of spells that they can combo up with the Vortex into a pit, into Cleave from the Wraith King as he has that 20 talent too. Yeah, that's feeling super hard, honestly. Dahak, I feel like he can't even walk out to farm very well now either. The constant threat of this Tiny, the constant threat of the Storm too. Even just the element of Fiend's Gate being able to jump on top of them. And throwing another aura into the mix too. The Underlord now has a Shiva, so already seeing the damage issues before from BetBoom, now it just feels like they're never gonna be able to kill almost anybody. Maybe the supports, but the core is definitely not.
BetBoom stepping out.
Let's see. Can they find anybody isolated?
So hard to commit though. They know that BeastCoast very, very close to one another.
And I don't think you can kill the Wraith King.
Do you really want to go on K1? I don't think so.
He's got his overwhelming blink coming out on the Courier too. Okay, they do have the Dark Portrait for a second though, but K1 quickly brings it down. And now,
I mean, K1 still wants to go. He's going to go in onto Force Major. The Glimmer will separate Force Major from the Wraith King for now, and K1's gone pretty deep. Serpent wards are down, Hex to set up, but the rest of BeastCoast are turning up, and here's Chris straight over towards the Grimstroke, takes out Force Major, over towards Snako. We'll see the root control here, locking down Dahak. Dahak trying to bring down K1 just the once, will manage to do so, but now with the rest of his BKB, he has to run. The BKB is going to come to an end, so does his life. Triple kill for Chris. As BetBoom, again, looking like they stand no chance against BeastCoast at this point of the game.
It's over for sure. 17,000 gold lead. CK dead, Void Spirit dead. They might just be able to hit tier 4s. They're pinging it. They're thinking about it, but
they don't have the buybacks on the cores. Very little that BetBoom can do. They might try and stall it out to see if they can get one more fight up in a minute. BeastCoast, I don't think they're going to give them the chance to. Gajira already in onto Notice. Ready to look for the jump onto the Spirit Breaker. He's teasing with them, trying to keep their focus away from the buildings, but they'll kill him very easily. A toss back towards K1, he gets taken down. See a buyback come out here from Notice. Still 40 seconds they need to buy until they'll have the full team back up. BetBoom, BeastCoast cleaning up another set of barracks. The Mega Creeps are out. As BeastCoast, they'll keep the pressure on. They're ready to look to close this one up. Over to the side, Gajira gets the toss back onto the two of them. The Avalanche as well, Vortex onto the three of them. Chris dragging them in, and they'll zip forward, take down Snako, take down Notice. GG, it's called, and BeastCoast, they'll swing back in game 2 and get the victory here, bringing the series now 1-1 between them and BetBoom. I mean, Fog, the start of this game, it looked like already BeastCoast, they were turning up with a much smoother draft, and this is what you want to see, right? This dynamic where K1, he's getting involved, he's getting active. He had a great game. He was pretty much at the top the whole time here as the Wraith King.
Yep, it was a really clean game. I think we're all happy to get to see this third game because BeastCoast, they showed a lot of promise in the first game of how they were fighting around at this massive deficit. This game, they're playing even or ahead during the entirety of the game. Chris, a couple slip-ups on some of his deaths, but overall, a really solid execution on the Storm Spirit. And yeah, they just keep pressuring, and they did not allow BetBoom to really win almost any of the fights once we got to that mid-game. It felt like BetBoom was just constantly running away, never really, ever really to commit into the fight to kill a target. By the time they kill somebody, their BKBs are out, and they have to just run away. So, really tough game for BetBoom.
Absolutely, some excellent stuff there from BeastCoast, and we'll see what BetBoom can do in the third game. It's all going to matter. Of course, these two teams playing for their tournament lives here as they're now 1-1 in this best of 3. BeastCoast taking game 2.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Rise and shine a brand new day. Daily I can choose to be. Become what is best for me. Meeting life along the way. Waste no time but take my time. Time is right now and right here. Here today and here to stay. Stay alive and keep it cool. 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 Write a sign, it makes my day. Day by day, I choose to see. Sea of scum, oh sea of glee. Gleeful is the better way. Wait no more and be on time. Time for killing off your fear. Fear not, don't you feel astray. Straight ahead, don't be a fool. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Dum ba dum ba dum bum bum. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Take your time, hey, don't be a fool. Stay alive and keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool. Keep it cool.
I can't stop chasing you. You're my poison. You stuck to me.
We have a tie. We got a 1-1 BetCoast and BeastCoast and BetBoom. I knew I was gonna make that mistake once today, and there you have it. But very happy to see this series, our opening series here on the main stage in the Hovet Arena, go to a third game, the deciding game. And after the game has ended, and we were walking backstage, we see both teams coming out of their booth, and I think Jenkins, you got a present.
I got a gift.
A gift.
What is it?
What?
Can you explain to everyone what it is?
I'm gonna wait for the zoom in. There we go.
Any moment you could tell us.
Keep zooming in. Get my hairline out of that. It's disgusting. That's a hand warmer.
It is.
This was from Chris Luck. Chris Smile, they call him now, because he's smiling all the time.
And he gave his luck to you, apparently.
It's a lucky hand warmer. So I'm worried for game 3, but they're feeling themselves. They're having a good time. They're laughing. They're smiling.
Yeah.
They're enjoying themselves.
I mean, they should be after a game like that, Purge, because that was a fantastic showing.
Yeah, they got the best heroes, I think, for the circumstance. Hector was able to hit creeps the whole time. They had Whisper having a good lane. The Underlord was impactful in tons of fights. And most importantly, Chris Luck got his BKB at a good time. He played more of a conventional Storm. And he just constantly dove the backline supports with BKB and killed them. And it made it so much harder for BetBoom to take fights.
Yeah, it's such a rough game though for BetBoom as well, because it started really good, but how quickly the BKBs came out that you mentioned, and also this Underlord. He was, for me, the MVP. Died a couple times in lane, but always being in position to have that root, to stop the aggression from the Void Spirit, the Spirit Breaker. At 18 minutes, they get the Aegis with Shaman. There's a root on top of that Aegis as it refreshes. Bam, you get the kill. They have no advantage. Like, it felt like Underlord was always ready to punish this first 20-minute timing that BetBoom really needed to capitalize on.
Yeah, we got a couple of clips as well, perfectly demonstrating the backline jumping of the Storm Spirit, as that is what Chris Luck, or C-Smile, did multiple times throughout the game, Jenkins.
Yeah, and shout out to him, because his early game was really tough. There was a few pickoffs where he wasn't able to dodge the Spirit Breaker charge, and a little bit, a couple of blunders, and yet still turns out having a really good performance where he does get those backliners. I think that's where we see the power of the the BKB Storm, where all of these problems that you have earlier, they're not an issue when you have the BKB. And if they're going to use everything on you through BKB, all their BKB piercing stuff, they're not going to kill you, zip away. It's so devastating.
They had a couple fights where they defended themselves really well with Glimmer Capes to buy them time, because Chris doesn't necessarily have slots. He needs as many null talismans as he can get. So that gave them some advantage, but both of the supports are kind of the same there. They're vulnerable to that backline deck.
It's also unfair, because BetBoom, they've got, a Void Spirit and a Spirit Breaker who go so far into the fight. The poor supports, they're just like, please, we're not defended, we need help. And then instantly Chris Luck identifies that, jumps them, kills them, and then they run them over. So it's a super hard draft to kind of execute on BetBoom, just because how easy BKBs are to buy and killing supports.
Also, somewhere out there, Kyle. I don't know where you are. Yo, shout outs to Kyle. Where is he? There he is. He's proud. Damage mitigation. You had the Underlord. You had the Nether Ward. You had the Wraith Pact. There was that one fight where the Hawk had to jump the backline Wraith Pact. He sits there hitting it. He's like, what? He's like, what the hell? This thing's not dying. And he BKBs and TPs out. And then his whole team dies because of that. Because his Wraith Pact, it just feels immortal in the fights. It's like, is it doing damage reduction on itself? What is this?
When the BKBs aren't active, even when SB's running in, all of his damage is being reduced by Nether Ward. It actually makes his hero less effective. I thought he did a really good job in both games so far, playing offlane for BetBoom, but it wasn't enough this game.
It wasn't enough. You know who is doing a good job this time around? It's Slacks. He's in the audience somewhere. Where did you go?
Oh, hello? We were talking about Wraith Packs. Very interesting stuff here in the stands. My friend, you said you're a BetBoom fan. What is your name?
I'm Frederick. Hi, everyone.
Hey, hi. You got any words for your boys fighting for their lives?
Yeah, I'm hoping Soneko gives some good speech, better draft. We enjoyed Spirit Breaker. Thank you very much. But now let's take serious and take it home.
All right, quit messing around and take it home. BetBoom Balloon Boomer, how you doing?
I'm doing really great. The games are really amazing, and I hope for the third game, so the Hack will show us something special. So they lost the match, but not the series. They will win, I'm sure. For them.
All right. And on the other side of the coin, these peeps think that BeastCoast got it. What do you think?
I reckon the one that doesn't pick Void Spirit got it.
I reckon that Void Spirit might. All right, thoughts on BeastCoast?
I think that if BetBoom pick Windrunner and Spirit Breaker, will be Gucci.
So do I, absolutely. And finally, this person did not want to be on the camera, so I thought I'd sneak down here. Final interview, Colin, who's gonna win?
BetBoom.
BetBoom from the mystery. All right, very well. Well, back to you guys. Thank you very much. Woo!
Thank you very much indeed. Who will take this third game? That's going to be the main question. I do have a quick question touching upon what the audience said. This Spirit Breaker did not work out, but T, I gotta ask, was this the Spirit Breaker issue or was this a BetBoom issue?
This was, okay, it's tough for me, it's hard. No, it's the Underlord that just ruined this Spirit Breaker. I think legit, if there wasn't an Underlord, this game would be completely different because of the fights, the aggression, the Shadow Blade, like top 3 net worth. But then there's just the biggest counter in the game, plus a Tiny, which is a banging counter. So.
All right, listen, dude. As a Pudge player, that's copium, bro. I've heard some
I'm
copium. That's not good.
We won't see it again.
Just
probably.
give it up.
All right, well, we're going to find out. Will we see the Spirit Breaker again in game number 3? We're going to find out because draft of game 3 after this.
Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up? Are you up for it? Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up? Are you up for it? Bring it down. Are you up for it? Make it count. Are you up for it? Better run. Are you up for it? Yeah, you gotta get it done. So are you up for it? Say, are you up? Are you up? Are you up for it? Up. Are you up? Are you up for it?
A third and deciding game coming your way between BetBoom and BeastCoast. Both teams at the moment top 8 at the Stockholm Major. That is nice. But the winner here will make it to top 6. There's a lot to play for, a lot of money, a lot of points, a lot of pride as well. And before the series started, we pointed out that for BetBoom, they've got 4 players that don't have that much experience to play on a big stage like this. And Purge, I want to touch upon that first because obviously there's a lot of extra pressure that comes with playing on stage. In the first game started great for them, they won, but now they're a game down. How much do you think that will affect them in terms of momentum?
I think they're going to be okay, because even though they lost game 2, I thought they still played really well during that match. I think draft is obviously very important, but I think they're going to be able to just focus and play their Dota game. They're going to get some of the heroes they like. They just need a better draft.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that their game one was pretty smashing, that's kind of answers it for me. They don't have nerves. They're doing pretty fine. They've already had moments in the major so far where they've had to come back from defeat. So I think, honestly, this game 3 hopefully just keeps getting better and better.
All right, well, we do have a bit of a switch around, Jenkins, because BetBoom this time around is on the Radiant side with Dire side for BeastCoast. Still, actually first pick now for BeastCoast. The overall last pick is for BetBoom. So they completely swapped for that. In terms of draft, though, we got ourselves the same bans coming out from BeastCoast, but also a bit of a change for BetBoom as they previously banned out Timber and Snap, but now they remove Pugna and CK.
Yeah, this means Dahak is going to be on something very different from what he usually does. He plays these 3 heroes.
Okay, so someone over there in the crowd did ask for some spice from the Huck. In his pubs this week, he's played carry Death Prophet and he's played carry Doom.
Geez.
I don't think he's going to whip him out in the final game, potentially of a lower bracket, but keep it in mind, it's a Meteor Hammer Death Prophet as well.
Really likes that item.
He loves that item.
Only person that does, I think.
Yeah. Well, 50% nerf to the tower damage, so go for a Meteor Hammer. Makes a lot of sense, Purge. Back to you, Purge.
Thank you. They're going to go for the carry Doom, as predicted. There it is.
Yeah.
Grim Doom combo, that's usually banned. One of those 2 gets banned in the second phase typically, but they get to open with it. In some other series, Doom is still a first pick priority in the Fnatic versus T1 draft. It still was valued in that way, and beating against the Storm, it looks pretty solid.
So against a non-Beast Coast team, or I guess looking at a non-Beast Coast team, I'd look at this and say, okay, well, Io is a potential here. You pick Coddle. I'd say for Beast Coast, it's more likely Coddle. They don't really play either, so they just go for Batrider. I see. Very reasonable.
Most likely would have been banned out going into the second phase.
Yeah.
But the fact that it is this evolution of Batrider, the offlane, the Tranks, the Null, the Bracer, Drum, Boots of Bearing, BKB, I'm just listing every item in the game at this point.
Right.
But just the fact that you are aggressive, you play with your team, you're not trying to wait for these bigger timings.
Why were you expecting it to get banned in the second phase? We've only had it banned once so far.
Because I feel like if you're opening Grim Doom, Doom leans on BKB timings quite early on, and it's a multitude of respect towards they pick Bat. It could be a good kind of natural counter to it.
Okay.
I feel like it's able to poke team fights as well and try to force them to use their spells or to defend themselves in a place they don't want to. Like BetBoom wants to take a fight where it's they initiate, they link 2 people, they doom 2 people. But if you have Batrider pulling one guy way out of position, if you have him like poking back lines, it's going to be a lot harder for BetBoom to take a fight well. And on top of that, they also have Flame Break against Inkswell, which is super good at many stages of the game as well.
I think it's also just the fact that Whisper has played this, or they've played this Batrider in the 3 last games that they played prior to this series and won all of them. So they just really enjoy this hero. I think they have an idea that it's a really strong side laner. The move speed buff on it, as well as the attack range buff, and I think it got a damage buff as well. Like, the hero is a legit side laner, and you basically get a mid laner out of the side lane, which is always really OP, right? You go the exact same build after the Boots of Bearing, except you don't have to invest in, okay, this is a mid laner. Like, that does fine in a side lane now.
Ooh, interesting. So they pick a Baton, but they've left the Tusk available. So every time they've played Batrider offlane so far, it's been Tusk, it's been Tiny, often Snapfire 5, super skirmishing, super aggressive. Be interesting to see if BeastCoast just go Tusk Snap here, for example.
Yeah, you want a melee 4 for sure. Like Earth Spirit would work too if it was a stronger hero. You're not going to pick it into Abaddon. Tusk seems really strong. Like
you want a hero that can, if the lane's weird, you can at least pull the wave with boots, just play normal Dota, right?
The nice thing about Tusk here is that Abaddon wants to man up against you in the lane, and Tusk is like the #1 support for preventing that. He's great against like Death Prophet as well for the same reason. You just pop your icy hands and beat the shit out of the support that's trying to hit you. We'll see.
The only downside for BeastCoast is they don't really have a good way to separate the BetBoom heroes outside of Lasso right now, and might make their, I don't know, it's like their pick-off play that they like doing so much. It's going to make it a little bit more limited if it's only around 1 ability, so that kind of worries me. They can still pick Tusk at Axe or something, but it's not a very common thing for them.
Big, okay.
They played it often against Grimstroke in the group stage. It seemed mediocre, but there's better spells to steal this game. Stealing Doom would be great.
Every one of these heroes is like a dream hero for Rubik to be against. If you steal Shield, you're just a better Abba. You steal Doom, you're a better Doom. Maybe not so much, but Grim, you steal Grim spells, you're a better Grim.
They do run into some trouble with it though, because Gojira still does have aggressive playstyle with it, and he's not as tanky, not as able to get out of danger. If you get initiated on, that can be a huge issue for him. But on the bright side, the two supports on the BetBoom side aren't the best catchers, so depending on what the cores are of BetBoom, maybe he'll be survivable enough.
Yeah, BeastCoast needs something melee. Like they're super squishy right now.
Like now you've seen Rubik's 4, like your 5 is like some Undying, some clock style.
Undying
hero that's like
legit,
super
yeah.
disruptive.
I like the idea of an Undying.
But like this Rubik pick, it's now like the lane's a little bit clunky because it's a Rubik. You're not the biggest lane when it's to go range creep. You can pull waves. Maybe that's like BetBoom can lean on and punishing. I'm still down for the carry Doom just because why not?
And you are expecting most likely to have that Bat Rider played by Whisper and therefore have a Rubik bat lane?
Yep. Exactly that.
All right, well, we had 5 bans banning out.
Oh my God.
Okay.
We can do that better than you. Throwing down the gauntlet.
But then who is that a 5 Spearbreaker? Is that what is it gonna do?
Stinger or Rubik, I'm guessing.
I mean, sure, you can
I mean,
play it.
Spearbreaker does fit the play aggressive, stand in front of my opponents, you know, mess with them kind of hero. Like, please do me. Go ahead.
This is the fun pick now because BetBoom now reveal what's happening with this Doom.
Unless they get another flex pick out there, of course.
Oh, please don't.
Well, they already know what's gonna be mid, so
They need
if
an
it's not,
initiator.
yeah, if it's not the Doom, this should be the mid hero.
I mean,
this could just be like the Naga Siren pick, right, for BetBoom. The Huck Naga, you're good against Bat Rider in lane. You don't really care about Spearbreaker Rubik at any point in the game. Doom just goes off lane, hands off keyboard.
Although Death Prophet is pretty good against Spearbreaker.
Now go for the Lesh.
Okay.
That's a little bit more tower pressure coming out from that as well.
I know most people consider Bat Rider to be like a hard counter to Lesh. You just run at him with Napalm and kill him, and there's nothing you can do. You do more, like, you beat Lesh in a man fight, but I suppose BetBoom is comfortable with this because they have the ABBA to prevent Bat's damage.
They're legit flexing this Doom at the end as well. Lesh is against Storm as well. Very
and
good lane.
yeah, Lesh is actually like top 5 win rates against Storm in the game, and he has the highest mid win rate against Storm.
And those 3 heroes, Grim, Abba, Lesh together, after laning phase, when they move around, they're going to be forcing multiple TPs. Like, they can actually take fights where, like, 3v4. Specifically, because, like, BeastCoast, Barra, Rubik, they kind of enable the fight, but they're not the ones, like, getting the killing blow. So, yeah, this BetBoom lineup can drag BeastCoast around the map really easily.
And even if it's not the best Lesh game, it still gives them tower pressure that they generally have, whether it's a Visage or a Prophet or whatever. Now they're going to have Diabolic Edict. If they do win early fights, they can take towers afterwards, and it's going to allow them to play in their comfort zone.
Well, BetBoom once again almost having most of their bans going for against Hector. There's one still in the pool that I gotta mention because pairs up really nicely with Spirit Breaker, of course, the perfect taxi ride, if you will, Lifestealer.
It's okay. I mean, you can get doomed. That's still a big problem because you're going to want to infest to get out usually halfway through the fight.
You can keep your passives during the Doom though, and like sit there and lifesteal. Like, it is one of the better heroes for manning up until the break comes out, if it does.
You have solutions against Grim in some cases too, but
10 seconds remaining.
They ban out the Luna in the end. We got Necrophos removed on the side of BeastCoast.
I mean, this is just about the best lifestealer draft you can ask for, actually. Like, you need a frontliner, you've SB to infest, you've Bat to infest, you've Storm to infest. These are like 3 of the best lifestealer bombs.
I think the main concern for BeastCoast is these carries that came on play now, under the threat of Lesh hitting your towers early on, the Doom naturally just targeting you, it can be quite difficult to instantly be like, give me the lifesteal, give me the void, you know?
Even still, the Grim ulti is kind of a big pain for him, because if he does latch to Bat or Storm in a fight, like, it doesn't matter if he's magic immune, he's not doing what he needs to do, which is run down supports. And I feel like they also have a little bit of damage issues on the BeastCoast side right now. It's like...
Okay.
Hector Jug. Alright.
Interesting.
That's it.
So healing ward to offset Doom damage, if that does happen, that part's pretty good. Omni Slash can be good, help overwhelm the damage from Abba.
Yep, Ursa also should have a pretty decent time in lane because of the Abaddon, doesn't really care about Bat Rider now. Ursa into Jug, pretty nice matchup. But you're an Ursa into a Spirit Breaker.
It is 2 melees versus 2 ranged as well.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a risk.
Who's got most of the pressure on them then for BetBoom?
Turn around.
I feel like it's always Leshrac.
Yeah,
like you want to take the free, like the hero wins basically every lane or does well in every lane, and then you can take all the tier 1 towers.
We've also seen these kind of Grim Doom lineups where on paper they're amazing, but they're unable to keep them in the area to take the fight, right? They don't have extra stuns really. It's like Leshrac, that's it. So if you do get doomed, just walk away. Just like, see ya boys, we'll reset in a minute, we'll come back and take the fight.
It is just Leshrac.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
So you get soulbound, you just have to walk in the opposite direction and then go back in with a zip, some healing ward.
I think something else that could really hurt BetBoom is that Leshrac is probably not going to get much help with runes, because if Abba leaves the lane, it's going to be Batrider potentially getting kill openings. So with Spirit Break on the other side, maybe Laurel just gets killed too much early game.
Well, we can theorycraft however much we want about how we think this game's going to play itself out, but it's much better to experience it live with the voices of Odie Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, get yourself ready for the deciding Game 3 now between BetBoom and BeastCoast. Fog, we're seeing the Spirit Breaker hero again, this time in the hands of BeastCoast. What do you make of this?
Shocking, actually, to see Rubik and Spirit Breaker brought out in the same game. I'm actually just kind of confused to see why that would happen now, because we haven't had many Spirit Breakers in the tournament, and now I guess they're looking for an alternative for the Tiny for Gojira, but yeah, an interesting one for sure, since he is playing into a couple counters, in particular that Soulbind that can be really annoying, but I can see why they went for it.
Well, let's see. You couldn't help but feel that BetBoom, they must have been very confident towards the end of the draft, right? The joke came out instantly. This Ursa picked up for Dahak.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to... I did see, like, they have a certain style that they like to play with, right? They like to be able to take the objectives. They like to be able to take either a tower or Roche very early on and not having to rely on supports. At least from what I've seen with the way that they draft in their styles, they always seem to have some type of, like, Lash, I mean, Nature's Prophet, Visage, etc., right? So I feel like that's what they're trying to, like, make sure that they have when they pick this Ursa on top of having Lash, that they have both tower taking and they have the availability to be able to take that Roche easily. They're going to know that that ward is there. Well, let's see if they do get the counter ward. And looking at matchups, that's pretty good at batting game, though. That's the one thing I'm definitely looking at. This could be some real good situations that Seneko can just shield off any of the aggression that can be coming out from the side of BeastCoast.
Yeah.
Counting the lift, the charge, pull, Batrider spells.
Yeah, I was going to say that they needed this massively. I mean, we saw last game how much C-Smile Chris was just completely ruining the lives of both of BetBoom's supports. So now having some sort of protection to help one another and potentially turn things around after he overextends, it's going to make a world of difference in the team fights.
Seneko, they might just be able to kill him here. With the lift and the spin, it should be enough.
Well, should certainly. We'll see if K1 gets it for himself. Oh, he will indeed. First blood here for the carry.
Stinger tried for the last hit, I saw it. No, nice play from them there. The charge and the lift being skilled up right away. We've been seeing this more and more from the Rubiks, in particular, I think Insania, the 5-position Rubik's been coming out a couple games. You can, I definitely am liking it a bit more myself, personally, as this 5-position, just because you can do stuff like that in the early game since it's been buffed so many times. Quick pause we do have coming out.
And having a look at sort of the lane situations we're going to have, it felt like, what, last game, K1, he had a slightly better situation than in game 1. This time round, how easy is it going to be for K1 on the top lane?
Depends what creep the Doom gets. I'd say it's pretty free, no matter what, actually, but he could get, like, the mana burn creep, and then he just burns Hector all the time, and then they actually are able to apply pressure, but for the most part, I would say K1's able to free farm up here. Looking at bottom, this one could be hard for BetBoom. They have double melee versus Batrider. They do have the shield to be able to counteract the sticky stacks a bit early on, but you can only shield so much. It has a pretty decently long cooldown early on, 12 seconds.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Seneko played very, very smart with the protection to ensure that both himself and Dahak don't die. This very aggressive duo of the Bat and Spirit Breaker.
And things change when you do die level 1 like this, right? Sure, he's going to be able to buy a stick from base. He'll be able to get those stick charges from the Batrider, and he has Orb of Venom to, like, click back, but they're going to be late to the lane. Ursa, Dahak is going to have to run all the way there. And that could definitely impact it. Whisper might just be like a full level, or full like half a level in advantage over the Ursa because of it. But yeah, let's see how it goes. And yeah, let's see what creep Noticed is able to find. We see the setup for the ward as well already placed. If you look at the ward that they placed inside the enemy jungle on the side of BetBoom, they'll be able to see what creep spawns. So he'll be able to go check out what neutral he desires.
And what's what are you looking for at the top of his list? Or the mana creep, or?
In that lane, probably. Like, sometimes it's the ogre creep because you're really good versus like a lot of physical damage, but he's playing versus Jug, so I think just mana creep is best.
Oh, let's see how well K1's able to farm. That's what we saw last game on the Wraith King. He completely took over. Not a lot that BetBoom could do to slow him down after a certain point. This time, at least, they still have the power of the Doom. See, top lane, K1. Is he going to be able to add another kill potentially? Okay, backs off. Doesn't want to dive for it.
It's a lot of damage. You can't ever write off Scorched Earth early game.
If he gets any closer, takes the tower hit, maybe he gets the kill, but he's absolutely losing his life for it, and that's certainly not a sort of trade that he wants to sign up for.
Yeah, he opted to go for boots early. Since he got the first blood, he went for those just to be able to go for the kills, but that does mean that he's going to be a little bit weaker in like the stats department in this lane.
See bottom. Whisper trying to do his best to get the sticky napalm on the two of them.
Seneco's kind of being a boss down here. Had 5 sets of tangos, has already gone through 4 of them, used a lot of mana, also just shielding himself, so he is removing the pressure off of the Hawk pretty nicely down here, and preventing Whisper from getting much last hit at all.
Yeah, Dak's going to be very, very happy with this. You say each and every time, full focus over towards that Abaddon, rather than towards being able to slow down this Ursa.
He's soaking so much for the Hawk down here. Hasn't had to shield the Ursa once, as far as I've seen.
And as for the mid matchup, what do you sort of expect out of this one? We're going to see Chris have another good start?
Yep. Laurel win his own farm. Maybe with the rotation they can set up onto a kill, but I think Chris should be just fine. Even has a stack now to start farming. Really nicely done, so... yeah, should be a really good game for Chris again. Just has to watch out for the soul bind in later instances and some small silences, but from what we saw in the last game, he was perfect with his jumps. 1 or 2 deaths, and then he caught the groove of jumping into the back line every time.
I mean, is there sort of a point on this bottom lane where it gets a lot harder for Seneko to withstand the damage from the two of them and holding them back, or is Abaddon always going to have this strength against the Spirit Breaker bat?
It kind of looks like he is going to start having enough strength. So, I guess it's RNG based a little bit too. How many bashes is Gojira going to get on him for them to perhaps turn for a kill? Well, yeah, so far it's looking pretty damn good for him. They do get 1 bash, so it's actually a charge this time around.
Yeah, but they really do have to be careful. I mean, as we're saying, if Seneko ever gets sort of the stacks up on the curse, suddenly Dahak's going to have that opportunity to jump over and maybe get a kill out of this lane. We'll see if try for it now on towards Gojira. Get the silence, but Dahak, as soon as Whisper begins the Firefly, he backs off. So they can get Seneko. It's a good bash. Charges back up as well. He's only got the last shield here to try and protect himself, Seneko. Gojira has to back off. See Dahak jump in, holding back Whisper this time from Seneko.
Oh, the Firefly ended. He's got a TP out. And look at this, Chris is considering coming down here.
He was starting to head down.
The level 5 Storm Spirit gank, something I don't think you've ever seen.
He'll decide to stick around the mid lane.
This is a really fun bottom lane to watch, though. It's a lot of push and pull between both of them. They're both playing the limits perfectly.
Yeah, either side can lose heroes here.
Yeah.
So once again, I mean, it's getting close to the point where Seneko will be happy to dive and maybe rely on the pop of the shield to get these kills, especially if Gojira stays as low as he is here. So they can try for him. It's still hard. They know that Seneko's got that stick built up. Many charges to play with.
It's hard for them to ever commit it. If they commit the kill onto Seneko, they'll probably both die to Dahak, so it's a bit of a difficult one for them there. But either way, they are still keeping up 16-3 on the Batrider, 22-2 on the Ursa. Not too bad.
Yeah, we're basically seeing in the mid, Chris just able to utilize the small camp much better than Lyle's been able to do so. 34 CS against the 21. He's getting quite the lead.
I feel like every time I watch the mid lane lately, it's just easier for the dire mid laner to stack a small camp and utilize it like this. You have to like walk a lot differently, it feels like, on Radiant to be able to do it, since you don't have just a clear vision when you're going toward the rune as easy.
See Whisper. It's a good charge from Gojira. We'll catch on to the two of them with... again is enough. Whisper's continuing to dance around the edge of the fight. I think the stacks build up onto Dahak. Gojira trying to push Seneko away. Seneko actually might be
he's
wanting to try
ending.
to go for Whisper. Indeed, he's got a shield to play with aggressively.
Whisper does have boots though, so should be able to keep his distance. But Seneko, he can just fight the 2v1, continue to let Dahak free farm.
Yeah, I mean, again, this Abaddon has been a perfect pick for BetBoom in the lane already. And
he might even just kill. He didn't stick.
Seneko.
He didn't pop stick. He had
Whisper's going to go down as well. I mean, honestly, it's all down to Seneko on this support Abaddon. He's He's destroying everything that BeastCoast want to get done on this bottom.
And now
in mid lane, Chris is going to get run down by Lyle. He's out of mana. Nowhere, no chance to zip.
And Stinger, he might also just die walking into the Grimstroke. Laurel's here.
I don't know. Yeah, he's going to have the telekinesis to lift and throw back the Leshrac, but he's still dead for sure. Force Major takes him out. 3 kills back-to-back there across the map for BetBoom.
And now onto the tower, level 4 Edict.
It's going down.
There's no glyph. It's dead. They used glyph for a creep wave earlier, I think just to try to pressure one of the lanes. I think it was top.
A very painful series of events there for BeastCoast.
That was quite a sequence.
It's BetBoom striking hard and sort of at the same pace that we had shown from them in that first game of the series.
Seneko really bossing this early game, though. The Orb of Venom purchase, I know it's a very common one that people do go on the Abat in most situations, but the way that he was able to just literally zone off both heroes for Dahak to have this start is pretty remarkable.
Yeah. So I think any other hero, and you're not seeing an Ursa get anywhere close to as good of a lane as Dahak's been able to against the Spirit Breaker Batrider.
He's already 6.
That's a very, very, almost impossible for them to go for him now. It's getting close to the point where Seneko can be ready to help out other lanes if necessary, and Dahak should be fine solo.
Mid tower taken. Laurel now can work on his stacks, and he can start making rotations himself. Top, I believe they have level 6 on notice. A lot of times we do see the Doom skip the Doom, but I think maybe in this situation he could take it if Laurel's making a move up there to gank this Jug. They could perhaps actually kill K1. And yeah, Laurel's thinking about it. There's no lane ward either.
And there might be a chance for him to catch them by surprise.
These are big moves from BetBoom. Already 2k gold advantage off just the laning phase, the way they've set it all up. BeastCoast feels like they have to pair their supports pretty soon to be able to match this aggression that's coming
up. He's tried to head down the river, but Lyle and Force Major there waiting for him because you're not able to connect in time with the charge. As BetBoom take another life.
I really think they have to play together. I don't think the Spirit Breaker and Rubik can now do these, like, we're going to check this different runes together. I think they have to be playing kind of as 3, or they're going to die in every situation. There's a reason you don't see these picked too often. They can start to fall really far behind, and it's already starting to happen. 1k net worth on both of them, really low level, and it's really hard for them to commit into any of these heroes, too. The Spirit Breaker in particular, if he just goes on any of the cores, he likely just dies to either Scorched Earth, Edict, or he just gets hit by the Ursa. Any of the 3 lanes is a problem by himself.
Bottom though, go for the kill here with the lasso. Lift up, throwing him back into the Fireflies. Got the one charge, he's going to have the shield again in a second as well. And even turn to offer it up towards his Ursa to keep Dahak safe. Will mean he has no protection for himself. As he goes down, Dahak trying to stand his ground. He's got backup coming in, Force Majors around. BeastCoast, they know. They're holding back from committing further onto the bear, especially when they know that Dahak's got the ult ready. It will just be Seneko going down. So BeastCoast finding a little bit of something, but as we say, you know, the Ursa is going to be a tough hero to kill for these heroes, considering the supports that BeastCoast have to work with.
And it's not easy this game at all for BeastCoast to hit towers. So they have to, like I was saying, they have to kind of play together as 3 for most of this just to counteract ganks and potentially turn it into a tower, because it's just easier for BetBoom. This will be a good gank.
Should build the finish. He's going to get TP backup coming in. As,
Maybe not.
Chris has got to back away. He doesn't want to zip in under the tower. It's too low on mana to play around with that, and with a bear around, very well could have lost his life. So not able to get the kill on the support. Space is made here for Lyle to push in top with the Diabolic Edict. BetBoom continuing this early game aggression that BeastCoast are yet to be able to slow down.
Not easy for them to slow down pushes by any means either. The Rubik is their best D-push in the game, and he is a 5-position Rubik, so can't actually set up for that D-push quite easily. So top tower, they have to send Whisper to attempt to hold this, but Whisper might just die here.
I mean, yeah, how much can he do here?
Got the creep aggro, but tower will just drop the Edict.
That's going to die way too quickly to the push of BetBoom.
They're bringing more.
Coming in.
Okay.
They really want to try and do something. They've got the charge in over towards Lyle. Kajira trying to start things up, but they're in with the Ink Swell. The stun catching the Spirit Breaker. Kajira will go down. As BeastCoast, they've got to keep their distance. It's not an easy defense to pull together. Stinger's going to come in from the side. They've jumped forward with the Omni Slash. They brought Force Major down low. Smile comes in to look to finish him off, but the shield's there for Seneko. Doesn't matter. They still lose the Grimstroke. See if they can get more. Chris, low on the mana. He'll look towards Seneko. Stick charges there. Seneko able to get another shield off. He'll continue to walk away from this fight. Whisper coming through the trees to look towards him, but he won't find him. Seneko will get back to the safety of his tower. It's been a 1-for-1, and it's a bit of a distraction because Dahak, he's moved into the pit. He's already got enough stacks built up, surely. He needs one more round of the Fury swipes. He do it before they're getting close? They're getting closer and closer, but
He's got it.
he's fine. He's got it. So that whole move there, they get the tower. In terms of deaths, it's just a support for support. Dahak's able to get that Roshan, get that Aegis. Things continuing to look on the up here for BetBoom.
They forced 5 heroes top. That was literally all 5 heroes for BeastCoast to attempt for this defense, and they still lose the tower and unable to get any really big kills. So big moves continue to happen for BetBoom in this early game.
Yeah, 3K lead, and it's only going to grow, of course, with the good timing that the Midas would picked up on notice. And of course, we saw there as well, it's hard for K1 to really turn up early in the fights. He's got the Maelstrom done now, but with that Omni Slash alone, especially with the amount of creeps who are pushing in, just meant that K1 didn't get the chance to get a lot of damage done with his ultimate.
Their damage is very lackluster this draft. Just because of the Spirit Breaker Rubik supports in particular. It's going to take a lot more time for the Jug and this Batrider to feel capable to just run into this and Whisper. We'll be okay. We'll be able to trickle himself away. Going for early game items, I see he's queued up the drums. So I think that just means he wants to fight around his team while Hector farms, and they're going to be looking to play as this 4-man unit, which does make sense. But already falling decently behind, 4K lead.
No surprise there with the early towers that Lal's been taking. An insane amount of building damage being done by this Leshrac with a Diabolic Edict.
That's why they draft like this, right? They do this almost every single one of their games. They have some type of easy way to push towers down, be it the Nature's Prophet, the Vistage, or this Leshrac that they've played so many times. He almost has Yules too, so this is going to be a really big pickup. If you looked at their draft, they kind of were lacking initial setup for some of the stuns, perhaps onto the Storm, and also to stop Spirit Breaker. This could be huge. He's already got it done. So Yules this game, it's going to allow him to set up for ganks and also just stop ganks from coming onto him, be it a Bat jumping him or a Spirit Breaker charging in or Storm. He could turn the tides of the fights just with the Yules into a stun. I do like that he went for it this time.
Now, BeastCoast, their eyes on making a move on the bottom two. They'll go for Sneko. He'll steal the borrowed time. He's got the ult ready. So he'll get a shield off onto Lal, and now the damage not quite there really from BeastCoast to be able to finish off either of the two of them, even take away that Aegis from Lal. They have 3 heroes here. They couldn't commit.
And Dahak is now ready to play. He's ready to get involved in every fight. He has Diffusal done on this Ursa.
Yeah, these fights are going to be so hard for BeastCoast at this point of the game. See if they can still go for a chance.
That's a Yules.
As the setup, the stun, he'll come in. We'll see Chris jump towards Lal, but he has to zip away. Stinger getting burned down by the AoE from the Leshrac. Whisper to fall. As BeastCoast, they can't get any kills in return. They can't, not at any of these moments where Snake's at the side of any of these cores. We'll lose a courier, so Kajira able to find something. And BetBoom, they'll look to try and make him pay for it. They won't be able to catch him. He's out with the charge.
Notice tried to set up with the War Stomp, but yeah, unable to versus that. Nice stolen shield, actually, from Stinger there. Almost saves Whisper, but not quite enough.
They should be on the verge of losing another tower here.
Like, look at Dahak. He's not playing the farm style. He's playing the aggression, look for kill style. K1, we know the way K1 plays. K1's playing the farm. He'll show up whenever he has Omni Slash if it looks like he's going to get some kills. We've even seen this man Omni Slash Ancients in the past, so he's all about the farm. Mid.
We're going to see if they can take down the Doom.
They're leashed up,
Backups there.
The Double Doom.
The Double Doom comes in. They've got to try and run.
Uh-oh.
But there's very little escape for these two as they'll close in. There's the slam down from Notice. Do they get themselves on top of Chris? Chris cannot escape from this. He'll look towards the neutrals. It doesn't matter. Notice still gets the kill, takes him out. As they just can't catch a break here, BeastCoast. Over towards the mid. Kajira does have a charge at the ready, so he'll get out. But losing the Storm, Chris having a much tougher game than he did last time.
He's got a lift, but he's looking pretty dead.
He's got no way out.
Oh, he's actually scared to keep going.
Yeah,
with the tower there?
Tier 1 tower is still up. Dahak. Not wanting to go too crazy here. Of course, he's not the one with the Aegis, so can't risk his life close to the tower. So he'll hold back, and at the end of the day, as a Rubik, he doesn't need to take that sort of risk for that level of kill.
Noticed. He's got backup coming.
I mean, they're going for the lasso here, Whisper, but it's going to mean he gets caught in the stun. Does get the kill done. We should see BetBoom be able to pick him up in return. Dahak turns up.
Even if he dies, it's well worth it. It's such a farm Doom, right? It's top net worth. Get him off the map. Make space for K1. That's the name of the game always for BeastCoast.
Regeneration.
Of course, whilst we did see in game 1, whilst they still lost it, BeastCoast were able to swing around against a big lead that BetBoom built up early. So absolutely every reason to believe there's a chance that BeastCoast with one solid fight could shake away BetBoom's advantage.
Yeah, they've gone for a bit of a greedier style, going for this Jug. Yep. And K1 playing for the straight farm. Yasha and Maelstrom, 2 farming items. Still a chance, but the thing is that BetBoom, they're getting so much gold out of the map because of this Doom, right? The Midas with that Devour as well. He almost has BKB, so they're going to have a pretty fast timing. It might be difficult for BeastCoast to fight back into all this just at such a net worth deficit. Yeah, and they are losing so much map control too because of these towers, right? BeastCoast can't hit towers. BetBoom, they've already dictated pace with towers. Now they can keep playing aggressive and building that gold lead.
Yeah, the heroes like, Chris on his time has to play so careful because getting caught by the soul binds, the dooms, it's very easy for BetBoom to find those opportunities. Top lane, quick catch onto Gojira. We'll see Whisper try and save him, knocking back Lar with a flame break, but it doesn't matter. He still goes down, 10-4.
Yeah, this Yules is going to cause massive problems. It's just so easy for him to set up on anybody around the map until those BKBs are coming out. And now potentially looking at the top tower. They have a siege wave coming in too, so yeah, definitely a possibility that they go for this one. As we mentioned, pretty much no D push on the side of BeastCoast.
Now Whisper is going to show himself around the tower. Further TPs to come in. They do want to try and hold this.
They're going to look for a fight. What does Stinger find? He gets a really good steal, the shield.
Trying to sort of get Seneko back in a position where they can go on him, but not able to drag him deep enough, and even with the charge, they hold back on it. They know that Seneko in his borrowed time is too pesky of a target to initiate on.
BetBoom's still thinking about going in. They have the double Doom. Dahak has his link.
Jump. They're in onto Smile, but he's out before the Ink Swirl pops. Keeps his distance. Doom from the high ground, looking for the opportunity to...
He breaks the smoke.
Get the ultimate in. Yeah, BeastCoast, they're going to be very aware that they're up here on this high ground. They're going to keep the distance between themselves and those stairs, make sure there's no chance for BetBoom to jump.
And in the meanwhile, K1 just continuing to farm quietly, all the space in the world, sends a healing ward to scout and maybe join his teammates. Bit of a cool one.
It's getting to the point where he can, and at least having the Manta done, relying on that to sort of play around some of the jumps that BetBoom have to hack. Again, not quite able to find the initiation onto a core. He'll settle for Stinger instead. Whisper was able to make it out of there in time.
Top rune though. Gojira will be able to steal away a regen during all of it. Yeah, continue to see the Yules setting up for these kills. Makes it a lot easier for BetBoom to go for these just pick-offs instead of committing into a straight fight. Backs directly to top, trying to get some tower pressure. They know Glyph is down this time. And Gojira does show himself on the wave. He is very dead. An interesting skill build too from Gojira. 0 in the bulldoze. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it still would have messed with like the Yule's timing. I guess having that little resistance against the stun could give him chances to escape.
Whisper, he's been found. That ward, I mean, they placed a new one up there. I think it got dewarded earlier or timed out, but yeah, continuing to play around their vision, continuing to play very aggressive, knowing that BeastCoast just has no way to enter the fights, no way to initiate themselves. Chris, as we've seen, he was waiting until he has BKB, and besides that, they had no way to jump in fights. They had a Bat Rider with drums, so it's very easy for BetBoom to read where the plays are coming from and be prepared for them.
They're gonna maybe see if they can get noticed, but he has BKB.
He is tanky. They need the Omni Slash as the charge comes through.
And they kind of need to catch it before the BKB goes off. Leading in with the Omni Slash.
Oh, against the creep.
Towards the neutrals. BKB is up. Doesn't matter. They still got the damage. The control's there for Gojira. The ultimate, they get in, they take down Notice. The question is if they can get out. Well, the question is also if they want to get out. They're going to try and take this fight by the looks of it, but Gojira, controlled by the silence, he'll fall. The rest of BeastCoast, they will take that moment to escape. So they get in, they'll get a trade out of this one, and again, a good trade for them considering the sort of the deficit they're playing at right now.
It was a good retreat. Yep. BetBoom actually overcommitted the defensive. They bring all heroes to try to fight back, thinking that BeastCoast is probably going to fight them, but good escape. BeastCoast get a good assassination and back away. It still is an expensive one, though. They have to commit a lot to get that kill, and the positioning of it isn't really the best either. It's a kill in a random area. It doesn't lead to anything. Dahak is charged. He's invis. Might not be aware that they know exactly where he is. And again, Seneko does this every game. A gem picked up from him again. 20 minutes. As soon as he gets some gold after buying one of his items, does get that gem picked up.
Let's see what they can do around the mid. I mean, Dahak's got his eyes on the two of them. He knows exactly what they're setting up for. As the Ink Swirl will go for Gojira. Gojira tries to charge to hold him back, but the stun's still in range. And the death here on the Spirit Breaker. BetBoom, with that, they're opening up the opportunities to head towards that Roshan. It's going to be up in just less than 30 seconds. So, again, continued control of the game to make sure that Rosh attempt should be fairly easy for them. They're even going to look to try try and go for a kill first to make sure that the map is in a very, very good spot.
They're even hanging on to Soulbind in most situations, just waiting for the Doom to come back. Because that last one, they could have maybe gotten a catch, since they had the vision with the Ursa there and then the Storm, but settling for the easier kill, saving those 2 ults for the next fight. Seeing Seneko with his gem, scouting out the area. No vision on the map now for BeastCoast because of this.
They're on the high ground here, the two. And they're going to get the jump.
They're going to get both.
Jump. Who's on the double Doom? It's there. And it's the big one as well, getting K1. He's been top farm pretty much most of the game, but BetBoom taking him out of the map there as BeastCoast were not prepared for those two to be up there on the high ground in that position.
And now Roche is up too, so they're going to be able to commit into the Roche pit easily. Huge moves.
17-5, 4K lead for BetBoom. Absolutely on a similar trajectory to what they were at the same point in the first game of this series. As I said, we did still see a moment where BeastCoast were able to turn it around momentarily. We'll see if they're able to find the strength and ability to do that again here in this all-important Game 3.
They are really starting to fall behind, though. It's Chris, his farm is okay, but Whisper is completely stagnated on this Batrider.
They're trying their best to mess with the Roshan. Might get the charge in. What they could do about Gojira, instantly coming out with the Silence Lull, committing with the BKB off to the side. They'll lose the Spirit Breaker. Gojira goes down. He has got the buyback. Whisper trying to keep vision. Chris in with a big zip, but Roshan not quite low enough yet for him to try and steal the turn for Lal. They'll bring out the Leshrac. Dahak will continue to beat into the Roche, look to take it off the tip of the lasso's there. They're locking down the Ursa. Roche incredibly low.
Dahak gets it.
They still get it on BetBoom. Aegis into the hands of the Ursa. BeastCoast at least getting some kills from this though, and will immediately remove that Aegis from Dahak. Charge over now towards Seneko. He's got another shield to protect himself, but Gojira staying on top of him. The speed of the pig pole, though, will save Seneko. Seneko's out of there. Force Major, can he escape this as well? Doesn't look like it. So BeastCoast, they might not get there in time to get the Roche for the Aegis themselves, but they certainly make BetBoom pay for it. They immediately take the Aegis out of their hands of the Ursa and do get 2 kills on top of it as well, one of them being Lal.
And K1 comes back, gets a little cleanup kill for himself. Doesn't get the last hit, but immediately when he respawned back, BetBoom was immediately running away. They did not want to take the fight into that. That was the BKB reveal from the Lash, and he dies during it, so yeah, that's pretty significant.
And we'll see it here again.
Good surround. They're so persistent of fighting around it, too. It looked a bit scary with the way that it all initially kicked off with Gojira dying, but Laurel tanked the Roche a lot, too. Kept getting hit from it, and he's carrying Nethershaw, so heavy physical damage.
Yeah, great zip from Chris coming in just in the time that Lal's BKB came to an end. And no further way to protect him. And with the lasso really putting everything into trying to stop Dahak from getting that last hit and getting the pick up, but he still does.
How many nukes did Stinger get off in that fight too as this Rubik? I think what, 5 Fade Bolts, I believe, so definitely another thing they have to be a little careful of how they group up. Yeah, at least 5 Fade Bolts, I think.
And the gold lead, of course, still growing for BetBoom, but certainly could have been a whole lot worse for BeastCoast if they hadn't forced that fight around the Roshan. Making sure that BetBoom still in a situation where they don't have an Aegis on any of their cores, so may buy further time for K1 to continue to build his farm up.
Who took the shard to? It was just the Ursa, right? They gave it to Dahak? Yeah, okay.
Double damage.
And did he commit for Scotty? Okay, he did. Committed for Scotty on K1 too. I was thinking maybe he does go for like the Lincolns a little earlier just because of that double Doom situation, but
Radiant are scanning.
still very strong. Top of the net worth on Hector.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So both teams will start heading for the tier 2s. BetBoom should guarantee this top one. Fortification comes out. BeastCoast probably not going to look to head up here. They'll just look to try and take a couple of towers and return themselves. They've still got a tier 1 they need to push in the mid lane. So charge coming in. This tower's already gone, and indeed, Gojira doesn't want to get involved in this one. They'll let it fall.
And now they'll reset the Glyph mid, so they will have Glyph for bottom. And now mid, the Doom!
They get the jump. They're in with the Doom. They're in on top of K1. Notice, able to get that jump off. And that'll mean there's no escape here for the Jug. Stinger as well, also to be taken out. Ooh. They have got the tower, but not able to back off in time there as BetBoom swing across. BeastCoast, they weren't quite prepared.
Even though it gets a stolen Doom, but it doesn't matter. They keep getting the jump onto K1. This is a big problem. The top net worth hero dying back to back.
Some fantastic jumps from Noticed. Always been sort of him plus a support plus Force Major being in the right position to punish these cores of BeastCoast when they go out looking for these moves. K1 in particular, he's been caught by the jump of the Doom twice now in these crucial moments.
Their bash? They get the bash?
Oh, he's still out with the zip, though. Certainly was a bit of a scare there for Chris, but he'll live.
BetBoom is just so aggressive. They know how aggressive they can play on the map in this game. Pretty much everybody's showing on the lanes on BeastCoast. So they can just jump anybody they see in these situations. And yeah, a couple times now, it has been K1. And now he no longer has that top net worth. Notice, gets the stun,
Very nice
fancy.
little hoof stomp there. There'd been no chance for them to set up. I mean, even if Gojira did catch that, probably weren't going to be able to threaten him. As BKB back up, looking for the Shadow Blade next to make sure he has even more chances of being able to sneak up as this Doom and get that jump off without BeastCoast being ready. There it is, Shadow Blade complete.
K1 showing himself again. They want him.
Oh, they're in to start things off, but the Blade Fury's off in time. They'll turn for Dahak. He's got that ult protecting him, but now the Lasso comes in, dragging him towards the tower. In he goes with the Omni Slash. The BKB's popped by Lal. It's good damage this time from K1, but not quite enough. They're down to about half HP here on the cores. BeastCoast, have they got any further catch? Charge over towards Seneko. He hasn't got the borrowed time. It's already gone off this fight, so he could be left rather vulnerable. No distance, Force Major watching on the side. He's still very tanky, though, but the Essence Ring popped is taking a lot from BeastCoast to bring him down. They'll charge in Gojira. Could he finish off this abandon? Seneko's still alive. Finally, he falls.
Long jump.
With the Blade Fury. Notice, though, he's in on the back, stomping in onto Stinger and Whisper. BeastCoast, they're still pushing forward, though. A second kill set up for K1 as Force Major. No escape for him either. BeastCoast swinging back with the fight that they need.
And they'll get the Doom.
The setup, charge across towards the crease, making sure that he's immediately locked down as soon as he comes out of the Eels. BeastCoast hit back hard, and K1 getting some revenge for those last two times he's been picked off. He's the one this time getting the kills. Triple kill for him on the Jug.
It looked scary for a second because they lassoed the Ursa when he saw it in rage, but the persistence of them to chase on, they're like, Doom is down. We're going in.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just jump all the way forward and now finally get themselves some momentum back into this game.
Yeah. And they were not holding back at all, pretty much chasing BetBoom, from there to BeastCoast tier 2 all the way over to BetBoom's tier 2, and with the creep wave as well. So they'll go straight up to the high ground. No buyback available on the Doom here for Notice. Because with 20 seconds left on the Hack's buyback, he's probably not going to want to use it. BeastCoast, they might be the team to start threatening the racks first in this game.
And look at this, Stinger, maybe the first purchase ever of Rubik with a Wraith Pact. So now they have their own auras being built in and ways to negate some of that damage.
I'll hold back for now. They won't try for more. They're going to respect the fact that BetBoom will have the team back up. They know that BetBoom's still strong, but that difference certainly isn't what it was. So down now to just a 1K net worth lead for BetBoom.
BetBoom's going to look to strike back now, though. They have their Doom available. I think they're going to be a bit more careful how they split up. They have to give respect to this BeastCoast lineup.
I mean, BeastCoast know as well. They actually smoke here to get that extra boost of speed to keep their distance, make sure that BetBoom can't catch them as they chase them across the map.
BKB finished for Whisper. Now he's got an easier way to be able to just commit into fights. Just BKB runs in, he can lasso any target. Doesn't have to worry about anything except for that leash. And they did get the gem, of course, during that last fight too, taking it away from Seneko. So yeah, a huge swing in momentum. And they're going to take out all those wards that have been tripping them up a lot, honestly. BetBoom's been playing kind of all three of their games around Vision. So that gem, yeah, it's going to prove to be very problematic as now BeastCoast feeling confident themselves. Linken's is done for Chris Luck. I believe they're getting close to Hector having a Linken's too. It's going to start getting more and more difficult for this Doom to get the setup. Does he have a break? He didn't go for any type of Linken's breaker this time either. He went for the Shadow Blade, so no Force Staff, no Halberd for him. So it's going to be tough for him to break through those to get the Doom now.
Absolutely, and pretty much that's been the only time they've been able to kill K1 this game. It's been the two Dooms. So without that sort of opportunity to start the fight on the Jug, they might really struggle to stop K1 from being able to fight back in these team fights. He's incredibly strong. 3K ahead of a Doom that had like a 10-minute Midas. So this Jug is massive.
It's crazy how he does it. K1 looking to get jumped.
Just a Manta here. K1 ready with the reactions, and they'll back off. Wait out the BKB for Notice. Maybe attempt to get back in off the end of it there. Gojira was thinking about going for it, but they'll hold back. They'll look to try and get the creep waves in a better position as mid and top is pushing back out against them.
That was their window to get the Doom onto him, though, and he was quick with his fingers with the Manta. Now he has Linken's. Now they have both of them ready, so a lot harder. They're still going to smoke up and look for it, though. BetBoom. knows that they can't just play this as the farm game versus this jug who just continues to get massive. They have to use these cooldowns.
There sort of has to be someone else going in at the same time as Notice. You know, you're looking towards the hack for maybe getting that jump off at the same time, the defusal of the Abyssal just breaking through that Lincoln's, giving the opportunity for Notice to follow up with a Doom.
I didn't notice that he went for the full Abyssal instead of going
aggressive
for BKB or anything. Okay, that's interesting.
I mean, it's going to be excellent at helping him sort of kill the Storm, or you know, just having those extra point target abilities to deal with the Lincolns.
It's a double. They can also double Abyssal in some situations too, which can be just as good as a double.
We went to hack to start things off, so they can kill the Spirit Breaker. Buy time with the Yules because Jira still falls. After the back lines, Chris goes straight towards Force Major. At the side of it, K1, he's got the Omni Slash good to go. Will be shared in between the two of them. But
Notice
actually splits from Notice, so Notice ends up taking the full damage here for the remainder of the Omni Slash. It's 2 dead on BetBoom. They've got to run. They're not going to get the opportunities. Sneko taken out as well.
And look at the Hawk.
To the side, they've got their eyes on the Ursa. Buybacks are coming out. Triple buybacks here, as they'll desperately look to get over towards him to save the Hawk, but they can't do so. Lyle also lifted up. He needs to help here from his support. It's BetBoom. He may lose more here as BeastCoast. They've still got mana here to play with. Chris zips in, jump forward. It's a 3-man stun. BetBoom, they're trying to turn this around because you're
too strong.
Triple kill for K1. He's not done yet. Over towards the Doom as 4th kill. Lyle, he'll try for the TP out. He'll make it out of there, but Force Major caught by the dust. He'll go down at BeastCoast as well. As that was pretty much, I think that was a triple. It was a triple
buyback because they know the Roche is coming back. They need to win. They need to win the fight.
Now they're down 7k. BeastCoast just crushing BetBoom in these last few situations, and again, you cannot stress how much that financially hurts them in this sort of situation. A triple dieback at 32 minutes. BeastCoast, they're into the pit. This Roshan's going to be all theirs. They're going to be able to pick up the Ag's Blessing. May just give it to K1. I mean, K1's having such a fantastic game.
Definitely give it to K1.
At 8-2-6, he is just completely controlling the entire momentum of these team fights. The last few Omni Slashes have been dealt with fantastically. You know, in terms of getting the connections. I mean, that last time it says Sneko sort of splits away. Notice ends up having to tank it all. Now he's going to have a Swift Slash to be able to throw out in the fights as well. They've got to get some sort of jump on this jug, but it's proving to be impossible. Like, how on earth do you get in on top of K1, and how on earth do you do it twice now he has the Aegis?
With the way that they charged up into that high ground, it almost feels like BetBoom felt so much pressure to take this fight. They walked up, like they have a war, but they kind of walked up blindly to go for this one. BeastCoast is all ready. I mean, now there's almost no way back into this one because the double Lincolns, they have to fight through Aegis as well.
Of course, an incredibly important game here. Loser of this will be out of the tournament. Winner getting to continue their run here at the Stockholm Major. BeastCoast 16k up, Aegis and Cheese in the hands of their cores, looking to be in a very solid position to have the chance to close this one up.
Mid lane, they're trying to go on, but he has Aegis.
If they can burst through him even the once. Here's at the side. Chris, he just goes straight back towards the 3 of them. K1, he's able to get the Swift Slash into the Omni Slash straight onto Dahak. A shield will come out, they're popping the Linkers over towards Dahak, trying to allow this person to get out there. He'll stand his ground, building up the swipes onto K1. Can they take him down? The one they can't. K1 finally falls, but Dahak's out. 3 dead on the side of BetBoom. No buybacks from them. The Doom does finish off Chris, but it's 4 up against the 2 of BetBoom. BeastCoast, they'll be able to keep this push going strong. They don't need their Storm to take down the buildings. And BetBoom, with just a Doom and a Lesh, how much of a defense can they pull together?
They can easily go for 2 Raxes here, 2 sets. BeastCoast, they're so damn good at team fighting. We've seen this multiple times throughout this tournament. When they're at a deficit, somehow they win these fights. When they're at an advantage, they destroy the fights. Always knowing who to jump, especially Chris. Have to give him a lot of credit on this Storm Spirit this game too, even though Hector is kind of dwarfing him, especially with that net worth. He's always jumping the right targets. He's being so disruptive into the back lines, onto this Grim and Abaddon. Yeah, 30 seconds, still no Dahak. They might even be able to continue.
See if they want to stick around in the base for a 3rd set. Pretty much 20k on the net worth. Jump forward on the mid, but
they'll back it up.
Well, they'll play it safe, as I say. A lot of pressure in here on this series, on this game. Everything to play for BeastCoast. They don't want to let it slip away from them.
Yeah, they can go. I mean, they can go back, pick up their 12,000 gold worth of items that they just gained over the last fight.
I think everything for sort of BetBoom from their perspective, they've got to get through that Lincolns and get some sort of incredible double Doom off. They've got to land this Grimstroke Doom combo.
But how at this point? It's so, like, they have to have somebody else break these Lincolns.
Yeah, someone else has to go in.
Yeah, he went for the Shadow Blade, like you mentioned from earlier, so he has no way to really go for that. And just easier, it feels like, for BeastCoast to start these fights over and over again. They don't even have to be the ones that actually start the fights. They just have to be the ones to react in the fights and just let the Storm jump in afterwards. They just literally stand their ground. They won't be able to get gone on for BetBoom. It feels like if they're just there, there's no way that BetBoom can win a fight. 25 now on K1. Game completely out of hand now.
The next jump from BetBoom could be their last, so they have to make it count.
I don't know how they get the Doom set up on anybody. So they have to jump with the Hawk and with the Doom at the exact same time. That's like really the only way.
The Hawk is the Lincoln's breaker at this point.
But if they get jumped out of vision, if it's a smoke jump, they're not going to be able to get that.
And this is
right
such
now,
a rough
they're spotted.
position for BetBoom to be in to try and start a fight. The Hawk's going to try.
Let's take.
They go for the bat. BKB's off in time.
Big
The Wizard's
charge.
off the side, and here comes the ultimates for the Jug. Straight in. Chris does get caught out by the stun. He's starting to get pretty low. The leash as well, locking down the storm. That's Chris dead. BetBoom, they take him out, and they got the Doom down onto the Jug. As they look to chase, they slam him down. Dahak's able to stay on top of it for now. Oh, coming in, looking for the extra minute.
K1's dead.
Down. They've done it. They got the Doom onto the Jug. They'll be able to take this fight, BetBoom. They're holding on.
How did that Doom catch him, honestly? I'd have to see it again because it looked like he was okay, but somehow it ends up clipping him right after the Omni.
That's exactly what they had to do. Everything had to be on Doom in the Jug. They were able to find K1. They were able to catch him. And Chris, of course, the end of that, also committing a buyback. So now a bit of a risky position here for themselves. We'll see exactly how they got that Doom off.
What caught it, because I didn't get a glance of what hit it.
So look towards K1.
Looking at K1.
He comes in first with the ult. And you see there, straight away. He got the spin off, but the Doom, it comes down.
How did they get it on him? I guess his linkage was broken from before that.
I think Seneko might have broken with the miscoil.
I think maybe Seneko did, okay.
I think Seneko got the miscoil off first because he was the one looking towards him. And as I said, that leaves the opportunity for Notice to find that opening.
I'm very impressed that BetBoom was able to find that one. That looked like it was probably going to be the last fight, but live to see another day.
And as I said, the last couple of fights, Chris has been dying on the Storm. He's got to be so careful now. He can't really get away with that again unless he's ready for the rest of his team to guarantee a cleanup in the team fights. He goes down, he's going to be out of the game for 2 minutes.
Doc will get used up. Good pickup from Gojira. An interesting item build, but a very understandable item build that he's gone for this game, the Blink Yules. Since the Hawk doesn't have BKB, he's always going to get thrown up in the air whenever he presses that enrage if he's in position.
There we go, smoke time from BeastCoast.
Ready to fight still.
K1's back up in a second. He'll be ready to join them from the outpost.
30 seconds on Doom.
Let's see if BetBoom can do it again. They still need to pull that off a few more times, finding the Doom on the Jug or the Storm.
And that one, I'm still astonished that they were able to get that Doom on him, because like, an Abaddon breaking a Jug's Lincolns at this point of the game is not something you'll almost ever expect to happen. Near 25 on the Storm. Chris, find himself a Spell Prism too.
And BeastCoast just getting themselves prepared for heading towards that final set of barracks that BetBoom do have standing on the top lane.
Yeah, look at Stinger. I love this. You just see him, he's playing ahead of the wave, getting this aggressive vision down in preparation for this push already. Because he's maybe thinking they might jump us outside here, trying to catch us off guard. Claiming the high ground now. They've got the gem too, of course, as we mentioned, so trying to clear out any vision if there was here, and preparing themselves for either the top push or just setting themselves up for that next Rosh in about a minute.
I've got to get ready to prepare. BeastCoast, understandably being a lot more careful about how they go charging down this final lane. They're keeping sort of that position held around Roshan in preparation to look for the safer way out of this match.
They seem to always be very good about taking the fight right before that Rosh respawn. We saw it now both games before that they were able to do that. So continuing to play in the area. Getting themselves a haste rune also. Gonna give that one to the bat. Whisper can grab people from a mile away also, by the way. Aether Lens plus the headband was given to him. So eyes on him also to get some pretty long-range initiations. And they have ward vision of this entire area.
And try and start with a chase down on Seneko. Ult will be forced.
Shield stolen. by Stinger.
To the side, the Yule's onto Dahak, lift up as well. Now there's the jump, oh, he's in! He's in straight away, they've noticed, gets the jump off, on towards Whisper. Coming back on the Doom for now, over to the side, Chris will focus down Sneko.
Laro's dead too.
By the Omni Slash, both heroes having a buyback straight away. Dahak beats in a Gajiro, take down the Spirit Breaker, Notice, still looking for an opportunity to try and get this Doom
pull on four.
Vortex pulls him back, Notice taken out, Dahak in trouble as well. Standing around with the ultimate, he's looking towards Chris, but Chris zips off to the side, over towards Lyle. Lyle getting low through the BKB as K1 runs him down. There's the jump, they'll look for the Doom, he gets it off.
But the healing ward's down.
K1, but do they have damage to bring him down after this? He's healing up, the rest of BeastCoast trying to make sure that K1's fine despite being doomed. And K1, he doesn't care about being doomed, he's trying to get back and stuck another fight, but Chris goes down. Now K1's in trouble, thrown out to the side, they're trying to save the jump. K1 able to telekinesis away. There with the save from the Rubik. He's running. The Mantis popped. He'll hold back Doom.
He tried to go back in.
Never stunned. K1. He's not got anything else out to save him. He's going to surely fall. Gajiro tries to get over to help him, but that's K1 gone. Despite his teammates' best efforts to save him, Stinger trying to throw him back to safety. But it's 3 dead on BeastCoast. BetBoom, they did have to commit the full 5-man team buyback here. But they have a window now. 90 seconds. They know that Chris is not going to have buyback available.
And they can get Roche. It does respawn just now. Oh my god. That's crazy. The buybacks end up paying off for them. Almost saving K1 though. Nice attempt there from
close
Stinger.
To getting the jug out of there.
I can't believe how hard they commit through into the fight too. Healing Ward was down during the entirety of the Doom, but still able to stick onto him.
And that's the thing, you saw the patience from Notice, you know, holding back on the Doom, waiting to his very, very low to make sure he gets that opportunity to get it off once again onto K1. See them pick up the refresher here as well. We'll see if they want to hand that one over to. KB done for Dahak.
Right. Does Doom have refresher himself? No, he's gone for Lotus Orb. Okay, so looking for ways to protect versus Omni Slash.
Yeah.
I thought for a second maybe they give the Ags also to Sneko, but Dahak, I mean, he hasn't gone for BKB, and they did use all the buybacks, so giving it to the core is much more important at this point.
See how much of a push they can get away with here, BetBoom.
I cannot believe how close this game has become now.
It absolutely could still go either way. Whilst BetBoom had the Aegis and the Cheese, as we said, you know, a long time on the buyback cooldowns now. If they lose one more fight, BeastCoast will absolutely have the time to end it.
BetBoom 25 on the Ursa.
Dahak.
They have a full Hex on the Lesh now too, so multiple different ways now to break the Lincolns, multiple ways to control with the Soulbind as well too.
Yeah.
BeastCoast has to still be careful, even though they did have that lead, did have K1 being so massive.
So the 3 cores of BetBoom catching up. And indeed, with the amount of sort of single target abilities and items they have to throw out on these cores, it's so hard now for BeastCoast to avoid getting caught by these lockdowns.
K1 almost has buyback at the ready, 100 gold left for the jug.
So here from the side, they're looking to see if they can get that jump or smoke up from both teams, making sure that they can look to get that optimal position. Gajiro gets him through on the side, he's going to go over with the charge. Nothing more to be had now. Whisper and K1 still continue to wait under the cover of the smoke. It's hard to get a catch here onto them. BetBoom, more than okay. Hasterin as well on Dahak. BeastCoast, they'll wait it out here, not look to fight. In terms of the creep waves, bottom lane is pushed right in, so BetBoom will have to deal with that one.
Gojira, very aggressive charge through. How confident he's playing.
See, yeah, in terms of the buybacks, so with about 4.5 minutes really that BetBoom need to play it safe if they want to wait for those cooldowns. And as for BeastCoast, I think it's sort of 30 seconds. Chris will have his backup as well, so at least 4 of them guaranteed to have a second chance here if they do lose the team fight on BeastCoast side.
Using their vision, they get one more last charge. Not going to continue it now. Stinger.
Try and turn. Maybe able to use up Dahak. Being very, very cautious how they choose to fight into the Aegis of this Ursa.
20 gold? That's all you get for killing Wraith Pact? No, that should be a lot more, I gotta be honest. I think that's one of the first times I've seen it killed in this tournament too, but I thought it gave more gold than that.
That's a nice one here for Dahak if he wants to take it.
I think he's gonna hang on to Witchbane. It's too good versus Storm.
Absolutely.
And it's just also like the little Dispel function is really useful. Also, I've been watching him multiple fights using it versus Bulldoze. I think that's an item that's overlooked sometimes. Yeah, especially versus Storm Spirit, you know, as we're mentioning. The max bonus damage versus mana.
Yeah, even against the Jug, you know, K1's got pretty high mana pool with his stats, 1600.
Suneiko's carrying both gems. Not usually what something you see, but a lot of pressure right now in this game, so.
Now we're gonna have a new gem picked up for BeastCoast.
Yep, Gojira's
gonna get one out for them. Now, only a minute and a half left on the Aegis. Doesn't look like BetBoom will. Well, unless Dahak wants to try something here with this last minute of Aegis, they've got to be really aware of this timer. They've got to be careful.
Dahak is the one. Dahak kind of wants them to go on him, though. He is unbelievably tanky now with this Aghanims.
This is a risk, as I say. If BetBoom take a fight and start losing heroes, they won't be able to buy back.
All about the jumps, Owen. Who's gonna find that jump? And also, it's getting a bit easier too for Notice to be able to get those jumps off, right? He's got Refresher Shard.
Yeah.
And multiple ways that they have to break those Lincolns. But as you mentioned, the constant push in from the bottom wave, the momentum, they'll have to slow it down a bit. Back it up, and that will mean that the Aegis does get reclaimed. And just gotta keep eyes on the buybacks. 2 minutes left for every single one of the heroes on BetBoom.
It's almost certainly going to be a window that BeastCoast want to punish. They want this fight when the Aegis has gone on Dahak, but the buybacks aren't quite back up. This is the perfect time for BeastCoast to strike. Any kill will put them in a very good spot to take and overwhelm the entirety of the remainings left alive on BetBoom.
Bit surprised they haven't spent some of this gold. I mean, look at the current gold on BeastCoast right now. It is actually insane. They have 6,500 on Whisper. Okay. Smile. Chris Luck did spend some of his. He also had like 6,000 golds just before. They are hanging on to an unbelievable amount right now. And Whisper, I thought maybe he would get something like Blink so they can get some initiation, but he's just really relying on his cast range with the lens and the headband and the telescope. So that 7K lead, you can kind of erase it with how much they are holding on to.
Let's see how hard BeastCoast want to push. No Aegis to worry about on the bear. Little cheese on Lal. Dahak, they're going to be able to get the opening. Onto Dahak, will get the ult up in time. Chris goes straight to the back lines as well. He's onto Lal, but Lal puts the BKB. Soulbind is going to connect the two of them. The Bat and the Storm leashed up. Jump forward, there's the control. They're in with the Who Stomp. Kajira's silenced by the Phantom's Embrace. The Doom is there onto the both of them. They'll get it off again. Notice, locking down both Chris and Whisper. They have to back away.
Doom.
See him try and retreat. They've glimmered him up. They're trying to get him back to safety, but he's been used in position. They're holding him back in range of K1. Dahak jumps in. He's looking to beat into K1, but K1's staying in on top of the
Hold on, 3.
There's the Omni Snatch, going to be Doom out of the game. Grimstroke as well. No buybacks for them. As BeastCoast, they'll keep this one going over towards Suneiko. K1 bashing into the advantage. Suneiko falls 4 dead on BetBoom. That's going to be game over for sure. It's a team wipe here from BeastCoast. As they'll look to move over to the mid, close this one up. As BeastCoast once again here in this game 3.
The buybacks are coming back.
The big plays. Let's see if can they really turn this. How long until the rest of the buybacks are up? 15 seconds on the Ursa, 1 second on the Doom, but the mega creeps are out. See Suneiko, safe for now with the borrowed time. 3rd buyback coming in from BetBoom. Can they really do it with the 3 of them? 4 seconds until Ursa's back in. Lal, he's getting chased out by K1. They'll turn, hold him back with the Abyssal. They've got the control over the Doom. Suneiko, he's getting burst low. He's out of it. They did get the Doom off onto K1. Dahak committing for the Jug. Can he finish the job? Jump forward for the Doom as well. K1's so low, but he turns, bash onto Dahak. Takes him out again.
They've done
back
it.
To work, back to closing it up. Onto the Ancient. GG is finally called. As BeastCoast, this series, it's theirs. 2-1 against BetBoom. Knocking BetBoom out of the competition, and BeastCoast, they'll be able to continue their run here, Fog.
What an impressive display this game too. Like at a deficit, somehow they still bring it back. When they're ahead, it looks like anybody can win the game, but some really clutch plays, really eyes on Chris Luck still.
Absolutely.
I think some of his jumps were just remarkable. 3 4-man pulls.
Yep.
Gojira too with this interesting item build. Didn't get to really talk about it because there was so much happening in the fights, but few of these fights he was blinking into the fight, charging through 3 or 4 heroes, preventing some of these little interactions with the Doom, maybe getting onto 2 heroes. Beautiful, beautiful plays, honestly. BeastCoast, these South Americans really proving they know how to take team fights in a lot of these games, even when they're at a deficit.
That's the thing, being able to pull that off here on the stage, that's it's really the most impressive factor here, really, from BeastCoast. You cannot count these guys out. Even if they have a tough early game, they always know how to find the ways to swing it back round. Excellent stuff here today from BeastCoast in the first series we're getting on the main stage. Congratulations to them. This series, they'll take it 2-1 today against BetBoom.
Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at. Crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
It is a cliche. LAN Dota hits different, and this game was like the embodiment of that. What a brawl. BetBoom and BeastCoast. BeastCoast coming out on top, but well played to both of them. Unfortunately, one team has to go home at the end of it all. I'm here with Purge, Tigov, and Jenkins. And Jenkins, this third game was really a treat.
Yeah, this was a good one. There was a lot of really cool stuff happening in this game. You had the BeastCoast classic 5 Lincoln strategy. They were all building one at some point. I'm sure they had in the quick buy. You had a Spirit Breaker with Blink Dagger, which was insanely cool and worked out in a lot of different ways. and just comebacks. I feel like these SA teams are just the best in the world at chasing. Like, you cannot get away from them if they set their sights on you. They smell blood in the water.
I mean, what you're saying is basically BeastCoast, they identified a problem and they tried answering it, right? Against the Doom, they have 2 Lincolns. Against the Urso, who doesn't have BKB, they have Blink and Jules on 2 heroes. They got a spare Jules on Whisper. So this poor old Urso jumping in, completely kited. So yeah,
they destroyed him.
They destroyed him.
It was a really hard early game, though, because Ursa did so good against Whisper's Batrider, so he had a big net worth advantage. But I feel like the Jug was actually also very instrumental against Doom, because in the Team Spirit match that they beat against that Grimstroke Doom, they had PA, he's hard to Doom. Jug is kind of similar. If he gets Omni Slash off, there's this like 4 seconds in the fight that's chaos. If he gets Spin off before he gets Doom, there's no follow-up as well. So it actually gave them a lot of ability to win these fights, even when they're behind.
Yeah, and all these zip-ins coming in strong from C-Smile, Chris Luck having a fantastic game. Of course, that final fight where he buys back and still comes in at the end to make sure that they are able to close it out. Really strong performance from the entire team. We've had some great back and forth fights here.
Oh, look at the Spirit Breaker Jules really coming into play there. But no, I think you see in these highlights, and even the fact that when BetBoom went for that first Roshan, they instantly lost it, right? The Ursa, he gets lassoed, then he dies, and then the fact that they're able to take away that accelerant that might have given BetBoom some ability to run at BeastCoast after such a great start. It's that these small plays, contesting Roshan even when your Jug's dead, they're the things that allow you to get the items, to come online, to take the fight, to have these comebacks, and eventually win 2-1 and secure top 6.
Yeah, secure top 6. That is some fantastic result already, and they're not done yet. On stage right now, it is Chris Luck standing by with Direction Slacks.
Hello everybody. I am here with the MVP of the last match, according to me at least, Chris Luck. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up! Woo! And of course, we've got Avo here, our translator. Now, I gotta be real with you guys. I'm way too biased. I'm a big BeastCoast fan. I know that you are not biased at all for South America or BeastCoast. So I hate them. I have to remove myself from this interview, actually. I would like you to take this over. Please, I can't trust myself. Please, go, do the interview, sir.
Okay, I'm the interviewer now and the translator. So let's talk to Chris Luck a little bit about this, huh? Chris, let's start with an easy question. First game, second game, huge change in mentality, gran cambio de mentalidad. ¿Cómo os preparasteis entre partidas?
La primera partida perdimos un poco porque fue nuestro error, ¿no? Pero el momento de que salimos y comenzamos a hablar entre todos y quedamos en algo mejor y como que traté de calmar a todos para que pueda salir mejor el segundo juego y tener otra mentalidad. Y es lo que pasó.
So in the first game, they had a rough first game, but then coming to this, when they left the booth, they just started talking. It was a lot of stress, a lot of tension. Everyone started talking with each other, and Chris actually was the one that tried to calm them down a little bit, bring everything down and get ready for that second game. I want to ask him what the impact of the coach was in that process. Reikil, ¿cómo estuvo ahí también? Porque sé que...
Él también estuvo como que calmado, que dijeron que todos nos calmemos y que pensáramos en el segundo juego para que así pudiera ganar, ¿no? Y eso pasó.
Yeah, so he's saying that Reiko was also there. He's making sure that everyone is calm as well. It was a very different option because this is one of their first tournaments where they actually have their coach with them as well, which is very exciting. ¿Cómo cambia el público, el hecho de que haya un público aquí apoyándoos?
Bueno, en realidad no es que yo ya me acostumbré y no es que sienta la presión por el público, pero igual se agradece por la gente que haya venido a apoyarnos, ¿no?
He says, for the audience, you guys don't give him any pressure. It's just, he's just happy that you guys support him so much, and everyone is so hype about it. So thank you for that. Now, thank you. You guys are great. I'd like to ask you, we're going to do a little bit of a thing here. I'm going to ask Chris for a chant for his team so you guys know how to support BeastCoast. Un cántico de guerra para el equipo. ¿Qué puede decir el público para ustedes?
No sé, vamos Sudamérica y ga.
All right, okay. He said 2 things. It's first, let's go South America, and then we're all gonna shout "Ga" together, yeah? So let's go South America. Ga! Ga! Ga!
Good? Okay, back to you, Shooter.
Awesome.
All right. Well, thank you very much, Avo and Chris, and of course, congratulations once again, BeastCoast. We will see more of them today because they secured a slot in top 6, and congratulations, you're going up against Gaming Gladiators at the end of the day for another elimination series. It's a rough life out there, T.
It is, but think about it. For SA Dota, this was the tournament where they first got 2 teams into top 8.
Yeah.
And now we have 2 SA teams in top 6, where potentially they might meet each other for a top 4. I don't know. I'm just happy for SA Dota. This is a pretty good run from them, and I hope they can continue that momentum against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah.
Considering where BeastCoast was at the end of the group stage, almost getting eliminated, they had tiebreakers. The fact that they went so many stages deeper is just a really overperformance by them, so really happy for BeastCoast.
Incredibly happy for BeastCoast to have come as far on their journey. Again, not yet over. For BetBoom, their journey has come to an end, and we want to highlight that part as well. It's part of the competition. You win, you lose, and for BetBoom, it has been a great trajectory so far, but the road ends here. Let's hear more from them.
Hello, I am here with Sneko from BetBoom. Sneko, a hell of a series that you guys had. You really went in, so many dominant performances in game 1. It's a shame that you guys have your journey ending here, but any thoughts about that series?
We could win this, and I think we won in some moment. Every one of us felt like it's an easy game, but probably we just got 1, 2, 3 times. Just we got choked and then we lost. Somehow, I don't know. Maybe we just we shouldn't have felt like we won, and maybe we will just keep being focused. And I think we lost. We just lost focus, and that's why we lost.
Well, you came into this tournament, as the underdogs, as not a lot of people thinking that you'd get too far, and you guys have gone an amazing journey so far. You've surprised a lot of people, and I think a lot of people, maybe you guys could back me up, are excited to see where BetBoom is going after this. Is that correct? All right, well, what's next for you guys? You gonna keep going, find out what went wrong, and fix it?
No, we just give up and disband.
No, please!
Okay, then we just keep work, and it's like experience for us. Yeah, it's first one for my 3 young players, and they showed really good result. Like they were like warriors. They didn't get like much pressure as I could expect. So I hope we will back stronger. Yes, now. Yeah.
I'm sure you will. Well, sir, it has been an absolute pleasure watching those young guys grow under your guidance, and we will see more from BetBoom in the future. Back to you, Sheeves.
Thank you very much. It has been an incredible journey, starting in Division 2 this season after just forming. Like, literally, they formed for this season. They got 640 DPC points out of 1 tour purge. That is an incredibly high amount. Some people don't even get that in multiples.
You'd have to like place 1 in your division, then go on and like do extremely well at a major. That's a very tough thing to do. So they're on the board at least. They have some shots. They could potentially make it to TI.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, thank you. I would say, just to give context, they're still top 12. The teams that are below them aren't now competing in this tournament. And all they realistically need to do is get 2nd, 3rd in the regional next time. And then that's kind of TI on the card. So sure, they didn't make a deep run in this major, but they set themselves up to be a contender in that Tour 3, in that final major. And it's looking good.
I think they can also feel really good that they set the meta for this tournament. Like after the EU qualifiers, I don't know why I said it like that, but those qualifiers, every team was looking at them as like, holy shit, this team went from Div 2 to dominating in a qualifier. It's like, there's something there with these guys.
I mean, they showed... Oh, guys, they just showed us that you can be unique. I'm sorry, Shiva, back to you.
They can be unique. We've seen the Hawk force out his 2 heroes in the first phase ban. We haven't had that happen in a very long time. Unfortunately for BetBoom, the journey ends here indeed, but BeastCoast moves on. Again, we will see them later today. First, though, we have another series on the horizon. It's OG and Fnatic that will take the stage, so stick around, stay tuned. We'll be back with more Dota 2.
trending with the cool kids. Wear it if the shoe fits, yeah. Sign a brand exclusive. Wear it once and lose it for the next best thing. One quick slip and then out of frame. No one really seems to care though. Got an ego, can't explain. No. Icy boy with diamonds on my frozen soul. Spending all my money on expensive clothes. What's it take to get me on the radio? Slow down for me, goddamn, slow down for me. Icy boy, I'm an icy boy. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking gorgeous though. Icy boy, the frozen soul. Suicide doors are looking.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is me, Sir Actress Alexis Schieber here. We're going to have some in-the-game entertainment for you. Yes, we were prepared. It's a little mini show in between the series.
Mini show. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, very mini show, yes. But our first topic of the day, and this one is brand new. What the hell is going on with the Dota 2 Twitter? Bring it up for me. All right? What is this thing up here? What does this mean? This is the question that I have that we have seen here today. Schieber, any guesses?
Let me analyze this. So we got an airport, airplane seat, airplane window, monkey. Monkey is on the street. He's in a car, I think. He's going somewhere. We're going somewhere.
Okay, fantastic. Do we have the other one? There's more to the mystery. It is definitely an ARG. Make sure that you get to all the things. Oh, well, there's another one. We're not going to show it. Who cares? Anyway, what do you think, Sheeves? What's the mystery?
I think... Okay, so I have included the other tweet in my mystery-solving puzzle. We got there's a beach there. There's some jungle. We just saw South America winning on the main stage. Put it all together. TI South America.
Okay, so you believe that Valve just purposely made South America win that match?
It's part of a ground.
You're accusing Ice Frog of match fixing is what?
No.
Okay, now I'm just putting two and two together. I think everybody keeps thinking it's where TI's gonna be. I don't think so. Personally, I just feel like somebody finally found the account to the Dota 2 Twitter and they're literally just posting there. I mean, it's been pretty dark for a while.
That is also very likely.
Okay. Real guess though, for real? New hero. It's all a bunch of ruses. The new hero is airplane sand person. That's the one. Quote me on it. Anyway, in case you thought that segment was brutally crushing for you because I had no information, wait till you see this incredible segment coming up. It is a DHL adventure. You guys remember these? Well, we have some brand new episodes. Check them out. It is the year 2023. The Side Shop Man continues his destructive path of sovereignty. And Jesus, who wrote this? Okay. Why don't I just tell you what happened or show you in... Watch this. The Side Shop Man has won by uniting the three tribes of Dota 2 evil, account buyers, Smurfs, and Huskar players, he began a campaign of carnage across the Dota 2 world. First, he polluted the river, turning it into a cesspool that no man would cross, similar to a 3K ranked game. Then he moved on to the players, transforming each of them into selfish, unthinking, varied behavior score monsters. By the end, even sweet GH was griefing and destroying his items. Only one non-toxic Dota player was left. One man, too stubborn, too distracted by his awful custom games to even notice what was happening to the Dota 2 population at large. That man
I'm in space.
was Sunsfan. It is here, at the last of the DHL orbital platforms, that you will develop the skills necessary to go back in time and defeat the Side Shop Man, becoming the last great hero of Dota 2. Sunsfan, are you ready?
Where am I?
All right, everybody, that is a little preview here. Go to DHL. The website's on there. ESL/DHL. I believe that's it. They asked me to memorize it, and I literally didn't. I was playing pubs all night. I'm sorry, guys. We'll be right back after a break. My beat.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
from the Hovad Arena here for the Stockholm Major. It is time for OG and Fnatic to take the stage very shortly, so get ready for some top-tier Dota 2. I'm joined by Tiga, Purge, and Quinn making an appearance on the panel. How you doing, Quinn? I'm doing good too. I don't hear you. Hopefully that will be fixed. Do other people hear you?
Hello?
Talk again.
Hello?
Hey,
Whoa,
there we go. Now
I hear myself.
everybody hears it. Oh, there you go. That's the most important thing. Quinn, I have a question. We saw our first series just now on main stage, right? And we have these new players coming to the stage. What happens to players that have not played in front of an audience before? Like, what's that process of, I don't know, getting used to playing in front of an audience?
I think it can vary a lot from player to player. I think some players, like, it gets to them a lot. They feel a lot worse. They play worse. I could see people like Amar and BZM like thriving in it. They seem like players to me who like the pressure, who have like this sort of ego, this cockiness to them. You know, I'm first make me timber every game. Go, 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 you know, so I could see it benefit them.
Yeah, that was exactly where I was going with that, because we do have three first-timers on the main stage, just in a minute.
I'd like to think, though, for OG, that they've already covered this. This is not the type of team that's going to put these young players onto the main stage without any kind of like prep talk or understanding, right? And like Quinn mentioned, you know, Amar, he likes to all chat a lot in pubs. I'm sure he's going to enjoy the atmosphere, you know, if he starts getting some kills. You know, he won't be animated, but you know he's going to be thriving inside. So I think these guys won't have any issues on the stage.
Yeah, and they also have kind of leveled up a little bit with the addition of Seb. It started the tournament, group stages, first couple days looked a little rough, but they definitely have leveled up throughout the tournament, right, Purge?
Yeah, they've gotten better, and I think what's really interesting is they're playing a weirder playstyle. He joined the tournament as a 5, but now he's playing more 4-like. He spends time hitting creeps, he holds creep waves. Taiga playing more, less farm heavy, I would say, but it works for them. Keep doing it, might as well.
Are they going to ban Windrunner? That's the real question that we have to answer once they enter the draft. First two, Seb Windrunner, banned, yes or no?
I think it's unlikely. I mean, I think a team like OG is interesting because you can argue about like how theoretically good some of these heroes are, like if their drafts make like structural sense, but they make the heroes better than they actually are. There's like a freaking weird Wind Ranger, Timbersaw first phase, and you're like, are these heroes actually first phase heroes? But you find yourself banning them anyway. It's a very it's very weird to play against teams like this.
Yeah, and it can get in your head. And
exactly.
That's the scary part. That's the scary part for sure. Very curious to hear from the players how they feel going into today. Let's hear from No-Tail first.
Well, everyone's really excited to go on stage. I think everyone here is expecting a cool experience, and that's what people are hoping to get, and I think it will be. I mean, I can see it will be. It's for the first time a lot of them to play in front of a crowd, so I wouldn't say nerves, but there's always nerves on a LAN event, but excitement, lots and lots of excitement. I mean, ever since I was in Fnatic, I never wanted to lose to teams I've been on myself. And I would say since OG got the hang of, I would say, Dota back in 2016, I think we've had an incredible track record against them. So I'm planning not to stop that. I wanna never lose to Fnatic, never. I think we're gonna be dominating, and I think it's gonna look like we have the potential to close our games really quick, but I'm sure Seth will do something stupid and it'll make for an exciting game. So yeah, great to have this team.
And it's great to be able to see them play on stage. Their opponent, of course, OG's former organization, or rather No-Tail's former organization, a Fnatic. They are long-standing org, and now, of course, SEA-based, with mostly SEA players from 2016, 2015 onwards, I want to say. It's been a very long time. And most of the players have experienced main stage games, also with a crowd. For Jean-Noel, it has been a while. He did play in OB Neon for the Singapore Major, but there was no crowd there, Purge, so this is going to be very different.
Yeah, it should be a little different, but I feel like they're going to be able to do it. I mean, they're used to playing in like LAN cafes and stuff, having pressure on each other. I mean, maybe it's going to be tough because they're the last SEA team, but I think they'll be fine.
I will say that Jean-Noel is legit the best pro player at using Shadow Amulet. Most pros do it in pubs, right? But this guy, he brings it to the competitive scene, and he legit 1v9'd against T1. This was one Shadow Amulet away from us talking about T1 today. That guy legit carried his team on the Bane. So I am happy to see him on the main stage. I hope he can use the Amulet to great effect again, because he was MVP for this team easily.
Well, he is also carrying the team in pre-game interviews, because we got words from him right now.
It's actually super exciting to play in the crowd and in the arena as well. And then we just prepared so much for the upcoming games, and yeah, we just do a mentally good mindset. Yeah. I'm actually super excited playing against them, especially with Seb and No Tail, because they were my idols since then. So yeah, just feel motivated to at least win against them. Hopefully we'll get the 2-0. Hopefully. We'll do our best.
Well, if they play like they did when they played against T1 in the end, then they will get that 2-0 because they looked incredibly strong. I want to ask the mid laner a question about the mid laner because I feel like Armel, Quinn, you must have played against him. I feel like he leveled up this event.
Yeah, I think Armel is just a very consistently strong player. Like for years and years back, you ask like the best players, you ask Samaels, etc. Like everybody respects this guy. He always has a good laning phase. He picks solid heroes. He has impact. Like the guy is kind of like a rock as a team, which is nice as a mid laner. You don't want to like look and see there's bleeding going on because it starts to leak into all your other lanes, and then you don't want it leaking.
No, and he's been on point.
Yeah, he's also not afraid to try something different. He's played some Tide mid. He played Sniper. Wasn't the best game, but the fact that he's able to like deviate from what's good and try and say this is me for the game, right? I think that alone is testament to a strong mid laner.
And we lost to his Tide mid.
There we go. That's why I brought it up. I'm sorry, Quinn. I'm so sorry.
I don't think we're gonna see a Tide mid here. I mean, it might be a nice curveball, but it would be one a little bit out of the box, if you will. What are we expected to see in Purge? Because is there a particular lane or matchup you're hyped to seeing?
I mean, Fnatic has semi-straightforward drafts. They really like going for Shadow Shaman to set meta a little bit. In the T1 series, they kind of use Treant as a similar type of hero. You're defending your towers, you're making your team fight good. It basically unlocks objectives really well. So that's what I expect them to do if they can focus on that and get it.
Well, it is time to get the teams on the stage. Time to get this series going. Make some noise. It's OG and Fnatic.
I think our biggest strength against OG is our laning pace. We just run down the enemy from there.
Chaps, he's just going to straight up stand his ground. Raven, he's around as well to offer up the damage. They're trying to get Cuckoo out of there, but he's going to get dragged back.
I think what we noticed from OG in the group stage, I feel like they're very stubborn in their drop. They will just pick the same thing over and over again. Like this, it looks like in the group stage, they just kept doing it.
There goes the roster. Wars a huge RP onto 3 heroes, followed by the Ether Shock, Shockwave combination. Avatos is there for Mickey, but it's too late.
I think we have a more flexible drop. We have a lot of these strategies that I think they really never expect. They have nothing we don't have.
I don't know what they have that we don't have, honestly. I mean, I think we are similar in some of the ways we view the game, so I think it's going to be a very close series.
But they're moving in. They have the refreshed Black Hole available. If they can get there in time, get together and catch them all. Tommy does it to him one more time again. Another tip, another win. OG, they're looking stellar.
We need to just play our game, not let anyone in the team get affected by the fact that it's going to feel like a bigger game because of the atmosphere, because of the crowd, the stage. We need to keep doing what we've been doing so far, and hopefully that will be enough to beat them.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for series number 2? Let's get it out one more time, everybody! There we go! The OGs of major upsets, the favorite team of many of you, and one of mine too. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for OG! And their opponents coming over from Southeast Asia, the best they got to go up against OG. Fnatic, the greatest Southeast Asian team. What's a major? What's up, Fnatic? Bring them out here! Oh, yeah!
they are. Thank you. Indeed, the teams are on stage. We got OG, we got Fnatic. 10 players, 2 coaches. They are ready for some Dota 2, and I know you are as well. Let's not wait any longer. Send it to a break. Come back for the draft. Stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook? Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, like the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can't accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Being the last SEA team doesn't really pressure me at all. I think from now we just want to do our best and we just want to beat every opponent that comes in our way.
And their opponent, Fnatic's opponent in this best of 3 series is going to be OG, so they've got a tough road ahead of them. Well, they can do it. In their own words, they got nothing that we don't have, and that's a strong statement. They say that they are more flexible in the draft in terms of the heroes, because OG has been playing the same throughout their run so far. I'm gonna ask my panelists if they agree. T, has OG been playing the same every time?
I feel like Fnatic's been changing their playstyle as the tournaments progress. So probably at this point, after an entire group stage, it's probably somewhat aligned. Teams know what's good and bad, so yeah, sure, why not?
Why not? And we're gonna see what we're gonna have, because drafts should be on your screens momentarily. Purge, what do you want to see?
I think that I would love to see Fnatic have some draft that dismantles what OG is likely to take. OG likes picking lane dominators for Amar. Let him get some hero that you expect him to get, and you beat him with it. Get those like lane matchup advantages or something that dismantles them in another way. If OG truly does have straightforward drafts and they pick the same stuff, prep something and dismantle it.
Yeah, the key thing for me here is that Fnatic's allowed Enigma to be available. Boom Esports banned it 2 times in a row. TSM banned it 2 times in a row. BetBoom, same thing. This is the first time in 3 series that OG has Tiger's Enigma available. Maybe they don't rush towards it, but they rush towards it. There we go. Let's see. We're gonna get black holes in the arena for one.
It's a crowd favorite.
Oh, it's gonna be so good.
Playing it for sure.
You better scream if he hits even a one-man black hole.
One-man black hole. Zero-man black hole.
0 man, you still scream.
You scream still. That's always a threat, right, Quinn? And Enigma is it's a scary hero to have, regardless of how confident you are in your draft.
Yeah, I think it's just a very comfort hero for them. It lets them pick like all their random spells, late game, skirmishy type of heroes that OG likes. I think the Doom first pick is pretty interesting. It's a classic LAN hero. You just pick the hero that gets more gold and then deletes a hero. It's very easy, very snore. But I think going back to that in a matchup just to start off with, if you win the game, people almost always ban the Doom because it's just kind of annoying to play against this hero if you lose to it.
It was a big hero in the previous series that they played as well, and they are going to get the Visage, actually. Hero that some teams have been dabbling with.
This is, I believe, the first time we're going to see Fnatic play it, but of course it's one of the flavors of the tournament.
Yeah, so this was a combination that Tundra popularized, and Fnatic have played it once. They attempted to run it, and that was the game where Januel carried them 1v9 with the Amulet and the Nightmare. But they were destined to lose that game. The lanes weren't that great. It wasn't like the best, but it all kind of formed into one pushing lineup around a Luna, the Bane, the drums on the Visage, and just kind of plowing through mid.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting choice into Pango. Historically, that's a pretty good matchup for Pango in terms of these Doom Visage heroes. They're a bit one-dimensional and they sort of walk into you. Their damage is like very nukey, we sort of chase you, we do damage over time, and Pango can disrupt that by not only just killing the birds, but he has this role that isn't touched by any Fnatic's crap.
I'm not gonna lie, I was expecting a little bit of Wind Ranger somewhere in there, whether it was banned, but then surely it should be banned by Fnatic, because it seems like a very annoying thing to play against.
Do they respect Seb Shiva? Do they respect the 2-time winner on his Windrunner? That's the main question.
I would say it's less scary here, because Power Shot's not necessarily going to like blow Visage out of the water. And Shackles are obviously really effective, but if they can hit him on the backline, burst him with a little bit of nuke damage, like, it might just be something they don't care about.
I'd also argue for OG, like a Bane ban might be in there as well. Against the Pangolier, against Enigma, you've already banned Grim. You kind of want something to do with it, and it's the same lineup they had before, so.
Yeah, it's definitely something for them to consider. I think the Underlord ban from Fnatic is pretty essential. I think OG will probably look towards Mars since Underlord's not out, or Underlord's out if it's not banned. I think having this sort of AoE deep push, like keep people in place type of thing versus this run at you that Fnatic has so far is a pretty nice response to it. It's also a hero that's strong in lane and pairs well with the Enigma memes.
Optimistic.
Why do you think they banned the Underlord in this match here? Good against the push, death push type stuff?
Yeah, I think it, like you have this extra sort of casual disable with Pango Enigma. It's a lot of like this gunk that's sitting in this pit and there's just constant damage coming out. And Doom Visage, these like run at you heroes, they have like real problems versus this pit. Sort of like the game 2 BeastCoast last series. Whenever you have all this crap that's trying to run in and there's this pit lord gunk, it's just like very difficult for your heroes to function.
Yeah, it's why last time with the Enigma Pangolier they had like Kunkka, the Underlord. It's also just tankiness as well. You open up the fight for these heroes just to always kind of execute.
Yeah, exactly.
A Bloodseeker now removed.
This is where the Windrunner comes in.
Yes! There you go.
There it is.
See? Classic OG with a stand-in.
But with Sebs, he farms a little bit more than other 4s or 5s should be doing right now. Is that going to work out with an Enigma as the other support?
Yeah, well, they ran this lineup against EG, and they slaughtered them. You play aggressive. At some point, you give a lane to the Windrunner for a couple minutes. You get a Blink Dagger. Then you're playing for Shackle. So, yeah, I think it should be fine.
I'm really curious what OG will pick for presumably offlane here. I think they would save their... I don't know, actually. I mean, Amar's hero pool tends to not be that wide, and I think they'll probably want some sort of like jumpy disable type dude. So you'd think about the Mars, but it is very awkward until you get to BKB versus like Coddle Ember. There's a lot of this like spacey random damage. You get Vesseled, you get the Solar Bind, and it's like kind of hard to play your hero.
I mean, he could pick Slardar here, would help them with Roche stuff. They're going to leave his pick to last, though.
Okay, interesting.
Don't forget, Amar is the drafter in this team. They have last pick, and most of the heroes he's played have been like laning counters. Like, other than, let's say, the Timbersaw, it's like he's picking a Slardar to annoy you, or a Viper to annoy you. Like, so I expect, yeah.
I think Slardar seems kind of okay here. If they initiate first, they can get some kills, pick off Ember maybe, but if you mess up your initiation, I feel like he's going to stay survivable. Visage is hard to kill.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for a lot of his common heroes right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I look at these heroes right now, I think if Fnatic gets a decent laning phase, they have so much nuke potential, and you look at OG's heroes, there's a lot of squishy heroes. They don't have this solid lockdown. If you take a fight in this open space where they don't get to play off Malefice and Shackle Shot and such, like, they can get really owned by Illuminates and Slights and the Soul Assumption. Very, like, a lot of pokey damage that can be difficult for OG to play into.
Even Root is really good against their first 3 heroes. Like, it sets up their nuke damage to finish them off. Who cares Windrun if you can just burst through it?
Yeah, for sure.
I love the respect ban on the Huskar. We've seen Amar pick that up here and there. They are prepared. They've got everything ready.
It's the value of this Enigma 4, right? You're naturally going to secure your lane, you're going to aggressively farm the jungle, and allow for most heroes just to kind of solo the lane to some degree. So, yeah, you could easily pick any hero here for Amar.
And for the last hero, Fnatic, where do we want this Ember to go? Because I normally would imagine Armel plays it, but I think Raven sometimes plays it too. So there's a tiny bit of flex there too.
Could you Slight kill Eidolons, maybe? Like, I mean, that'd be one reason you could put it in the safe lane, but I expect it to be mid.
Yeah, it has a good matchup against Pango. In the lane is like evenish, but the game is quite nice. As the lane scales, you start to get slided out of lane, and Pango starts to like be desperate to look for kill options in other places.
They banned the Luna combo. That would have been really good with Visage. Still could be Doom 4 if they want to run that.
Yep.
Yeah, I think you don't have to lane the Ember here with the Kotal. It's more like minute 6, 7, you kind of connect the heroes together and you start roaming throughout the map and poking them. Because like OG, they kind of don't take these skirmishing fights too well, outside of Pango just owning. Other than that, they've got some lockdown, but not the early damage. That's where Fnatic, you play behind Doom with Koddle, Ember poking, Visage, like, you can really enter the game quite quickly.
What do they need to finish it out though? Like what aspects of the hero do we need? Not necessarily which role, but what kind of boxes does it need to tick?
For Fnatic, I wish they just had some scaling carry that can play behind this aggression, the poke of Ember Koddle, and then ensure that they win the game. Force OG to take the fights and you're farming behind.
I think there's also a cute world in which they just decide to put this Coddle mid. It has a very good matchup against Pango mid and the supports. The Jug matchup is kind of whatever, but I'm not sure how confident they are laning in this Ember safe lane.
Because they've run the Doom in 4 as well, so it's like Doom, Visage is kind of flex 3-4, the Koddle's, yeah.
All right, that'll allow him to survive through Omni Slash, through Black Hole, possibly take the fight afterwards. Good front laner, gives them another tower hitter.
I do want to say, if you die and you come back up, you are a perfect target for a well-aimed Shackle because you got a lot of time to get in position for it.
It's a lot of melee cores against an Enigma.
Yeah, that too.
It does make the Slardar look a lot better. You have quite a bit of synergy with like Pango Swash, Jug damage. I think the lane should be pretty solid against Wraith King Coddle. It's probably that or Mars realistically. I think Amar is someone who likes to stick to his tried and true.
Yeah, the Razor already got banned, of course, and then there's Mars and Slardar. That's kind of been it.
I mean, literally the only 2 heroes available that aren't banned is the Slardar and the Mars. He's not played any other heroes at this major.
Time for changing their repertoire and proving Fnatic wrong, that they don't pick the same things over and over again.
Because right now it's...
Because right now...
The exception of the Jug, maybe.
Yeah. The upside for that is Fnatic know exactly what's coming at them. It's scary, but this is something they could easily have prepared for. And that's probably why we don't see them ban the Mars, the Slardar, because it's expected.
I mean, I feel like not banning the Enigma sets up these kind of the domino effect, right? You don't ban the winner and you know they're going to pick it. Ah, funky suits.
Yeah, look at Snazzy.
Too bad Jenkins didn't find those guys.
Yeah, I think if you're Fnatic right now, you feel pretty happy. Like, if you're comfortable just individually on your heroes, you look at Dire's heroes, and they don't seem that spooky to me. Like, maybe they have some player-hero combos, you know, Seb on the Winter Ranger, Taiga on the Enigma. But in terms of, like, a cohesive lineup, I think I'd be pretty happy being Ember this game.
I feel like their initiation even is difficult on the OG side. Like, they have to have vision, then they have to lead into Shackle, or it has to be, like, rolling Boulder into a Blink or something. So it just feels easier for Fnatic to take fights as well.
I would argue, though, on the flip side, this Pangolier for OG is going to have a great time. Once you leave laning phase, you're taking the fight. And yeah, the 50-50, the coin toss, it landed on Mars.
Yeah, they took a minute to throw that thing up in the air, but of course also that time used to already prepare the game plan for when they go in game. So who do we feel like won the draft? Because I kind of feel like Fnatic knew exactly what was coming to them from OG. I think OG kind of knew what was coming from Fnatic, and both teams are kind of comfortable with that, right, Quinn?
Yeah, I think it's a game that both teams are very, very happy with their drafts. I think there's a lot of potential for Armel to take over this game if he has a good start, so I would look to him to have a really high impact in this game.
Yeah, especially if there can be follow-up and they can play around him, that's going to be a big thing. Landing good Dooms might be hard against like the Jug or the other mobile heroes, and also killing Wraith King. If they can kill him with less spells, it'd be better, so they can kill him twice.
Yeah, I mean, distributing a farm might be hard for OG against what Fnatic has, but they always seem to find it, so you can't really count them out.
That's true. It looks a little bit maybe more normal for Fnatic, and it looks on paper like the stronger draft, but we've seen OG pull this one off very frequently, so we're in for a treat for sure, and especially with our commentary duo, it's OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Chief, and ladies and gentlemen, get yourselves ready for the first game coming up here between Fnatic and OG. Fog, from the draft so far, what are you most excited to see? Is it sort of the Seb Wind Ranger? Is it sort of Fnatic having the ability maybe to stomp their lanes with a Doom Visage combo? I mean, what's looking hot to you today from these two drafts?
Taiga Enigma. We got Enigma in a land.
We have in front of the live crowd here. If we get some good ultimates, you know the crowd is going to be popping off for some good moves from Taiga. I mean, overall, do you sort of like the direction one of the teams has gone with this? Are you a little surprised maybe by some of the heroes that have been left in by each side that they got their hands on?
I like Fnatic's maybe a little bit more, but OG, this is their style, so it's tough to really ever say that they didn't get what they want. I think they literally got every single hero they probably wanted in that situation, so we'll see how it all plays out.
Absolutely, here we go as we get ourselves into the first game of this best of three. Fnatic versus OG battling it out.
And eyes on Armel. I think that, just like Quinn was saying, there is a high chance that this Ember, a hero that we've been seeing not picked nearly as often at this tournament, it's kind of been falling off a little bit, has a excellent game. Limited disables, a lot of them can be a bit more telegraphed, as we like to say, you know, your shackle shots and your spears can be a bit easier sometimes to dodge as these Embers. And it's not just an Ember, it's an Ember with a Coddle behind. So the chakra, the replenishing of these slights, these chains, definitely gonna be powerful. A lot of poke and prod and a lot of distance damage that I see coming out from Fnatic. Soul Assumption, they got the slight chains, they got the Coddle blasts. So it's a lot of damage that's going to be getting nuked out overall. But OG, they've got ways to withstand through it. They've got the Healing Ward that's going to be coming out from the Jug. They've got Shield Crash Pango that's going to be trying to absorb a lot of these abilities too. So,
and do you like sort of the way that Fnatic decided to end their draft? You know, we heard sort of from the panel, like Quinn was suggesting maybe the chance to switch things around a bit. They don't. They keep their last pick reserved for the carry. They get Raven the Wraith King.
I was honestly in the same accord as Quinn. I thought they were going to put the Coddle mid and look for something else that can make moves, because I'm a little worried of their support duo not being able to actually like make moves around the map. I think it's more going to be all the pressure on Armel to be this ganker. So, I mean, we'll see if it ends up working. I did think that they would switch things up as well.
Oh, look at this already. Fnatic, they're able to step up. Ooh,
yeah, this
goodness,
lane
Jiragi.
This lane is brutal, as we've seen multiple times from Tundra, how much damage it's able to dish out early.
Yeah, we'll have that Blade Fury to rely on in situations where things start to look a little scary against the Doom Visage, but as you saw outside of that, huge amounts of damage can be done by this duo. Also, Fnatic, with DJ's aggression, was able to get in and pick that bounty rune up, so they'll start with the 3 bounties.
Other thing about the Jug is, too, you can offset a lot of this damage with your Healing Ward, right? So that's probably what we'll see Jiragi even skill up at level 2. Be able to just constantly spam that. We see Taiga also starts with Bassi, so he's gonna be able to keep that mana up with the Jug. And let's see how this top lane does too, because it is a pretty passive lane with the Enigma there. And Jabs as well as DJ can definitely get some big kills at least onto him. and slow down Yuragi's farm. Yeah, mid. BZM with an excellent start. 4 and 3 to the 1 of the Ember.
We'll see how well this matchup plays out. And down on the bottom half of things, any sort of expectations from when you see these two duos meet head-to-head?
I guess you could see you could maybe even see either heroes die, either lane. This is a very chaotic lane. I think there's going to be a lot of trading going on.
I think Eyes, of course, definitely going to be on Seb. We've seen the last few times he's been able to get that hero through the draft. He's had some insane performances. Of course, as a veteran player and a player that's played on many stages in front of many crowds, there's every reason to believe that we've got to keep our eyes out for some big moves, some big shackle shots to come out from him again this match.
Seb's name at the moment also in game, I have to point this one out. You don't see it because it says Seb, but he is best zoomer mid laner. So that's BZM, I believe, that he's trying to keep his nickname as, so kind of fun between them. And speaking of BZM, we were talking about how well he's doing in mid. 10-4 to the 6-1. Continue to smash in mid.
A slow start here for Armel. Every reason to believe that he'll have those abilities to catch up, especially if he's got points to the Flame Guard. He'll be able to clear through those small camps and catch up in CS, no problem.
Seb tipping his counterpart in the lane.
Top lane, so far looks like there's not been too much struggle. Yuragi to hit the creeps. They're going to see if they can try and make a bit of a move on to Jabs. The Malefice into the Blade Fury. I don't think there's any escape for this Visage. That will be first blood for the two of them.
They seem to do this a lot with the Enigma. Even though it's more of your passive style hero in laning phase, they seem to pair it with something that tends to be able to get a kill early on. So nicely done. And bottom is also, saying it's kind of volatile. It can go either way. I think it's more likely that the Fnatic heroes actually die on this side versus the Seb Wind Ranger and Amar. Overwhelming damage, 2 different forms of control. And I see Seb, he's just toying with John Well right now.
Fnatic, they've definitely got to be careful top. I mean, that was with the level 1 Blade Fury, so now the damage is going to be stepped up. He's hit the level 3 Yuragi.
Seb's going to have to get boots very early. Really slow hero in the off lane. Visage, 285 movement speed. Something that can definitely get punished. Also Doom, to be honest. 285 on both of these heroes. Some of these slower heroes in Dota.
Armel out of bottle charges in the mid. Be cautious. Still has a couple of tangos to play with. The top lane, they're going to look
go for it again.
He's able to set up once more with the Malefice. With that damage to the Blade Fury, it's an easy kill onto Jabs. OG getting the kills here for Yuragi in this early laning stage.
He has to do the walk of shame back as this Visage. This lane is already broken. Jug free farm. And they're not going to be able to really pressure him at all. The lane that we've seen Tundra so many times in particular be able to pressure with versus almost anybody. OG has found a solution for it, it seems.
Absolutely. Fnatic not having the same sort of success with this duo so far in the laning stage.
And look at, Armel has to go back to base. So BZM trying to continue to have absolute free farm in the mid lane. Now he has some very nice side lanes he can gank as an early high-leveled Pango. Ganking a Visage that's under-leveled, you're very squishy. Ganking even a Wraith King who's having a bit of a tough time, you'll be able to shred through him.
And sort of from Fnatic's side of things, where do their strengths lie? At what point, what a timing are they going to look to make moves themselves? Is it a more passive lineup? I mean, which heroes are going to be the playmakers?
I thought it was going to be Armel, but his skill build indicates that he's not really going to be playing as a playmaker.
They're going to try and go for him in the mid.
By the shield crash too. Should be okay.
I won't continue to dive him, but indeed, with Seb coming across towards the mid at top lane, DJ is going to be another one for these two.
Oh boy.
This top lane going very, very well here for OG. They managed to find 3 kills out of it so far.
Amar now just being left alone bottom. Looks like he's like, okay, don't worry about me. Seb, you go sit on the mid lane. Keep shutting down Armel. He's gonna get 6 before this Ember Spirit is on the Pango too, so they'll be able to set up for a kill pretty easily on the Ember. He's gonna get his bottle refilled. But yeah, I'm surprised that I see Armel go for this skill build. I really thought he was gonna do the slight chain build this game, so he can set up on these side lanes potentially.
See bottom.
Now they have no answer to this Pango roll.
Try and get aggressive on Amar whilst he's on his own, but indeed he's at a point where he can walk it off.
Top.
Oh no, not again.
Another one.
It's gonna be another one. This top lane. It ain't been great here for Fnatic. That's 4 deaths now.
They're making it
on this top side of the map. That's Yuragi on a killing spree 5 minutes in.
They're making it look easy, Owen.
It's a rough half of the map up here. Jabs getting little to any farm at all out of this matchup. And yeah, Yuragi already 3-0-1 as the safe lane juggernaut.
It can be sometimes like a greedy lineup, a greedy lane too, right? With the Enigma, but able to get kills out of it, no longer greedy. This is going to prove problematic for Fnatic in the mid game. A farmed Enigma with levels, Jug, who's got free farm and kills. Every lane just dominant for them so far.
A rough start indeed. Already coming up to a 2K advantage for OG around the 5 minutes. Fnatic they've got to slow down the bleeding. They can't afford to lose any more lives on that top lane.
Armel, he's hit 6. Arcane Rune will be taken by Seb.
Yeah, making it even less likely that Armel's going to be able to find those early rotations. See BZM, he's ready to go top. DJ could be in trouble. He's definitely in trouble. The Malefice, okay, maybe TP. No, it's not going to work, of course. Thunder's there at the ready. BZM making sure that DJ has no chance of escape. They just cannot catch a break up here, DJ and Jabs.
Raven bottom also.
So what they could do, oh, that spear there. Flipping him over to the side, just a fair bit of damage, not enough to take him down. He has a lot of one charges as well. Right back up top, Jab.
Yuragi's 6.
I mean, he's looking for the opportunity to get in with the ultimate. Jab's trying his best to juke around the trees.
He's doing a good job.
He's hiding pretty nicely, but there's the ult. Another one for Yuragi. 4-0-1. I think at this point, Fox, you just gotta write off this top lane if you're Fnatic. This is not the place to be.
I don't know what you do actually at this point, because you can't even bring a third hero there.
Armel's going to try and see if he can do something.
Okay, but Armel has slight flame guard. It's not like some slight chain where he can maybe set up for a kill. Yuragi, he's got 16-6. He could just spin TP if he feels at a threat, which he does. So.
I've got to switch something up, Fnatic. This lane setup has not worked out for them on the top side. Maybe Armel will continue to stay there for a bit. I think they're going to let Jabs take some space from the mid lane.
They have to change something. If they send him up there again, it's already disaster. It's already disaster. If they send him up there again, the game is probably just over. Level 4 Visage, 7 minutes. 2K gold lead already. Jug free farm, Pango free farm. And Amaris, who's been left alone mostly in the bottom lane, also kind of up there with the free farm.
And as we've seen, Fnatic, it's not like they're able to punish the fact that Amar's on his own.
No, and their thing is their supports don't really gank that well. That's what I was talking about in the beginning too. The Coddle and the Doom, they're more about depending on your cores to be able to make those type of plays, and they follow up with something, especially until Doom hits 6. Definitely seeing some concerns moving into these next few moments for Fnatic.
They've got to try and slow things down.
I mean, Armel he goes up here to alleviate the pressure for the Visage, but now he's the one getting pushed away.
Right, in the mid, BZM teasing with the idea of maybe diving Jabs, but Jabs will be able to fall back far enough, and he's got Drawn well by his side.
He's barely getting anything in the mid lane either, though.
Yeah, Seb heading over as well. Also ready to look for a shackle opportunity. If they catch someone behind the tower, they'll be ready to roll in for him.
Fnatic sees it all coming too, but there's nothing they can really do to prevent this. They're gonna just blast the waves, but that means Visage now has to leave the mid lane, and poor Jabs, has to go back toward top.
Now they'll swap things back over. Maybe they can find a chance for some action around Armel in the mid.
Even scouting the stacks, did see that they were setting some up with the Coddle. Gonna be stolen immediately from OG.
On top lane, Jabs.
He just got back here.
Oh, he just can't be here. It's not the place to be. Another death for Jabs. 0-5-0 in the first 9 minutes. This is definitely one of the rougher offlaner openings we've seen in this tournament, Fog. This is rough.
He keeps doing the voice line too. You again. It's like, oh, poor Jabs.
It's a tough time for him up there.
That's gonna change any idea they had about this game. Like the Visage usually has a pretty strong early game. He literally has no early game. So they're gonna have to try to bring Jabs back in somehow.
Yeah, if he can turn his game around, it's gonna be an incredible recovery.
I'm very worried for them, Owen.
7-0, OG 3K up right now. Very solid hold of the game out of these laning stages, and OG need to amp up the pressure. Yuragi's got his ult back online, so they can look to get in aggressive and look for kill opportunities.
Taiga's already 6 as well. Level 6 and even level 8 on the Jug. Pretty ridiculous to have this type of experience spread at this point. Even looking to steal even more of the stacks.
I mean, Armel, he's going to just get Black Hole. Taiga's just going to lock him down. Anti-snatching a Rolling Thunder. There's no hesitation there from OG to keep the kills rolling in. They drop their ults for Armel.
It's a disaster, Owen.
It's rough.
Even getting an Arcane Rune now, BZM, he has Diffusal done in 200. He's going to one-shot some of these heroes, perhaps with Swashbuckle. Jabs, he's hit 6. He's finally got, at least he's got his familiars online. But a lot of damage has been done in these first 10 minutes.
sort of the silver lining for Fnatic being that Raven is getting farmed.
Yes.
You know, he's sort of been on his own little island down on the bottom half of the map in that safe lane. He's hitting the creeps.
A big silver lining, though, because Pango's about to have Diffusal versus a Wraith King at about the 11-minute mark. So, mana pool, lackluster.
Smoke from Fnatic.
They're going to try
They're looking for kills. They're looking for Armel to find some action. Maybe he can go for Tiger. He's going to try. Diving in. Malefist is there, though. Tiger able to dodge the blast. They've got to really commit to get this kill. He's trying his best to juke them out, but he should still die here. So Fnatic, they'll finally get themselves a kill on the board.
Able to poke the tower a little bit, too. It is the 5 position, but got to get themselves on the board somehow. All right, Diffusal. BZM's got it. He's got ult available. He's got Arcane. They are going to look for every single fight.
Yep.
That has to be the fastest Diffusal as well, I want to say, that we've had perhaps at this tournament, because it is unbelievably early, if not the second.
Oh, they're going straight for jabs.
Oh, poor jabs.
It's going to be fine this time. Top lane, that's a big one they find.
Okay.
Yuragi. Very nice kill for Fnatic. They may lose some heroes for it. BZM will get drawn well. Can get more. DJ's out with the TP. He'll make it away. So good hit there from Fnatic. Finding Yuragi in a bit too of a dangerous spot.
And the full tower. Very important when they have this type of lineup. Not really able to hit those buildings early on. Raven.
They've caught him. See if they can take him down the twice. Even if they'll need to, they're burning through that mana. He'll pop the 1 charges.
He's gonna go down.
They got him. They burnt enough mana. He's not going to have the chance to come back for a second life dead.
And there's the Diffusal put into work immediately versus that carry Wraith King. Amar, we've been seeing a lot of these amazing Mars players been missing their spears. Just seems to be happening at this major. Either way, gets the kill, and Amar, he has Blink Dagger already done on this Mars too. Top of the net worth.
See if Fnatic can hold their tier 1 tower here in the mid. It's a big push coming in from OG.
DD as well.
No black hole to worry about still for 40 seconds. Jabs, the side. He's going to get caught by the shackle, but Yuragi's getting burst pretty low by the sleight of fist spam here from Armel. So Yuragi's got to back off, and Fnatic, they'll be able to hold their tier 1 for a little longer.
They have good spam. With the Coddle and with the Ember, they should be able to hold on to at least the mid tower for some decent time. And Raven does get to go top, get himself some breathing room too.
Definitely being able to slow things down a little bit here for Fnatic. OG, that 2k lead they built up at around 5 minutes in, it's still the same. So Fnatic managing to make sure that they don't lose any further lives, specifically that as well of jabs. He's managed to find this sort of safe area where he's cleaning up the triangle, swinging over towards the mid lane as well.
And they've gone for more of a farmy style. Armel, now he's going to start putting points in chains, but having the 3 points in Flame Guard, you can see what that's causing. He has that high net worth because of it, rather than looking for all this setup on ganks, so. Oh, Amar actually switched it up. Okay. He had the blink, he had the gold for it, but he buys the Mithril Hammer, so. Maybe feels like he doesn't need the blink just yet. It was a little too early for him.
Yeah, they'll finish off this tower down here, OG. See what they can go for next to set up. This is top side. Fnatic's managed to make this very safe space for Raven to get away with farming pretty freely.
And DJ has a blink out of nowhere. Blink and the Send charge
straight away
with the Doom.
Time to look for kills.
Yeah.
They've got fantastic jump here between the two of them, the Doom and the Ember Spirit. If they get on top of any of these heroes, especially if the Doom comes down before any reaction like a spin, they should have the kill. Straight away, they'll look for a Mars. Doom's dropped down. There's going to be very little chance for escape for this Mars. As Fnatic making the moves.
Oh, look at that tips already. Spicy. All 3 onto Mar. He's not phased.
He's keeping his cool.
Very quick, though, by DJ. Somehow finding this blink timing, even though top was pretty disastrous, you could say. Very good timing for him. And finding any core at this point, super worth it to Doom. OG, I don't think they're too fussed, though. I think it's still just, the name of the game is just still farm it up, because they do still have that top net worth, and the lead that they got out of the lanes is pretty massive. This basically just kind of a 4 position at this point.
Let's see what they can try and get with the smoke. Seb and BZM making their way through the jungle. It's Armel that's pushed out here on his own for now.
They have such an overwhelming amount of damage on OG. Anyone they find is easily brought down.
See if they can catch this, the Ember. You see Amar tries for a spear there through the trees, but won't quite get the connection, so Armel's back to safety. Still mid lane, that's where OG are looking for action. Tiger, Blink Black Hole at the ready. Doesn't want to really use it just for a Coddle, wants something bigger, I'd imagine.
They do really want to push this tower down, though. They want to try to find Genwell somewhere. He's being quite pesky.
I mean, Armel's going to turn up to, again, continue with the slightest fist spam, try and hold back this push.
They'll finish it this time with the spin, perhaps. Let's see. Split. Armel?
Armel, he's trying to get over towards the backline, potentially, but he's walked straight in towards Tiger. Good job he has the Remnant at the ready. Tiger was eyeing up the opportunity to use the black hole, but Armel plays it safe. Off to the side, BZM will trap John Well. Ooh!
Fancy footwork.
And he's out. Oh, very, very nice there for John Well. Lovely little dodge. As he gets out,
Jabs won't be so lucky,
oh,
though.
he won't be as lucky. They're in with the Malefice. Jabs, he'll go down yet again.
He really can't catch a break this game.
He cannot.
He's never really going to get tanky enough to deal with this lineup either, as I think we were mentioning on the panel. So many different things to just instantly break his Gravekeeper club. He's got spin, he's got the Tango, he's got the Wind Ranger, even instances from Enigma too. So game for Jabs is going to continue to be incredibly difficult. Probably just going to be the aura. I mean, that's what we've seen from Visitors anyway, but fully emphasize on auras this game.
I'll see this again, that lovely little bit of play here from John Well as he's round the trees. Nothing to put a stop to the team. I think they had a Malefice about to come in towards the air.
It was mid-animation, yeah.
Very, very nice escape. Not as nice, of course, for Jabs. Maybe if he goes down there, Jabs might have the chance to escape, so Jabs is probably going to be a little upset with that one.
I was about to say that, yeah. So they actually get the bigger kill because the Coddle TP's out. 4K lead, OG continues to grow it, but Raven, as you said, having that good game. So it's pretty much matching, if not about
This is a good set up top. And they're going to get the jump in. Good stun as well. DJ with the opener, Seb. Try and run from this, but Armel, some of the toys forward into the chains. Seb surely should burn down to this as they'll finish him off. Armel getting another hit, 4-1-0. Doing a really good job on this Emma Spirit, especially with the backup of DJ, finding opportunities, finding these pickoffs to make sure that Fnatic don't fall any further behind as a team.
It has to be the Ember Spirit this game. And I think they're very fortunate to have DJ being this farmed as well that can even follow up with him all the time. It's about soon BKB done.
And continued solid space for Raven. Yeah, Raven still up there, level with the cores of OG. He's getting all the farm he needs as the Wraith King. And only going down the once. You know, it's just been one time round that OG was really able to use that early defusal to really punish Raven. Other than that, Fnatic playing in a way that's keeping this area that Raven's in consistently protected, and OG they're not really able to find the Wraith King alone.
This is very OG though, you know, just sit back, farm, let them come to you and make the mistakes. This is kind of how they play a lot of their games. They're still an aggressive team, but if they're given the space to farm, they'll take it. Amar, as you said, BKB done. Looking at the blink next, pretty close to it. BZM has his blink too, so many different forms of initiation on the side of OG right now.
Quick moves from Fnatic. They want to try and do something with the BKB reveal on Armel as well as the DD in the bottle.
DD, and they have Doom ready too.
They do. If DJ gets the jump, they'll certainly get the kill.
Have to be careful of the counter initiation, depending on who they jump. As we said, multiple blink daggers on the side of OG to go for initiation.
We'll see them smoke up themselves, head towards the triangle of Fnatic. Raven was in the area momentarily, but he's now starting to make his way over towards the safe area of the jungle, close to his teammates. So OG unlikely to find a kill. Another explosive item here added to the tools of Fnatic, as Raven does have the Deso done. OG, they'll look to use this smoke movement to head into the Roche pit. And with Fnatic on the other side of the map, it will take them a bit of time to get over here if they even suspect that it's going down.
They should be able to get it in time. And they have Healing Ward, so full HP. Might even be able to fight right afterwards.
Yeah, it's definitely a scary area for Fnatic to turn up to, even if they did, of course, with all the AoE team fight from OG. Definitely a little bit superior to Fnatic when it comes to a 5-on-5 with the heroes they have in play. Armel going to start to head over. They know that OG's continuing to force this Roshan down. But indeed, Fnatic, they can't get close enough. They get the kills, and now they're going to jump over to the side. They'll drop the black hole, look to lock down the Ember Spirit on these.
They throw it all.
Everything to make sure that Armel doesn't have a fight to play. Shackle over to the side. They catch out John Well as well.
No hesitation. Literally just throw everything onto the Ember. They know he's the only one who's been having the game, and yeah, Armel stepping up a bit too far. OG identifying that it's not a fight. It's just that Armel trying to poke and maybe steal something. We see the Shard, of course, coming into play too for Seb. Gets the follow-up Gust onto the Coddle, and yeah, they just don't care. They just throw everything in the kitchen sink onto him. They know how important Armel is at this point in the game.
There was always going to be a bit of a risk with him stepping up. I mean, even as it was, he didn't really have the full a team behind him. It was a risky play. Maybe if he got the BKB off and was able to dodge the black hole, could have tried to zip in and steal the Aegis, but it wasn't to be. As OG continuing to hold their lead, and with the Aegis on Yuragi, they could certainly look to step up the aggression, look to try and push for more of these towers. DJ and Raven in the mid.
Amar buys Blink, sells it immediately, buys an ultimate orb. So no Blink on the Mars this game. Since he has, as we said, 3 different forms of Blink initiation, it feels like already on his team. He's going for something different, going for something more greedy, going for the Lincolns for his teammates. Just to block that Doom.
I mean, Armel's starting to play around with OG top. The rest of Fnatic smoking up from the mid to try and join him. He will be out in time there as BZM attempts to get the Blink Rolling Thunder connection. Armel back over to join the rest of the team. If DJ can get a good Doom off.
I think this is where Fnatic can look for the fight.
See, DJ's going to try and jump off BZM, but he jumps into the Rolling Thunder, so won't be able to get anything off in time. The Gale
now he's in trouble.
DJ back. They're in on top of him with the Blade Fury. He tries to try and get some sort of spell off, but he cannot do so. Yuragi and BZM take him out. Over to the side, Seb does fall as Raven gets in. They have the control. They take out the Wind Ranger.
Big mistake, though, from DJ. Over blinking into the Thunder.
He's got the arena ready. He's going to be able to trap them here as Raven is pinned to the wall for now. Over to the side, the Vistage jabs trying to focus out BZM and Tiger. They've held the Enigma to the side. Armel commits him with the BKB. They'll bring Tiger down. DJ jumps in, zoom down onto Amar. They're going to see if they can pick up more here for Fnatic as they continue to chase out OG. The bird they're in, the slam down over towards the Mars. Yuragi's trying to turn, but there's no way they can help Amar. Amar falls. They come in with the ultimate from the Juggernaut, but there's so many units here to bounce around that Yuragi can't do enough damage to the single targets. The healing was taken out. Tiger from the side, he's brought back for this turn for the Malefice. They'll bring down Raven the once. The buyback hits. Fnatic used both of their supports to try and keep this action going. Shackle on the Raven, jump forward. DJ's trying to keep the escape of Raven covered. Raven trying to stand his ground, turns with the stun, but the Rolling Thunder's back up. BZM over towards the Wraith, over towards Cromwell. Raven, he'll try and attempt to damage from BZM. The spin from Yuragi takes him down. Rolling Thunder over to the side. Yuragi still continues to live. Finally, he falls. That's the Aegis gone. Like Fnatic. See if they can continue to clean this up. They have the change control onto BZM. The familiar birds as well, stunning them up. Armel, he opts to back out. That's enough for now.
DJ?
Or?
This is a bit deep, DJ.
He's waiting for the kill. They still have the backup. Armel's in with the Remnants, but the Blade Fury's back up. Yuragi looks towards DJ, trying to chase him down. Armel won't let Yuragi pass him.
Amar's back.
See if they can get the jump over onto Armel. There's the jump forward with the swashbuckle BZM. He's in on top of him. He's getting them rather low though again. Jabs with these stuns. Controlling OG. The buff up. Armel's got another round to spell the BKB at top. So Armel will be able to walk out of the arena. Looks like that will be that for now. Both teams really committing for the fight there. Buybacks from either side. We're still up 5k here, OG, but we're seeing absolutely Fnatic. They may be down, but they're not going out without a fight.
Was that like a 2.5-minute fight or something? And that was 20,000 damage done from both sides during that one. 9 swashbuckles, 4 defusals. Crazy fight. Very back and forth, couple buybacks coming into play.
And that was sort of a team fight where, OG, they didn't have the black hole back up yet, so next time round, that's sort of an extra thing to take into account that could be very difficult for Fnatic to deal with. They've got to be prepared for it.
Jabs was very clutch in this one. After having such an early,
great stuns.
Such a tough game. Yeah, great stuns and also great, immediately sniped the healing ward, always getting the stuns in the back lines, like scouting through the tree line as well. Really well played from him. Now he's got his level 15. He's also got that Wraith Pact finished up. So it could be a different fight next time around.
He has, of course, got the Remnant at the ready. BKB up in 10 seconds. Tiger was looking for a chance to grab him. Will hold back on the use of the ultimate. They're respecting Armel's reaction as Armel's out to the side. Seb trying to control him as well, but backups in for Armel. OG, they'll turn their attention towards the tier 2 tower instead down bottom. DJ is set up in the trees and does have Doom back online.
I like how Doom is just back up, and it felt like that fight just ended since it lasted so long.
Hard for DJ to make a move. Doesn't really want to try for this on his own. Yuragi is committing with the Blade Fury. If he gets a +1 down here, he's actually going to get a +2. They're going to see if they can punish this. Jump forward for DJ. He's in with the stomp, the Doom. They've caught Yuragi. The rest of OG's trying to get over to help out, but Yuragi goes down. He's out for a minute.
And they tip Amar. Oh God, Fnatic.
I mean, Yuragi was definitely, he was pushing it there,
so far
committing, using the Blade Fury as well to stick around to keep hitting the tower. Fnatic, they were not going to let that pass.
I'm pretty surprised he stuck around that far, but we'll get punished. Fnatic, what do they make with it? 40 seconds.
And Raven, top net worth now. BKB is going to be next on the shopping list for him. It's going to be a very, very solid showing. And it's not easy for him. He's only died twice. This is a difficult Wraith King game.
got a lot of time now to build ahead, though, of the Jug while he's dead.
There's BKB into Ags from Armel as well. It's going to give him that extra ability to make sure that he can always sort of play at the distance but still be available to jump in at a moment's notice, can really sort of play to the edge, avoid these huge teamfight ultimates that OG are going to try and catch him with.
They're trying for him bottom, it looks like. Armel.
There's the initiation with the Rolling Thunder. The jump forward from Tiger, he'll drop the black hole again.
They should have enough.
Each and every time we're seeing Tiger dropping this for the Ember, and it's absolutely worth it. This Ember Spirit from Armel, it could be deadly if he's allowed to jump freely around the team fight.
Look where he just died to, and look just north of where the Ember died. They just placed the ward right afterwards.
Oh,
this was placed literally like 10 seconds before. He probably gets out. He'd probably able to see the gank coming, but that's what happens sometimes. And Taiga with no hesitation because of the way that game pace is going, as you said, just always going to be throwing the black hole, especially onto someone like Armel. 6k gold lead still for OG. Another Linken's finished up, so multiple ways now to block these Dooms.
Yeah, making DJ's life a little bit harder.
Yeah.
He will be able to commit in and sort of hold back on the Doom, wait for his teammates to pop the Linkens now because his BKB is done. So highly likely, unless he's sort of tanking a full Omni Slash, that he'll be able to survive that a little longer and still find the Doom opportunities, which he's been doing a great job about so far.
And they do have good ways to break those Linkens as well, too. They have the Soul Assumption, even the double Soul Assumption that comes out from the 15 talent, so it could potentially just break it in one shot. They pretty much have to fight around the Doom cooldown, though. Yep. So it's back up. They know that Black Hole's down. I think right now is go time for Fnatic to look for something. At least get some aggressive vision right now. So all they have is defensive vision. They have no information on the side of OG's map.
Smoke some here for Fnatic. Of course, it is at the risk that it's into these ultimates from OG, the Thunder in the arena. But if they find anyone alone, Fnatic's pick-off potential is huge. They'll jump for 7. Straight in with the chains, try and blow them back with the Gale Force, but Raven's in on top of him. Let's turn over the shackles to control the Wraith King, but so much burst here from the back of the support of Fnatic. And Seb goes down, and Fnatic, they'll be able to swing this top wave round and look for a chance at taking this tier 2 tower top.
Look at bottom. DJ's already set up with the ward.
But they're looking for him. They're going to be able to get this jump on him, and of course that Omni Slash, nothing to save himself from that physical damage. Uragi commits, gets the kill. DJ gone for 70 seconds.
DJ was being so sneaky too. He was smoked from the smoke that was top, and he was setting up for this play bottom, but OG with the read.
Yeah, I think after that's the last time where he's ever get that jump onto Uragi from the trees behind the tier 2 tower, OG making sure that DJ's not able to play from those positions again.
Now they're thinking about poking high ground, but immediately met by Raven, they'll back away. And still keeping themselves at this net worth advantage. Even though Raven is farming well, they keep shutting down Armel. They know that they just need to black hole him every single one of the fights, and Jabs, he's still on the road to recovery.
There's the big purchase for Armel. Aghanim's done. Okay. Also did see as well that the skeleton pressure from Raven top meant that OG did respond with a fortification, so there is a chance of Fnatic taking a fight. They could look to move it quickly into some pressure on that top lane.
OG just going for tri-scaling, right? They have the Mars going for this type of scaling build. They have the Pango who's gone for the Aghanims with the Shield Crash talent at 15, Swashbuckle talent as well. All about damage coming from this Pango. Interesting approach, and now they have Black Hole.
Here we go. See how well Fnatic are prepared for this one. Already, there's going to be the jump forward. It's going to be Raven going in first, committing with the BKB. He's going to try and stand his ground against Uragi and Amar. Uragi already using the Blade Fury to escape. They'll get themselves back to the edge of the fight. OG will see if they want to jump back in. But at this point, they're going to know that Fnatic will have responded. Everybody turning up. Sure, Raven, BKB on cooldown, but he still has the reincarnation. So it's a hard fight for OG to get into now. The Fnatic know their position. So they'll back away.
Yeah, Uragi, no Omni. They wanted everything, I think, for that fight. Even though they have Black Hole, being a little hesitant. As we said, OG content with farming. They don't want to walk into some high ground, especially as we said, they're going for this tri-core building.
Of course, there's the big pickup for Seb. As we said, we've seen it so many times before from him at this major. You've got to watch out for these two-man shackles. Seb will find the angles.
It's going to be so much up to initiations. If Fnatic can start with a Doom, perhaps they can look to take advantage of the fights. But OG, if they don't get jumped on, OG is very likely to be the ones that just win the fight. Oh, and it spawns bottom right when they're smoking.
They're going to be able to search for it as well, sweeping down the river here at the 30-minute mark. They know there's a power rune at the ready. Bolt's passed over to Uragi. He'll have that ready to pop for the next Omni Slash.
I think they spotted DJ for a second there too. Taiga.
There's the lead in.
They forced the BKB.
DJ will have to play it careful for the next 70 seconds. OG know that. More of a chance for them to commit. And
they're going to
less about the threat of the Doom.
Seb.
You can get it, Seb. Gonna try and get the catch. It's a good force to the side, but the shackle will still hit. This John Cottle looking pretty dead here. He's gone. There's OG.
And it's right around Roche.
They'll take the tier 1 tower, and indeed Roshan at the ready. Has been spotted out by Jabs. We'll see if Fnatic wants to try and take a fight 4v5. But it's into all of these ultimates from OG. It's not easy.
It's 60 seconds, no Coddle too. Is one of his diebacks from earlier. He's one of the better ones to be able to at least spam into the pit.
So there's going to be any chance from like maybe Armel to get in and out with the speed of his remnants, with the Aghanims. Could commit him with the BKB, look for the jump, but if he does so, he's got to be so prepared for Tiger to look for that opportunity to just lay down the black hole and keep the Roshan area covered.
Someone has to keep a disable ready for the Enigma. BZM,
They're going to
make the go.
Jump. They're going to be able to close it on to Jabs. Jabs, he's in a whole world of trouble here as they'll remove the Visage from the equation. Just down to 3 members now, Fnatic. Jump to the side, Raven, he's in, he takes out Tiger straight away. If there's going to be a buyback, jump forward. They get the 3-man stun off. DJ's in on top of it. He got the Doom off as well on a BZM, but Yuragi has enough damage to take out the 2 of them. Standing his ground, there's the black hole. It's going to clip him onto the side. The spin did actually push him out, I think, here. Armel still able to walk from this, but Raven, caught in the midst of it all, will blink out to the side. They're being able to reposition quite nicely here, Fnatic. They have used the 2 buybacks, of course, for this from Jabs and DJ. But they had the 5 of them alive, and is now actually in a position where OG, they're without BZM, and that was OG's ultimate. So Fnatic, they'll be able to move on here, knowing that OG won't actually be able to get in and finish that Roche quite yet.
Oh, a bit of that anti-synergy coming into play for sure. The spear comes out as the pull comes out, pulls him out of it. OG still lingering in the area, but 50 seconds, no BZM.
That's a long 50 seconds.
I think he Fade Grenade broke it, right? He blink stomped, Fade Grenaded the Lincolns, and then got the Doom, so really good play.
CMI is holding onto the BKB. He does have it if he feels threatened. They'll look towards Armel. Jabs trying to nuke Seb, but now Jabs, he's kind of caught in the front of this, in front of the 2 of them. Jump forward again, TJ's in with the stun there, in on top of the Juggernaut. Tiger trying to help out Yuragi, getting burst lower, put the Manta style. The shackle there from Seb is caught both the calls, catches Raven and DJ. Raven and DJ go down. Seb, as I said, these blink shackle shots every single time, pretty much catching 2 heroes. OG, they can look to try and clean up more. They're trying to finish off Armel. The BKB's up. He'll get himself away from Amar, but Jabs left behind around the pit. He'll fall 3 dead on Fnatic.
What was cooldown on Reincarnation? What was it, like 1 second, I think, when he died? They got the perfect timing to be able to jump onto him.
And with that sort of punch back there, OG able to do it 4 versus 5. It's now Fnatic in a situation where there's 3 dead. OG, if they want to, they should be able to head back into the pit. And with only Armel and Johnwell alive, very little that Fnatic can do to contest this time round.
Yeah, the Gust just, I mean, that Gale Force keeps putting them completely out of position. How long on Ravens? I didn't get the click on him, because look at the top, ready? I think he's gonna die, and immediately the Reincarnate comes up right afterwards, ready? I think it was right afterwards. Look, 1 second.
Oh my goodness.
Boom, and he died.
You don't get closer than that. Oh, that's got to feel bad there for Raven. And honestly, if he comes back with a second, like, they might have had a chance to turn. You can see it there. He knew how close it was to him being able to have a second shot at that fight.
I actually thought that it was coming up, because I was like, wait, how'd he die? I was clicking him, I thought it had ticked down. That was the longest second of his life. DD now spawning bottom. OG, a big momentum swing.
Well, they've got that Aegis now in the hands of Yuragi.
And look at this, Amar, he's got the Aghanims. One of my favorite Ags that we never get to see enough, in my opinion. It's a good Ags, I swear.
Let's see what OG's going to be able to do with these moments of having the Aegis. And see how well Fnatic can hold the high ground. As we've seen, sort of Fnatic's strengths have been when they've found the chance to get the surprise jump on OG. Something that's very difficult to do when OG's going to be coming at your base as a full 5-man push.
It's going to get harder and harder for them to get these jumps, though. Like we said, they have the Fade Grenade for the Lincolns from the Doom, but now how many Lincolns are there? 3 of them. So they have to go through so many of them. It's going to be very problematic. I still think they're building up for a couple different things to be able to do so, to go through them. But yeah, still going to be super difficult. And I think, what, is Seb building one too? Okay, Seb's building a Lotus. So either way, it's going to continue to be really hard for DJ. And it does feel like a lot of that pressure is on him to be able to catch these clutch Dooms.
Yeah, I think on DJ to sort of get the catch set up, on Armel to make sure he can keep these side lanes shoved out, make it harder and harder for OG to find themselves in a position where they're ready to go as a full 5 at Fnatic.
It's so scary when you do this too. Just because of how good Seb in particular has been with his shackles this game and throughout the tournament, Armel always has to have this defensive remnant down. And BKB Enigma soon going to be coming out too, so another thing that they won't have a solution for besides just these Lincolns. The game feels like it's starting to get a lot more difficult for Fnatic.
As we've seen Tiger, he's never been one to hold back on dropping a black hole for Armel. He'll get him with the Malefice. There it is again.
Here comes BZM.
Straight away, Tiger making sure they have the opening. The follow-up rolling thunder. He's able to get the BKB off. They didn't have enough damage. Ooh, a great escape there from Armel. Getting out just in time there. I mean, it looked like they'd have enough lockdown and damage, but they did not. And he's got a lot of HP, 2,700. It's enough. He's back to base, and he'll be ready to join the rest of Fnatic for this defense. And that's the black hole gone. An excellent tank there from Armel, reducing and removing one of the ultimates that OG would love to push with.
Skeletons, split push. They gotta go address that. BZM will make his way over. Near level 25 now on this Pango. A couple level 25s actually. We have 24 and 4 level 23s already.
And we'll see BZM with his build, getting the basher in, so he's got that potential extra bit of stun. Could trip up someone like Armel when they're going for those split push plays.
Gotta go for all these different items when you have the talent at 15 as well. It's just gonna change. It's gonna stun people in the fights. It's gonna be total chaos. As yeah. Now Fnatic getting stuck in their base, really starting to get out-farmed. And that tricore that OG has been building themselves for, it's pretty much fully online, and they have the BKB Enigma soon.
Another tier 2 taken, OG. You can get ready to push for more. Minute and a half left on Yuragi's Aegis. See what they can get done with this.
Well, Shivas for Armel. Wanting some armor, I guess, too.
See the birds in a bit of trouble. They will get this run off on one of them, but one of them will fall.
They should get the second. Re-summoned by Jabs.
There's a hard lineup to push into. Good amounts of spam here thanks to the call.
A gradual push. Now they're going to throw all the Lincolns onto him, throw all 3.
Yuragi continuing to push on here. Blade Fury at the ready. It's half of the tower taken. 30 seconds until black hole, and then at that point, the defense becomes even harder as Tiger likely to look for opportunities to blink up to the high ground and set up with the ultimate.
And they can't run. The Gale Force as well, too. Lots of different things that can just keep them in the fight, kind of stuck if Fnatic does step outside too far. And yeah, stuck in the base they are. BZM now, 25, starting to get tier 4 neutral items. The Timeless Relic and the Spell Prism, 2 of the better ones they could have gotten, I feel.
See what they go for next here. Smoke. At the same time here, of course, the Aegis will be expiring.
Fnatic will find themselves a Timeless Relic as well, so I think Armel will be quite happy with that one.
See who they can catch outside of the base. At the moment, DJ, Armel, and John Well outside of the base right now for Fnatic.
They know they're lingering down here.
So if they can find DJ. It's hard here with the nighttime, and DJ keeping himself close to the tree line.
They're getting quite surrounded right now. Fnatic all meeting up, though. Who's it gonna be? They spot familiars, they see the Manta. Both teams aware now.
They want to make a jump themselves. They force out the BKB very quick in reaction there from Amar.
He gets rid of the vision, though, with the gem.
And much harder for Fnatic to make another move like that.
Scary for them to go toward this high ground.
There's the BKB on
done.
Tiger.
No way to cancel this.
Seb, we'll show for a second. So OG, they are ready for this fight. The question is if Fnatic want to continue to try and take it here outside of their base, pretty far out in the bottom lane.
I guess I shouldn't say no way to cancel. They do have Doom to cancel Black Hole, but that's a very unlikely situation. They have to just kind of find Taiga and get information of where he is and do what they did the last time. If they can get that instant blink stun from Raven and just commit onto him before he's able to get it, that could be a decent way for them to address this Enigma. But if they just sit back, Taiga is gonna get the Black Hole off.
I mean, Fnatic's still going for this. They're straight towards the mid. OG might not expect this. Taiga tried. He's gonna get the BKB off in time.
It's a good attempt.
And now Raven, he's going to be turned upon. BZM turns towards him over to the side. Both Jabs and his birds getting trapped by Amar. See if there's any help for Jabs. Remnant's been set down. See if they can get Jabs out of this. The Familiar's resummoned, but Jabs, he'll fall. Armel still going to jump in to look towards Seb, but now he's got to back away. With Jabs gone, there's nobody else to fight alongside Armel. So they'll look for the retreat. Familiar's going down yet again, so more money into the hands of OG.
They tried to go for BZM on the south side because his Rolling Thunder was used, but they couldn't. And the thing is now, too, The Rolling Thunder is pretty much going to be up every 5 seconds or so. Well, not 5 seconds, I shouldn't say, but it's got such a quick cooldown with that Spell Prism and level 25 that it's back up. OG, they can look to fight again. Fnatic, 50 seconds, no Visage, and even when he comes back up, he doesn't have Familiars either.
It's going to be a fair bit of time until Jabs is really able to have that impact again in a team fight.
They're just getting more and more outscaled.
They're getting very, very farmed. 18k lead here for OG and growing with every moment.
Tricore plus an Enigma. Taiga now using Ninja Gear so he can position himself so he can't get jumped like he just did. Also has a Timeless Relic in his bag.
Armel?
See somebody? Armel?
Oh, the shackle won't latch, so we'll give a bit of a window for Armel to get out with the Remnant.
That was scary.
If that connects there, highly likely that OG would have had the follow-up to keep him locked down.
Genwell will get the TP out. Taiga continue to swing across the map with this Ninja Gear looking for something.
And DJ trying to find as much as he can get from this bottom half, knowing that OG is elsewhere towards the mid lane. See Armel start to step out. See if they can get any sort of jump on one another.
Oop, the Shiva
is going to catch Tiger in the trees. They know that OG's positioning themselves from this angle.
Armel has also hit level 25. Remnants aplenty. OG just keeps... It looks similar to what we saw a bit of the last game, or the last series, where it's just like the constant swings back and forth from Ancients to jungle, because you know Fnatic, they're trickling, trying to find any type of farm. OG just continuing to limit it, though.
Armel still not being afraid to really go forward, but there's Tiger with the jump. Maleficent into the black hole, they're locking him down. This time round, they'll have the damage. Armel's gone.
All it takes is 1 second.
Tiger really being the bane of Armel's existence this game, each and every time, getting that catch, and indeed this time round at this point, very easy for OG to find the damage to kill off Armel during that black hole.
Roche will be a long respawn. A bit fortunate there for Fnatic. They're gonna have to smoke and check it out though. They're not aware of the timer.
I know there's no black hole.
Amar.
DJ, so Jabs is gonna get seen around the mid. DJ still smoked up with the rest of them. Gonna start moving towards Jabs. Jabs starting to bait them off to the side. That's gonna give Fnatic the opportunity to jump with the backline. They get the Doom down onto BZM. The Bango will fall. Buyback comes in from BZM. They've lost the Enigma as well. 2 good kills here for Fnatic.
But Raven.
See if they can get to Raven in time. They're coming in with the buyback. They want to try and help out Raven over to the side. Armel jumping away. Raven, he will fall a second time. Uragi's able to commit and take him out. Armel, he's got to be careful.
He's out.
Using his last 3 remnants.
Is that a remnant?
Seb, he's in with the shackle. Armel's gone. He's out for 2 minutes. As Jabs, there's no cleanup for him to do here. He's got to run, but OG, they'll chase him down. Bash is there. As OG, they'll take the team fight yet again. Fnatic, they tried their best with those buybacks. A dieback from Armel. They couldn't turn the fight. OG continue to grow their lead.
Fnatic, I mean, they kind of had to do this move. They don't know that the Roche isn't up, so they have to try to commit there, because if OG gets a Roche, the game just ends. So attempt for a fight, but only an attempt it is. They find BZM, but he just quickly buys back afterwards, and then OG just quickly collapse on Raven.
Yeah, straight down the mid now from OG. They know that there's no buyback from Armel. Out for 90 still. Raven and Jabs, they have got theirs. They'll at least, well, it looks of it, let the mid set of racks go.
All 3 lanes being pushed in, though.
Now OG's almost certainly going to go for more here.
Amar's going to set up on tier 4s. He's got the bulwark with the Ags.
He's got a full Satanic now as well, Amar. There'll be a buyback from Raven.
Oh, look at it go.
They're going to need more buybacks to come in. Jabs, he's still out for 30.
Amar, he's been waiting for this moment the entire game.
Slowly taking down these 2 tier 4s. There's the extra buyback here. Over to the side, Raven. He's headed out, but he's been caught. He's been caught. They've got the lockdown with the stuns. He's in trouble. He's going to get the reincarnation here this time around, having enough mana for a second life. Pops the big but immediately the bash into the Abyssal. They're locking Raven down. He needs help for the rest of the team, but another bash comes in. Raven's out. GG is called. OG will take this game 1.
Took him some time, but this one was a pretty damn good showing, I would say, from OG. The laning phase, what a beatdown. Jabs having one of the rougher games I think I've ever seen him have. It was 1-12 and 10. He tried to, I mean, he did recover decently throughout the game, but you could really feel OG after laning phase. They just kind of split up and were, they were farming a lot, but they were still making plays. So they're scaling as this Tricore. Also, they have the Enigma who goes BKB, and there's no counter for him. It seemed like a pretty easy game for them almost.
Absolutely. I mean, sort of for Fnatic, Armel was was the one that was having a sort of game. Now, 8-5 and 8, not bad at all, but yeah, Tiger just eliminating the threat of the Ember Spirit countless times with the focus of these black holes. And outside of that, sort of the cores from OG having pretty perfect games. Yeah. None of the cores of OG dying more than twice this match.
And they were just playing farm style. Amar, he never even went Blink this game, right? So he's just going for this crazy scaling build. BZM went for the scaling build as well, where you take the shield crash town, you go Aghanims. Jug goes for a super scaling build. It was a greedy draft that they went for, and they ended up dominating laning phase, which allows them to do this and just catapult toward this victory.
Absolutely, a tough game from Fnatic, but it was always going to be after they had a sort of beginning, as we saw they did in the first 5 minutes of this one. So we'll see if they're able to give themselves a bit of a better shot in game 2. But as for now, OG, a very dominant performance here. They'll take the first game of this best of 3.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Death Race. We are here with OG. We've got No Tail, we've got Taiga, and we are ready to roll ski. Now, the rules are very simple, my friends. No teleport heroes. You start in the Radiant Fountain, and you must pick your hero, use whatever items, and get to the Dire and die. No Tail, what hero did you select?
I've chosen Tinker.
Tinker. That's extremely toxic, extremely smart. What are we thinking?
I picked my favorite hero, Earthspirit.
Earth Spirit. This will be a battle of the ages. Alrighty, here we go. 3, 2, 1, Death Race, go! Just as soon as possible. He's just leaving.
Messed up. I can't do anything.
He is just leaving without getting a single item on the Earth Spirit. That is a strategy.
Oh no, it's all wrong.
Keep fighting's for Tinker. He's fine.
What
He's fine.
are you doing? Nothing works. Dude, I'm fucking with this shit, dude. I'm buying
Earth
items.
Spirit almost already too. Yeah, he's already a Dire.
Nothing works. What?
He is just.
I'm lost.
I know. He's.
That's for you want.
All right.
Look, nothing works. What are you telling me? Keybinds. What is this, dude? This is my account. Why does the keybinds not work?
Now, in this very special Turtle Edition, they have chosen to elect to grab their items beforehand, and we have allowed this for just this match. Gentlemen, are you ready?
Ready.
Death Race, go, 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 go! As fast as you can on these slow heroes. Go, go, go. All right, there we go. That is a, oh, the Wind Waker to slow down. Fantastic here. The counter Wind Waker to slow down.
I'm not afraid.
Vision, kind of. Okay, come on.
It did not work.
All right,
Oh, no.
CM!
Oh, no.
CM! Neck and neck, oh, with the slow, the refresh. This wacky racer shit, he's trying to take her out. Oh, no. Oh, he cheated. Item Blake. Item Blake at the last second. Oh, it is whoever dies first. Oh, my God. Dastardly. All right, game 3, grand final, sir. What have you chosen as your hero?
Monkey King.
Monkey King. King crossed the map very far. And your counter, sir?
It's the cutter of the trees, Timberman.
Very toxic indeed. One man can only win by screwing over the other one. Well, gentlemen, are you ready for round 3? 3, 2, 1, Death Race, go, go, go! All right, here we go. Monkey King has stunned out the gate. Now he's trying to jump. Easy first jump. Oh, he barely missed that tree. Timbersaw is being left in the dust here.
I'm just playing with you, dude.
He is now ulting and trying to stun it. Oh, my God!
Let's go, let's go.
Huberus! Oh, he barely doesn't cut that tree.
I got
Oh,
it.
no, he's
I'm winning.
making the run. He's making the jump. No! And he's dead.
Easy.
That was a close one. Congratulations, you're the fastest boy on OG. Any words out there for the slowpokes?
That was way too easy. Sorry, Johan.
Very sad. All right, well, thank you for watching Death Race. We'll see you next time.
this best-of-3 series goes the way of OG. They smashed it out of the park here against Fnatic. There were some glimmers of hope for them, but to be honest, OG was in the driver's seats for the majority of the game. I'm here with Purge, Quinn, and Tigov, and we said that both teams should probably be fairly comfortable with the drafts that they had. T, why didn't it play out the way that we thought? It was going to be a little bit more even.
I mean, I don't think we need this panel to understand what happened, right? That top lane, it was disgusting. What was it? Visage died 5 times in 9 minutes. Doom died as well. That alone just kind of put it in like recovery mode the rest of the game. Fnatic did do very well at getting moments back in the game, but we get to watch a little montage here. For all the OG fans, you got to remember this laning phase.
It seemed like Jug was a bit of a solution against the Doom at later stages of the game, but the laning stage is also very good because he can just spin, and normally what happens is the Visage reflects a bunch of damage when damage is dealt, but he's immune during it, so there's just no trade. He just runs him down and kills him.
Yeah, I think also historically against this this Visage hero, having heroes that just deny creeps and just slowly win the lane over time in this really obnoxious manner, like he can't deal with. He wants to kill you. He wants solar Samson stacks, and if you just don't hit anyone until you 100-0 him, then he's just like, okay.
He'll just roll over and die. That's kind of what happened. We did have some big fights where it looked like potentially, you know, Fnatic making a little bit of a comeback, Purge.
Yeah, but even then in the late game fights, it just felt like they didn't have the best tools to win those fights. Visage's net worth was much lower because of how many times he died. And then on the other side, Ember was doing some decent damage, but he was forced to go a semi-defensive item build with the BKB right away. So he's like hitting these relatively high armor heroes, and yeah, maybe they kill Taiga sometimes. So Armel did his best, but it just felt difficult for them to crush through the whole OG draft when they didn't have that like strong Visage to also do damage.
Yeah, and this fight lasted for like 2 minutes straight. It was of course the fight after OG got the Aegis. A lot of buybacks were used in this one as well, because this seems to be the fight that if you don't win this, Quinn, you're probably gonna lose it.
Yeah, I think when you talk about the Embers like having to go this defensive build, you look at, and when we talked about the OG players potentially thriving on lane, and I think BZM definitely did this game. The lane was like massively in Pango's favor in a lane that's like quite skill-based, and I think BZM turned up. And whenever you win the lane that hard, you have this defusal, you're burning Ember's mana all the time. He felt like he needed to go BKB, and then he kind of just feels like he's just on the back foot. He's not killing anyone fast enough. They're just chilling with Healing Ward.
Yeah, man, for good measure, let's compare those two mid laners, Armel versus BZM. In that mid lane, it was the battle between Ember and Pango. We have damage done, which Armel does end up winning.
Again, kind of cheated Armel. He had the Keeper of Light to help him to pump out some more damage. And for BZM, it was more about kind of control, right? He's setting up the fights for his team. The fights are quite long, sorry. So I think overall, damage might not make it look too good for BZM, but it was still a very good game from him.
Incredibly good game. I'm looking around because I've been told Tsunami is here somewhere, and I don't know where he is, so let's find out.
Oh, I've been roaming around. I managed to find a small contingent of Fnatic fans. My good friend here, could you introduce yourself?
Aries, just a beautiful Fnatic fan. Love see Dota.
Right on, right on. What'd you think of that game number 1?
You know, they're just warming up. That's the main thing. You know, game 2, we're looking at that.
Okay, that's more focused on the long term. You seem like a Fnatic bandwagoner. I bet season 1, you probably weren't even paying attention to them. What's going on here?
Honestly, I didn't even know who Fnatic were for the first, 20 minutes of that game, but I'm a big fan now. Yeah,
Hashtag big fan, hashtag big fan. Danog, I know you. You've been around. What are you doing here? What are you doing watching Fnatic?
Well, European Dota is pretty trash, so I feel like it's going to be a pretty easy win in games 2 and 3.
Oh, I hear antagonism from the crowd, and I got other people. I think you might be mistaken. I'm not quite sure. What are you repping over here?
LGD, the best team at the major, of course.
Okay, you got some woos, but I think everyone might be at the wrong event, and you, my friend, you enjoying the Southeast Asian Dota, enjoying these 8 top teams facing off against one another?
Yeah, I mean, it's awesome to watch. I think both teams are just lucky that China aren't here, though.
Sure. I believe it. And you two, I mean, I don't recognize you without the sunglasses. What's going on here, John? Come on.
I forgot. I left them at home. Yeah, my pockets are open for goodies on the event, so I'm just ready.
Okay, so then how are we going to batch us then, Mike? Tell me, what's the plan?
Well, in Southeast Asia, when we go to somebody else's house, we end up bringing a gift. Naturally, we came from the south to the north here, and we did give them game number 1 here. And I don't know what this crowd's so damn happy about. We've given you a gift. You guys have responded in a rather rude way. Obviously, we're going to take game two, number 3. So don't get too damn excited.
Right. This is just a courtesy game as we see how it goes back down. Game number 2. But if you're interested in meeting some of North America's finest, TSM FTX is actually doing a signing session. So be sure to check that out in the concourse if you're here at the arena. But meanwhile, we'll send it back to Shiver.
Thank you very much, Toonami. Indeed, there's a lot of casting talent in those rafts or blind seats. Let's go for seats. That's a way easier word. They are expecting a game number 3. And that means that Fnatic has to come back in game number 2. Quinn, what needs to change?
I mean, just to be straight up, they need to lane better. I think when you're down this much, they're down like 4K sub 10 minutes. Like, it's just really, really hard to play the game like that, especially when you have heroes that are reliant on skirmishing, kiting, playing this pokey style. When you're behind, you don't have enough damage. So they're like, yeah, you can poke us all day. We have BKBs and Healing Ward.
Yeah, there has to be the threat for the kill that comes after that like first disable, right? Where you're like, okay, we have to commit, and if you don't have that, yeah, they're just always gonna poke you back.
Yep, they gotta lane better. It sounds so simple. Gotta lane better, and that also means that all starts with setting yourself up better in the draft of the second game of the series. Coming at you after this. We saw OG get off to a dominant start here in the first game of this best-of-3 series, and they're up against Fnatic, who now needs to win in order to keep their tournaments alive, because top 8 is nice. Both of these teams are quite happy with that, but they want more out of this. They want to get top 6, and winning here will grant them top 6. Can they do it? Can we have a third game to the series? We'll find out. I'm joined by Tigov, we got Quinn, we got Purge, and we should have a draft on our screen very soon as well. I want to ask a question regarding Wind Ranger, because previously when we saw OG do as well as they did right now, Purge, the reaction was the game after that they picked it up first 2. Will you ban it out first 2 if you're Fnatic?
I mean, the pain of last game definitely came from how the Visage performed, and that came from Enigma denying creeps and also Jug being good at solidifying kills. So I feel like that's what's going to be on their mind that they want to address more so. So I don't think you ban it.
All right, well, they start with banning out the Razor. We got Fnatic on the Dire side and OG on the Radiant side, with first pick going to OG, therefore second and last pick for Fnatic. So far, in terms of changes, we have a Tree and Protector removed from the pool. Previously, it was actually left in. And are we surprised to see Fnatic almost going into bonus time for their first ban, T? That's unusual.
It's just discussion about Wind Runner, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's basically it.
Enigma or Wind Ranger? Who are you most afraid of?
Enigma every single time, to be fair. I think if you're playing against OG, you need to ban this Enigma.
Oh, or Timber.
Oh, okay.
All right, they're running it back.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
But still, again, you have to keep this Enigma in the back of your mind, because it just wins lanes too easily, it sets up your late game, and it's just hard to beat. It has push, you like buying the Wraith Pat. Yeah, overall I think it's going to be, I think other teams should be looking at it for sure.
It does feel really nice to have these 4 position heroes that can be flexible on what utility item you want to buy. It feels like the teams that can always get those items just have better teamfight impact.
Yeah, I think it'll be interesting to see what Fnatic goes for 2-3. Generally, I mean, what they did last game, I think, is not a particularly good response to CK, so it'll probably be something entirely different. I'm not sure what it's going to be. Yeah, that's definitely different. I mean, the thing about OG for CK, or CK for OG, I think, is that they don't really play it offlane, so it's not very much of a flex. It's pretty much just Yuragi playing it, so you see this right off the bat. You can think about lane counters, you can think about game counters, like, you know what the carry is, you know, at the start of the draft, which can be very nice.
That's something that OG has kind of leaned on throughout the major so far. Yuragi, 17 games total for OG in this major. He's played 14 different carry heroes. Like, he has an incredibly big hero pool, so for locking in a CK this early, it kind of removes that kind of spark that they sometimes have in the draft.
And it doesn't even necessarily have to be Yuragi. Maybe that's expected, but I mean, it is kind of a lane dominator off lane. The kind of works for similar stuff that Amar goes for too. But Fnatic is going for AoE stun setup. So Mirana is usually banned in second phase if you get too many setups, but they've got it this time.
And they'll get the Enigma again. You gotta go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible the Kunkka was something of a preemptive pick. Like, they had some idea that, okay, if the Enigma again, we have this Kunkka against Enigma in lane. It's like a pretty traditional counter. They also have the option of putting Kunkka mid and having this Potom roam. It's a pretty, like, classic C combo. They like this Kunkka Potom a lot. You port mid on Potom at, like, 3 minutes, and you arrow the guy off some side angle. It's, like, quite hard to avoid. You have to be really mindful of your HP as a mid hero. So maybe they thought Armel didn't have a good enough game last game, and they want to give him this, like, kill opportunity this game.
You also itemize quite well on the hero, where if you're crushing, you can just do armlet BKB. If you're mid, you just rush the BKB. You're going AC. I think Kunkka into CK naturally just feels pretty good throughout the game, especially with the run buff as well.
We've even seen people do offlane Kunkka with the Wraith Pact. I think Sacred might have done that, and I think they won that game.
Well, they're taking their time once again. It's ban time. We got Rubik removed, of course. No black hole steals this time around.
I wonder if they'll address it other ways. Some teams try out Winter Wyvern to get that piercing BKB. Maybe a Beastmaster ban from OG as well.
Is this also? Are you still gonna ban out Wind Ranger? Come on.
They might at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, you're more inclined to do things like that when you're second pick, because you're not tied down. You're not scared of as many core picks because you just have the next 2 counter picks. So I think you have more freedom to ban something like a Wind Ranger, to ban more comfort, and to just counterpick the cores.
Fnatic's turn to ban.
Would set them up with tons of stuns on the OG side if they can get it. But I feel like Fnatic has decent solutions right now. If they go down this continuous path of stuns into arrow combo, I feel like Wind Ranger is definitely somebody that can be picked off often. Maybe you don't want to spend the spells on her, but she is easy to kill. Wind run's not as much of a problem.
I just like the fact that this hero is taking so much time in the draft, because it's like, do we have to respect it, guys?
Yeah.
Like, we just lost our first game. If we lose this, we're out of the major. Do we ban the Seb win on it? I probably would, because how much impact is it having in these games? The Gale Force, the Shackles, setting up, you don't really, like, all you need to do is like poke in lane, and after that you're good, right? Like, you don't have to do much else other than buy a shard at 15.
Yeah, the Gale Force, he's been using it very well. It's those like sort of ambiguous moments where you're half committed and he's like, okay, we're forcing a fight now. That can be a really effective way to deal with the enemy supports especially. They don't always have the best items to defend against that.
I think it'd be interesting to see if OG bans Dusa or one of these more like hyper-scaling carries. That's what Fnatic typically likes, and I think Dusa coming like in the regionals, they would like first phase Dusa, pick it on 8. Like they like the hero very much, and it's a pretty traditional counter to both of these heroes, and I think it's also big time comfort for Fnatic.
I've seen it banned way more than picked though. Was the damage nerf really that significant? Because right before it got nerfed, it was like top 3 carry certainly.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
No, so at the major so far, Fnatic, they kind of got scared, I think, with this Medusa style. I remember during the DPC, they were talking about how they're always trying to evolve as a team. But coming into the major, like, we didn't see the identity of their regionals quickly bleed into their major. Like, they became a new team in that kind of gap, I feel.
They did. They had a success with Medusa carry, and Quinn was on the receiving end, so perhaps also a little bit of
Thanks for
bias
rubbing
there.
it in.
Sorry.
Should we check the score quickly, Quinn? 5-2. You didn't do too bad, mate.
I was all right.
You're all right.
There you
Oh,
go. There you go.
Who's to blame then?
I'm not pointing any fingers. TSM is owning, so I don't know if I'm in a position to critique them.
Yeah, Jabs is actually Poggers. He's one of 2 players to have played in every role, like 1 through 5 at a major tournament, which is incredibly
He
impressive.
definitely made that sign before last game's laning stage.
Ouch.
Oof.
Yeah.
Thanks, Purge.
Thanks, Purge, indeed. I must say, we see OG ban out both Underlord and Brewmaster. Still some team fight that they are expecting to come out of Fnatic that is removed from the pool. Speaking of heroes that are expected to come out, I did not expect Elder Titan. I don't think anyone does. This is the first one.
Unpicked at the major so far.
Yeah.
Fogged himself, the lad who literally sleeps and dreams about Elder Titan, says it's pretty bad as well. So he's not a fan. Favorite hero, but not a fan.
I do think thematically it's quite cool in this game though. Whenever you have this Kunkka hero, it's like very important for the hero to scale well. Do you have plenty of follow-up damage because the hero, as the game progresses, has a hard time dealing damage on his own. And you also sort of want this like AoE random crap to like deal with the CK illusions, with the Eidolons, just this gunk. And I think like against these heroes, it's quite a cool pick.
But then the instant response of this Pugner, Fnatic, they need to take a fight in a specific area. The X, the boat, the follow-up from the ET. Pugner just walks in, puts down the Nether Ward. Then you buy a Wraith back, you put it down. I feel like this big AoE damage that needs to be explosive, it's going to be mitigated from an item and 1 hero.
I agree with that, but I feel like ET is also a decent solution against that because he's lowering their base resistances down. So yeah, your damage is going to be reduced later on, but at least you've increased it in the first place. So if he can get good utilization out of his auras, it could be good. Plus he's great AoE. If you can land a stomp after a CK uses his ulti, that's amazing because it's not like you're just going to wake up those CK illusions always. So I feel like that AoE that he brings to the fight could be quite good if his laning stage also goes well. Maybe he's going to be killing a bunch of Eidolons or something.
This Ember is much more of a flex than the one in the prior game, I think. Yuragi is sort of known for playing carry Ember or these like off-brand carry heroes that are like semi-carries and... Oh, wait, they have a CK. All right, never mind. And then I guess it's just mid. This Kunkka versus Ember matchup is pretty... It's pretty dicey sometimes. Kunkka can like run away with this really hard. I've seen Armel do it in the past against Yopaj and a few other players. So that matchup can be really...
Yeah, there's a Medusa, yeah.
Very good.
I mean,
against Enigma.
First pick CK, which you kind of expect to be a carry, and now you're playing into the Kunkka plus the Medusa. It's going to feel hard closing out the game. They might have great fun running through and skirmishing, but getting into high ground, breaking it down, it is going to be somewhat difficult.
Yeah, I think if you look at OG's heroes, there's also sort of a lack of like early game damage or tempo. This, they have it from the Ember, but you look at Enigma, Pugner, they're not heroes that bring it on their own. And so if their lanes go poorly, if say this Kunkka has a good start and there's sort of this brick wall forming and Deuce is just farming, she has this mana shield, it's hard for them to run in, it could turn into this stale game that OG is very unhappy with. For Fnatic is just acquiring gold and OG is looking for an opening and can't find it.
I would argue with Enigma, CK as your laners, we've seen in the previous game, they should do pretty well on the side lanes. I think wherever this Kunkka goes, that lane should go well for Kunkka. But other than that, I'm kind of favoring OG to at least be able to catapult themselves into the game.
I mean, they've got Midnight Pulse at least against Dusa's quite a huge amount of damage if you can keep her there. But I do like Fnatic's chances of playing behind her, since OG doesn't have the best single target just yet. And they're actually going to amp damage in a huge way. I mean, if they get Stone Gaze setting in plus ET, they're going to do a huge amount of damage.
I think this last pick will be pretty interesting from Fnatic. They'll see all the heroes, and they have this Kunkka flex going into the last pick, so there's still a world where they can last pick some spicy offlaner. They can try and like mega lane counter the lane against Ember. There's still a few heroes left that can do that. So they have a few different ways they can take things. I think their draft is decently well-rounded right now, and if they wanted to like make it super structurally sound, take like a team spirit route, you could always look for this typical melee stunny offlaner boy, and you have just this well-rounded lineup that you'd be happy scaling in any game with.
Which heroes do you think counter Ember the most in lane?
A lot of them are banned already. The Huskar and the Viper both banned just now. You can go nuclear with a route like a Necrophos, but there's a lot of reasons that that's kind of crappy in this game. So maybe the lane nuclear route is not as good. There's stuff like Shadow Fiend that we don't really see that much these days that is actually kind of cute this game, but I'm not sure if they would
It's underrated for sure. Very underrated here. I honestly expected to see that a couple of times at the major.
This is actually a very cute Shadow Fiend game, but yeah, I may be sick if they picked it. Armel does play that hero.
But for OG, if you think about the offlaners left, what is it? So Underlord's banned, Timber's banned, Razor's banned. So you still have the availability of Slardar and Mars, pretty much, for ATF's hero pool.
Old reliable.
Yeah. I have no concerns with pretty much either of them, I don't think. Because Slardar allows for the quick Aegis, the fight, the go.
Mars gets banned. Would have been too nice with the wall blocking Medusa's arrows.
Alright, my bingo card's fully punched. It's just Slardar left.
It's just Slardar left.
It's gotta be that.
Hey, maybe he's got to play new hero. Who knows? There's still an option for that.
He's thinking.
I don't like it very much against Dusa.
No, it's more about like, it's not the lane, it's about the game, right? The Roshan, the pace, the fact that you can group and go. But
yeah, but even later stages of the game as well. The minus armor isn't really good until Mana Shield is gone.
Yeah, I mean, there is an element to it that a lot of OG's damage is like they have this random casual stuff, and then they need some oomph from some point, like the CK blowing up a dude. Okay, so.
Is that I think that's an unpicked hero, if I'm not mistaken.
That is an unpicked hero as well.
Unpicked hero. That is the second one in this series.
I've seen Amar play the hero before. The one game he played it that I remember, he died a bunch of times in lane, but then he just ended up somehow recovering in a huge way. So it's definitely a hero he has comfort with.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the hero will do pretty decently in lane, I think. They will lack a bit of kill threat early, I think, but there is a possibility that they have this slow encroaching into Fnatic's area. Once he gets this Vanguard, they have to commit like 4 heroes to kill this guy, so it's possible he just starts walking into the woods, farming and doing this classic Amar top net worth thing that he does on these fat offlaners.
There's going to be some of these fights where the Centaur, the Ags with the damage, plus the Neverward on Pugner, plus the Wraith Pact on the Enigma, if Fnatic tries to localize a fight inside the ET plus Kunkka, they're going to do close to zero,
yeah.
Like legit. Fnatic will have issues if OG are available, like to throw down their spells and items. Like they kind of need a hero that can poke OG a little bit to bait out a key spell or to bait out the Wraith Pact and then look for a fight after. Because Fnatic, they're kind of slow and clunky. They need the Medusa to come online and then play behind her.
Yeah, I mean, they're in an interesting position because there are a few heroes like Pangolin that get picked from mid that in terms of lineup integrity give Fnatic a lot, but you're picking it into a pseudo counter matchup. Is that a mid Earth Spirit?
Ooh.
So that's sort of like a similar vein to the Pangolin in that it gives you like this lineup integrity. It's good against what OG has. It gives just like disruption and stuff, but Ember is traditionally a counter to the Earth Spirit mid.
Offlane Earth Spirit.
Offlane Jabs.
Is it really?
Yeah, Jabs will play it.
Holy poggers.
Okay.
That is pretty hype, I'd say. Is it good? I wanna ask a question because before the draft started, we said if Fnatic wants to have a shot at coming back in this game, they had to have better lanes. Did they draft better lanes?
I mean, at this point, it's that the lanes are a little bit weaker in my opinion. I think their overall concept is very Fnatic, but it's the trust that they have. Jabs had a pretty terrible game 1, right? But the fact that his team has gone into the second game, allowed him to pick an offlane Earth Spirit on an elimination game, that shows a lot of trust between them. And that alone instills confidence. Like, that's all I gotta say.
All right.
I just worry about their dual lane. What does Earth Spirit lane with to be really effective? I'm not sold on it. You can't really put it with Mirana that well, so I don't know.
I think you look for Armel to have a better laning stage this game. I think this matchup is one that can snowball wildly out of control, and he's very, very comfortable in the Kunkka. I think if Fnatic wants to succeed, Armel needs to have a better game than the last game, and he can pop off quite easily this game.
All right, all eyes on Armel. You heard it here. It's over to our commentary team. OD, Pixel, and Fog, take it away.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 2 now between OG and Fnatic. Fogged, we're getting some crazy stuff here now coming out from Fnatic on this game where their backs are against the wall. What do you make of it? We're getting an offlane Earth Spirit. We're getting Elder Titan picked up. I mean, you're a huge fan of this hero. What do you reckon about it in this game?
Huge fan of this hero, not in this patch, unfortunately, but I can see why they went for it. A lot of different combo plays. They're never going to have to worry about the Enigma not having this cancel for the BKB. They have two different things with the Stone Gaze, with the Earth Splitter. If you time it, like, you can kind of like pre-time it a little bit when you see a Black Hole coming. And also, I think for the laning phase, something that they're looking for to deal with these Eidolons, because I think people are trying to figure out what to do. These magic-resistant Eidolons are a problem. Taiga knows how to abuse it very well, so it's interesting, it's different, it's a throwback, it's a completely different draft that I think we've seen this entire meta. This actually goes back to like different tournaments. Medusa, right, versus CK. This is not something that we've seen in some time.
But this is, something that we've known that Fnatic, Raven, very strong at right. Having this lineup where everything is built around his Medusa. We'll see if it works out here for Fnatic. It has to if they want to stay in the competition. As we get ourselves into Game 2 of this best of 3, of course, OG up that first match. On OG's side of things, it seems like a lot more sort of the strong heroes that we've come to expect. Maybe something a little bit different with the Centaur coming out for the last pick. I mean, do you feel this makes a nice fit here for OG's heroes?
Yeah, I think it's kind of like exactly what T was saying toward the end there is about this damage mitigation. It's something that OG's done for years, dating back from their original lineup, of course. If he gets an Aghanims, they have the Netherlord, they have that pesky little Wraith Pack, can definitely see the problem that it does versus a lineup that doesn't move around the map easily. When Medusa shows up, and when Medusa shows up to a fight, right, she's just immobile. She'll be stuck in place there, so could see that damage mitigation definitely coming into play. But yeah, very curious to be watching the mid matchup. This is the one definitely to look at in this one, the Kunkka versus the Ember. Armel last game, he did pretty well, I would say, on the Ember Spirit to just try to make space all over the map and just do all the things possible, but they were too far behind from the laning phase, right? The jabs, he needed something, he needed just some more out of that lane to be able to actually have a better impact, because he felt like glorified support. He's gone for his Earth Spirit this time. Very interesting approach. Don't know if it's gonna work, but a thing that can pierce into backlines, start fights, get onto this pesky Pugna, get onto this pesky Taiga Enigma. So we'll see if it works out for him.
Absolutely, a very exciting decision from Jabs to bring this out here in this all-important game. We'll see what sort of performance he can come out with, and if indeed he can get these clutch silences and jumps onto these mobile heroes of OG, such as BZM.
And we'll see how he does. I think the biggest thing for me is how he's going to do in the lane. This looks like a pretty weak lane that Fnatic has right now. The Mirana Earth Spirit versus Pugna CK. I mean, that's kind Pugna CK is like the strongest lane that we've seen so far.
Absolutely.
Nothing can take advantage of it. So, yeah, I'm going to be watching mid and bottom mostly. It's a lot of fun lanes, though, because top there's the ET versus the Eidolons, too. I'll be darting all over the place.
I mean, and talking about the ETs, you said you sort of had doubts as the hero as it is, and in the state that we're getting it in this patch. What sort of strengths does it have? And what do you think the Fnatic did see that they feel that this hero would be the one to fill the gap?
Well, they saw the CK, so he's got control and decent damage to be able to deal with the CK. And then they saw the Enigma, so he's got the way to stop the Black Hole from a distance, stop even the BKB Black Hole, and in laning phase, he'll have that bonus damage from those Eidolons as you see right now. Plus 37, he's going to be able to clear out a couple of them with some swings, so. It does get denied in his face, sadly. But it's going to be able to secure that lane for Raven. And I think that Fnatic has definitely gone for a much better laning phase this time around. And looking at mid, you can definitely imagine that Armel could just pull away with this one quite well, but BZM, what we saw last game, he was really dominant on the Pango mid.
Absolutely, yeah. Cross, I think ended sort of like 15-11 or something ridiculous on the KDA. He had an insane impact from his mid.
Armel's very familiar with this matchup, though, as I think Quinn was saying. He's played this one so many times.
I guess some very nice damage done to BZM here at the start. As BZM will have to play it careful whilst he gets the money for the bottle out.
In Kunkka, you don't have to worry about the bottle. You just get your bracers. You've got that damage. You've got that sustain. We'll see how BZM is able to withstand the pressure of this Armel Kunkka.
I mean, down bottom, do you sort of see any chance for Fnatic to find opportunities to get that arrow set up with jabs going in, or is that just never going to happen against these heroes?
They can catch Seb on the side, for sure. I don't think they'll ever kill the CK. If they do, I would feel it's a pretty big mistake from Yuragi. As mid, they actually missed the... Okay, BZM, it missed the stacking of his camp, of his small camp. Pretty rare to see that from these mid laners.
Armel doing fantastic here. BZM.
Has been killed.
He's got to be careful. I mean, these Tidebringer hits now really adding up in terms of damage. Put the bottle out.
16-9 to 6 and 3.
He's crushing it. This is why you see Fnatic slapping out the Kunkka pick nice and early in the draft. They know how well Armel can play that matchup.
Yeah.
Whatever it may be.
Looking at top, Centaur Mar is still able to farm nicely versus the Deuce having that big base damage. He has like 9 base damage advantage. Taiga's actually just gone to jungle. Doesn't want to have to deal with the Elder Titan, killing his Eidolons. He's just going to farm up there, and they're just going to leave Amar on his own. Probably going to make his rotation back over, but he's going to jungle quite a bit. So the ET, I would say that it did its job, right? The pick that they've gone for to be able to push that Enigma out of the lane.
Dude, he's getting so many denies mid here.
I know, he's, Armel.
18 to 12. He is destroying this mid.
Back to base he goes, refills up, grabs his boots. He's got a significant level advantage from those denies already.
I mean, is there any sort of moves that we could expect from OG to try and help out in the mid, or is that just not going to happen?
I guess Taiga could, if he feels like he can leave Amar up there, because Amar already has the Ring of Health, he might just look to just go for the Rune to secure that, and maybe just throw a stun, a casual stun, but pretty tough to gank Kunkka. You usually have to bring 3 heroes.
Has been killed.
DJ will get a nice courier snipe. And Japs is farming very well down bottom already with an Urn finished up.
I mean, Armel is just pretty much a full level of XP ahead of BZM. He's going to go for a bit of a setup with the X-Mark and Torrent.
And Januel's actually the one to rotate first.
Oh, mid. Ooh, he nearly had it there. In fact, he might still get a chance. He does. Armel. This mid lane, he's playing it perfectly. He could not be doing any better here. He is completely crushing BZM.
And that's exactly what they need this game, like we were talking about last game too. This one even more so. He's going to be 6, Ember's going to be 4 when he comes back.
Yeah, this is
they could just set up for
stuff.
another one.
And again, another wave taken completely away from BZM. He's getting minimal amounts from this mid lane. It's going to be a slow start for him on the end of this game.
Level 6 near phase boots.
You see that, getting sort of double the value from the gold in the lane, and of course the thing to take into account as well, the amount of XP that he's just been able to deny from BZM.
And they're already getting all those stacks going. Armel stacks this small camp. We see DJ backs up since he has this Earth Spirit who's not really getting pressured. It's double stacking, so they have Ancient and Hard Camp and Small Camp already stacked up. And Januel, now he's just looking around to follow Taiga. Plus 114 damage since he has hit those Eidolons with it.
Yeah, without a doubt, this first 5 minutes going so much better for Fnatic in comparison to what they went through in the first game.
Yeah, I mean, Jabs had 4 deaths already, I think, last game. So.
Quite the different story this time round.
And look, they're setting up on mid. DJ, they have the X.
See what they can do. BZM, good
Nice
slide
play.
dodge. Very, very nice there. Able to come in at the same time that Armel tries to drag him back.
6-minute rune.
It looks like it's going to be BZM. Actually, they're also bringing over rotation from Fnatic, and it will end up being bottom. So DJ managing to make sure that BZM won't be able to grab that. Would have been a nice one for the Ember.
They could potentially set up for Iragi here with this DD. Not quite 6 on Jabs, but looking at Jabs' item build, this is kind of cool too. Completely rushing the Spirit Vessel this game to deal with the healing and all that like damage mitigation that could be coming out from Pugna. I like it. He's gonna have it super early. And then they can pretty easily kill the CK. If he has that Vessel, once they get the charges going.
Armel, he's ready to use his power that he's built up in the mid on these side lanes. He's going to look towards Amar, gets the Tidebringer hit. There's the setup with the X-Mark, the boat coming in. As Amar will get the connection straight on top of him. Pop Stampede, the Snakes. Ooh, and drop. Well, he's going to be there to finish the job. He's in position. There he is on the Elder Titan, takes him down. Amar will fall.
Fnatic on point. DJ continues to stack too, so while they're doing while they're winning the lanes, they're also getting those massive stacks for the Medusa.
This is a great start from Fnatic. Armel, of course, going to go straight into the BKB from the phase boots, making sure that he's just this unkillable hero That's going to be dishing out insane amounts of damage and has that fantastic setup, which is going to make it even easier for sort of DJ and Jabs, even John Well as well, to just follow up with these combos that they have at their disposal.
It's going to be a very good frontliner. A BKB Kunkka letting your Earth Spirit cast all his spells freely, letting Medusa position herself freely. An excellent start. Now, on top of Seb, Jabs doesn't want to. As soon as Nether Ward gets placed down, he's like, nope.
See over in the mid. So again, I mean, BZM has to be careful. Of course, we saw last time, nice slight dodge to avoid the combo, but...
Oh, are they building double urn? DJ, you already have a Vessel, I think, finished up on your Spirit. You're gonna have to sell your urn. He's got it coming, but Jabs literally has Vessel done.
A little bit awkward.
All right.
Maybe they expect to be in different parts of the map making moves.
You definitely don't want to ever get an urn charge when you have a teammate with a Vessel. But we'll see. Yeah, we'll see if he does sell it up. Very early, though. So with that Vessel, the CK easily able to get killed from any rotations, but they have to get the charges. So Jabs maybe looking to get some movement around the map soon. And speaking of movement, BZM. He's actually looking. And yeah, we did get the sell. DJ losing some gold, sadly, but...
See Armel, he's ready to look for some kills here, Tiger. Will be the target. Armel, he'll have the X mark once he gets in range. There it is. Raven also wants to head over. We'll get involved in this kill. I'll try and get the money over to the Deucer.
And that's the
Raven will get it.
And now they smoke immediately, go for the CK, go for a big kill with this Vessel charge. They should have more than enough damage to be able to do so. Let's see who they get.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody that Armel catches, almost certainly going to die here.
They want Yuragi. If they get BZM, it's great, but Yuragi is the key because they know he's the only one having that really good game right now on OG.
See if the two of them can find him.
Oh, they know.
Onwell and Jabs with the remainder of this smoke. They're going to close in upon him. Their side set here for the CK. They're straight in. Keep him locked down. Arrow comes in as well. As the CK surrounded by the three of them, no way to escape. It's Fnatic with a trio of heroes here, finding the big kill, the catch that they wanted, and now they can look to swing around on this bottom lane and try and pressure this tier 1 tower. The biggest kill they could have found, and they find it.
And the picks all making sense. The lane setups all making sense. Raven, all not at the top, but having an excellent game because of that ET. Amar, now he's got the Vanguard. He's just being this pesky hero, just tanking tower. Raven can't really trade with him because of he also has chip vests. Pretty fortunate that Amar finds that too.
And a lot harder for OG to really make moves on towards Raven. Highly likely that TPs will come in and they'll be able to protect Raven.
They were going to try with BZM with the haste rune, but immediately Raven goes mid. They have a siege wave too, so now Fnatic might start pressuring 2 towers, and OG is going to have to react somehow.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
See if they can get anything around the mid. Also, Yuragi has got to be a bit careful. So start to push forward. Bottom lane, Jabs sticking around to finish off the job down here. We'll do so as each team able to take the side tier 1s. 4-0 Fnatic.
Still
Once
looking
again,
to be active.
the three of them ready to go. That combo that they have at this stage of the game, OG, they will lose heroes to.
Punishing this greed. This time around, OG were not able to get the kills like they did last time with that Enigma to make him look like a non-greedy hero.
Radiant's bottom tower.
See if they can find Amar. He's got the Vanguard, but highly likely they'll be able to still burst through him if they land everything here. X mark straight back into the arrow. And a very smooth combo here from Fnatic, leaving no chance for Amar to get away. Fnatic, very, very nice here with this kill combo. OG, they've got to be careful. They've got to be prepared for these moves to be coming in consistently every time. Pretty much the ultimates are up for Fnatic.
Armel's about to have BKB done. He's 500 gold away. It's crazy how fast he's getting it. I think he's going to get black holed all game again, but like we said, tons of solutions that Fnatic does have for it this time around.
Yeah, they're ready to make sure that Tiger does not have as easy of a time as he did last time for those solo black hole opportunities that he was jumping at.
They're trying to get Jabs bottom. The Eidolons are coming in. Jabs is very aware of it though. And with all this passive play, that they're able to sit back, look at the stacks Fnatic has in their triangle.
I mean, yeah, Raven, he is set up to have a fantastic start here on the farm.
Look at this Ancient.
That's a huge amount. And not really something that it feels like OG can really do anything about. I mean, especially with the start that Fnatic's had and the fact that OG just don't really have heroes that can contest or try and take these stacks away.
They have the blink on Amar. They also had massive stacks on the side of OG. So perhaps if they're gathered and healthy, with the Centaur, they could look to go in there, but they're going to need everybody to go for this Medusa because the counter gank from Fnatic is amazing. They have Kunkka, they have Earthspade, they have Mirana, they have so many different forms of catch if OG doesn't get that.
They're going to try and
perfect
sweep
setup.
over the map here with the smoke on the 3 of them.
Because they know this is going on right now.
Yeah, Raven's sort of out of the top lane, out of the mid lane, and out of the jungle as well. They know that this is the spot of the map he'll be in. And making that move, it's very, very hard. They may even just sort of settle for trying to make a play towards Jabs instead. That's Raven. He's going to be able to finish this stack
so
off.
fat. He is going to be so farmed on this Medusa. Almost a full manta after.
I mean, Seb will step up. He's going to put the vision down. On bottom lane, they'll look towards Jabs, see if Jabs can get away from them. He's going to try for the TP out. The Malefice is back up, so Jabs will fall. They're more than happy to be making that space to ensure that Raven's farm continues to go incredibly well. I mean, that's the Manta done, so now Raven, a very tough target to jump and burst and stop him from getting the Stone Gaze off in the team fight.
So I've got the ward down.
Look at
They
this
watched
move.
him farm this. It's
This
a level
smoke from
11
Fnatic.
Medusa.
They're going for Yuragi. As Armel, he's got the setup here, and once again, X mark into the arrow,
here.
jump forward, Seb trying to heal up Yuragi to save him, but he cannot keep him alive. See Amar, getting on top of John well, but the Moonlight Shadow's up. Amar himself not having any detection at the front, so Fnatic, they're able to walk this off. As OG can't find anything in return. BZM is around the mid lane. Fnatic are a little split up on the way that they're retreating from this. John well gets into the trees, TP's away. OG won't be able to punish Fnatic for getting that big kill on the carry.
They just look so much more comfortable with this draft. With the Kunkka to set up plays, just multiple different ways to set up everywhere. Now having deep vision, they see Amar as well, and they put deep vision around the Ancients too.
Let's try and jump him in, Jabs. Not quite able to hit with the slow, so Amar still able to stampede out of this. From OG, it's a lot of running away. Fnatic, just this pressure, making sure that Armel and Raven, they're both able to farm to their heart's content. This Medusa is just going to be so damn massive, Bob.
I don't know, it's going to be really difficult for them to kill because if anytime she gets Stone Gaze off, it feels like OG is going to have to reset and run away. But they do have ways to reset. They have Centaurs, so let's see. The bubble blinks are ready.
Fnatic's already able to back off.
Taiga also has blink. Don't think they'll be aware of that one. But Fnatic have so many different ways to be able to play around it.
And in the mid, Armel, quick setup onto Seb. If they can take him out to Decrepify, but he's going to start ticking down to Spirit Vessel damage. He's gone. Jump in the mid. They'll commit for the Remnants, but Armel pots the BKB. They'll lose DJ.
Tiger's in.
Tiger's in. The black hole. He's got the 2 of them, but it will be put to a stop. Jabs in with the silence. That means Armel's able to get out to the side. Raven's in with the Stone Gaze. OG, they've got to back off. BZM gets locked down. Now Fnatic turn towards Yuragi as well. Amar jumps in with the stomp to try and help out, but Amar and Yuragi, they've got to retreat. As there we have quick reactions there, Jabs giving his life to get in there, the silence coming into play, stopping that black hole. I mean, if Tiger was able to continue with that one, Armel was going down for sure. An excellent save there from the offlane Earth Spirit.
So many different ways to cancel it early on. From a distance as well, that's why they've gone for this. The ET, the Earth Spirit, either one of them would have been able to cover that front, but just the ETs takes a little bit longer, so perfect play there from Jabs. And they get the connection on the Ember Spirit is the important thing. Armel throwing the Torrent onto him afterwards so they can finish off that Ember Spirit.
Very close to OG losing even more in that fight. They had to back off as soon as the Stone Gaze came out from Raven.
Playing so
And
fast now, Seb.
They continue again with this vision. They're able to set up onto Seb. They jump in, take out the Pugna. Fnatic, 9-3, 2K lead, completely ruling this early game against OG. And with a lineup that's only going to get stronger around Raven's Medusa.
And they still have this deep ward, so they see Yuragi.
They're going to try for him again. Set up from Jabs. The X mark, he needs help. Amar's going to try and jump in with a Who-Stop, but the boat's already out. Yuragi's gone down again. Fnatic.
Everything.
Playing it fast here with the 4 of them. They don't even need Raven, just the 4 of them here. They're doing everything. And they're dealing with OG. OG, they just can't react to this right now.
Everything is hitting on the side of Fnatic. Everything is going perfectly. Every single rotation, it's connecting. They're going for the core kill, they get the core kill. OG, they're not too far behind. It's still only a 2K lead, but you're starting to really feel how are they going to ever deal with Raven. If this black hole comes out, there's always things to address it, even when there's BKB. And if Raven ever even gets Stone Gaze off, then there's no way that black hole is ever going to be doing anything.
That Tiger, he's going to have to hit some massive ultimates this game. And as we say, it is not an easy game to do. So a little easier, of course, when the BKB's done. But before that, highly likely that Fnatic are going to be guaranteed to continue to control this game and make sure that OG never get anywhere close to making moves on their Medusa. Raven, as safe as ever, now stepping up. Needs 2.5k ahead of that, the farm of Yuragi, and that distance is only increasing with every minute.
It's not even just gold. If you pull up the experience, look at the levels that Fnatic has. 2 level 15s. The Kunkka and the Medusa, 3 levels over their counterpart. Very significant because they both have talents already online. Those 15 talents are quite massive, especially for Medusa. Now he does, I mean, he has that the 12%, so almost back to what he used to be in her old form.
Bottom lane, BZM. For a bit of a dive around the tower. He's not going to be able to get a kill out of this, at least just keeping this wave pushed out, maybe seeing if they can set up to take another tier 1 away from Fnatic. It's not going to be easy.
No, and you were mentioning, Taiga, his BKB, when he's able to get it, there's still a lot of things he's just got to watch out for. Earth Splitter, plus that Stone Gaze, the 2 big ones. But also just sheer damage.
Yeah,
if he doesn't catch
physical.
the Kunkka or the Medusa, they'll just kill him inside of it too. So yeah, hard game for Taiga. Bit more of a passive style this time around.
I mean, for OG, sort of from their perspective, what do you feel that their plan is? What's the next move going to be? Are they just going to hold back and wait until these BKBs are done, wait until Yuragi's ready?
I would imagine until at least that BKB is done. I don't think they can wait until Taiga's. If they wait too long, I think they're just going to get super out.
Fnatic looking for Yuragi. Yuragi, he'll get the Phantasm off, but they know which one the real one is. They're able to catch him in the combo. Yuragi definitely going down again here as Fnatic just not letting this CK get any space to farm. They're keeping Yuragi held back.
Potentially a Roche now. And OG, I don't think they can fight around there either.
And look at Raven, next fight, he's going to have the Skadi done. We're pretty much 19 minutes in, and you're going to have this Manta Skadi Medusa.
Will they? I don't know if they'll have damage for him.
Yeah,
they'll have to fully isolate Raven. And he has Rum as well too. He's got the Vlads. They're going to have the Wraith Pact actually at a very early time. Because Taiga's just going for straight Blink BKB.
And once again, as we saw, Fnatic, I think it's like this war. They've pretty much had it out for full duration. Yeah. It's given them excellent information on sort of what sort of backup is around for Yuragi. They know when Yuragi's on his own in that triangle, and they've killed him multiple times now in that position. Back in action, Raven. He's got the Aegis picked up for himself, so there is no way that this Medusa is dying in a team fight, especially for the next 4.5 minutes.
Eyes on Taiga, 5-man Black Hole soon needed. No. It's going to be a bit of a slow game, really, for OG, as Fnatic's going to be constantly hunting now with all this advantage.
Coming up with the silence. EZM, Remnant out to the side, but the pullback stage, he's got another Remnant prepared.
Nicely done.
Be able to jump out once more, make sure the Fnatic can't take him out this time.
Fnatic can just keep hunting. Every time the Jabs feels like he sees any opportunity, he can just keep rolling in to look for these plays. Because OG, they're just sitting back farming. They're not looking to make any plays whatsoever.
How's Amarding? Has the halberd.
I mean, they're farming. They are getting quite a bit of farm. That's why you see them. It's only 3k gold lead.
Yep.
But it is the Enigma also taking a lot of farm off the map.
Yeah, and understandably so. I think, OG as a team making sure that Tiger's BKB timing is prioritized.
Which is not an easy game for him. And there's the Wraith Pact done. So Mirana, DJ has it finished. They have the Rum, they have the Wraith Pact, and they have the Medusa Mana Shield. It's going to be incredibly strong when they are this far ahead. On the Medusa in particular, 5,000 gold above her counterpart.
That's insane. Raven about to hit onto the level 18, get the crit out the Crystallis. So everything really coming together at some of the faster times you'll see on a Medusa.
So tanky. 2,000 HP, 2,000 mana pool. One of the more farm Medusas I think I've seen in some time.
Yeah, this is perfect stuff here for Raven. Fnatic as a team with their lineup, they've just set the stage to perfection. It doesn't get any better here for Raven on his Medusa.
Nope.
We're taking these tier 2s, and of course OG, no interest of turning up for the defense right now. They still are focused on getting these BKBs done, getting themselves to a point where they feel that they can go in, of course, not taking down the Medusa to start things, but maybe being able to pick apart the supporting cast around Raven's Medusa.
Not going to be easy. Armel has a full AC finish now too, so everybody that much tankier.
I mean, Fnatic, they can keep going here.
They're going to poke high ground.
2 minutes and 40 seconds on the Aegis. Fnatic, they're not going to stop this push. They'll keep it going up to the high ground. See what they can force out of OG. OG, they're going to have to do something, otherwise they may just lose a Rax here around this 22-minute mark.
It's the AC now delivered. Tower's starting to drop that much faster.
Stomp as well, making sure the Tiger doesn't even get a chance to think about getting in the arrow. It is straight away, he catches him. Pull him out to the side, Seb is healing him up. Trying to keep Tiger safe, but the boat comes crashing down towards Tiger. He's out of the game for 44. He has got a buyback that he can consider if they still want to try and defend this OG. But the tier 3, it's gone down. The Rack's exposed. Raven continue to push him hard, jumps in with a hoof stomp. See if they can take down Raven the once. He's low on the mana.
Just for 2 minutes. Armel comes back also.
So hard for OG to approach this defense. Jabs, he's ready to get straight and he's going to go to the back lines. Looks towards Seb, he's in with the silence, the magical damage, it's enough. Seb's out. Over to the side, Seb will buy back. Get the jump in on towards DJ. They've taken out DJ. Jabs able to roll away in time. Amar pushing back Raven, but Armel, BKB's out. X-Mark into the torrent. They take out Amar. Fnatic, they did lose the two of them, DJ and Jabs. That might be enough to stop Fnatic from pushing for more. See if OG's got anything else to present. Tiger smoked up, trying to close in on Fnatic, but Fnatic, they'll back off.
This is a 4v3 right now. Fnatic has to be a bit careful.
They're still closing the gap here.
Genwell.
OG, BZM tried for the slight change there, but not able to get a catch.
They know Genwell's on the side. Yuragi's smoke broke.
They're going to turn towards the trees instead. Well, is able to get the stomp into the team.
Oh,
he's actually away. Oh, a lovely little escape there on the Elder Titan. As Fnatic, they won't even lose John Well. They get them out of there. So a very, very good retreat here. But OG, they're just not able to get any of the catches.
Creep wave comes in as BZM's walking up to go for the chains.
That's it again.
Beautifully done by Genwell. Look at this. Oh, creep wave. Evil creep wave.
Oh, you're right. The RNG there, both chains not heading the way of the hero.
And Fnatic gets away there. Yeah. That's the important thing. As the Aegis was about to get reclaimed too in about 20 seconds.
And Raven well on the way towards his next pickup. He's got 3k gold in towards the butterfly that you can look for. And of course, at a stage of the game where there's going to be no sight of any true strike on the cause of OG. This evasion is, I mean, it already feels like he's unkillable. Once that's online, I don't know how they take down this Medusa at all.
No, because it's not a natural build-up. Yuragi can't just be like, I mean, maybe he can. He might have to just be like, I have to go for MKB, but it does not feel good as a CK to have to feel like that. As Jab's about to have his BKB finished up too, so it's going to be even easier for him to commit into the fights. See that level 20 talent also for Raven come out. One of my actual favorite talents. It's been there for a long time. I love the double stone gaze. Well, if you face it twice, you're able to get double stone gaze, but the duration of it is pretty crazy.
OG, they have now got, all the BKBs.
Okay.
All the three of them. BZM, Yuragi, and Tiger. So BKB's up, and of course the Aegis leaving the hands of Raven. Maybe an opportunity to make a move, but doing it outside of the base, definitely a huge risk. They lose a team fight, OG, and almost certainly Fnatic's going to be knocking at their doors moments after.
Raven is just so farmed. It's actually insane how big he's going to be. He's going to have the butterfly finished any moment now. After the small crit too. Oof. Somehow they're going to have to isolate this Dusa. They have to kill everybody else besides her at the starts of these fights on OG, and it's looking harder and harder. Even though that net worth lead isn't continuing to grow, it's feeling more and more difficult because the spread of the net worth, it's on 4 OG heroes. It's not like it's all getting put into the CK. Another tower. DD does spawn bottom. BZM.
He wants to get it.
Are they going to connect the arrow? They got the arrow!
They did. They knew he was going for it. BZM will be able to bottle the DD, but it'll cost him his life. BZM gone for a minute. No money for the buyback. As he was standing up to try and get his axe built, and this is quite the window here for Fnatic to have another shot of taking away a barracks from OG.
Literally getting all the connections every single time in this game.
And there it is, butterfly done on Raven. 26 minutes in, insane items to see on this Medusa.
And the perfect complement from his teammates too, like we mentioned. The AC, the Wraith Pact, and they even have the drum on Genwell, so perfectly buffed up. And highest amounts at any. I kind of imagined that would have been the case with how farmed she is. Amar?
He's going to try and start to poke at Raven, but they'll quickly turn. Jabs, he's ready to roll in as well. Keep this Amar Centaur control. Yuragi tries to help out, but Jabs, he's in with the BKB. He's going to dive further to keep the ultimate ticking down on Amar. Amar will make it back to the base, but the space is made here for Raven to keep pushing on onto the barracks. See if they can have a chance to jump. 5 seconds until BZM's back in. Tiger does have the BKB Black Hole ready to go, but the melee racks is taken out. Fnatic, they'll start to head back. Yuragi attempting to poke here at Raven, but Raven really doesn't care. Off the
stomp on two.
Great stomp into the ult, into the silence, catches the both of them. BZM, he has to put the BKB to retreat. OG getting so low there to the combos of Fnatic, as Fnatic easily able to take those melee racks. They'll back off around the safety of Raven's Stone Gaze, as once again, OG unable to do anything or take anybody away from Fnatic's push.
And Fnatic making sure they don't overextend at all, playing it nice and patient. Just take out a tower, take out the racks, immediately back away. They got what they came for. Another item soon to be finished up for Raven, probably, after this butterfly, as he's already, as we said, she feels immortal. OG trying to get some vision out on the map to try to take perhaps the next fight around the Roche. Are they gonna attempt it themselves?
It's a risk, but
it's a risk they might have to take.
Indeed, at this stage of the game, OG, they have to take their chance here around Roshan.
They can barely, they probably can't even kill the Deuce of the Wands if that Aegis comes out. Yeah, likely impossible.
It's been hit by the scam. Fnatic know what's up.
Uh-oh.
They're ready to head over. They're TPing to the tier 2s, ready to make a move. OG, they're stepping out of the pit. They know it's likely the Fnatic's looking for a fight, and OG want to be the ones to get the jump from the smoke. Smoke up as well from Fnatic. BZM trying to poke Yuragi. Will be able to get in onto DJ. They'll look to blow up the Miranda. They'll take him out. DJ's gone. Immediately buying back, making sure that Fnatic continue to have the 5 versus 5 ready around this Roche attempt.
Armel had to pop the BKB because Amar jumped him, so they know that BKB's down on the Kunkka too. Fnatic.
They're going to look to try and maybe head back into the pit to continue forcing this Roshan.
They've got good spam with the ET. Another smoke.
From Fnatic here.
Splitter on cooldown, 10 seconds. They do have Stone Gaze, though.
And Tiger, he's in position on the high ground. Roshan down to half HP at the moment. Yuragi going to continue to go to work on him.
Bottom, the range racks is going to go down to the creeps.
The jab sweeping into the triangle, making sure that Tiger isn't able to hold this position to look for any sort of jump. They managed to get the wrap round and now looking for the setup on Seb. X-Mark into the arrow, Seb. He's going to be gone. No buyback available on Seb. And at this stage, OG might have to just consider giving up on this Roche attempt. No, Yuragi wants to try and commit. He's popped the ult. Over to the side, jabs, gets the catch onto Amar. Kicking back into the X-Mark, bow combo straight away. Amar getting blown up. He's out of the fight. Yuragi will find jabs, so able to get some sort of a trade, and Amar buys back. BZM not able to really step anywhere close to Raven. Has to put the BKB to get away here. As Armel was looking for the setup with the X-Mark. You can just see this continued struggle from OG to really take any sort of fight into the faces of Fnatic.
And Fnatic, they got the gem there. I think BZM was trying to snatch it away, but Raven grabbed it. Now Raven claiming the high ground. BZM will finish the Aghanims. Bit more damage, bit easier access to the back lines, but still no way to address this Medusa by any means.
And all in on that purchase as well. So BZM goes down. He's going to be pretty much out for good.
I think they know. They're feeling that pressure. Armel soon having a Hex online too, so the catch for the Ember Spirit will be there.
Smoke time for OG. They have to find some insane jump.
They're going to get some crazy wraparound here. So Genwell, he's reading it.
He knows that they're heading over. They'll still get the jump over towards him. Towards Genwell, nailed to tie, and he's going to go down. They find a kill to start things off.
They'll buy back. They have the outpost.
I mean, Raven is aggressively stepping up towards Amar. See over to the side. BZM, see if he can hunt down DJ. Jump over towards him. Take him out. That's DJ up for 70. Jabs. It's in onto the side. Tiger. He's looking for Genwell. Of course, this was the buyback from him. He'll get the ult out. But he should die here to the right click. Yuragi pulls him back in with the rift. So now the situation, both supports down on Fnatic. But up to the side, Fnatic's cause still able to fight fit here. They don't need their supports at this stage. Their cause is so far. Raven taking down Amar.
Yuragi, attempt to go back in.
That's it. I mean, BKB's available here for Armel, so he should be fine. He's holding onto it. Tiger waiting for the cypher jump. There it is.
He's found
Tiger, he's in. He's caught the true cause here with the black hole, but is there the damage? There isn't. The Stone Gaze is out from Raven. Fnatic, they'll look to clean up the fight. Armel will go down. down. BZM will put the BKB, but he's out of mana. Raven and Jabs chase him out. Jabs in with the stun. He'll fall as they take out the Ember Spirit. Yuragi will pick up the kill in return, but can they deal with Raven? He's on his own. The buyback comes out. They've got to commit everything to try and take down this Medusa as Raven left solo here in the game, but he's so farmed. He'll opt for a TP out, but Yuragi, he's in with a blink stun. There'll be a buyback from Armel. Trying to get back over to help out Raven, but Raven, he might not even need the help.
He's hit 25.
Yuragi on his own, standing his ground against BZM and Step. They've got to kill this Medusa, but they just can't. Armel in with the backup. X-Mark on towards it. This slight dodge is there. Will keep BZM alive, and he needed exactly that because he did buy back. They'll stay alive. But we're seeing exactly what we expected, the struggle when it comes to dealing with Raven. Even when he's the only one alive on Fnatic, OG, it's so hard to even get close to killing it.
And look what he finds, a full regen all the way back up to full HP.
And now over towards the Roshan. They should be able to grab this for themselves, Aegis and the Shard. You know, Tiger, he gave it his best effort there coming in with the Black Hole, but I think what the Stone Gaze was off in time.
He did get it in time.
It gets put to a stop. You know, Raven, perfect reactions there from him. And with no Black Hole for 100 seconds, Fnatic, they know there's no threat of a team fight to come from OG around this pit. This Roshan, it's all theirs.
And right before the fight, he even bought a full Aghanims on Raven too. So the CK, those Phantasm just get stoned up and then cleared in seconds from the split shot. And hits 25 right toward the end of the fight.
And he's got the Shard.
Yep, he's got pretty much the absolute dream on the Medusa. Aghanims, Shard, level 25 online with the Paladin Sword and Scotty. So has the double dip, or has the dip with the Paladin Sword, has the Scotty slowing all the split shot attacks too. Now a Hex also for Armel, so BZM might just get caught and die.
He's got to be quick with those BKBs, ready to preemptively use it. You know, he's had some good moves with the slight dodges to break out the X-Mark combo, but indeed that Hex is going to put a stop to that sort of attempted escape completely. Fnatic, they smoke up behind Raven. They're ready to get back on with the push. And ready to look for more barracks here with this window where there's no Black Hole. The one thing that could maybe provide some sort of opportunity for OG to turn this game around. Outside of that, Raven should be able to continue this movement towards the victory.
Look at the positioning, Genwell super far back. Amar gonna start poking.
A little bit of a tease here onto Raven. The X-Mark into the arrow, it's there. Amar caught at the front. Seb having to back off. Jabs gets in on top of him. That's the Pugner down. No buyback available for Seb. Yuragi will try and control Jabs, but the BKB's up. Jabs rolls away to safety. BZM with his own BKB trying to commit in towards Fnatic, but Amar caught again by the Torrent. He's out of the game. No buyback on him. As Fnatic, they'll take down the top set of racks. Nothing that OG can do to stop them.
Raven can just clean it up now. No remnants remaining on BZM. Taiga Black Hole available, but no damage to throw into it. That should just be the Megas.
They can't stop this push from Fnatic. Aegis still on Raven. OG, they'll probably hold in for one final attempt at a team fight. For this whole 35 minutes game, they've never been able to find the opportunity to kill the Medusa. And that's certainly showing with how stacked Raven is now, as he's ready to keep pushing on and looking to close this game up.
Flawless game from Raven and Armel. Armel does die once, 8-1, but the impact that he was able to have from lane to now. Raven now TP's back, gonna get X back in, and they're gonna look to close this one up. OG, the last fight.
How are they doing on the buybacks? Just a buyback available on Tiger. So we'll have a couple of chances to look for that Black Hole. Outside of that, anybody going down on OG will probably mean the Gs will start to be coming out. Yuragi, he's trying for the wraparound from the back lines. And get the side of the Hex, straight away on a BZM. BZM arrow as well. Again, DJ in with a follow-up. This is going to be BZM surely going down. Caught in the combo. He's out for 2 minutes. Yuragi will try and set up onto DJ, but Raven's in with a Stone Gaze. OG have to back off. Amar trying to run, but the X-Mark's there from Armel. He's out, 3 dead. No buybacks available on them. As we should see them call it very, very shortly. Nothing to be done here now. GG, it's called Fnatic. This game too, it's all theirs, and it really is. It's all theirs. This whole game, Fogs. It never looked like Fnatic were under any sort of pressure. They set it up perfectly for the Medusa. This is one of the reasons why this team around Raven's Medusa, they just get win after win. They have mastered this style.
This looked at their full comfort, right? Just playing around the Kunkka X, playing around with the arrows too. A lot of credit to DJ, always being there at the right time to get the follow-up arrows. Jabs too, with an unorthodox pick.
Oh, yeah.
The Earth Spirit,
right.
Naked Vessel, worked out perfectly. It felt like they just had OG's number completely from the mid lane to the bottom lane to even the top lane, everything just went Fnatic's.
Brilliant. And John, well, bringing the Elder Titan into action and having a very good show. 1, 2, and 18. I think pretty much, involved in the majority of the kills. It all worked out for him.
Yeah, they set themselves up perfectly. The lanes, love the way that they set them up. I was a little doubtful just because the ET hero overall right now in this meta can feel a bit lackluster, but when you're playing versus Enigma, versus these summons, when you have this super carry like a Medusa, ranged hero, you can see why they went for it. Excellent draft, excellent execution by Fnatic.
And well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. The second series of the day, once again, going to a Game 3 with Fnatic taking this Game 2. Raven 5-0-11 at the end of it. Can't wait to see what sort of impact this has on that third game draft. As Fnatic, when they get this sort of lineup, they seem unstoppable. 1-1 now between Fnatic and OG.
Before Game 2 started, we said all eyes on Armel, and there's some players that do a lot better when all those eyes are on them. Apparently, Armel is one of them. He crushed BZM in that mid lane. Fnatic, they take the series to a third game. They tie it up between them and OG, and I'm joined by Quinn, Tigov, and Purge to analyze that game, and I do think it was the story of that Kunkka mid at the start, especially Purge.
Yeah, he got way more last hits. He got tons of denies over his opponent. And then what I think was so crucial is that he used all that level and gold advantage, and he just went around the map killing Chaos Knight repeatedly. So even though Dusa was already a great hero in this game, here was his first blood against him. Even though Dusa was great in this game, playing against an underfarmed CK just makes it even easier.
It just felt like this game, Fnatic went back to why they were so good in their region. They had heroes to protect a Medusa. Medusa was free farming. They won their lanes, and they just used that. Like this off-lane Earth Spirit, it felt like a support, but that isn't a flame. That's like immense praise because you're able to take a vessel and then unlock the entire map, and then you make up all these stacks behind. So yeah, I think this was an impressive game where Fnatic just remembered why they were meant to be at the major.
Yeah, and I believe I heard in the green room, why did they stop picking Medusa? Right, Quinn?
Yeah, I think it's very much this team's bread and butter. They have a really solid mid lane, and they just chill and they get items. You saw the gold lead in that game was not very big, like at all, for pretty much the entire game, but they're just happy, like we farm, we hit Roche, we go high ground, end the game. And they did that.
They did that indeed. It was, I mean, it is always a little tricky going high ground against a team that has an Enigma Purge. There were definitely some clutch fights still.
There were. Dusa makes it easier for sure, because as long as you have a moment of not being stunned, you get your ulti off, that makes it harder for everyone else to run in. Then if the black hole's looking at you as well, that gets interrupted. So, and then Dusa's just so tanky that it's not like she can just be bursted down. They didn't have a repositioning technique either. If they could maybe toss her back to tier 4s, kill her far from her team, they could deal with it. But there was just so many things they needed to maybe deal with her, but her net worth and her survivability was way too high.
Yep, and this was one of the better fights also for Fnatic, but it was a black hole fight, but it shows why Medusa is so good against his lineup, because you press your ultimate T and it doesn't do anything else.
And you see their jabs coming in with the silence from the Earth Spirit, and also unfortunately for Yuragi, this game for him, the CK, every fight, he kind of was just like watching. He was unable to really commit, because if he commits, there's a Stone Gaze, he's instantly gonna die. It's CK into Medusa, you hate playing that matchup, and he also got picked off 2-3 times prior to that fight. So it was a rare moment where Yuragi didn't even really get to play Dota. Like, they shut him down, like, immensely.
Yeah, a lot of heroes on the side of, a lot of players on the side of OG were shut down in that game too, that's for sure. But I think, you know, nobody's really truly sad about that, apart from maybe a couple of OG fans. But we are going to get a third game, and we love to see that. I'm sure Tsunami would love to see that too.
Oh my god, okay, yes, I knew you were familiar. Okay, you're the Alliance artist.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Oh.
Okay.
Hello. Greetings. Where am I looking? Who am I looking at? I'm looking at the crowd. Hey, what's up, everybody? We're here in the crowd. I'm here to tell you all about a thing that's going on called the DHL drop. I don't know whose this is, but thankfully it's very safe. I know what this means. Probably. I see a French flag, and I see people rooting for OG. So, if you want to participate in this DHL drop competition, at the end of this series, be sure not to run off, because we're gonna have a competition where Purge and Effibot choose the best sign. So, be sure to look around the concourse, find one of these signs, and you can win the DHL drop. How hype is that? I hope that was what I was supposed to say. All right. Do it. DHL drop. I'll catch you later.
Thank you very much, Tsunami, and that indeed said Allez Seb, which is Go Seb in French. They do need to go for go hard in game number 3, because this game, it felt like Purge Fnatic kind of found themselves.
Yeah, they got the lane matchups they want. The Earth Spirit off lane, he didn't even get boots. He was just like, oh, Spirit Festival first, no big deal. And then he got to use that to kill those strength cores. The Kunkka had a great game, got to use X combos, whether it was his damage or Mirana arrow. It's like all their heroes fit together really nicely while giving a perfect game for Medusa. So it was a bit of both. OG had a harder game because Fnatic played such a good one.
I think also special shout out to Janwell for the ET. I think when you see a game like that where a certain hero can fit really well, it works with your heroes, it's good against the others, like being able to see unorthodox picks like that and ask for it and get this like special hero in a certain situation, and also follow up. He played really well. His spellcasting was like super good that entire game. I think that's like really impressive to be able to do that.
Yeah, it was the first showing of an Elder Titan. It was also first showing of the Centaur T that, on the flip side, didn't have as much success.
Yeah, I feel like for Amar, I wish he had like Yuragi to help him out at some point. Like overall, Centaur lane was somewhat okay. It's just more when he enters the game, you're a Centaur. You pretty much need a mid laner and a carry to help you out. And when you have an Enigma, like it just felt clunky in hindsight because there's a Medusa now and because of the playstyle Fnatic was going to bring. Like this lineup probably could easily win games. It's not a bad draft. It's just when there's the Medusa v the CK, it doesn't really matter what Amar's playing because you never really get to utilize the hero to its full effect.
So you would have liked to see something different that addresses the Medusa maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, potentially. Yeah, exactly that.
There was nothing really left in the pool for him, though.
No,
so
it's
maybe
hard.
then, you know, it was a well-rounded draft by Fnatic, of course. That's how it goes. Game 3, we're looking ahead. What needs to change for OG? Because they've now picked Enigma first phase without a victory perch. Is it time to throw that one out the window, or is it too early to do that?
I'm not so sure about that. I mean, it didn't like stomp its lane. Maybe the teams are prioritizing heroes that are perfect for the draft, not so much for the lane. So we're seeing things get away. We're seeing teams get away with heroes that necessarily shouldn't work. The ET in this case was decent enough against the Eidolons. You bump up your armor, you chase down those Eidolons, you get the extra gold. That means they don't get as many denies. That was a decent solution. Maybe there's a different one. Maybe force them in a position where the ET isn't viable, but it's hard to say.
I think there's also a world where they potentially consider upping the priority on this Mars or on a Mars hero. We saw like a lot of his heroes get banned out both games, and they chose to ban the Mars instead of the Slardar in the last game. So he ends up with this weird situation where a lot of his strong comfort heroes, the meta picks that he plays, are not in the pool. And this CK had a pretty rough game matchups-wise, so there's potential that they swap up the prioritization of the cores and they pick a Mars hero earlier and Yuragi's later, because the Jug worked pretty well in the first game.
Yeah. If you pick CK, ban Medusa, ban Underlord, then you get to play some Dota.
All right, well, we get to watch them play some Dota very soon. Game 3, deciding game between OG and Fnatic, coming at you very soon.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I can't stop chasing you. You're my poison. You stack to me like glue. And I could go anywhere with you wrapped around me. And we could lose all our cares now that you found me. Two hearts beat like 1, 2, 3. It's you and me drink for free, call me gorgeous. See what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room. Big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many zeros in my checks?
Earlier today, we saw the glow up from BeastCoast coming second to last in Group A, and they are now guaranteed top 6. Will Fnatic take the same path? They also struggled in their groups. They came last in Group B, but are now tied with OG, and there's one game between them and top 6. Of course, OG definitely has a say in the matter as well. We're ready for the third and deciding game. We should be in the draft momentarily, and maybe some adaptations coming out from OG here, T-Gov.
I mean, I feel right now it's on the coin flip. Going into game 3, you have to, flip the coin again, see who gets priority, pick or side. And to me, OG's second pick, it feels so much better when they're first pick.
Well, that's where they are right now. They got second pick,
there you go.
Overall last pick, and Fnatic will take that first pick. And in terms of bans, Fnatic, keep it simple, keep it the same. They thought very long and hard about that in game 2, of course. This time around didn't need that much time, but a lot of respect coming out from OG. That Ormel Kunkka, out of there.
Yeah, they're leaving the CK in again this game. I think both teams are realizing that if the hero is overall first pick, they're in a position where they're kind of comfortable countering the hero 5 times and okay playing against it. Where's the hero of the... Okay, so here we go again.
Enigma Pango. This will be... There we go. Go on.
Or Snapfire as an alternate.
True.
Oh,
there it is.
Enigma Pango coming out.
Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's what they won with game 1. I think those heroes have a lot of synergy in terms of the way the spells work together. You have this like constant slow stun, just random crap flying around. And it's also a lot of AoE against CK. So I think it's a pretty well-rounded response, and it's also very OG.
Yeah, plus Pango hits like backline, makes chaos, and that's going to make it easier for Taiga to jump in at the right time and channel full black hole instead of it getting interrupted by somebody on the backline.
Yeah, I'm curious what the response will be. The Ember did not do that much last time. I'm not sure if they'll try to prioritize it. From first pick, sometimes people take this line of they just pick all their cores like right away. They are not taking that line.
Ooh, no, I like this pick. Tree. Fnatic were one of the few teams that were playing it when the major started. Of course, against Enigma and Pangolier, you can cancel Black Hole, you can prevent the Rolling Thunder rolling around. Sure, Pango can buy a Lotus or something to get around that, but it gives you that early window to punish the aggression of OG potentially.
Yeah, and it has been the hero that OG has been banning out against them, at least in game number 2. So this time they get their hands on it. Comfort hero for sure.
Should really help stabilize their lane, possibly get more kills if he pairs with CK. They're definitely very aggressive. You could do something like drop the Nature's Grasp, they run through it, you pull them back through it again, or just do tons of damage together when you go on the same guy. Enigma, if he lanes against this, has to be a little bit more careful if he does stick around in the lane.
Yeah, there are definitely a lot of good things about this. I think there's one aspect to it that Tree and CK, in terms of what they offer to your lineup, are a bit similar. They're these sort of brutish walking in. They have the similar sort of like, random disable gunk. And against that, you can have these sorts of phoenixes, this overwhelming team fight, this crap that's hard to run into. And it can be a bit weird for those heroes to function unless they have like enabled follow-up damage later in the lineup. And whenever you're first pick, it can be hard to get those like core heroes, these range damage dealer types with good games. So there's potential risk there, like for OG to have answers to this.
Also, Trian Protector, for heroes with 10 more games in this major, Trian's got a 71% win rate, 14 games. So it's basically like top 3 for win rates pretty much. And that's because it is a specialty hero, and you often pick it once you start seeing things. You're not opening up your draft and It's like Gaming Gladiators. I think it's Fnatic, Boom, mainly basically SEA and Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah. We got Wind Ranger banned out. We'll see if the Pugna makes it through. We have seen Seb mostly play those heroes. And so far it is OG that is looking to ban out. The first one was a support Grimstroke. The CK Grimstroke, of course, a strong combination, but they'll also remove the Death Prophet.
Yeah, I mean, I think OG going into second phase is pretty happy. I think this series, second pick has been picked by the teams, and I think it's just much nicer whenever you get this nice, well-rounded 2-3 you're happy with, and you go into the second phase. There's these counter picks. You're just so relaxed. You just get to see what they pick, and you just pick something against it.
The Windrunner ban. They've shown their respect.
I feel like it's really good here, though, because if they just lean in against CK plus Tree, you literally cannot do damage, right? You just press the Windrun button, you're going to be able to get away from their chase, and then you're just going to outtrade them. So I think it's like a rare case where it would just be a lane counter.
Ooh, instant Jakiro.
It's another hero Seb's been using a little bit recently as his 5 position. It's excellent against in terms of what it provides AoE-wise. If you can drop the Ice Path, the Macro Pyre, CK Illusions will be destroyed. So now they've got really good solutions against the Illusions.
Unfortunately, Macro Pyre doesn't destroy trees for some reason. They did remove that from the game. But no, still, very powerful. Also, last time Seb played it, he was a bit greedy on the hero, and he was able to buy a Vlad, then a mech, then suddenly completed a Greaves. He was so tanky, and in this type of lineup, he probably can find the farm as well.
Oh, it's also a good tower sieger, actually.
Yep.
That's another benefit of what Tree provides. Armor to buildings, a little bit of heal, not as much as it used to. If you do get enough levels and you can slap Liquid Fire down, the trees will melt.
I think it has similarities to Fnatic's ET pick last game as well. It's this support out of the phase on 15 that sort of gives you some like general rounded answers to the enemy's lineup. Okay, they go back to this.
But this is because you look at the lockdown on OG, it's Rolling Thunder, a Black Hole, or you hit this Ice Path, which can be a kind of a clunkier spell to connect on.
But once you get one of them, it's going to be a bad time for whoever gets stunned.
That's very true.
I will say it's pretty confident from RML to say, no, that first game was a fluke. Give me it. I'm going to run it back. He probably feels pretty good after how bad he thrashed him in the second game. And I think this is spicy. I think I respect Fnatic for this, that you say, nah, it was gameplay, it wasn't draft, we run it back.
But they've shown that in the series as well. Like in series 2, they're picking, game 2, they're picking the ET, this Aspirate offlane. Like, they're clearly super confident in each other and doing this.
And this time we do see a little bit more priority for Amar's pick. I'm assuming that's going to be an Amar Tidehunter.
Yeah, this is going to be some Tidehunter where you just go like casual hood potentially or something and you're just walking around the map. You're tanking up. To die, you need to be horrendously out of position on Tide, I feel, to die in this game right now.
Are you sure he's going to buy normal items? I'm not confident.
Yeah, true, good point. Yeah, that's true. I mean, game 1 he went like Ags, Lincolns and whatever, so maybe he just rushes Titanic. He's done that before on Tide, but for sure, this is a Tide that after lane, if he moves to a lane, Fnatic, they can't really chip him away, right? It's a Tidehunter.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of individual matchups, it's a very, very good Tide game. Fnatic doesn't really have a way to kill this guy. They don't have the raw damage that can persist through like the Kraken into Ravage. It'll deal with all the CK illusions, and they have a lot of AoE already for those illusions. So if there comes a point where OG gets this really good carry pick and they have solid lanes, there can be this weird situation where there's this Tide body blocking and OG has this last pick good carry matchup, and Fnatic can feel like a bit uncomfortable with like the game just like slowly progressing.
I must say, if I look at OG's lineup, we got like Rolling Thunder, we got Ravage, Black Hole, Macro Pyre, massive team fight coming out from them, while Fnatic, a little lackluster on that department. Is that something that we want them to fix in their final pick?
I think, and it does look scary in that way, like if they just run at each other like robots. Yeah, OG's team fight is really solid, but if Ember's able to play his game here, he's going to aim for the backline. He's going to try to slight chains the Enigma and then jump on him with Remnant. And maybe Taiga can turn in Black Hole, but if they can find him when he's separated from his team a bit and the fall isn't going to be there, getting these pickoffs is exactly how Fnatic wins fights. And they'll have Overgrowth to offset a little bit of the OG initiation, of course, but a lot of it's on Ember right now, or maybe CK getting a pick off quick.
Yeah, I feel like Fnatic after lane, if they utilize this tree aggressively with the shard being invisible, you're always going to see the backline. You're always going to set up the engagement, that a blink on CK jumping in, Ember poking. OG, they have to be super like clinical in how they use their spells, because if they ever waste one, it's going to really hurt after. But they do have the double bubble. It is the Ravage and the Black Hole. Like, you're probably going to connect on one.
I think these last two bans from OG are really heads up and smart. Whenever you look at Fnatic's lineup, they need a way to deal with this Tide, and they're most likely picking offlane last. And you ban these two heroes that give you a way to like actually go on the Tide and play the fight through them. And with those two heroes banned, I'm not sure if there are solutions that you're as happy with that allow you to like deal with this tide in some way.
Yeah, those would have been really solid, both of them.
I think those are pretty perfect bans. We'll see what Fnatic comes up with here, but they may run pretty low on time. They are contemplating currently.
I mean, some offlaner that buys BKB is going to solve problems.
A hero that buys Break. All right, Spirit Breaker with the shot. Okay, no.
I mean, it's also war where they just do this. They just pick Mars and he just buys a BKB and he scales. He gives you arena against. It's a a fairly decent Mars game.
Would give them a much better initiation. That's something they're super missing right now, outside of like CK.
Oh, there's the break. Okay.
Okay.
Nice.
That means we have a little bit of a switch up in terms of roles, or which one of the Tree and Hoodwink and Coddle is going to be the core? Because we know that Armel plays Coddle mid. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, this is a cool switch up from Fnatic. This is a pretty good answer to Tide. You have this massive, overwhelming, super long range damage. I said it in the other game, but Coddle is quite good against Pango mid. He doesn't threaten you at all. You just blast the waves, and he just has to take them under tower. So Coddle will like mega free farm.
And it makes their poke even better too, because if they, like Syrian chains a guy, you don't know, is the Hoodwink going to follow up? Is there going to be this huge blast coming through? But that's a great carry matchup against CK. Super high armor. He's going to be able to turn into Ember and do slight chains of his own. That was a good pick.
And Yuragi, he's already had a Morphling performance where he absolutely popped off with Manta. He kind of needed a hero that could get Manta against the tree, at least take the man fight later on. But again, the skirmishing ability of Fnatic, that explosive ability to just find someone and just get numbers advantage, it's on them to be able to kind of be proactive in this game. If they step back and they allow Morphling to farm, then OG's going to be pretty happy.
It is the mid Coddle.
It is the mid Coddle. DJ will play the Hoodwink. Raven will take on the Chaos Knight. So is it Jabs Ember? Must be. Yes, it is. So offlane Ember coming out. A little bit of a curveball there as well.
I mean, this Morphling has an insanely free game. I think that is the exact type of pick that we were talking about would be good for OG. This carry with a really good game matchup. He has this Tide, he has all these random fat heroes and spells in front of him. And I think if Yuragi plays well, he has a pretty set out game for in front of him.
Yeah. Morphlane's really well against Ember, and then you kind of need Ember to be the vessel buyer to emulate the Earth Spirit of Game 2 and have that same style, but the matchup doesn't feel too good.
Well, Yuragi on his Morphling did eliminate Boom from the tournament. We'll see if they can repeat that against Fnatic right here. Who will take Game 3? Who will advance in the tournament? We're finding out together with OD Pixel and Fog.
Thank you very much, Steve. Yes, everything, of course, resting on this Game 3 now between Fnatic and OG. Fog, what do you sort of make of this? We're getting Jabs this time, showing what he can do on the Ember Spirit on the offlane. He did very well on the Earth Spirit. Do you think he's going to have a similar sort of impact on a different one this game?
Feels like a bit of a harder lane this time for him to pressure. Last one they did a really good job of actually slowing down the CK's farm, getting that vessel. Ember is just not a natural offlaner. So not a strength here, not nearly as bulk, so can definitely get brought down a couple times, and it is a good matchup for that Morphling. Gives him not only a good target to morph later on, but in the lane as well. Looks pretty good for Yuragi.
And that's the thing, right, as the panel drew upon, we've seen Yuragi's morph before here at the Major. I think at the same time came out as that last pick. I don't think he died that game. It was one of those performances where he crushed it.
I think he might have also been versus CK carry, right? I think Boom, what are they playing CK?
I believe so.
I think they might have been playing
exactly.
it as well,
It's a
too.
similar sort of setup. OG, they've seen the chance to go for that again. Let's see if it works out as we get ourselves in, ladies and gentlemen, to this third deciding game. Who's going to be staying in the competition and who is going to get sent home?
I love how we see the changing, though, of the drafts. Even though the CK, it looked like it was kind of countered, they didn't care. They still are going to be putting it on that carry and switching things up to put Jabs in that offlane, picking the break, the DJ Hoodwink as that last pick, sticking with their guns, going for this Tree and Protector, and Armel, of course, his Coddle. Pretty good matchup for him. Versus that Pango, he has high burst also for Morphling if he's able to get some snowball. I've seen Armel take over games with this hero too, so eyes on him.
And of course, BZM has already shown us today how great he could be on the Pangolier. That game one, quite a showing from him on his mid Pango. Let's see if Fnatic will have the chance of shutting him down this time.
This should be a pretty fun one. Some long duration or long cooldowns on OG. I feel like Fnatic, they do have a really fast-paced draft. They could take advantage of that. And
what is what they see here? Sitting under the tier 2 tower. They got him. That was very nice there with that vision set up. They see him chilling under the tier 2. They'll dive in and take him out.
Got to give respect to that one. Nice play there from Fnatic. Immediately going to kill their ward too. DJ's like, nope, we're not going to give you guys anything out of it.
Very heads-up play there for Fnatic to start the game off.
Who got the last hit too? It was Armel, right? So already off to a good start in the mid lane. Gonna have that quick null to start off, I believe, if he wants to go for it.
And when you sort of see the sort of heroes that Armel's going to be up against this time, is this going to be a game where, you know, with a good start, he's going to be zooming all over the place, they're going to struggle to deal with him? And how's the sort of the catch and kill potential against a Kotl that gets a farm start?
It's really hard, actually, with their heroes. It's going to be a lot of pressure on BZM to be able to match the early movements of Armel. Because if you look at the rest of their heroes, how do they get on top of him? Jakiro, Enigma, Tidehunter, these heroes are not going to do that. It's not going to be the Morphling who looks to get them out of an early game with Armel moving around. So it could be a game where Armel is able to just completely take over with these rotations.
I mean, and an excellent game, of course, last time from the mid. In that game too, Kunkka performance was perfect.
Yeah. The boots of travel timing is going to be one of those like 6 to 8 minutes that we've seen so commonly on these Coddles. And yeah, pressuring side lanes. Like we mentioned, it's a bit of a greedy style from OG again, going for the Tide and the Enigma and the Morphling on top. So it does feel like Fnatic, they could really take advantage of that. See how BZM does though, mid. Already off to a much better start than the last game. 3-3 for the 2-1.
Of course, last game we did see, you know, the struggles very much for Tiger on his Enigma to find the opportunities to get the big black holes. This game, how sort of easy is it for him to find those chances to get in?
It's a lot easier. He only really has to play into the tree route later on once he does have the BKB. The only thing is he does have to be careful because at some points early, depending on how big the Armel Coddle is, he literally can just run around and he doesn't even need to be this one to cancel the black hole. They might just snowball, get these kills and just group up and push with the Coddle behind healing. And Enigma can just get one-shotted. That's what we've seen from these Coddles so much if you are able to just be that zoomy monster versus these slow heroes.
Seeing the mid BZM starting to take huge amounts of damage here from Armel. Lining up the blast. He has got his bottle on his way out, BZM.
It gets harder and harder.
It really does for any sort of melee hero. You're going to be consistently under threat against the spam from the Kotl. See bottom. So yeah, so far here for Raven 8-0 against the 9-0. Both cores, either side getting an equal amount out of this.
I think Jabs will probably suffer the most out of it.
Yeah.
It's going to start becoming a lot more difficult for him to step up versus the harassment of these two ranged heroes. Unsure if DJ is going to be able to offset it, but we shall see.
And in terms of, you know, from the off lane, what kind of build-up do you imagine we'll get from Jabs? Is it going to be another game where he's the one going for the Vessel?
Yeah, I'd imagine it's just the Vessel. Yeah. Let's see what else it could be. Vessel, maybe like a Fuels or something throw in along those lines if he feels they need a little bit more control. They're getting Yaragi. A lot of damage.
Getting very, very low there yet again. In the mid, of course, Armel continuing to pretty much not miss out on a single creep. Easily farming each and every wave with the blasts.
So they should have, on Fnatic, they should have two lanes that go very well for them, right? Raven, I don't believe they can pressure him at all with Enigma Tidehunter. They'll be able to deny some of these, a little bit of the farm with just the conversions, but won't be able to pressure him too much in terms of last hits. Amar, he'll be able to farm down here nicely, though.
Yeah, not really a hero that Fnatic's going to be able to kill in return. This Tide, once he has a few levels, very hard for these two to make moves upon.
Look at Armel. Holding the creep wave so they can blast the small camp and try to deny it away from BZM.
Lining up things very, very nicely as he stays pretty much over a full creep wave ahead of that of the farm of BZM. Bottom, they're trying to go for Tiger. Lead in with the slows. Raven closing in.
Yes, TB.
Is he going to be able to get out in time? He will. Tiger out of there, making the correct call. As Fnatic, they'll continue to do this. Now that the levels are there, if Tiger gets close, they'll go straight for the Enigma.
They tend to do this also whenever they have the double melee, whenever they're playing with...
top lane, Yoragi caught very, very low with a sleight of fist. Jabs takes him out. We'll see it again here on the replay. Shifted a pretty low on the HP. On that strength, it's a level 2 sleight of fist.
Oh, it just clips him on the edge of that too. Nice play from DJ.
Got to play it a little safer up there.
They almost...
Oh, he's got back into the lane. They've got the setup once more. Yoragi, as soon as he heads into the lane there, returns to try and farm with the TP in. He gets brought very, very low once again. He's really got to be careful against these two, especially now the levels are there for Jabs and DJ.
And I thought potentially this would be a lane that he'd be doing very well in, but I guess the Bushwhack just keeps catching him off guard low. Yoragi does have to be careful. Armel already 6. Dominance is now going to start. BZM also hitting the 6 though at a decent time.
I think BZM's going to have to be very ready with sort of the TPs, the movements towards the top. You know, Fnatic continue to play as aggressive they are in towards Yuragi. It's indeed on the CS. Yuragi getting the least out of the lanes.
DJ has a brace here. That's cool.
With these extra bit of stats, making him much less of an appealing target for the two of them.
Yeah, that's very different. This just does want to be a little bit tankier, not have to keep bringing out all the regen constantly. Very cool. Jabs, he will go for boots this time, so not going for the Vessel just yet. They are able to apply a lot of pressure on this Morphling from what we've seen. Slow hero whenever the lane is pushed. Throwing all the spells onto him is working nicely. DJ, now going to check the runes, trying to prevent BZM from getting that power rune. Is BZM going to get lucky?
Let's have a look. I'm out.
Balance.
Line up a blast, so BZM goes for this. It will take a lot of damage, and as it is, it will spawn top. It is an invis rune. Might give DJ the chance to set up for a kill. Bottom lane.
See it in bottom.
See the move in. Again, this is the target they'll always go for. They find Tiger. They're straight in on top of him. He can't do anything to save himself. But look at this setup. DJ with the invis waiting on the high ground. Getting a huge catch there on BZM. He was having a pretty decent time in the mid lane, but getting tripped up by the invis hoodwink.
DJ is a menace these last 2 games, just really putting the attention onto BZM. Be it his arrows from the first one, or from the second one with the Mirana.
Yep.
Or just sneaking. I mean, these sneaky plays.
Yeah, this game already being the setup for a big kill on Yuragi in the early game, and now on towards BZM. They've got to be prepared for DJ making moves up and down the map, looking for that bushwhack setup.
And for Armel making moves around the map, he has Boots of Travel finished level 8 already on the Keeper of the Light.
Nah, he's farmed. He's hitting the timings that he'd hoped for here.
They might even need a lane ward top. Okay, they do have the lane ward, because he could just TP up there and get a blast from tree line, and Yuragi's just dead. And I'm already seeing Armel TPing up. I think it's really high potential for Yuragi to just die in one shot.
See if Yuragi's ready for this. Armel into position from the side. Here's the blast. There's going to be a fair bit of damage. Yuragi,
he's gone.
He's gone. Armel, beautiful movement here from him as Yuragi not ready for him to come and make that play off the back of that quick box timing. As Yuragi taken out of the map again and continued to be held behind all the other cores in the game.
And look at this. He gives mid to the DJ Hoodwink, and he's already got a double or triple stack ready for Armel.
Yeah, they're playing this once again. Very, very nice this early game from Fnatic. We saw it from them in game 2, and this game 3 looking to be off to another hot start.
And they actually don't have to go for the Vessel onto the Ember. He can go for more carry style items because Armel already has Earn done on his way toward Vessel. So the build that we've seen popularized by 9 a lot is going to be the choice from Armel. Forgot about it for a second, actually, that they go for it every single time on these battles. That's going to be problematic.
See around the mid, Seb, he's turned up, but Jabs and DJ, they're here ready to try and deal with him. BZM, he's not going to opt to get involved in this one as Armel turns over with a blast, a 4th kill for him. We've seen it many times. The mid-cot will get out of control already 8 minutes in. He is in a perfect trajectory here, Armel. He's getting the exact start that he would want, and these moves, they're not going to stop. They're going to look for Amar. He's already getting in underneath the tier 1 tower. The 3 of them ready to set up on the Tide. We'll see if Amar can play his way out of this one. The stun into the blast. Has he got any further escape? He's caught in the Nature's Grasp. He's going to try for the TP out. Is he out? No,
he's not.
The damage is there from Raven and the Phantasm. Fnatic picking up another 7-0.
Armel's out of control already. 5,200 net worth.
What's going on here? A little bit of LOLing in the chat here between Jabs and Amar. Getting a little bit spicy here in the early game. That's Fnatic.
It's a killer early game. This laning phase is disastrous for OG.
I think, as you said before, eyes are going to be on towards what BZM can do as the Pango. They need him to alleviate some of this pressure that Fnatic's applying in all 3 lanes. His moves are going to be crucial once that Diffusal Blade's done. He's just a recipe away from it right now.
They keep preventing him from getting runes, too. They took the DD bottom when that whole situation was happening when they killed Seb. Armel's going to have the Vessel done any moment now, so... Versus that Morph, Yuragi, they're going to have so many different ways to kill this Morphling.
That's a tough game for Yuragi so far. 3 deaths. I think the last time we saw him, he didn't die at all. They'll look for the setup. He's able to start building up the strength, the break and the blast. Not enough damage. Yuragi this time will live.
They can't protect him at all, though. And now top tower likely to get brought down, and now the Vessel is going to be done. Okay, they'll glyph the wave. So stall it out for a moment. But that next situation, there's going to be a Vessel on that Morphling, and he'll die from the blast as well as the Hoodwink connection. Where's the rune going to be? BZM, again, it spawns on the opposite side.
Trying to get over to contest this from Jabs, but Jabs will grab it and get away.
Gives him the high five as well.
And OG, their strength will be around their ultimates. And when it comes to sort of hitting the sixes on Tiger, they can get in and find some sort of combo between the Ravage, the Black Hole, and the Rolling Thunder. It's a lot of lockdown.
It is very cooldown dependent though, and we've seen already, Fnatic, they're not going to be playing around much cooldowns. Armel, Vessel's done. It's already out on top of him. Top tower going to go down as well. And Raven, he's top of the board with that Coddle, getting the free farm down bottom.
See what they can get down here. Already TP's coming in from Fnatic.
They're moving so well around the map, just reading the plays from OG.
See if DJ can get the catch. He's looking for the setup. Pushback's going to be off the mark, and here's the Rolling Thunder from BZM. Heading over towards DJ, but actually the ult from DJ pushing him back to safety.
And there's a root.
It's going to turn his attention over towards Raven. It connects with the first Rolling Thunder. They're trying to dive in for this, but Armel, he's already come in, taken out Tiger. They've got the stun control onto Amar and BZM. Another blast from Armel, cutting through Seb, as Seb will get into the trees to hide, but he's taking solo here to the Spirit Vessel. Another change from Jabs, holds back BZM. They'll pop the Ravage. He
clips him.
Catch the two of them. They're looking over towards Armel, waveform forward, but Armel, he's
still
able to
alive.
escape. Raven gets the control onto BZM. It's 2 kills here for Fnatic, and they're not done yet. Over to Amar, Remnant 4 from Jabs. He's trying to block off the escape.
They want more.
Yuragi body blocks him into the change, jumps to the high ground. He's on top of Seb. 3 dead on OG. As OG just cannot take anything away from Fnatic here. Fnatic just crushing them each and every time. And that point we saw, OG, they wanted to try and set up for some sort of team fight. Fnatic just come in. Armel immediately removing Tiger from the fight. And OG, they just can't deal with the amount of damage Fnatic can freely throw at them.
3,000 damage from the Coddle in that last fight.
And no surprise here, hitting some net worth records from Armel on his start that he's had this game with the Coddle, 5-0-3.
And something we haven't even gotten to touch on is a build that he can go for versus a Morphling that is probably one of the best ones you can, one of the best items, an E-Blade. If he's able to get it because of the changes that E-Blade works, it uses the stats of your opponent that you use it on. So a Morphling who is fully on Agi, that could be pretty brutal as well for the burst damage that we've already seen be so successful. 11-0, Armel out of control.
Yeah, Fnatic as a whole just crushing it again. They had a rough game 1, but game 2 and now into this game 3, Fnatic playing at a pace that OG just struggling to deal with here on the main stage. Tiger has got his eyes set on Armel, but Armel has got backup connecting with him. Jabs ready to make the move on towards Tiger. There's the pushback setup from DJ. Tiger's gone.
It's just easy for them to make these moves across the map because they have so much different setup. OG just very cooldown reliant. Don't have easy ways to just stun and kill somebody besides just BZM, who's being toyed with.
He even knows himself that he cannot commit onto Jabs, has to swashbuckle away from the pushback from DJ. They're trying to line up an opportunity, but again, another round of the slight chains and the Vestal. BZM's in trouble. He's going to pop the Rolling Thunder just to survive and get out of it. The Slider Fist nearly killing him. BZM having to roll back to base.
And look at Jabs' item build. Maybe the first time ever we're going to see a Vlad's Ember Spirit into a Wraith Pact, but I mean, this item,
he's going to be able to get it at very good timing, especially if he continues to find the kills and the involvement that he's had. Now around the mid, Fnatic.
They're just diving.
They're ready to push
see
for
a hero
objective.
and they
They're
go.
going to try and charge down BZM. BZM hasn't got the Thunder. It's still on cooldown. We'll be able to swashbuckle up to the high ground, but the blast hits as well as the stun. BZM, he's going to be going down as Armel, unstoppable on the Keeper of the Light.
Good God. They literally, like, BZM shows for 1 second, and immediately they just dive right past the tower to get on top of him. They know that BZM is the only way for OG back in this game. So if they just keep killing him, OG just has no way to impact the map. 13-0, Armel goes top immediately afterwards. Kai is done. It's totally out of hand here.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See Raven, very likely to have his BKB ready for the next fight. Just a recipe away. Once that's done, very little that OG can do to kill him through it. Again, pressure on Tiger to make big moves. He's picked up the Blink Dagger. They've got to have some insane Black Hole once more. They need to have that if they're going to have any chance of turning these team fights. Fnatic are taking him out each and every time. And as you said yourself already, he might just get caught by a blast and die.
He could just die to Blast Slight, like just literally random things being thrown on the ground, even like a Nature's Grasp as well too.
it's so hard here for OG. Fnatic, ooh, and DJ. On the bushwhack,
they get the chains.
BZM, he's going to get burst from a distance here. Fnatic.
My God.
I mean, DJ just with these catches, getting OG caught out of position each and every time. Well, not really out of positions behind these towers. DJ's constantly hunting. Another bushwhack as OG have to bring Amar back away from the front of this. They cannot get a fight together, OG, especially when they're a man down in this sort of situation.
Look at how fast.
0.
They're immediately moving. They know that, as you're saying, there's no response from OG. If BZM is dead, they can't do anything. Very impressive. Level 14 about to be up for Coddle, for Armel. Max Solar Bind. And yeah, E-Blade on the horizon very soon. About 1,000 more gold. How's the Manta looking for Yuragi? It's still so far away.
It really is. And very hard, even to try and make moves onto a support here. John Well, more than safe, especially with the tier 1 tower still up. And of course, the global movements that Fnatic can offer up with their cores, with Armel and his bots. He's ready to turn up to every single engagement. OG, they'll smoke up. They want to try and get something done here with the Blink on Tiger.
Have to catch Armel.
Here we go. There's the jump. Malefice into the black hole. No messing around as they look to burst through him, but he's pretty tanky. Will go down. OG get the kill, but they're probably going to lose heroes for it. Raven pulls in BZM, takes him out as well as Tiger. OG, they get the kill, but of course at this stage, if they commit for some action like that, they're going to lose heroes themselves as they lose 2 for that effort.
It's a move they have to make. They have to try to make some space for Yuragi to get this Manta. So slowing down the Coddle, slowing down that E-Blade, very important so that the Morphling can potentially get Manta so he doesn't just get one shot in every single fight. Small gain, but something necessary that OG needs to do. Don't think Fnatic's too fussed about it.
I don't think so at all. I mean, Yuragi was having some space to push onto the tier 1, but of course with John Well on the tree, and that tower's going to be healed back up. Very hard for OG to try and half-heartedly push for an objective. Fnatic, they'll be able to keep all towers alive.
Okay, Jabs, he throws the scan out, walks up by himself up here, knowing that he's very likely safe when he has a defensive remnant down.
I mean, over towards the mid, they have the bushwhack.
Amar.
They can make the move onto the tide. With the Vessel taking him down, Amar. Very little he can do. They will be able to crack off some of the debuffs. The Ooh, actually going to miss. Amar might just live this time. Depends if they want to try and dive him. Actually turned towards BZM instead.
Oh, but BZM!
Control, they're in onto the... They've got the burst!
Oh my
Against DJ with his push at bottom lane. Yuragi taken down by Raven. He's able to get him with the Phantasm. Him and John Well taking out that carry morph. And now back over to the mid. They'll continue the dive. Another bushwhack locking down Amar. 19-1. Fnatic slaughtering OG in this game so far.
I would say this is getting brutal, but I think this has been brutal.
Dire's bottom tower is under
Poor BZM, really, right? Every time, 0, 6, and 1. He shows up, he's like, hey, let me help you, Amar, and then just gets clipped by a chains, and he's just dead from the overwhelming damage. I believe that is the E-Blade done now for Armel. So the one-shots will continue. And they just can't keep up with him, like we've been saying. The speed,
yeah,
430 movement speed. Look at this Jakiro, 350, Enigma, 335. They try to make it to the lane where this Coddle is, but by the time they get there, he's already across the map. So difficult for OG to respond. Fnatic have perfectly identified that this game too.
Yeah, completely impossible for Yuragi to turn up until he at least has that Manta done.
Oh,
Still
God.
not quite there.
Yuragi's about to get one-shotted. Okay.
Well, of course, for Fnatic, Roshan is up. And they know that they can go for this with very little really to worry about.
They don't even need to commit all their heroes. I think they can do that with just 2 or 3, and Armel can still look to pressure a side lane. He'll show up, though. He'll be like, oh, Jabs, you need some mana. Here you go.
Hitting all the timings here, Fnatic. And we really saw, what they were capable of in Game 2, and now here in Game 3, looking even more scary.
And he finds a Nether Shawl, too, to boot on Armel. 6% more spell damage on top of everything he already has. Oh, okay. Yuragi will find a Nether Shawl himself to maybe counteract that magic damage if he wants to hold it.
And will be the Manta done for Yuragi. So at least something to give him some sort of chance of getting away from a few of the setups that Fnatic do have in their lineup.
He has a way to protect himself. BZM, though, still under the gun. And Jabs with the high fives continues.
Fnatic, they're smoking up to connect over here. They know that OG's trying to push it around this area. Set up again with a bushwhack. There's the ult from DJ, an easy kill on set. DJ showing time after time that he's got this perfect angle OG getting caught out numerous occasions here by the distance of the bushwhack that DJ is able to throw out.
He's been pretty much perfect on this Mirana and this Hoodwink afterwards. Always seems to be in the right place at the right time to follow up either with the bushwhack or with the break that he's had a couple times on the Tide. It's 20-1, Owen.
Yeah, this is insane. This is sort of the Fnatic that I think a lot of the SEA fans expected to see. They're bringing it out here, their top performance on the main stage. OG, are they able to do anything to stop them? They're down 20-1, 7K lead for Fnatic. OG, they do have, as I said, a strong team fight. Being as far behind as they are, they can't turn this around with anything less than perfection. They have to hit everything. They've got to land these spells. If Fnatic's able to avoid them, resetting the team fights, Fnatic's just going to continue to overrun them.
Armel's just way too much of a nuisance. And now at this point, too, it's Raven is also a huge problem. He's going to have Heart soon. Will they ever even have damage for the CK?
The setup here. They're trying to go for the control, but see that blast there. Tiger and Uragi getting brought so low. Over to the side, Raven's just going to commit it with the BKB. BZM will attempt to roll out of this one. He'll get out to the side. Fnatic, they'll turn their attention towards Amar. He'll put the grab. Wait forward. They're trying to bust it, but in the bushwhack. He's caught the two of them. DJ looking down Uragi and Amar. They do still get the kill on the call. Rolling Thunder as well, controlling jabs. OG, they've found two. Maybe they can look for more. Raven, of course, still has the Aegis. OG trying to come in to take him down the ones. Should be able to chase him out and achieve exactly that. They still have the black hole as well, available from Tiger. Raven with the...
He's still holding his ground.
Maybe kill BZM. BZM goes down. The acorn shot from DJ finishes him off. Armel will buy back to make sure that Raven in his second life here will be protected.
It's a wasted buyback right now from Armel.
Yeah, not able to get any further catch. OG, they'll back off. So for the first time this game, we're seeing OG being able to find that sort of fight. A good ravage coming out from Amar that gives the space for Uragi to get in and actually get some of the work done.
Able to finally get on top of Armel. It's been pretty difficult this game, but the second time now able to. And now they have a pretty big window where if they kill Armel again, then they could potentially have this like 5v4 that turns out quickly.
We'll see here once more. Full commitment onto Amar. As I said, a good read from him. Sure, Raven's got his BKB up, but that ravage clipping both Armel and Jab, setting up for the rest of his team to take down the two cores to start the fight.
Immediate smoke though, Fnatic. They know they're still way stronger than OG. Still just gonna keep looking for these kills, especially when Ravage is on cooldown.
Tiger knows. Deep into the trees, keeping his distance away from the catch that Fnatic offers. He's out of here completely. They don't want to try and take a fight at this area of the map, so Fnatic should be able to get the space to take this tier 2. Back on with the push, and they can certainly look for more. Obviously, that last fight, Black Hole wasn't used, so there's still the threat from Tiger absolutely there.
Hard for him to always use it, though. Genwell with a very early Blink Dagger on the tree. He's always going to be holding that ult, either for Rolling Thunder or for that Black Hole.
I mean, Fnatic, they look like they're going to try and get back on with the pressure and push towards the high ground, knowing that there's no Ravage.
Raven is very strong.
Yeah, Full Heart's pretty much going to be on the way soon. Just a few hundred gold and he'll have the booster done. Let's see if OG, can they slow this down?
The Wraith Pact behind Amar will be able to assist.
The Fnatic will fall back for now to rectify the state of the other lanes. They'll get Armel down towards the bottom. Raven will head over towards the mid. So he's happy in the knowledge that they've sort of forced OG to react, get back to the base. It's opened up the map for Fnatic's cores to continue to farm and keep the advantage.
There's the Heart. He's going to be problematic unless he's inside a Midnight Pulse. Of course, it is only current HP now, but still going to help a lot versus a Heart. And Taiga is close to BKB. Once he has that, only thing he really has to worry about is the tree ult.
They're going to look to smoke up behind BZM.
They got Ravage. Armel, he does not have his BKB yet either, so if they get on top of him, it'll be easy kill if they can.
See what sort of a jump they can find. Uragi going in aggressive, trying to bait some action. He's in with the slide chains onto Raven. Trying to see if he can poke out a reaction, maybe get that BKB used early.
Raven knows that he can frontline like this. They do not want to commit onto this CK.
Now Fnatic in return, they're going to smoke up behind their CK. Get ready to react to any kind of jump that OG try.
Seb.
Well, going to get the rift in. The slide chains onto Seb. Raven trying to head in to get the stun off, but the Ice Path will hold him back. BZM's going to jump forward with the Rolling Thunder. There's the Ravage from Amar. They'll get themselves immediately over towards Armel. They're looking to get this Kotl out of the team fight. BZM and Amar, they've got it. They've taken out Armel. Now OG, they can look towards the next core to the side. Jiragi beating into Jabs. Jump forward from Tiger. Is not able to get the control of Jabs. Remnants back to safety. OG, they'll continue to push on. They still have the threat of Tiger's Blink Black Hole at the ready. Raven doesn't seem to be too phased by it. Still continues to clear out the mid wave. It's being the 1-for-1, but the bigger loss definitely being that for Fnatic. No Armel mid Kotl for the next minute.
Tiger's got BKB now too. Jabs has got to poke him.
So what he can get out of this. The ult coming through as well, but Tiger's able to dodge it. TP's coming in. Fnatic's got to be a bit careful around here. Jabs, another poke with the sleight of fist. Ice Path won't catch him. He's out with the Remnant. Jabs and the rest of Fnatic will retreat. They know that OG's more than happy to take a fight in OG's jungle.
Still 40 seconds, Armel. Being so over-leveled and having that buyback being used. Takes a long time.
He's recovering.
He's recovering.
He's closing that gap. The BKB pretty much done on top of the Manta style. So now, no longer an easy target for these cores like the mid Kotl to burst through it.
Signs of life for OG.
And they're closing that net worth. Only a 1K lead now for Fnatic, despite the huge amount of kills they were picking up in this early game. OG finding their footing. Fnatic.
They punished the buyback really nice. Like the reset away, being able to find Armel afterwards, that really slowed down his growth.
I saw both teams going pretty heavy on the smoke movements just now.
Look at that. Look at that dip that happened twice. The buyback, of course, really being the big hurting one, but the follow-up kill. And now, how long for Ravage? 30 seconds. So Armel, he's only been back for a small amount of time, but Ravage is going to be back up very soon. So Armel, it looks like he's got priorities in mind for himself. Finish the BKB so he can at least survive during the Ravage and Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, they're going straight for him every time.
Yeah.
They know that Armel he is absolutely the one to remove from each and every team fight.
But he will have it now for the next fight any minute.
So now more pressure really on OG. Being able to get that quick jump, maybe trying to get the initial stun off before the BKB's popped, which is not easy to do.
Oh, my BZM.
But with the bushwhack, the ult, beautiful combo again. DJ making sure that Fnatic get back on track and finding these huge core pickoffs.
They saw the swashbuckle. It's not like they have a ward there or anything. They saw the swash from the low ground, so they were able to just get the connection there. DJ with another snipe. Beautiful bushwhacks.
As Fnatic's turn to maybe look for a move whilst the mid of OG is out for nearly a minute.
BKB's done for Armel. Almost an Aghanims on DJ too, talking about how good his game's been. Another element of burst. And the weakness to provide is also pretty crazy. With Armel, Ethereal Blade plus that. Talking about some insane damage numbers versus some squishy heroes.
See, about a minute until the Roshan. Without a doubt, we'll certainly see some sort of fight go down there. It's not going to be easy really for Fnatic, despite the fact they have the lead. As I said, the sort of team fight that OG can provide around enclosed areas is still something for Fnatic to be incredibly aware of.
No wards in the area from either team. And Roche back up in 45 seconds. OG. They're all alive.
They're ready to try and get the jump once again. So last few times, as we've seen, they've been able to get in and get on top of Armel. That is going to be harder now. With Armel having the BKB.
Jabs is also, I believe, about to have his BKB done too. And now Raven has a Shadow Blade, so he can initiate fights as well. But it really is, it's all eyes on if they can catch this pesky old man.
Holding the area around the pit. OG.
10 seconds.
Very much ready to maybe even start just going for the Roche once it respawns.
OG has the vision down. Raven sneaking in.
He is. He's going to see Yuragi. He's going to get the stun off to start things off. Straight away, Raven's in.
Oh, it's a huge one.
Okay, DJ was able to steal the kill.
It was kind of...
But he pretty much had that on his own there, Raven. Of course, the Shadow Blade just being revealed. They weren't ready for that sort of movement. Buyback is going to come out from Yuragi. as he knows that Fnatic, they're going to try and keep this fight going towards OG. Jabs pushing in far here towards the top, chasing out the supports.
They found Taiga.
They're staying on top of Seb. He's not going to be able to finish him off. Instead, they'll turn towards Taiga. He was trying to set up from behind in the trees. Fnatic finds him. Looking towards John. Well, they've got the slide chains out onto both of them. Bushwhack's going to miss this time. BZM able to roll forward with the Thunder.
Yuragi fought back for this, and he's getting low already. Does have stick.
I mean, extra pressure really now on OG to secure that Aegis for Yuragi.
Can't commit themselves into the pit, though. DD will spawn. That might help.
Even a
pass over the bottle here, and we'll have that ready for the next move.
It's just not easy for them to ever walk into a Roche pit versus this lineup. Just way too much spam.
And you got to imagine the next time they will try and be a bit more prepared with the detection, with the sentries down. They won't want to let Raven get away with that sort of easy initiation again as he just steps up. As I said, pretty much on his own, destroys Yuragi.
They have a gem they purchased before, so now Yuragi's actually the one holding it.
Raven was with that kill, still holding the top net worth here. 18k net worth, almost 5k ahead of that of the farmer Yuragi still. This CK, absolutely massive. OG will smoke up still, trying to make moves here around their ultimates. Of course, Yuragi's got to be careful. If he gets flipped up and Fnatic get the jump on him, he's going to be out of the fight for good.
They're going to smoke themselves. They know something's up here.
The smoke dispels. I'm going to suspect either OG being on the high ground or in towards the pit.
Phantasm's used as well.
They've got the high ground vision here, Fnatic. So a good area for them to fight around.
Jabs. He's in.
He's going straight in towards the back lines. He's making the jump all the way over towards Seb.
Gets clipped
the ice path. Yuragi jumps in. BKB's up though. Jabs is going to be fine. And here's the back. Yuragi gets the BKB off in time, so Raven won't be able to continue to hold him down. Yuragi, with that BKB coming to an end, he's got to run. If they get any sort of further catch onto him, he's going to be in trouble. He'll wait for back up towards Jabs, but there's the E-Blade Blast. He'll put the Manta style, try and continue the retreat. Another slight used here to cut Yuragi down. There's the Ravage. Will clip.
They're on Yuragi.
They're focusing on Mel. They're trying to get rid of it, but it's Yuragi taken out. The Morph gone for 80 seconds. Raven, his BKB will finish. Can the rest of OG clean up the kills? Bushwhack controlling him off now. Raven, he's thinking about getting back in on this. He put the Shadow Blade. He's looking to the side. Gem on the ground at the moment. Seb will pick it up, but Raven's in on top of him. They bring down Seb. A second killer for Fnatic. Both heroes of OG, neither with buybacks available. That was a dieback from Seb. Fnatic, they'll take the team fight. And this should be enough space if they want to be able to head into the Roshan and look to take the Aegis for themselves.
They have to commit everything to kill Armel, but Yuragi's already been chased out so much. He was completely out of mana trying to get out, but just couldn't. Raven getting a bit too big. He's able to just lead the charge and has nothing to worry about. He literally just runs right through all of them.
Yeah, great way to start things here from Jabs. Jabs just getting stuck in and making sure that OG there have to focus or at least look towards this Ember Spirit to start things off. Early BKB usages, meaning that they end up very, very vulnerable. At this point, Yuragi with the BKB used, and now the Manta, he's got nothing else to save him. And Fnatic, they seize that chance to get in, take him down. Great control and grab. Raven holding his own BKB for this later portion. And once more, DJ, he's never missing a hit with these ultimates.
Flawless this game, 9-0 and 11. Raven, and he'll be able to just solo the Roche during this while we watch the entire replay.
Yeah, OG not even going to attempt to try and get over to stop this. This will be a free Roche for Fnatic. So we'll see the Aegis. Raven, probably the Shard as well, right? Yep, he'll take it. So Shard and Aegis now picked up. Raven continuing to just shoot so far ahead of any other core in the game.
It really is the dream for Raven this game, right? He has an Armel Coddle that gets all the attention on him, literally Rolling Thunder and Ravage being committed to kill the Coddle every fight, so he's got free reign to just walk around and do whatever he wants. And Jabs too, have to give credit. Jabs just committing into backlines over and over again, forcing the hand of OG.
And that whole sort of sequence and taking the Roche has absolutely put Fnatic back at that lead that they built up so quickly in this game. That little bit of a turnaround or comeback that OG started to pull off, it's just gone, fallen away from them completely once more. It's Fnatic 29-5, 12k lead. They're ready to start pushing for the high ground.
Yeah, OG only has like small instances where they can potentially look for those fights, as we mentioned a couple times. They need every single ult, and they haven't even been able to get off the black hole in any of these situations, because Taiga just knows it's going to get instant hands.
Try and set up from the trees here. Raven, the BKB and the Aegis is a tough target to go for. As they begin to poke at him, a little damage being done. Jump forward, he's out to the side. Yuragi's actually going to turn to the CK, pull him back in towards the ice path.
Okay.
Bring him down rather low now. Yuragi has to use that BKB there to survive. Raven with his own BKB will back off. He'll keep that Aegis protected. Make sure that he can maybe back off, lifesteal up, and look to push again with it. But OG, they were able to push him back and not having to commit any of the big ultimates to do so.
They don't even kill the Aegis, though. A good BKB pop from Raven, identifying that they could just back away and keep it for the next fight.
See a smoke from the top half of the map here, Fnatic. Expecting OG to feel comfortable coming out at the base now that they see the CK down bottom. Of course, Fnatic, even without Raven, they've got a lot of kill potential already, popping the Eon Disc on Amar. OG, they've got to be so careful about how close they get. You see with Tiger as well, his purchase, he's going all out to try and get this Refresher Orb done. A couple of rounds with the Black Hole, maybe exactly what OG need to have a shot at turning another team fight.
Definitely feels like they need as much as possible to deal with Raven. Jabs.
Now BCM, he's going to be able to force the BKB out of Jabs. And Jabs, he's not going to mind that at all. Again, continue to create space here for the rest of his lineup to bring the creep wave around and look to take another tier 2 from OG.
Fnatic doing a good job of dealing with the side lane push. OG's just really trying to shove lanes, and they will probably start losing some heroes out of it. Seb does have backup coming.
See if they can bait in Jabs. His BKB is on cooldown still for 35 seconds. Nice path to set things up. Might run out of options to escape this. He'll try and throw out a Remnant, but he hasn't got one down already, so he's not going to get that far away at all. Another slight change from Yuragi. They'll punish Jabs being out and on his own on that top lane push.
Jabs overplaying his hand there a bit. Good catch there from OG, identifying that. The gem was not recovered, though. It was hidden in the trees, so OG was not actually able to take that one away. So the Courier, it's going to fly back up. Fnatic's going to be able to recover that gem.
And Jabs being taken out up there does mean that it's very likely that for the remainder of the Aegis on Raven, Fnatic probably won't be able to force the high ground quite yet. As by the time Jabs is back up, the Aegis will be gone from their CK. OG continuing to make these small steps to ensure that Fnatic really struggle in trying to push this game to the next advantage. Yeah, keep the base in very good shape here. The defenses have been strong from OG, and Fnatic struggling to really push to the next opportunity. As OG, the threat of the team fight, definitely showing here as Fnatic will respect it.
50 seconds left on Aegis. Raven. One more round of the Phantasm.
Trying to use that illusion to scout out the position of OG. Make sure that they have a clear read of the setup that OG's trying to get going from the high ground. Macropire's down though, will clear out the illusions and mean once more that they'll keep that tier 3 alive.
Continue to watch OG just keep these lanes attempted to shove out, but Armel immediately to respond. Aegis does get reclaimed in about 20 seconds. But Fnatic have gained themselves quite a decent amount of gold during it anyway, even if they didn't get a fight out of it. Last tier 2.
There it is, Refresher online for Tiger.
Let's see what he can do with it.
Does mean that there's no buyback gold on him, so the move that he makes has to be without error.
Satanic also on Yuragi. He's gone full defensive, having to dispel the chains, the roots that are coming out, the Spirit Vessel, etc. There are so many different things.
Fnatic. Imagine, are we going to see them sort of hold back and wait for the next Roche? Do they try and risk an aggressive move towards the base without an Aegis?
They can just wait on these high grounds, keep preventing the farm from OG. Still very easy for them to fight.
OG starting to reach out around the mid lane. Won't find anyone for Fnatic. Fnatic staying grouped up together down bottom. Jabs, he'll join over as well. So the full lineup ready to get this push going up towards the base of OG.
They're just going to keep forcing him back. Tower at less than half HP.
OG not going to find anything in the jungle. Tower continuing to slowly fall.
That's a pretty big pickup. Timeless Relic for Amar. Oh, and a big pickup for Fnatic. They found a leveler, so they needed the push. Gaben has blessed them.
These towers are slowly falling, and ooh,
DJ with the snipe.
Alrighty, that's a dead Seb here for 50 off the back of that hit that DJ's able to land.
Yuragi. They keep trying to poke and prod, forcing any of these Mantis, BKBs, or Satanics.
It looks like Fnatic, they will wait it out. Look for the next Roche. It's going to be the big one. See if they get that Shard or Aghanims. Yeah, OG.
They're thinking
up
about
around the outpost. Maybe looks to take a fight here, but Jabs is already in. Yuragi, he's going to go straight towards Raven. Commits with the BKB. Jabs on top of Tiger. Tiger will put the BKB. Looks to turn and hold him back.
Turn Armel.
The ultimate, he's holding it back for now. Amar locks down Armel, but the BKB's out. Armel looking to run, but they've got the physical. They beat him out through the BKB. Armel falls. Again, the ravages of Amar, making sure that the space is there for OG to get kills out of this. They turn towards Jabs. Jabs out with the Remnant. A BZM was waiting in position, and now out of mana, nowhere for Jabs to run. OG, a second kill to be found at Fnatic. They're still going to try and keep this fight going. Buybacks are coming out. Raven getting himself into the invis. The bushwhack does catch on to Yuragi. Big burst from DJ.
Amar takes
not enough to kill him. Yuragi will live for now. Jabs continuing to force back the Morphling. 2 buybacks from Fnatic. They need to find kills out of this, and they can't afford to lose anything themselves. Raven
4 seconds.
With the control onto BZM. BZM gone.
They're lucky to not lose Yuragi, too. Amar put himself in front of the snipe from the Hoodwink. Could have potentially lost him, too. Aggressive buybacks.
And it's still scary. These buybacks, sure, the Ravage is down, but as we see, Tiger holding back with a potential threat. He still has the 2 black holes ready to go.
They probably really want to try to go for some type of push forward, but yeah, they know about those black holes. Genwall has held his route the entire game, waiting for these black holes. I think he's only used it like once, and it was attempted for a Rolling Thunder, and he didn't even get it. But look what he's got queued up. He's like, you're going to go Refresher. I think he's considering going his own Refresher to be able to match Taiga.
Huge mind games between those 2 players.
Yep.
Johnwell and Tiger trying to get in the heads of one another.
Neither of them want to ult.
Now OG, they know if they can make another sort of move. Armel and Jabs in dangerous spots now for the next 6 minutes.
Armel did pick himself up a defensive item with the buyback, though. Did get an A on disc, so looking for something to be able to reset himself away from this big Ravage that's caught him 3 or 4 times now.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of Ravages ready to go. The Refresh is ready to use on Amar. 30 seconds until he has Ravage up anyway.
Oh, baby.
Fnatic are going to go straight for the Roche. And OG in a position where they're trying to deal with the waves, pushing in towards the base. Unlikely to be able to get out here and do anything about this. So Fnatic, they'll be able to take this. Who are they giving the Shard to, do you think?
I mean, they could give. I'm wondering if they give the Aegis even to Armel. It looks like Raven's preparing for it, but without a buyback on Armel.
You probably want to stay on one of the other cores.
Yeah,
but looks like Raven's still going to opt to grab it.
Okay. Raven does also commit his gold. He had 8,000 gold. And he's got a Scotty, and they'll give the Refresher start to the tree. Okay, so.
Making sure these overgrowths are always going to be available.
I still really think he's considering queuing up the refresher for himself, too. As funny as it is, he doesn't even have any mana, but he's got the mangoes prepped just in case.
They may have got the Aegis, but OG, they're going to smoke into Fnatic. Want to try and take this fight, Seb. He's getting pretty low. There's the ult hit from DJ. Shoots Seb down. Jump forward from Amar. In with the Ravage on the 2 of them. BZM's got the 4. They're locking down Jabs. Refresher. A second Ravage. Jump again over with the Rolling Thunder. They're locking down the Ember. That's going to be Jabs out for 2 minutes. Amar again doing it with the ultimates. Raven, he's into the invis here. He's trying to run away. Actually turns, but he's caught in the ice path. Raven, he's almost certainly going to go down the one. Amar jumping forward to push back DJ. See if they can take him out a second time. Tiger.
They just dropped the hole.
The root side will put a stop to Johnwell.
Another root.
But there's the second root again. Johnwell doing his best to stop these black holes, but Raven still falls. Johnwell also going down. As OG, they will lose Tiger at the end of it, but he's already done what he needed to, coming in with the black holes, and even with Johnwell doing his best to stop them, it will still mean the OG, they take the fight.
The
3 dead now on Fnatic. These teamfight ultimates getting to be too much here for Fnatic, even though they have the advantage.
Mind games versus mind games ends up working out for Taiga in the end here.
See, Seb, he did buy back, so this will be a dead Shakira for 100 seconds. Armel and DJ very quick to punish him. Or Seb felt that the map was safe with only 2 members of Fnatic up. So Armel and DJ show that absolutely not the case. These two, they will have that solid opportunity to kill anybody that tries to push out low.
This game is absolutely crazy. It's like they won the fight on OG, but Fnatic, they're going to respawn and perhaps have a window for themselves to maybe do something as well. But having trouble, they're having a lot of trouble trying to get onto Yuragi. They can't get the initiations themselves. They can't kill the targets. Every single time, Amar is getting these Ravages on the perfect targets.
He is. The tide jumps from Amar have been flawless. Each and every one of them, the Ravages, without a doubt, setting up for the opportunity for OG to take these team fights.
And now he's got the 25, so extra stun applied from it too. And we'll have Ravage, double Black Hole back up soon. And as we were talking about Genwell, they're giving him the farm on the Treant. So
they need his refresher.
He's going to have his refresher too, but it takes him a second because if you look, his mana pool, he cannot cast it. He's actually going to have to buy Mangoes as well on top of it, or Arcane Boots to be able to cast his double ult.
He's maybe got to rely on Armel buffing him up, but of course Armel normally wants to go for other targets, but as
you can't rely on that. Like, you have to be so quick to be able to like refresh and immediately get the root off. Even there, you saw the delay of like 1 second mattering because he had to stop, pop Mangoes, jump back in to attempt to stop the Black Hole.
Here we go, fight time from Fnatic. Smoke up and ready. It's still 40 seconds until any sort of Black Hole is going to be available from Tiger. Ravage will be back up, that double Ravage, and of course with that level 25, that increased Ravage stun duration.
They've got a small window, though.
In terms of buybacks for OG, just the two of them. Pretty much 50-50 on the win probability, and you can absolutely feel that's the case here. Fnatic, they may have the lead, but OG have shown us back-to-back now these two team fights. The Fnatic, to sort of get any chance of keeping them even, they're having to use buybacks, Fnatic. Still in a situation where Armel and Jabs, buybacks on cooldown for 2 minutes. There's the refresher done for Tree.
Look at his mana pool. He's immediately queued up 3 Mangoes.
He's got to get them out.
Because he's not going to be able to use both at all. 4 Mangoes now. He's doing the math. Anybody's game at this point.
And every moment that a fight doesn't occur, OG's going to be happy because now all those ults ready to go again. The double Black Hole, the double Ravage, it's there.
And they're starting to get more and more damage too. Yuragi, as we mentioned, has gone fully defensive with his build. Finally now started
to see him try and lead in on Yuragi. Start things off with the Eve.
Oh my God!
He's got the jump onto Armel. The EL disc will give some safety for Armel to back off. Yuragi buys back immediately. Tiger stepping forward with the BKB, but not able to find an opportunity to drop a Black Hole. Out to the side, the root, into the ice path. They've caught Jabs, they're bursting through, and that's Jabs out for 100. A big kill into more jump forward. There's the Ravage again. They've locked down Raven. They're staying on top of the CK. Tiger,
Black Hole
to the side, but Johnwell, he's in with the overgrowth, cancels the first Black Hole. Tiger pulls the refresher. He's going to have another one good to go. He's jumping deep. He's looking to try and catch more as the rest of his team have taken out Raven. Raven will buy back. Off to the side, DJ finishes off BZM.
No Black Holes, there's still 1 Black Hole actually remaining.
He's got another one. There is, of course, also another overgrowth.
The mind games between these two.
It really is. Johnwell's been doing an excellent job of making sure each and every time he has been there to stop it, but as we saw in that scenario, still not soon enough to stop them from going down. The Dagons, they're coming out now, Fog.
I think he needs them. I don't think Raven's getting a single attack off in these fights. They're completely controlling him. It's going to be up to DJ and Armel to really carry this one in these team fights.
The combination, of course, between those two heroes, it is going to be an insane amount of magical burst.
DJ still has a flawless game so far.
DJ
14, 0, and 2.
He couldn't be doing any better here. Fantastic stuff from DJ. Each and every time, even in the fights where Fnatic overall are getting overwhelmed by OG's team fight, he's always there at the side, killing off a core, making sure that even in the fights that OG win, it's very hard for OG to turn that into any sort of map pressure.
OG does have the 3 buybacks ready. The 2 important ones on cooldown for Fnatic. Armel's is about to come back up. Don't think he has gold just yet, though. He's short about 1,900.
Yeah, the focus is on the 2 carries. Raven and Yuragi. 6 minutes where they've only got 1 life to play with. In terms of the timings for the refresher, 70 seconds until the second Black Hole will be there for Tiger. He's still got the first ready to hold. We have 40 seconds on the main Ravage, 60 on the refresher for Amar. So they need about a minute, OG and Fnatic. They don't want to give that to them. Already smoked up Fnatic once more, maybe seeing if they could try their luck in this window where OG won't have a full team fight. OG know they're playing it so careful here, making it so hard for Fnatic to ever catch them in these windows.
Fnatic also just doesn't really have any forms of initiation. Their initiation has been Jabs just BK being remnanting forward, trying to get a grab, and then the CK Raven is just silver edging in.
They're going to come in with the smoke. They're going to jump straight away, but it's onto a Phantasm here for now. They'll look over towards DJ. It's BZM, he's got the lockdown.
They
DJ
found him
falls
finally.
for the first time this game. Immediate buyback from DJ, though. A lot of money, of course, due to that kill here. About 1,500 going between them as they take out DJSA for the first time. Instant buyback, though. He really didn't want to give up the chance of maybe OG getting a successful fight and looking towards the Roshan, because Roshan could be up pretty soon. Both teams, they need to keep holding around this area.
Full data list now on Yuragi.
We've got to watch for these jumps. The double ults are ready. Amar, he's been completely on point each and every time with his initiation. He's going to try and tease around with Raven. First bit of burst coming out. On disc. It's going to protect him for now. That allow him to walk away as well as he picks up the Invis rune. Might even be able to use this to set up for a Blink Ravage that catches Fnatic off guard.
I was about to say that Raven, well, a bit ago actually, before, like Raven needs to get something like a Blink Dagger. This Silver Edge, him walking into the fights is just not working. It's just really setting up for Taiga to get the Black Holes. I think he has to try to be a bit sneakier. So he's queuing it up, so he wants to switch up the build a little bit here, just lacking some gold. But you can feel that he needs it. He needs a different outlet to get on top of this Enigma instantly. They can't let Taiga just set up. Every single fight where he's been able to just sit back and get the Black Holes off, Fnatic has lost. Really feels like they have to find him.
And once again, that lead slipping away almost completely for Fnatic. 51 minutes in, we're nearly back to dead even on the net worth.
Radiant are scanning.
Off to the side, OG coming in from a bit of a different angle to what we've had from them so far for a bit of time. DJ will get brought out of the area. So if they get the catch, they're going to lead it onto Jabs. First Black Hole straight away. They'll use it to lock down the Ember. They take him out. John Wall tries to get him with the Overgrowth, but it's all too late. They've lost the Ember. Jump ball from Amar. Ravage catches the Treant. He's out for 70. He's not going to be able to get back in to give any chance of stopping any further Black Holes for 70 seconds.
BZM.
In with a slight change, refresh up by Amar, so we'll have the protection of the Eon Disc once again. They won't commit onto him, Fnatic. Roshan, 20 seconds until we're going to see it back up. So they'll have a bit of a window where they could look to try and take it down without the threat of the Treant being able to put a stop to the Black Holes of Taiga.
They have so many different ults that they can just layer because of these refreshers. Being able to just commit that onto Jabs. Force a reaction from Fnatic.
See it again here, quick moves as Taiga. No holding back, and indeed, you know, John, well, he's really doing his best to put a stop to these Black Holes, but at this stage, the damage OG have, be that any sort of seconds of lockdown, it's enough to kill these heroes.
And now Roche. Yuragi, he's got more than enough damage. They'll be able to get all four.
See if Fnatic want to try anything around the pit. I think it's going to be unlucky. Maybe they'll attempt to get one hero in to look for a steal, but it's going to be hard. OG taking Roshan down very, very fast. He'll jump over the remnants. They're going to try and go for the commitment, but no. They can't put a stop to this. OG, they get the Roche.
Another refresher shard now. Taiga, he's going to have the two Black Holes, or the third in 80 seconds.
Of course, with that pickup, the gold lead now falling to OG's favor, up 10K.
And now for one of the first competitive games that I get to cast, I get to see an Ags Morphling too. Since it's been changed, of course.
There we go. OG now in a state where they can start to bring the fight over to Fnatic's half of the map.
They're just gonna have too many ults to layer. With a third one on top from Taiga, how does Fnatic deal with this? I really feel like they have to, I don't know, somehow get on top of this Enigma without him being able to just really set up. Raven still hasn't committed that gold yet for his Arcane Blink, but really feeling like they have to go for some type of wild play.
I mean, as we're sort of OG's aim, really. If anybody can find John well, then the counter plays from Fnatic are going to be removed completely. Now, John Well has to be so careful with his positioning. He's still short of having the ability to buy back and get back in. He needs that buyback gold.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So much gold unspent on Fnatic. 7,500 on Armel, 7,000 on Raven.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Quite a lot on OG too. Saving up buybacks and maybe for boots of travel, it looks like.
Still got a fair bit of time with the Aegis on Yuragi, 3 minutes.
Sab has finally got his glory item. He also has a Hex now, further forms of control.
And the fight's now in a position where it's so difficult for Fnatic to be able to outplay OG with the progress that OG's made.
It's gonna have to be some type of massive outplay. This Morphling totally out of control now with his farm after being given all the space from his teammates.
See around the mid, Fnatic. Very hard for them to start the fight now.
Amar.
They've got to respect OG completely. Blast the side, BZM, he's already starting to get in towards Raven. He'll turn his attention over towards Armel. BKB pop, they're still able to get him with the Abyssal to hold him down. Over to the side, Jabs jumping forward. They try and get the control and burst over towards Yuragi, but they don't land the combo. Yuragi's fine.
Taiga can also freely pop BKB. They try to go for him, but he just BKBs, and he still got another two of them afterwards.
The tier 2 taken, OG. They can certainly keep this push going. No reason to back off while Yuragi's got this Aegis. Fnatic. For themselves, it's all about just being able to focus in, delete a hero when it comes to team fight and trying to take the team head on. They just don't have the tools. They'll smoke up here, Fnatic, BZM's in. They get the jump straight away on Raven. There's the Ravage follow-up. They continue with the lockdown. This CK Tiger's in as well to the side. Malif is the
found Armel.
He's looking towards Armel, but the overgrowth there. John Well putting a stop to the first black hole. Tiger using the BKB to get out towards him. They'll take out the Treant. He's got buyback, has to use it straight away. DJ trying to burst through BZM. E-Blade and the stun coming out. Blast as well. BZM being brought low. Armel is able to finish him. A second round of the blast to take out the Pango. And look towards Yuragi. Blast him back, in towards Raven. They foul the illusions as well. They do kill him off quickly.
Jabs is controlling Taiga in the back too.
See him come back for the second round with the Aegis. BKB off in time to make sure DJ doesn't catch him.
Armel.
Push by combo. They're in onto Armel. Armel, he's got to get back towards the base. Amar jumps in with the Ravage, holding back any sort of support that was looking towards Armel. They bring Tiger low, drag back Raven with the Rift. He kills off Tiger. Buyback from the Enigma. Fnatic continuing to push them back. Jabs, he's been caught. They jump in. Yuragi turns with the sliding chains, taking him down. Jabs out for 2 minutes. No buyback.
And they still do have 2 black holes left and 2 BKBs. Taiga still has it all available. 1 route available for Janwell.
Can Fnatic defend here? 4 versus 5.
It's too many layers.
Of course, Yuragi, with the damage that he has, he'll be tearing through these buildings.
Even a refresher for Yuragi too, why not?
DJ
Taiga.
It's best to set it, but there's Taiga. He's ready to commit in for DJ. Straight in on top of the hook wing. They take DJ out. Also down for 2 minutes. He will have buyback in 20 seconds. And the space is there for OG to take the tier 3 bottom.
The Eidolons are taking mid. Mid-rack's about to go down.
So DJ, he'll be back in 10 seconds, but not before this barracks goes down. The bottom rack's taken out, the mid melee as well. It falls. OG getting themselves a serious barracks advantage here.
And they, like we just mentioned, they still have another black hole.
There's the buyback for
back up to 60.
You got to watch for Tiger. If he's able to get in with a black hole onto any of these heroes with no buyback, it's almost certainly going to be game.
Yeah, overwhelming amount of team fight. Fnatic cannot handle it. Look at that swing.
They have brought this game back incredibly here, OG. You've got to look back to how tough the early stages of this was. Fnatic completely ruling the first half of this game.
It was 20-1 at one point.
OG kept their cool and around them, as I say, really incredible ravages from Amar. Raven tries to get in on it. And here's the BKB.
Raven can't fight without that BKB.
20 seconds until Jabs is up. OG looking to go for a third set of barracks here. Fnatic, they will likely have the full team up.
Double Ravage back up. 10 seconds for double Ravage.
Get the opening, the burst. Oh,
Yuragi's gone.
There's the burst. They burst through Yuragi. Yuragi, he's going to buy back. He wants to keep this push going. BZM rolls in. Out to the side as well. But Fnatic, with that move there, with that incredible amount of magical burst, taking Yuragi out, they'll hold their top racks for a moment longer.
His TP, I believe, was on cooldown too, so couldn't actually rejoin in.
And this is why you get the Dagons coming out. Armel knowing exactly what needs to be done to punish Yuragi when he's going forward to get the damage onto the tower.
How many more are we going to get? Are we going to have a little bit of a throwback to a certain game that I think all of us remember? The Dagons to win it? It's a possibility. They have a win condition now because that Morphling doesn't have buyback, but OG in the fight have a huge advantage.
They've just got to land their ultimate.
They just have to hit him.
Amar, he's done it countless times so far this game. See if they can look towards him to find those jumps once more. It's jabs. Daring to step forward to clear the waves out. It has to be careful.
10 seconds until our beautiful new neutral items, our tier 5s, about to come up. DD in Yuragi's bottle.
Understandable, though, if OG do hold back. The Roshan potentially up in 30 seconds again.
They're going to farm up those items. What are they going to get? Tear Stone. Those are two pretty good ones. Tear Stone for the Enigma is massive. You can cast Black Hole from a mile away.
Yeah, it's going to be even harder for sort of John Well to find the opportunity to get round with the Overgrowth. We'll see the Hex onto Jabs. They will be forced to BKB. It's a bit of a dangerous spot here. Okay, he's got the Remnant at the ready. Jabs poking at OG in a risky position, but he'll get away with it.
Where did they put the Seer Stone? Morphling's carrying it. Okay.
Jabs again, trying to jump in. OG, of course, keeping every lane pushed in towards the base of Fnatic. Roshan, it is up.
And they do pass over the Seer Stone now. So Taiga, he's got Lens and Seer Stone for cast range.
Mirror Shield.
And now they'll find Mirror Shield too. That can be very useful versus those daggers.
Exactly. You know, sort of the huge part in potentially being the counter to the way that Fnatic have been getting these kills. We'll see who's going to hold it.
It's got to be Yuragi.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've got to get it on the morph, really.
Seb quietly acquiring farm, also a BKB on the Jakiro now too.
There we go. That Mirror Shield really could mess with the way that Fnatic's been able to take down Morph.
Okay, now they get the Ex Machina. They might want to switch things up. They got such good neutral items. And Fnatic, they can't get out to get any. Into Roche, another Aghanims, another Refresher.
Who's going to be taking this?
Give 7 Aghanims. I think he deserves one.
Fnatic will try to smoke out, but they're going to have no chance of getting anywhere near this Roshan. OG take it down far too quickly.
Okay, they give it to Taiga. Fine, more sensible.
I mean, Fnatic's still trying to see if they can get a fight. What's the Mars around for the rest of the team? But there's the Ravage onto Jabs. He's still got the BKB. Second Ravage coming into the side as Amar will try and jump forward this time. Fnatic, they're able to keep the edge of it. The 2 Ravages won't cause too many issues. Taiga popping the BKB, looking for a black hole opportunity. But Fnatic, they do this time round, bait out some of this attempt from OG to get the jump, and they won't lose anything themselves for Fnatic, so they won't have to worry about those Ravages for a bit of time.
Yuragi finds himself a DD, another one. 100% win probability for OG. It really does feel like that too. All these layers of ultimates, they refresh up the tide. I believe they gave him the Refresher Shard. Yes, they did.
Precious bounty.
Yeah, pretty much popped it immediately. Amar making sure he has the Ravage here for the push. Might catch Fnatic by surprise if they didn't see that Refresher Shot being passed over to him.
Fnatic need a blessing somehow.
On Yuragi, he's got to get in with the BKB DD, forced out the fortification. BZM rolling in towards the backlines. He's got the setup of the Gleipnir. He's going straight over towards DJ, locking him down with the Abyssal. To force DJ out to the side, make sure he can get back to base and keep a safe distance away from BZM. But the barracks being focused down by the illusions. And the rest getting loads. Jump forward. Amar's in. He's ready to go with the full of skies over towards Jabs. But Jabs, BKB and a Remnant out. Jabs will live. But Fnatic, they can't keep their racks alive. OG, they'll clean up the final set of racks.
And Fnatic, Jabs trying to commit.
They're still trying to fight a fight with this, but there's Amar with the Ravage. They'll look to force Armel off to the side. They're trying to get Armel back to safety, but BZM rolls in with the Thunder, the Gleipnir. They've caught Armel. Armel falling low, down in the game for 2 minutes. Over towards DJ as well. He's out, both dead, no buyback set. The side, found himself John Well as well. The Trina ice pass down. OG, they get a third triple kill for Yuragi. As Fnatic, buybacks on cooldown at the moment. 45 seconds until Armel can return to the fight. DJ out for his entire death timer here. They're pushing on for the game. Raven and Jabs, they'll try their best to hold back OG, but Taiga, he's in with the black hole. He gets the jump onto Raven. Raven down and out as well.
GG.
No buyback for him. GG is called. OG will take this game 3.
Oh, and Amar with some ult chat at the end there. LOL, bro, right next time, he says.
They did start it, they LOL'd him. Amar said, right in next time, smiley face. And, well, there we go, OG. What a game, 64 minutes, and what a comeback, folks.
Yes.
Because the start of this, it looked to be all Fnatic.
Fnatic was literally playing the game perfectly, getting the split up, always getting the pickoffs with Armel, but OG, they still were knocking back when this was all happening, keeping that goal differential pretty small. And once it gets to these later stages with these refreshers, you can just feel how impossible it is. Fnatic, they don't really have the team fight to deal with this. They tried to go for team fight to cancel it with the refresher and stuff on Janwell, but over and over again, they were getting on Raven too.
They were, and I really do think that this was probably a game where the strat, it was not to all chat Amar. He had one of the best showings he's had here. At the major so far, only dying 3 times that game as well on the Tide, and that's with him pretty much going in first. Every single time, the Ravages catching 1, catching 2, but it was enough for OG to set up for these turnaround team fights the Fnatic started to fall apart in.
There's nothing better than looking at these type of games where you just have the perseverance that who cares about the kill score? They understand what their lineup is able to do in those later stages, and they executed perfectly under the pressure.
Well, we've really been treated to some excellent Dota 2 here today. Unfortunately for Fnatic, this is the end of their run here at the Stockholm Major, as OG will be the ones to push forward here as they'll take this series 2-1.
Catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I go like
What a fantastic Dota game we just witnessed. OG and Fnatic, they went to a third game, and at some point we thought this was going to be a very fast victory for Fnatic. At the end of the day, though, it is OG that manages to get that victory through fantastic plays from both teams, actually. Before we try to break that game down, we are first heading to the stage where Tsunami is standing by with Jabs.
That's right. I'm standing here with Jabs of Fnatic. Jabs, it was a hell of a series, not the result that I'm sure you were hoping for, but how did it feel playing a game like that?
I feel like I'm really disappointed on myself, and like I feel bad for my team that like I couldn't win like the game for them. So like I feel a little bit bad.
I can understand, but as you see, everyone here is very happy to see the high quality Dota that you guys were able to put on, and ultimately this is a journey towards TI. Was there anything that you learned during the course of this event that you think you're going to take forward moving on to that big event?
I think it's just like everything, like we're gonna take this loss and like gonna come back on like the next major and TI, and I feel like we actually improved a lot as a team, and then it's just like we just need to be better.
Well, you've done all the Southeast Asian fans here in the arena and all the European fans proud. It's been a pleasure watching you, and thank you so much for taking the time to speak to me. Another round of applause, please, for Jabs and Fnatic. Meanwhile, I've got a whole entourage over here. Amar, very eager. I know you received some all chat. Would you like to give some all chat to the crowd, please? Family friendly.
Thanks for everyone who supported me, for supporting OG. Thanks for my teammates for great games. Thanks for Taika for carrying games. First time in life.
That was a very wholesome little speech. No-Tail, I probably have the same question for you that I do for Seb. You guys are famously a crowd buff team. I'm sure there were moments where you were thinking maybe I wouldn't get an opportunity to play in front of a crowd. What's it like hearing these fine faces rooting for you guys?
As Amar would say, copium. It's very nice to be back. I think it's amazing. We hear it in the back, and it's a great show out for day one, and people are I love hearing it. When people chant OG, it's the best.
And you know why I'm getting chills? It's because anytime I see a black hole, anytime I see an Enigma, my man, you're delivering. I don't know why teams keep giving it to you, but what's it like playing a refresher BKB Enigma in front of a crowd? What's that sensation?
I mean, I feel like I've been there so many times, you know, with Enigma. If I get this hero on stage, I feel like I could keep my composure and keep playing Dota. And it's just like any other games.
Right on. Yuragi, why are you hiding from me? Come here. Come here. I want to hear from you. What is up? I don't know. You tell me. How do you feel after that game?
Rough game, rough game. Well, we won somehow.
You won somehow. That's right. 60 minutes. Were there moments in that game number 3 where you're like, this may be the end of the tournament run, or you felt confident?
No. Confident whole game.
All right. I'm convinced. Is this the man giving you the confidence? Or were you giving some speeches to these boys in game?
I was trying to keep the momentum alive, but honestly, it was kept alive the entire time. Like I didn't have much job to do.
You say that, and then yet you keep showing up. You keep pretending to retire, coming back for one last run in front of a crowd. Is this the experience you were hoping for?
Yeah, it was. I mean.
And last but certainly not least, BZM, a man of few words. You got a little something extra you can give to the crowd for after such an amazing game?
Let us Enigma the whole tournament, please, for more games like this. Thank you.
All right, everyone else, you've got Draft Intelligence, BZM from the horse's mouth, and all of you in Stockholm, I hope you enjoyed that game. Congratulations to OG.
Yeah, we enjoyed that game and then some. I mean, we're gonna try to break it down, but at some point, Quinn, a game like that, can you really analyze the madness?
Yeah, there's so many moments throughout that game. I think it's really easy to look at OG and say, wow, what an amazing comeback. But I also think there are props due to Fnatic, especially DJ, for at some point in the game, he was like 14-0 and 14. I think a lot of players on the team played extremely well. And sometimes, I don't know, games they just go haywire, they go crazy like this. And like you said, it's hard to decipher what the heck is actually happening.
I mean, I feel like this is the perfect example of why Dota is such a beautiful game, because the team that's behind on kills for best portion, still able to keep up the fight, still able to, you know, keep in it, and then eventually you turn the tide. You know, other games, not naming names, that would be over in 20 minutes. So like, we actually got an hour-long game out of it. So, you know, it's just amazing.
It has been an amazing game. We got a couple of clips. There were a lot of fights in that. We got a couple of clips to relive some of the hyper moments. But the start of the game all went the way of Fnatic. It wasn't even close, Purge.
Yeah, Arma was so far ahead. He got first blood before the runes even got spawned. The creeps were even there, and then he just went around the map getting all these snipes with these really high damage illuminates. He killed Morphling up to 3 times total. So they just put them on such the back foot. Look at his now worth 7,200 gold. Next closest on the enemy team is below 5K. But unfortunately, they hit that mid game eventually, and they finally got OG's heroes on top of Coddle. Not in this fight. This was still very, very good for Fnatic.
Yeah.
This aggression from Fnatic is around about the 20-minute mark when they went into the triangle, and they eventually then got the Coddle killed. He bought back, and that was a buyback that didn't really need into anything. And you kind of see it here. This style of aggression from Fnatic, they got a little bit carried away, unfortunately, and that's the kind of the hope that OG needed to be able to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah, when you're playing a hero like this Coddle, it's very easy to like feel yourself, feel this momentum, like you're going, and then at some point you can push things too hard, you don't stop the brakes enough, and then you run in and you go a bit too much and you feed some kills. And
this is the fight that I was mentioning. This is the point where OG, if they lose this fight, the game probably would be somewhat over, you know, 21 kills to 1. But they get the Ravage, they get the connection, they kill off the Coddle, and he thinks, look, he has 13k net worth, he buys back, and at that point, you really need a BKB on him, and you need to go back to your own side of the map. This single fight, it just brings OG back into the game.
Yeah, at this point, I had already looked up what the shortest game of the tournament was before this one, because I really thought it was going to end really fast. We ended up getting 40 more minutes out of it after this fight. It's pretty crazy. It was back and forth for the entire 40 minutes, though, because even at the very end, it felt, Purge, like Fnatic still had their way back into the game.
Yeah, they did. They basically comboed a lot of magic resistance reductions with big magic bursts, and that would allow them to get some pickoffs occasionally, sometimes on Morphling, sometimes on other heroes, but they still had the threat of the big teamfight ultimates, whether that was ETF bringing a Ravage or the Black Holes.
Yeah, that means that Fnatic is left at the top 8 they maintain here at the Stockholm Major. They are now at 820 points DPC League, which is not bad at all. It means that if they get a bit of points out of their region, which, to be honest, they probably will, they will do just fine, and we will see them at TI. And you heard it from Jabs, it's all for the road to TI. They are having some lessons learned this event. And of course, on the flip side, it is OG that makes their way to top 6 with a stand-in, by the way. Pretty crazy. Obviously, it's Seb. You got a 2 TI champ as your stand-in, which is pretty great. It's still very impressive. They get rewarded by going up against Thunder Awaken. I must say, Purge, we got 2 of the S8 teams in top 6. I keep looking at that. It's amazing.
And especially if they can go farther too. That would be absolutely incredible for their region. Very good for the other teams in the region also to get as many SA teams to TI as possible. But so far, a great tournament for them.
For sure, and more SA Dota coming your way, actually, as our next series is Gaming Gladiators taking on BeastCoast that we saw earlier today already. Of course, we're going to have a bit of a break before that series starts as the players are setting up on stage. If you are here in the arena, this is the time for the DHL drop, so stay in your seats and make sure you try to get this guy to give you some goodies. In the meantime, though, we'll have a break. We'll be back with more Dota 2 at the Stockholm Major.
Get ready for the DHL drop. Grab yourself a DHL drop sign and customize it with your message. Make sure we spot you in the crowd, because if you're lucky, one of our special deliveries is coming your way. And for all of you watching at home, type DHL drop in the Twitch chat for a chance to win a €150 gift voucher.
That's right, it's time for the DHL drop over in the arena. And now, I'm gonna throw things at everyone in the crowd. If you want it, it's got a QR code. You can sign up and you can win €250 Steam voucher. That's pretty good, because we all know we're gonna waste it on horses just like T-Governor. That's right, he continues to buy 3-cent horses and fill them in his inventory. That could be you too if you win. It's also got candy in it. Does anybody want candy? Anyone? Debase yourself for me. Come on. Where's the cheering? That's better. That guy over there was very passionate. All right, I'm going to throw one. Do you want one? No, he's aiming for the crowd. All right, one over there. Thank God I played baseball. Oh, my God. Don't want to hit somebody random. Do you have any good black hole better than DJ's arrow? Look, you may have one. Congratulations. And actually, we're going to be giving away an even better prize. There is something in this box. I don't know what it is. I know it's valuable. Is there anything good? BZ and Bestus? Oh, I saw that one already. Nothing truly debasing. Nobody pandering to me directly yet, which is probably a good idea, because that's not going to work. Unless it does. Lyrical is my dad? Oh my God. All right. Some people over here clearly want QR codes. The most valuable thing in the building, undoubtedly. Congratulations. Scan that if you know how. I barely do. Sure. You also can have one. Anyone else? Let's get moving. It's not enough screaming. You just say my name. Sure, that's all it needs. All you have to do is just sell out a little bit. Guys, come on. So the DHL bot. This is Effie Bot, by the way. She follows me most of the time. You would like a chocolate to go with your sandwich? Good mix. I'm not very good at cooking. This is my normal trajectory. All right, who wants to win the box, though? Oh, I don't know. I think... That's a drum. I'm going to go with Lyrical is my dad. I'm sorry. That one's just so good. Why don't you come over here? Why don't you? We got a box to open. Lyrical's going to be really happy to meet you later. He's a really nice guy. I'm sure it'll be a good first meeting. Congratulations. You get the DHL drop. No idea what's in there. Would you like to be mic'd? What's your name?
James.
I hope you win something good.
Now we've got a shirt. I can have another one of these.
If this doesn't fit you, you could always give it to your dad.
I got a history piece backpack to carry my stuff.
Do you have stuff? Well, you do now. Keep opening.
A micro plush of someone.
Series 5, of course. We all know which one that is, right, guys? That was it's fine.
Pencil case?
That's a pin pack. Those are actually very valuable. There is a, believe it or not, QR code in here. It gives you a loading screen. They're usually worth a lot of money because not very many people bought these. Very rare. Big recommend.
Got a thing. Mouse mat. Soft gaming from Razer.
That's good.
We got stickers. There's 2 stickers. Would you like a sticker? All right, they're for me. And last of all,
they're good stickers.
eSport Monopoly.
ESL branded. A very good game if you are gaming in the 1930s, but it is now yours. Congratulations.
I'm a big board game man. I like board games.
Not this one. Well, congratulations on winning the DHL drop. Now you can take that back to your seat, and I'll put you in contact with Lyrical, I promise. All right, thanks everybody for watching. This was your DHL drop. You too could win some stuff if you come here. I stole his shirt. See, I can win too. Back to you guys.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook. Look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible. Period. Decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit. Slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em. Slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. Slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great. Do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Smooth like butter, sweet like honey. Looks so good like she made of money. She a stunner, legendary. Watch what she does when she feeling lucky. Her so good, she's so bad. Ain't nothing to it, just sit on back. Sit on back, sit on back. Ain't nothing to it, cause it's a woman's world. Woman's world. It's a woman's world.
It'd be my first time playing in front of the crowd, so I'm trying to don't think about it. Maybe I'm gonna be nervous because it's my first major, it's my first game on stage, but I try to do my best. Last game, I ruined it. I don't want to ruin the more games, so I try to do my best.
We'll see what that best looks like when it makes it to the main stage. Some of these lads not played in front of a crowd before. We'll see how it affects them. BeastCoast, of course, had this morning to warm up. They're ready to play in the arena once more, into the cauldron of Dota, where we find ourselves now. Gentlemen on my panel, I have Quinn, SVG, and Lacoste. You guys have been watching the games this morning. What did you think?
Well, some of us.
I was watching as well. You know, I was not sleeping. They look good. The BeastCoast a bit of a slow team, but they definitely need to ramp things up, and this is the boost of confidence that they needed. 3 wild games.
Slow team.
Yeah.
SA being a slow team, Lacoste. You've casted this region. You know the aggression that can come out. You know the speed. Hector's going to play a slow game, but the rest of them...
He is. Do you know why Hector's going to play a slow game, in your opinion? Can I back it up for you?
Go ahead.
The man has not eaten today.
At all.
Is that true?
That is true.
How do you know that?
Because Arvo told me. He is so superstitious. He doesn't eat lunch or dinner if it's before the games. He says, I'll wait till afterwards. I'll wait till afterwards. Lunch was late, so he missed that. Then they got a game before dinner. He's not going to eat. He says that if he's hungry, he farms better because he's hungrier for farm. He's that superstitious. True.
Not sure what I'd do if one of my players told me that, but I guess let him hit some creeps. Don't feed him. I've heard worse superstitions.
What's the worst superstition you've heard, Quinn?
That one?
Do you have any? You don't seem like a superstitious kind of guy to me.
No, not really.
No?
Just play the game.
Just play the game. Well, okay.
Well, he's not going to tell you his own, right?
That's true.
Dirty laundry.
I got to keep those under wrap. That's for off stream.
That's an off stream. All right, you tell me about him later then. Okay, you tell me about him later. Gaming Gladiators have had a bit of a break since their last game. BeastCoast have all warmed up with a nice win. Gaming Gladiators now have to come back after a loss. They've had a day to think about it. It's going to be tough to recover.
I wouldn't say so. They looked very promising throughout the tournament and the DPC as well. They lack a little bit of experience on LAN, which players did talk about. We saw a bit of a shaky performance against the TCM, but I believe they can bounce back. Like we've seen some of the players as well who are not familiar with playing in front of the crowd, that they are doing well.
I think one of the things that team has going for them as well is that they're like very much like just pals. Like of all the teams at the event, I've seen them like just hanging around doing non-Dota things together like the most, I think. Like they're just kind of hanging around. They seem like they're just friends. And I think if you have that like comfortable environment going into a main stage game, that helps a lot.
Okay. Well, going back to BeastCoast for a second, this is going to make a big difference because this is 2 SA teams in the top 8. So let's find out what they think about that.
¿Cómo me siento jugando en una Major donde equipos que están como que... O hay un equipo que está en el ya top 4, creo, ¿no? Que es Thunder. Y pues nosotros, que creo que ya lo estamos haciendo bien, a pesar de tener un mal desempeño tal vez en la fase de grupos. Creo que me siento feliz por la región que estoy representando, por toda esa gente que es muy fanática. Algunos son tal vez un poco tóxicos, pero a todos les gusta, ¿no? Sentirse identificados. Y me siento feliz por eso. Espero que encontrarme tal vez más adelante, porque de ser que mi equipo llegue a la final tendría que jugar contra Thunder, ¿no? Y es algo que sí ha pasado por mi cabeza, como que jugar en el main stage contra otro equipo de mi región, ¿no? En este caso Thunder. Y pues en realidad nuestra relación con ellos también es como que de patas. No tenemos como que hate entre nosotros, por más de que algunos fans tal vez lo generen o quieran generar eso, o entre ellos creen eso, pues nosotros estamos normal, ¿no? Así que espero que nos apoyen ambos igual en el torneo.
Interesting stuff. And let's hear some more from BeastCoast as we go to an interview with Avo and Schofield.
Hello, it's Avo Plus, and I'm here with the 4th position from BeastCoast, Schofield, or as he now goes by, Gojira, who is going to give us a little segment here to know what to expect against that game, against Gaming Gladiators. I'm just going to ask him an odd question, though. What's up here? ¿Qué tienes aquí arriba, Schofield?
Es el logo de mi equipo. Sí.
He says it's the team logo, which we know. Why? ¿Por qué?
Porque soy parte de mi equipo, o sea, soy parte de la organización, se puede decir. No sé, llevo con eso.
Okay. He says it's to signify that he's part of the org now, and that's why he has it on his head. What should we be looking for in the game against Gaming Gladiators? ¿Qué podemos esperar en la partida contra Gaming Gladiators?
Pueden esperar muchas sorpresas. Yo pienso que va a ser una partida entretenida, más que nada divertida para la gente.
He says you can expect a lot of surprises. He says it's going to be an entertaining match, and he says it's going to be a match for the people, so you guys can have a lot of fun. Until then, can't wait to see what Schofield's surprises will be in this match against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, lots of surprises. I thought they were incredibly exciting to watch this morning. These guys can play. Like they seem utterly fearless, Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, I think the coolest thing about this team is that they're just like a bunch of super high-skill players. Whisper might be the best mid player in NA and SA.
Wow.
Schofield just comes up with these crazy item builds every game. He buys Blink on Spirit Breaker. Like, they're just
Blink
a really
fuels on
zany,
Spirit
yeah, they're
Breaker,
just a super zany team. And it's really just cool to watch them like clown around and do whatever they want.
And do you think it catches teams out, SVG, when you have that kind of, we don't know what they're going to do? Because Gaming Gladiators are quite, I don't want to say predictable, but they have the lowest hero pool of the tournament so far.
They're definitely a very predictable team draft-wise. You know exactly what they want for every player. You know how they want to use it. At this point, I would be highly surprised if BeastCoast was surprised by anything they do. If there's something in the lane stage that catches them off guard, that would surprise me even more, because I feel like they are very predictable, and you know the tri lane option's coming. You know they want the ace on one-on-one. You know if they pick his hero early, they want to get the dual lane setup. So that's lane I think BeastCoast should be very prepared for. But honestly, I feel like BeastCoast as a team, sometimes they catch themselves off guard a little bit with their own play.
They have the biggest hero pool at this major, and sometimes, you know, some of their drafts can look a little bit wonky, and they're just playing way too many heroes, and they flex a lot of them, so you never know what to expect.
Well, let's see what Tofu from Gaming Gladiators has to say, because we had a little pre-game interview with him as well.
We just went out from the backstage area here to like feel the vibe a bit, and people are going fucking crazy, so I'm really excited, like the other boys as well. We just hope we can like show what we do best and like play some good games without like being too nervous or whatever, but like it seems amazing already. They're a good team, just like any other team. SA region is I don't know, hype and exciting to play in a way, because like they play fun and aggressive. But we mainly focus on ourselves, and like we just want to make sure that we're in good condition and we play the game we want to. And I think if we get comfortable with the stage, we can have a good run.
Let's talk about his importance to the team. What does he bring to Gaming Gladiators from that 4 position? You said he can flex into a tri-lane and all the rest of it, but he also has to be prepared to just do regular pos 4 things. What's his playstyle? Because I've watched him, but I've mainly watched Celery because he plays 5 like I do.
I feel like the Gladiator supports are more akin to Team Spirit of any team I've seen. They're not afraid to just go a pure utility route, multiple Force Staffs, multiple Glimmers, play around the net worth on their cores. They don't have to be these super flashy playmakers. They'll play some Enchantress Bane support duo, just win the lanes, put it on their cores back, build for them, build for that team fight in the mid game. I think that's more their style, but these guys can show up. They're flashy in their own, you know, the little ways, being the annoying Enchantress, being the annoying Grim or Bane that Tofu's known for, so wouldn't put it past them to show up if their team needs it.
Yeah, I think when we talk about Tofu, we gotta use the word efficiency, because he's very efficient at what he does, whether we're talking about the stacking. Whenever he makes a move, it's not just a gank, it's always something else. Stack, plus also planting a ward in the enemy jungle, and also scouting things out, breaking the enemy smokes. The man is just on fire. I don't think we give him enough credit.
I think, like, while they're not versatile in terms of like the heroes they pick, I think the 4 and 5 in that team switch like lanes and roll even a lot of the time. I've talked to Celery some behind the a few days ago, and he talked about like they don't really think about 4 and 5 that much. They kind of just play the heroes. They lane where they think it's best. They get gold. They get gold. You know, like they are, like Avery said, a very core focused team. They kind of just like do what the game requires.
Interesting. I actually saw he played Mafia with us the other night, and he was Mafia. I think we need to keep our eye on Celery. I'll tell you what, it's unacceptable, SVG. So for BeastCoast, they're coming off the back of a win this morning. They're all amped up. Your adrenaline levels then drop, surely. You have to take a little rest. Gaming Gladiators have had time off. Would you rather have played earlier and then carry on playing, or would you like to come in fresh, either of you?
Depends how much energy your team has on average. I personally enjoy playing and going into another series as long as I feel like that team hasn't ultra prepared for me, which could be hard because you don't know who it's going to be. I feel like for that team, it's probably a good thing. I think BeastCoast is a team that wants to warm up in the morning, wants to get a few games in their belt. Their first game is going to be the rockiest. That's where Hector's going to be telling people, just stop feeding and I'll carry the game, please, please. And by game 3, you know, people are still feeding, but he's more confident. He's going to carry the game. So I think by the 5th, 6th, 7th game, whatever it is, I mean, there isn't going to be a 7th, but, you know, by that 6th game, they're going to be super in zone. They're going to be in mode, farm, let him come in, do his thing.
Talking about feeding, I have some interesting stats. Stinger, he has 18 deaths, the most at this major, but also in that game, he broke another record. He made 15 stacks with Undying. That was the game against D1. So, my man, if he's feeding, it also means he's doing something else.
All right, well, what they are about to do is come out and play some Dota, so let's go to Tsunami to introduce the teams to the stage.
BeastCoast play like every South America team. They have aggressive styles, they're not scared. Other than that, nothing.
I don't know if T1's ready for this wolf.
He starts making his way over. It's a big bad rock wolf coming in, and Bristleback is already about to be dying here. Zephyr tries to jump in. Boom's already popped his BKB. A beautiful axe jump that is going to be able to once again destroy the back line. That is looking like it's it right here.
In order to beat them, we just need to play our own game, follow our strategies, follow our draft, think about the game, don't think about anything else. It should be enough.
¿Qué podría tener? No estoy muy seguro de lo que podría tener Gaming Gladiators porque somos equipos distintos y somos personas distintas, ¿no? Yo creo que podemos ganarle a Gaming Gladiators porque estamos ahorita mentalizados en el siguiente juego y creo que vamos a hacer un buen espectáculo para todos porque confiamos y porque confío en mi equipo.
Jumps in, he's looking to beat into K1, but K1 staying in on top of the...
Hold on, three.
The Omnistack's going to be Doom out of the game. Brimstroke as well, no buybacks for them. As BeastCoast, they'll keep this one going over towards Seneko. K1 bashing into the Amanda. Seneko falls for dead on BetBoom. That's going to be game over for sure. It's a team wipe here from BeastCoast.
They've done it.
To work back to closing it up onto the edge. And GG is finally called as BeastCoast. This series, it's theirs 2-1 against BetBoom.
That was just an experiment. I was making sure you guys knew everything you needed to know about the teams first. But now, making their Dota 2 LAN debut, it's Gaming Gladiators! It's the shyest team I've ever seen. I'm glad I finally got them out there, but you already know they may be a little bit worried about their opponents because you already saw them earlier today make their comebacks. Please welcome to the stage, BeastCoast!
Will BeastCoast be able to extend their run and maintain their presence in the major? Or will Gaming Gladiators, having dropped down to the lower bracket, put a stop to their dreams and make their own dreams come true? We'll see when we come back from this break.
volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know. Bring party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. We've got Gaming Gladiators up against South America's second hope, BeastCoast. They've got 2 left in the tournament, of course. But BeastCoast are going to look to make their mark on the tournament. Been dropped down to the lower bracket. They managed to overcome BetBoom this morning, and now they're up against Gaming Gladiators. I am here with Quinn, SVG, and Lacoste as before. Chaps, let's talk about the draft. It's not ready yet. You said that Gaming Gladiators are quite predictable in their drafting, so I'm going to excuse you on that, but I want 2 heroes from each of you that you would like to see BeastCoast pick. Quinn, you can go first.
I am a big fan of Whisper Bat. He has spammed that hero in pubs for eons, and I think teams honestly just haven't figured out how to deal with it yet. He owns every single game. And I think the Schofield Nyx is a hero that I don't know if they will pick, but it is an absolute Schofield classic.
Okay.
Are you writing these down?
I am writing them down.
Later?
Yeah.
You're an intimidating teacher. I don't know if I
Go
Oh,
want
try
that grade.
hard.
Yeah, now I have to change my picks. I was going to get some.
Yeah, I got you. I'm going to go with the Schofield Snapfire. Sorry, Whisper Snapfire. Let's go with that one because they do flex it. And also K1 with the Raid Key. He brought it out of the retirement. He thought that hero is really not good after the changes to Reincarnation. He said he's not going to touch it ever again. He was keeping the word until today, and he brought it out.
Yeah.
I expected to pick him one more
It's like
time.
a last pick Wraith King as well.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. SVG, you've had time to think now, so I expect good answers.
I want to see the Bloodseeker Tiny Airlines combo. I think it is a subtle one they pick every now and then, but when they get it, absolutely devastating. They have the aggressive players to make it work. I think it's one of Hector's underrated carry heroes. It's also one they can steal from Gaming Gladiators because Duraccio is super comfortable on it.
Right.
So you get the double value, the wham bam. See you in the next game.
See you in the next game. Well, I mean, this is a 3-game series. How important do you think it is for Gaming Gladiators to get the first one? Because I feel like if you give BeastCoast a sort of chance, they sort of start to accelerate and they get all confident and everything like that. You want to win the first one, surely.
Oh, for sure. Especially for a team that might be questioning how they're going to perform on the stage, right? This is a brand new experience for a lot of these guys, brand new experience for the team, their first LAN.
It's like Ace has played a bunch of LANs, but the rest of them have hardly played on like any LANs, if any, I don't think.
Yeah, but how much can he talk his team down if they're all freaking out, right? This is one man. He might be playing Broodmother in a 1-on-2 lane where he got demolished. Is he going to be able to rein him back in? That's a big question mark.
It's a tough one. Quinn, what was the first LAN event that you ever played on?
I think it was that one summit, the one we got voted into. We didn't even qualify. The fans just said, "Oh, you can come. It's fine." And so we came, and we got last.
Oh, were you nervous?
Yeah, terribly.
Really?
Yeah.
Do you think if it, like, now you don't feel nervous when you go up on stage, though, surely?
No, not really.
No. Lacoste.
Yeah, back in 2007. I don't know. A very long time ago.
Did they have nerves back then?
No, I remember that I couldn't adjust my mouse settings, so I just played with whatever. It's like, okay, I'm just going to play with that, and we lost. It was terrible.
Did you notice until after the series, or?
No, I was just like, well, the admin said you got to start the game, and we started the game.
Who was the admin? You were also the admin? That's how they do that?
That's how it worked back then.
Oh, here we are in the draft so far. That's a Timbersaw and a Snap ban, and that is an IO and a Storm ban. So there is Game Gladiators Enchantress. No surprise, that has been Celery's main hero this tournament. I think this is either the 6th or 7th time he's picking it.
Yeah, they did lose a 9 streak with the hero, and every single time, whether they win or lose, he looks extremely good. He makes these 3, even 4-man rotations on him, so he creates a lot of space. It takes a lot of time for him to kill it. I also noticed one thing, whenever there's an item, the bouncy one, what's it called? My brain just stopped.
Tumbler toy?
Tumbler toy. Here here you go. He
The
always
bouncy
gets
one.
it. Yeah.
He knew what you meant there.
Yeah,
It's all right. Lacoste has been going to lands for a couple decades, past all of us. You know, it's hard for him to keep up
So
with the
he
super.
gets the items, and he can create even more space with the item.
There's
1 point for Quinn.
Whisper Bat.
The Whisper Bat.
Oh, well done, Quinn. That's one for you.
They're so far undefeated with the hero. 4 games played, 4 games won, and I believe they're the only team who played it from the off lane. I don't think people coming into this tournament expected Batrider to be played from the off lane, and looks really, really good. I
mean,
love the itemization.
I feel like I still don't expect it except for this team, right? I feel like he is the one offlaner at this tournament who's making it work. It's looked very underwhelming on a lot of these other players, so...
Is it good because it's hard to find like a safe laner who's like, I'm fine against Bat, no problem? Is that the problem? Like, it's hard to find a matchup that's bad for the Bat in that lane?
To be honest, I think Bat is good for this team specifically because of the type of players they have. They're all these really high-skill individual players, so the hero tends to have a pretty bad laning phase unless the enemy team like messes up, so they can play these games where they're behind and they outskill you. They can tiny toss you back into lasso, into force staff, into Rubik lift, and they screw you in the fountain, you know, just random clown stuff like this. I think they're a team that is able to come back super well like we saw in their game earlier.
I mean, the games that we've watched this morning, they team fight so well. Like, their positioning in the team fights, they bait out things and then they back up and then they're back in. They seem to sort of move like some kind of a multi-legged single entity.
Well,
yeah, they really know how to team fight. So not
longest
just
standing roster, right?
Yeah,
So-
2019.
Yeah, so they put a lot of confidence in each other, and like they're not overlapping any of their abilities. I think it's also a thing for Thunder Awaken because so far they've showed pretty much a flawless team fight execution.
I'm going to give you half a point.
I was about to say, take note of that tiny band. I hope you're taking note of it.
No, I'm going to
Did not score
I'm
0.
going to give half a point because of the tiny band, obviously, you know, and I'm going to give half a point to Lacoste because they banned snap fires.
What are you giving points to this guy?
Because
Yeah, I mean, it's the
said worse
first
to
phase.
snap.
I need to get the 0.75 at least.
You want 0.75? All right, okay, you've made a good case there.
Thanks, Dad.
I see how this panel's gonna work.
I would have predicted a different hero if I knew we were being graded.
Sorry.
Snooze, you lose. It is interesting to see them pick up this bat this early because they have upped the priority over the course of the tournament, so they're obviously feeling more powerful with it, but also that Storm ban. I think Pugna first phase, typically you want an initiator with his hero so you can condense the team fight, make them fight into this damage reduction around another ward. Bat is, in theory, one of the better heroes to do that. Potentially even better than Storm because he's an initiator and a displacement hero.
Right.
So kind of filling that role for them, and it's going to be interesting to see if Whisper can have the same impact on this hero that he's shown in the other games when it's picked up this early versus a team that is willing to play some of these lane shenanigan games.
Yeah, I mean, on the flip side, as big of a fan I am as of Whisper Bat, I think it can be hard to get the counters to CK from other roles, especially when you don't have counter picks. You're not going to get this Underlord, you're not going to get things like this from the offlane, and there's not a lot of mids that counter CK in the same way, especially with Pango banned. So I question, like, what heroes they would get to deal with the CK, because the heroes are quite single target right now.
Are you saying that you like the Bat more as an initiator because he can go in and like bring the hero back? We saw a Storm performance, I think it might have been this morning, went in, got an amazing 4-man sort of leash, and then where team? You know, it's kind of like everybody else then needs to try to catch up with him. Whereas Bat can be like, I'll get him, lads, and bring him to you.
I mean, I don't think Bat is traditionally as strong initiator as he used to be if you go back years, and I don't think he's nearly as powerful a hero as Storm, so I think it's kind of their backup option here. I think they much would have preferred that Pugna Storm option, but I think, though, again, Quinn talking about the way this team plays, the way they like having people who can go in, cast spells in a very high skill way, play off each other. It's a team that likes to make space in the fights, and Bat can be one of the heroes that excels at that. If you manage to live on 100 or less HP, oftentimes you win the fight because you can start throwing the flame breaks, throwing the stacks on your way out. It's very like guerrilla warfare, you know?
Yeah, they're pairing it up with the Spirit Breaker, so that means you have like a guaranteed stun in the lane, allows you to have a little bit of a like global presence, and just feels good because they need to play with the 4 heroes until K1 comes online.
And sort of extends the fight, get that extra kill that maybe would have gotten away. You've got the Spirit Breaker charging him. That certainly felt it this morning. They wouldn't just get a couple of kills, they'd get another one and another one because you just can't escape this team. Oh wow, there's a Bloodseeker. Who called that?
4 points for me. I'm feeling good about my class project now.
That's 1.5.
At least I outscored Lacoste. Blessed up. I can go home with my
That's all you care
head
about.
held. I mean, for sure.
Well, there's still room for Schofield Nicks, apparently, so, or not. No.
Maybe unlikely at this point.
Well, then I'm afraid, Lacoste, you're going to probably come last.
I didn't say it.
Oh, no, sorry. Quinn, I'm afraid you're probably going to come second.
I'll take it.
Wraith King is about the only thing that's left.
He's a position 2 player. He's used to it.
Second
You
place.
could see a Spear Breaker mid. I wouldn't put it past his team. Wouldn't put it past Chris. He tends to play some weird heroes, but generally, yeah, they're going to save that core pick for last. And we haven't talked about Gladiator's lineup as much, but this is, again, right in their wheelhouse, right? Everything they want to get in a draft, it's pretty hard to deny this team their heroes. And they're basically holding this ace pick for last. It's going to be a question of, do you want to go the summons route, the zoo route, the dispel route for Bat, some stand your ground hero, which is Mars or Tidehunter historically for him. I could see them go the Tide route, but it's also a question of, is he going to want to be in that 1v1 or not? That's a big question for this team.
It might not be the case because they can just leave Batrider against him, and then he's going to suffer quite a lot. Like, they can even do something else with the Bloodseeker against it. I think that also works.
What about Legion Commander? We saw him play that a couple times.
Yeah. Gaming Gladiators, pretty standard stuff coming out from them. Boom on Ember Spirit, probably one of the better Ember players here. Would you agree, Quinn? Besides you, of course.
Of course. Yeah, he's very solid on the hero, and it's a game where the hero can thrive quite a bit. You look at BeastCoast heroes, and the team tends to draft heroes that can be very vulnerable against this sort of pokey, like get into the midst of you, very elusiveness. Until Bat has a Blink, or Spearburger has a Lothar, or something along these lines, Ember can just toy with them and mess with them, and they have this Eng creep to mess with them. Like, there's a lot of this just random annoyance, and BeastCoast heroes can be quite clunky, especially if lanes don't go so well. It could be a problem if they don't get off to at least a decent start.
People call us boomers, but he called Shadowblade Lothar.
I was about to bring that up. I said, that sounds like something out of your playbook, but I was going to let it go. I mean, this is a free Ember game, right?
It's really free.
Yeah, I feel like if you were playing this game, I'm on 1v5. I mean, maybe we lose and then I'd blame you, but like, it's a pretty free Ember game, right? And
I was just going to
no
ask, is there
stuns.
anything you're worried about as an Ember player in this game? You're looking and you're like, not really.
Yeah, not right now. Maybe it's possible they go, nuclear mode and they pick, Viper, or they pick something to like stomp your lane and make your game slow down. But to be honest, we've seen Boom play like against Huskar like 16 times in the EU DPC, and he like drew every lane somehow.
Could see that Benno last pick. I think that's somewhat of a cheese hero. Chris plays it mid, you activate the Bloodseeker, it's a classic combo.
Yeah, that is true, actually.
Looking pretty annoying to team fight into that type of lineup later on. I wouldn't be surprised to see them busted out here.
That is a...
Bristleback.
It's another Chris Luck classic here.
It is. That lane against
ancient
Ember
farmer
is...
too.
Yeah, the BeastCoast, they're the best team here at stacking, so that makes a lot of sense, because Bristleback will be able to clear those stacks. Looking at the Gaming Gladiators, I'm not sure if they can invade the stacks. Like Ember can, the big camp, but we're talking about the Ancients, and none of their heroes can do it.
Yeah, I mean, this Bristleback does like shift the dynamic of the lineups a little bit, I think. Ember now has like a bit less potential to poke people down. There's this pig standing in the way, shooting quills everywhere. So there potentially comes a point where if the CK doesn't have enough damage, game and supports aren't particularly good at scaling, where they can have like some damage issues against like this heal and the decrep and like these random heroes flying around.
It's also another hero to just go in along the Venom route, go and cause some chaos, deal a bunch of damage. Even if Gladiators commit to try and kill this Bristleback, you usually end up really low when you do that, and all of a sudden Hector comes in and cleans up the fight with some Batrider and Pugna help. So I like the pick. I think it puts a lot of pressure on the lineup that's currently being set. It's an early Vanguard buyer versus some of this Chaos Ench that Gladiators like to kind of zoom your early towers with. I think it's a pretty nice.
I mean, it looks like a lot of chaos from this BeastCoast lineup, but they're just, I mean, the team fights are just going to be mad. Who do you focus? They're all going to be chasing you down with Spirit Breaker charging people, Batrider fire everywhere, Bloodseekers rupturing people, and then you've still got a Bristol and a Pugna to worry about.
Yeah, it's quite the handful. And the thing with BeastCoast is it just feels like this Hector guy just gets more creeps somehow. Like he's just absorbing gold out of the ether.
Accusing him of something, or
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's the not eating thing. Maybe he knows something we don't. Yeah.
It's the superstition. He's not eating.
It's true.
You don't eat lunch and dinner. That's how you get the farm in this game, I'm telling you.
I'm buying
You
it.
mentioned it, the Legion Commander.
Wow.
I mean, that's the hero that's going to be able to have a dispel mechanic against the Batrider, Pugna, and also be able to turn the Bristleback around.
Exactly. I think it was their best pick in that situation. I think it was probably going into that phase as well. Also helps this Ember a lot in that game in terms of their stuns are limited. Now you're one stun. If you save off this lasso, save off a charge, Ember has an even more free game.
Yeah, you're not dying this game unless your like D key breaks.
So who are you fancy in this game, Quinn?
I think I'm going to go with BeastCoast. I think Whisper Bat hasn't lost yet. Teams have yet to prove that they have an answer for it. I think this is like right up BeastCoast alley in terms of comfort and their ability to just be crazy and scale and Hector get a buttload of items.
They might not have what it takes to be able to deal with the Embers, so they need to play around it, but I think hitting the timing with the Bristleback is going to be crucial, and they do have a lineup that comes online very fast, and also this time around, the K1, he's not some farmer that doesn't want to join a fight. He wants to be active. He's playing the Bloodseeker.
What happens when he gets tri-lane, though? Which is, I feel, again, what they're looking at, right? They're very happy to try and get this Legion versus Bat one-on-one, trialing the Bloodseeker, who historically can suffer in those matchups. Right. I mean, their trialing is absolutely absurd. Ench, Grimstroke, Chaos Knight. What are you doing in these lanes? It's a tough one.
Well, to take us through the game and to find out who will be winning, let's throw it over to our casters, Sunsfan and Cinderin. Take it away, lads.
Thank you very much, Perry and Sunsfan. With Cinderin, we got BeastCoast versus Gaming Gladiators. Don't know about you, Cinderin, but I've unbuttoned my pants, so I'm ready to go. How about you?
I just feel like it's nice that we're the same height. It looks very good in the camera shot.
I'm a little wider than you, though.
That's true, but I'm sure the audience have been used to a little bit of a height difference here, but we're nice and aligned, and we're ready to roll, so... you know what? I'm just super excited to be back in an arena with a crowd. I feel like it's been an eternity. It feels like it's been 84 years since we've ever cast in front of an audience, and... I couldn't be more excited. You know I don't get excited very easily, Shannon, so this is a pretty big deal that I'm excited.
That's true. You've been reformatted, and you got the operating system ready to go, so looking very much forward to that. I mean, the last time we cast in front of a crowd, I believe, was Captain's Draft Minor, if I'm not mistaken.
That was in 1993, so it's been a while.
Right.
Lacoste was playing in that one.
In diapers, probably. As here we go into the game, and as usual, BeastCoast have a crazy aggressive lineup with the Bloodseeker, Bristleback, Spearbreaker kind of leading the way. And I gotta say, Cinder, they are one of the most exciting teams to watch, and it's great to see, you know, South America being very impactful in this tournament.
Yeah, 2 teams in top 6 already. Let's see how far they can go. Obviously, BeastCoast here, and then tomorrow you're going to have Thunder Awaken as well, playing up against OG, who just came off of a victory in the other series. So, very good odds right now for a top 4 placement, if not even better. You know, we've seen from BeastCoast, they've been improving gradually over time, and in this game for me, they have some of their absolute best picks. They have the Hector Bloodseeker along with a ton of random teamfight damage, right? You just want to ramp up this Bloodseeker to become a menace. You have Quill Spray, you have Charge going through enemy heroes, Nether Ward dealing damage, Bad Rider Firefly with Sticky Napalm. I think they haven't lost with this strategy, actually, in this tournament.
It feels like every time they pick Bloodseeker, they win. And the funny thing is, you know they're picking Bloodseeker most of the time, right?
Yeah.
We've seen them first phase it a couple times as well, so the fact that you can pick something that other teams aren't picking in general and still find success is extremely impressive.
Yeah, Gaming Gladiators definitely can't be surprised with what they're facing here. This is... And it's the same for BeastCoast, really, right? This is the type of strategy that Gaming Gladiators have basically, I want to say until they faced TSM, I think they were like 6-0 with their Enchantress strategy. Yeah. And in all fairness, in those 2 games that they did lose, they were looking like favorites, especially in the second one. They were super far ahead in the early mid game. The first game was very close until they suddenly got 2 lanes of barracks, but then dropped the ball a little bit and got countered super hard. TSM really brought it back in both games. So I could foresee BeastCoast being in a similar position here where they need to come back from a rough early laning stage with this Enchantress potential tri-lane that Gaming Gladiators run unless they play it with the Legion.
Talk to me about the Bristleback, another hero we don't get to see that often. Obviously, LC, a pseudo counter to that hero since you have to face him, or her in this case, to actually attack, which leaves him very susceptible. You're dead. Is this a game where Bristol can pop off is really the question.
I think so. I think what they were looking for in this pick, they wanted a good lane matchup against the Ember. They wanted a hero that can sustain some of the damage from Chaos Knight. It's a little bit tricky because I believe when you get Reality Rifted, you'll get pulled in and face. Yeah. And you're also playing against Legion Commander that can duel you to force you to face your front toward the enemy team.
Up, K1. He's going to get Chaos Bolt. He gets up a nice Blood Right, and that was basically just to ensure the rune for Gaming Gladiators.
Yep.
And it looks like it's going to be 3 for 1 in terms of the bounty rune in favor of Gaming Gladiators again.
more than anything, this Bristleback pick just shows me that BeastCoast have a really good idea and understanding of how they play around Bloodseeker, because I think what was the icing on the cake here that made them not just pick it for the lane matchup and the matchup against TK is that they have this spread damage that will allow their Bloodseeker to snowball the fight. Even if you kill Bristle, a lot of the time he will deal a lot of damage, right? Just randomly across the fight if he gets to turn his back. And at that point, your Bloodseeker can win fights 4v5 if your Bristle's the first target. So it does pressure Gaming Gladiators a little bit in that laning as well as mid-game aspect. But if there's anything this team has proven to us time and time again is that they might be the strongest laning team of the tournament, to be honest. Like, consistently coming out of these ench lanes with a pretty major advantage most of the time.
I mean, we've had games where the score is similar on respective sides, and Gaming Gladiator is way ahead because Celery is the one dying, right? He's kind of sacrificing his life for the betterment of his team, as we're seeing him get harassed a bit, but he has the regen. Stinger does not. Will be able to get away, but still taking heavy damage nonetheless.
Already zoning him out. The resulting one-on-one matchup being Legion against Bloodseeker up here is pretty good for Legion in the beginning levels for sure. One lane Durasio will be 5 napalm stacks. They will expire.
Well, talk to me about mid lane. It is Chris Smile playing the Bristle versus Boom's Ember Spirit. So typically Bristle likes playing against melee heroes. Is that also the case here?
My experience with watching this matchup might be a little bit outdated, but at least back then, I want to say a year ago or something, it's not very often you see Bristle versus Ember, right? But I feel like Bristle was generally favored in this matchup. You can bypass Flame Guard entirely because your pull spray is physical damage. You just pressure him as much as possible, and then you can go and farm stacks in addition, which Ember will obviously be able to farm the small camp as well as the medium camp, but he can't go and get those ancients as well that C-Smile will be able to do here if they do stack them for him. So a lot of the time, a mid Bristleback with a good matchup comes out as the top net worth hero 10 to 15 minutes in, and then it's about how much you could do with it. This hero does suffer a lot from dying. There are just certain heroes in Dota that it feels like you die twice every time you die, and to me this is one of them. You really need to be ahead. When the enemy teams start getting specific items like Silver Edge, the game can get really difficult, and obviously Gaming Gladiators have 2 potential Silver Edge buyers here in both the Chaos Knight and the Legion.
Well, speaking of the Chaos Knight, and both position 1s in fact, look at their CS. They're getting denied quite a bit from both Duraccio and the Bloodseeker from K1. So we'll see if they're able to continue this pressure or not. I mean, obviously, Legion extremely good at doing this against melee heroes. We're going to see the first courier kill of the game in favor of Celery, continuing to be a big nuisance. And bot lane, talk to me about Spirit Breaker, another hero that has kind of just disappeared after seeing so much time, I want to say towards the last TI and a little bit post.
Yeah, I think the hero is a bit underrated, to be honest with you. I feel like everybody kind of just forgot about it. Dota is often about trends, right? Like this hero, oh, hang on, Whisper, bottom lane. There's a lot of stacks on Tofu here, though.
Yeah,
has to be careful. 8 stacked. Whisper could have thought about that one, actually.
Very slow indeed. Is not going to force Ace out of lane in the meantime. So K1 securing some last hits now as a result.
Yep.
Back to the Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, so I think teams kind of forgot about this hero to an extent. One of its biggest weaknesses is the early laning stage, though, where a lot of the meta lanes don't really get pressured too much by it. But what BeastCoast do when they run this Bat Rider is they actually enable themselves to pick these weaker laning 4s because Bat Rider just works essentially as a hero that doesn't need that many CS in the beginning. It just needs experience, it needs safety. And whether they play the Tiny 4 or the Spirit Breaker 4, they enable Whisper to get off to that good start. And he will eventually get the CS that he needs. And once they have levels, they have kill threat. So this pairing is why they pick SB. I don't think they will pick it with a lot of other stuff. But you know, it's just good to see the hero. I think it's really fun. It's one of my favorite heroes to play and watch.
Nobody can deny that. Obviously, we used to see, I mean, we saw a lot of mid Spirit Breaker before TI. Sadly, we're not seeing that anymore. Stinger taking more damage from Ace, as there has yet to be a first blood, despite this being such an aggressive line. I mean, when does BeastCoast want to start, you know, getting a little bit more aggressive? Because right now they're being slightly passive based on how their lineup looks like. As I say that, it's Celery coming in with the Mud Golem onto Smile. He will live through the day, but the baby shards come out now. Those are things you truly have to fear as he kills them easily.
The little-known follow-up smash hit to Baby Shark. Baby Shard.
Is this a reference that I don't understand?
Yeah, you don't know contemporary music, Shannon. You only know old movies.
That's true.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I think BeastCoast in general in this game don't have the most play potential from the get-go, right? Their mid hero is not a ganking, rotating hero. You have a 5 Pugna. So all of the playmaking that really comes out is probably going to be from Schofield or Gojira on the Spirit Breaker. But for now, they're just content to play their lanes, which they are, in fairness, kind of losing. The 1k gold lead isn't enormous, but it's definitely, you know, standard Gaming Gladiators opening with Ench. This is what happens in a lot of the games, and then it comes down to how much team fighting prowess they have afterwards. So yeah, I think it's going to be relatively quiet from BeastCoast until the 10-minute mark, and then we'll see what they're up to. Tofu's going to run at Gojira here with
Well, connect. Gojira obviously has charge, so he's going to be more than fine. Stinger taking more damage in mid lane. He's talking about Celery coming in so early for this tier 1 mid with that catapult. And it looks like they're going to be able to get it with no real defense matter. We've seen BeastCoast give up these towers relatively early as well. But once they hit their timings, that's what I think they're really strong at, is getting those timings and taking advantage of them immediately.
It's just textbook Ench. This is what you want to do. Minute 5, the siege creep comes. You identify which lane you have the highest pressure probability in. You run over there, you put the pressure pre-siege creep so that the enemy team cannot mount a defense, and then you just claim it fully. Yeah. Bristleback losing his tower to Ember minute 6 is actually a crime, you know. I feel like BeastCoast, if possible, should have done something more about this, but I just don't know if they could. It's got to feel bad, but looking at what heroes they could have rotated in, who's going to stand up to this Ench? Spirit Breaker?
Incoming. Press the attack is there for Ace. Doesn't look like he's going to continue on. He will hit Celery, who gets hit by the Nether Blast as well.
Boom's up here, though.
Yeah, trying to get some heals up on the Celery, but Stinger's the one that's going to be dying here. First blood the way of Gaming Gladiators. 7 minutes in. And they're up 2k, partially because of that mid-tier 1 tower.
Yeah, but it's not just that.
It's not just that, for sure.
The Ember's 700 gold ahead of Bloodseeker, or sorry, ahead of the Bristleback. I think he's very happy about that. Obviously doesn't know it, but he knows he's having a good timing in this game.
I feel like BeastCoast are more comfortable coming back from behind. Is that just me?
I think a lot of the time it's also a consequence of how they draft, right? I think in this game, their laning will just inherently be weaker.
6 stack is sticking napalm, but Celery is in the bot lanes. We're going to see the Inkswell connect in the meantime onto C-Smile, trying to find a kill on Tofu, as Boom pretty much out of mana right now, as Smile continuing to chase Tofu, to actually kill each other, basically. So a 1-for-1, as meanwhile, top lane, K1 doing a little bit of damage. Ace will be able to get out with just a sliver of HP, but Gojira with the charge, and K1 rupture. Okay, that was a little scary there for a second, but BeastCoast gets the better of that trade in the top lane.
Well,
as I say that, Gojira's dead. So Dyrachyo now in the top lane, level 6.
I feel like this game state might just become name of the game for this entire series. It feels like today, BeastCoast also, against BetBoom earlier, were having some really tough times in the earlier portions of the game, and then they come back through mid-game team fights. And for Gaming Gladiators, this is their comfortable position that they find themselves in basically 2/3 of their games, but then obviously in the TSM series did not convert it to a win. So very likely that we'll be seeing more of this in the coming games of the series, but for now, it's kind of par for the course for both teams, I think, with what we could expect with the lineups. Oh, Boom. This is a very good position to be in against K1.
Yeah, gets off the slide, but Searing Chain's not used yet, but K1, there we go. He's going to take some damage, but the Sleight of Fist, nice dodge onto the Blood Rite. Not enough damage regardless, though, as Boom continuing to get charged here. Tofu looks like he's going to be taken out first. And Stinger will be the trade, so support for support.
Boom's in trouble.
He does not have a remnant. Okay, he does.
Wait, he had a remnant. Got you. He wasn't in trouble at all.
I think I got myself there, actually. I was going to run to several members of Gaming Gladiators. Dyrachyo's here as well, as the hurricane action there from the Wild Wing. And that's going to break things up. Dyrachyo pops the ult, and likely will try to pressure this tier 1 tower on top of K1 as well. More TP support on the way for BeastCoast.
Something to keep in mind about the way that Ace skilled for the lane that he was playing is now that he's laning 1v1 against Batrider, he only has level 1 press the attack. And it might not sound like much that the cooldown...
Oh, Horsey, Smile wants to go really deep here. Inkswell's on the other side.
Good silence.
Yeah, the silence can be very annoying for C-Smile to deal with, and Boom. He's going to TP back to base with that remnant in place. As Ace, I don't believe we saw one duel actually in the top lane, but no damage as of yet.
I think it's slightly different distances to the cameras there.
Yeah, that was a very interesting angle indeed. As Gojira, Searing Chains, Inkswell's coming for you. He gets off the charge, but it looks like the Inkswell will be enough to stun him in place and the Sleight of Fist to finish him off for Boom.
Stinger will secure the 10-minute rune, though. And BeastCoast have kind of stopped the bleeding a little bit, right? They were 2K behind 4 minutes ago, and now it's down to 1. And they're starting to ramp up toward that mid-game that they love to play with these heroes. So I think so far so good for them. Obviously, Gaming Gladiator is probably not unhappy either. But I'm very curious to see what we're going to get out of Ace in this game. I think a lot of the games that we've seen Gaming Gladiators just pop off, it's been off of Ace having insane farm in that side lane matchup that he's been having. In this game, he's also doing well. It's by no means a bad look for him to be third on net worth, but a lot of their games we have, he's literally first for his team at this point, right? On Beastmaster, on Timbersaw, just ready to take over the game. Legion is a harder hero to do that on. Top lane, tower's low.
Yep, another Searing Chains coming in, and Centaur Stomp as well. Gojira just silenced perpetually, will fall, as well as that tier 1 tower, and now they're going on top of Pugna as well, so Stinger gets off the Decrepify, but Whisper is the real prize here for Gaming Gladiators. Another Stomp comes out with that slot.
Oh, the lasso got it off!
Is enough to take out Boom. Big turnaround for BeastCoast. They do lose 2, but they're just supports.
Makes you wonder if we can get a replay of that. I wonder if they could have selected to go for the Batrider instead of the Pugna when they chose that, because that obviously backfired really hard. Whisper finding that big kill onto the Ember. He's going to be very happy about that. And Whisper's going for the build on Bat that we've seen him do a lot in the later portions of this tournament. He's not going Boots of Travel like most other Batrider players rush. He goes Drum to have that early fighting impact. So we are going to get the replay here. So Spirit Breaker, 0 impact in this fight except tanking some spells. And now, so they do throw out the stun already. And I guess nobody can connect with Boom here. Oh, they are actually trying, but Durasho doesn't have spells ready. And Boom walking in melee range here, thinking he can get the kill, gets punished immediately. So a bit of a mistake from him there, to be honest. Uncharacteristic.
Indeed, and we talked about a lot of these players do not have experience on the stage, Cinder. So that is something to certainly keep in mind.
That's a lot of damage.
51,000. That's not possible. As Celery getting chased now by C Smile. He's going to get Reality Rifted onto the high ground, though. 2-second stun from Duraccio. Trying to face him. Ace with that duel will be the first victory of the game for him. As Gaming Gladiators trying to continue this onslaught. Looks like 2 is going to be the limit. Another 51,000 for C Smile. Man, he's just out of control. The 1K lead for Gaming Gladiators. I mean, the good news for BeastCoast is in terms of the net worth, it has not really increased dramatically.
Yeah.
Still relatively even.
I genuinely think BeastCoast are in a better spot here than, they're in a better spot than I would have expected, and I think than SVG on the panel as well was expecting. I think this is a, if you could freeze the game right now and have a look, BeastCoast are probably pretty happy over.
Dead. Oh, Boom, dodging some spells here. He gets the Horsey off as well, Tofu. I think that's going to be enough to dissuade C Smile. He's going to get Searing Chains on Ace coming in with the dual Inkswell combo. Batrider is TPing in to support his team. C Smile looks like he's going to be fine for now. Whisper with the lasso onto the Legion. Stinger in the vicinity as well. Gets off the Decrep, and that is going to be a nice turnaround kill for BeastCoast. Celery.
Yeah, a little early on the tip there, Durasho. The team didn't get the kill.
We've seen that quite a bit this tournament, actually. Steering Chains coming in as well. Boom. Has to be careful, though. Inkswell connect. Looks like they'll find one. Celery healing himself, but eventually will go down. But the Centaur stop onto 2 out of nowhere. He will fall eventually, though. And there's a Chaos Bolt onto Gojira. He just respawned. Looks like he's going to drop pretty much right away. Blood Rights there from K1 as well. Does connect, but man, heroes are dropping left, right, and center, and K1 is dead as well. Duraccio just cleaning up. C Smile, last remaining member of BeastCoast, now on the run. He's going to grab himself a DD. There's the pig pole. Sadly, does not give max speed, Cinderin. They cannot catch up this time.
Great time for Duraccio to show up there and clean house. This is a weakness that Bloodseeker has right now in the game. The hero is inherently not very tanky. He does have 10 armor as well as a broom handle and phase boot, so you would think he's tanky, but the spells are just overwhelming him right now. Just all of this random chip damage that's coming out through the fight. He can't out-heal it, so he needs Pugna to cover him, but Stinger wasn't really able to siphon enough life into him there.
Highest amount of hero damage at 14 minutes for Boom already. Man, he has been all over the place. Second in net worth this game as well. And I mean, talk to me about this. When we approach mid-game, where does each team want to be? Like, how important is it for one team to have a lead, if that makes sense? Like, how do they scale going into that time of the game?
I don't know how to really explain this in the best way, because I think you look at the Radiant lineup and how they scale into late game with both Legion, Ember, and Chaos Knight, and you feel like, wow, they will be insane late game. And the enemy team has heroes that are notorious for falling off later, right? Such as Bristleback, in some cases Bat Rider, and Bloodseeker might not feel like the best one either. But the thing I'm just holding on to all the time for BeastCoast is that if they can open up a fight with dealing some spread damage, I think their lineup can win at any portion of the game except the super early one that they did get across now. So I don't really have a clear favorite if we just do nothing but farm for 20 minutes and the net worth doesn't change. I think it comes down to who gets the clean execution, and especially the wild card for Gaming Gladiators is Ace. I think the duel with Blade Mail is what's going to determine the outcome of most fights.
Yep, for sure. And we're going to see the first Roche attempt of this game. Gaming Gladiators look like they're going to get it uncontested. So BeastCoast not reading this as Gojira is going to get the charge off in the bot lane, but Remnant back, Boom doing a good job of kind of baiting it out, creating some space so they can take Roche completely free. It is being scanned out, but it's going to be too late. Yep. So Gaming Gladiators the first Roche, Boom picks up the Aegis, and into an instant smoke. We'll see where they end up going with it. A Stinger you can see in the enemy jungle. C-Smile is showing himself bottom, so some defense needs to be mounted. It should be obvious that because they're not defending, that they're likely trying to gank somebody.
The Gladiators have really good vision up here. I think if BeastCoast tried to advance to defend this top tier 2 tower, this could end in a really bad way for them. Looks like they aren't exactly planning to do that. They're kind of just trying to fish for info here with their Bat Rider, while both Stinger and C-Smile are pushing bottom. It is only level 2 Nether Blast though, so taking this tower is taking an eternity for him. Slow and steady though.
Having said all this, Synderin, C-Smile still top net worth now. Yep. 8,500. He is very farmed. Has the Halberd. Already had that Vanguard at a record pace for this tournament at least, and going towards the BKB. And for K1 on the Bloodseeker, he's had the Maelstrom for a while. So again, a lot of these teams trying to sync up their BKB timings, and that feels like, especially for BeastCoast, who have such an aggressive lineup in general, that seems like absolute go time for them.
Yeah, for sure. It's the best time for them to do something against the Radiant. The only real counter that Gaming Gladiators have to BKB is the Legion Commander duel. When it comes to Chaos Knight, I suppose when they BKB, they are a little bit more susceptible, because they can't, like, the Decrepify isn't going to have the impact that it has in other situations in the game. But you look at Stinger, he is maxing it out, so I really like the build from him here. I think he's going to commit for it and go 2-4-2 to just have that maxed out Decrep against Chaos Knight. He's going to have it to protect from the duel. It will be a really, really nice spell to have, and it will be their reliable way of handling Legion Commander. Even if she gets BKB later, you can always defensively duel, or defensively Decrep. And then it's then a matter of, is Enchantress in range for an enchant to break it off? Or are they going to get a nullifier? Solutions definitely exist, but it's not always that easy to be in the perfect position to do it at the right time.
Tier 2 tower in favor of Gaming Gladiators.
That was bound to fall there.
Yep, Aegis still 3 minutes to go, so expecting them to try to use it in some capacity, although they're trying to sync up their BKBs as well. We have the Blink Dagger now on CK and a smoke from Gaming Gladiators. There's the initiation with the duel, another victory for Ace.
Nice and easy.
30 damage overall. That'd be a nice change if that actually retroactively worked, Synderin. That could be a nice quality of life change for our favorite Legion commander.
That's not what quality of life means, though.
For the Legion, it is.
Oh, so a buff.
Something like that. Smile. All right, we got a lot of TPs from Gaming Gladiators. 2-second stun. Remember, they don't have the Legion duel this time, as Soulbind is only going to connect onto one. They do take out Stinger quite easily, and C-Smile left to his own devices. Looks like he'll eventually fall as well. So nice two-hero cleanup for Gaming Gladiators, still with the Aegis intact.
Nice and easy punish for them, just flat out outnumbering the Bristol as well as Pugna there. Obviously no BKB available just yet for Chris, so can't really protect himself from all the stuns. And they killed Pugna first.
It's going to be a short duel.
He's not winning that.
Yeah, but you know, they get the kill nonetheless. And the outpost does not go to the enemy in this case. So Gaming Gladiators able to extend their lead. So 5K lead for them. And we'll see, yeah, with the BKB now online for Ember, tier 1 tower in their favor as well. Yeah, but the BKBs are coming out now. So K1's got his.
Whisper's got his.
Got a recipe away for the Bristol, though.
I think the Bristol's BKB is the least important, though. I wonder if they want to stall out for another 1,300 gold for him, just because with the Bat Rider and Bloodseeker having theirs, I actually think they're in fighting shape.
But do you want to fight into Aegis? Another minute.
That is true. If they wait that out, probably wait that minute out, but then maybe you don't wait out the full. At that point, maybe you might as well. Like, how far away are you at that point? Oh, well, never mind. They do want to go.
They want to go. Stinger, he's going to get dueled, but he's completely surrounded. Looks like he'll find the dual kill himself, but here comes the counter initiation from Dyrachyo. K1 getting extremely low. Will drop. That is a huge kill for Gaming Gladiators. Ace finally falls as Boom, again, just cleaning up left, right, and center, but CK's in a little bit of trouble. Gets a 4-second stun into his ult. C-Smile now has to run himself, but instead will have to go back to the fountain. 4 for 1 as Dyrachyo still getting chased. And looks like he's still going to be able to armlet toggle through this. Another Chaos Bolt comes out for him, and Dyrachyo lives.
Absolutely huge way that fight starts for Gaming Gladiators. They kill the Pugna. And on top of that, I think Bloodseeker ran into the Inkswell. I think he didn't realize that it was on the Legion during the duel. And he got chain stunned and died. Never got BKB off. Like, if they buy these BKBs and they don't get to cast them, it's just 4k gold down the drain, right? The stats on this item are absolutely awful for what you pay. In that instance, K1 definitely misreading the situation a little bit, and Gaming Gladiators just pounce on that immediately. Now they suddenly have a huge lead. It feels like moments ago that they were 2k ahead, and now it's 9.
Yeah.
And they're building towards big items.
Oh boy, press the attack. Duel with the Blade Mail. Trying to heal him up is Stinger, but it's not going to happen. And BeastCoast starting to crumble now. 2 quick deaths for them. Looks like Gojira barely gets out, but Gaming Gladiators doesn't really care because they're going to get a tier 2 tower in all likelihood as well. 70 damage now for Ace, as that is starting to stack up.
Yeah, that will definitely make a big difference later on, especially if you're looking at a potential nullifier so the Pugna Decrep can't save anymore.
We're looking at the fight.
There it is, right? So Bloodseeker just never gets anything off. They do their best to try to save him with Lasso, with the charge, but if you try to imagine this fight playing out with Bloodseeker BKBing before he gets Inkswelled, it's just such a different story.
Yep, Gojira died, by the way, in live.
That can happen.
Yeah, the Inkswell and the chase down. There's Gaming Gladiators all over the place. Stinger drops as well. That is not Stinger, but he dropped. 12k lead for Gaming Gladiators, and this is looking very grim. No pun intended for BeastCoast. But then again, in that first series, that looked 100% over. And they came back with a vengeance. Obviously, ended up losing that game, but winning the series. And I think that game 1 comeback gave them the confidence to win 2 and 3. Of course, I'm just making that up, but we'll just assume that that is true. 13k lead as Boom with the regen, BKB, opting for a Lincoln Sphere.
That's a hella fast Wraith Pack, by the way, on Ench. 23 minutes.
Did you just say hella?
Hella fast.
Wow, that is so not a you thing. As we have the initiation, okay, they're gonna destroy Gojira, and now the Soulbind onto 2. K1 has to run away. The duel actually brings them both back. That is disastrous. But the buyback onto Gojira, can they do enough to come back in this fight? They're gonna lose the Bristleback to start. Another beautiful slight is gonna get yet another kill. They do lose their Legion though, but that was an interaction I don't think I've seen.
Really
that
crucial
was
for them
pretty
that Whisper
sick.
gets that lasso and pulls the Legion into base, or that's just fight over. They needed to reposition it so the other heroes couldn't assist enough, and they did manage to do that with a Spirit Breaker buyback, but again, what did they gain? They got 1 kill on the Legion. Did they win any of the duels? They didn't, right? They didn't win a duel, so you're gonna see that here, the Soulbind. That level 10, that talent there, that's a long cast range.
Yeah.
That is Orb of Venom melee attack range.
That was pretty sick interaction though. And Ace, like you said, not able to actually get the dual victory, but that was basically 3 deaths for BeastCoast with that buyback. So we'll see as BKB nearing, even for the Liege for Ace. So that is going to be adding insult to injury in all likelihood.
I like this from BeastCoast. I think this isn't particularly obvious. If they do it really fast, they might find a big profile kill. Okay.
Yeah, well, we got the duel. Bloodright is there. This is going to slow this down a bit as Whisper trying to run away, pops the BKB, but look, Gojira looking to die again. Dyrachyo is going to whip him. Looks like the Pugna is going to be the first to fall in this little mini engagement. Gojira stuck inside the tree, gets a bash, but overwhelming odds is enough. And
really
Gaming
like
Gladiators just getting everything they want.
Really like the idea, but Gaming Gladiators are just so ready. I think BeastCoast not waiting for Lasso in this instance I think it's a commendable play to try to play that aggressive, try to surprise your opponents, because if you just chill out, let things reset, Gaming Gladiators are just in control of the game, so you try to catch them off guard. Didn't work, and now this looks like it's just going to be a free Roche. No Spirit Breaker, 5v4.
Yeah, and also respecting their opponents. Some people would maybe try to push high ground there, but they did force the buyback, and they've seen BeastCoast defend high ground to a very high degree earlier today. Okay, onto the high ground we go. Instant death for Stinger. Believe that is a dieback for him. C-Smile trying to take out Tofu, but he's just TPing out right in front of his face. And now Chris Smile trying to kill this Wraith Pact. That's all he's focusing on. Finally gets it, a beautiful 20 gold for him. Woo! But now he's completely surrounded and brought down to his knees. Gaming Gladiators looking to take Roche and game number 1.
Oh, let's not get ahead of ourselves yet. They haven't taken a tier 3 tower.
It's looking good, though.
Yeah, they are looking to take the game. You're absolutely right.
I mean, technically both teams are doing that, so it's technically correct, regardless.
But not both teams are doing Roche, so you were right about 50%, which is pretty good for you.
Appreciate that. We round up in America, so that's 100%, right?
That explains a lot.
So Aegis and Shard. Who actually picked up the Shard? Was it the CK, or did he buy that ahead of time? Yeah, it looks like it was... it might have been the Grim, actually. Grim also has it. Either way, gonna have that CK illusion on the Chaos Bolt. And Doraccio looking for a Silver Edge next.
It's got to feel good for Doraccio as well, right? So he was talking in the pre-game interview about how he felt like dropped the ball a little bit against TSM. He hasn't played on stage before. Doesn't know if he's going to be nervous. He's owning this game. He's 8-0-11. You definitely can't tell if he's nervous. He's bringing out a hell of a game here. Has done all the fundamentals correctly. He did a good laning stage, had a good rotation top that found kills. His itemization is on point. And he's finding good target selection in the fights, and also clutched it out in that fight against Batrider, right? So definitely... I can't tell.
I mean, something else to mention is the comeback, if you want to call it that, from that TSM loss, right? That was pretty heartbreaking. Sure. Both games looked like it was games that they should have won. But to come back with a day's break and look like this, which is how they have looked, to be fair, throughout the entire tournament and the DPC in general, is good to see.
It does feel like if Gaming Gladiators, they pretty much every game against every opponent they've had, they have never... I'm trying to remember a game where they were behind in the mid game, right? They're generally either even or very far ahead, like in this game. If you can carry that with you into the next series and just realize how you dropped the ball against TSM in the series that you did and what you can do to prevent it from happening again, you're a team that could go really, really deep in this tournament, even though you're currently, quote-unquote, only top 6. You were picking them to win the whole thing, I think.
Yep.
After the group stage.
Very possible.
That is absolutely possible. We've seen crazier comeback stories in the lower bracket before.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at their net worth this game, though, just the 2 cores of CK Ember, look at how far ahead they are of everybody else. That is a lot to make up for on BeastCoast's side. As Doraccio.
What if you could take a loan?
And what's the downside to taking the loan? So you go to the shopkeeper, you negotiate a price, you get like 10K, and then 5
you
minutes
get
later,
negative GPM.
You lose 20K. It deletes 2 items randomly after 10 minutes. That could be an interesting comeback mechanic. Ice Frog, I'm available to hire. Okay, so smoke up on both sides.
Somehow that was a way worse idea than what I was setting it up for.
As always, Stinger, he's going to be the first to get Searing Chains. Boom pops the BKB, the leash onto 2. Already a death on the side of BeastCoast. Tofu, looks like he's going to drop it. There's the duel onto Gojira. Another duel victory for Ace. As 3 dead already for BeastCoast. Onto the cliff, pulling an Arteezy. They know they're not in the tournament, might as well go out in style. Triple kill for Boom. And the only remaining member of BeastCoast is K1.
This is at least 1 lane. They're going to glyph and try to defend this, but there's waves both bottom and mid, so backdoor protection is not even close to kicking in, and this CK has so insanely overwhelming damage against this. No problem. They're actually already setting up for the second lane. He's heading down bottom, spawning an illusion with the Chaos Bolt. Getting to work.
And technically nothing is really impeding them from going for Mega Creeps either. There is no tier 2 tower in the top lane. We'll see if they have enough damage to actually do that. Now that the Phantasm Illusions are down, So at the very least, like you said, get 2 sets, and we'll see how disciplined they want to play. Still with the Aegis, though, in minute 20, so I'd expect them to play.
He has a backpack Silver Edge.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice.
Okay. I mean, I guess he doesn't want to swap out the treads. It just like shows how rich he is and the luxury he has of his itemization.
And this is looking like the last stand for BeastCoast in game number 1. Dyrachyo, not really too afraid. Actually, a nice bash back into the lasso. Remember, he does have the Aegis. So that's death number 1. Gojira's already dead. Stinger trying to heal him, but has to be careful as Boom's been hunting him all game long. Now all the damage applied to the CK, but gets the BKB and Phantasm off. K1 is just going to drop to the Illusions and Boom. And it looks like this is going to finally end game number 1 in favor of Gaming Gladiators as the GGs come out.
What an absolute smackdown. Gaming Gladiators, it looked like BeastCoast weathered the storm quite a bit for a while in this game and kept it close, but you get to the later portions of that game and Gaming Gladiators just completely outplay them, just destroy them. All the way since minute 20 or 25, it's just been all them. And I think something to keep in mind now for BeastCoast going into the next game, I think Gaming Gladiators looked at their absolute best when Boom is playing Ember or Storm, right? Like those are his 2 complete standout heroes. I think in this series against TSM, Storm was banned first phase and they banned Ember second phase both games to prevent this exact thing from happening. Boom ends the game 18-1 and 15 on that mid-Ember. True standout play from him.
And Ace with 150 dual damage. That game was not that long. That is quite impressive. And Dyrachyo didn't die once. Remember, he's the one that kind of struggled in the series against TSM, making a couple big mistakes, some could call it. Yep. And that ended up costing him that series potentially. But 0 deaths for him and a great showing from Gaming Gladiators. And we'll see if they can continue this onslaught or if BeastCoast can stay alive and keep the South American dream alive for one of the 2 teams still remaining. We'll be back after this break.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay, slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great.
Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. That was a very convincing victory. The Gaming Gladiators. Beast Coast will need to recover, but so far, Gaming Gladiators 1-0 up in this 3-game series. Guys, that was not part of the plan for Beast Coast.
Definitely not. I think Gaming Gladiators got pretty much everything they want in a game, right? They get all their picks, they get all their lanes, how they wanted them to go. They were the ones trying to force that matchups. They TP down. They're happy with what happens. Felt like they were happy with multiple lane setups that game, potentially. If that team gets the early game they want, I feel like they're still in their comfort zone. It's going to be an uphill battle.
Yeah, I think something you mentioned, SVG, before the game started, you talked about them not caring about who's playing 4 or 5. They do a lot of these lane shenanigans where both Tofu and Celery, they play whatever, like whatever is better for the lane. And we saw Enchantress playing with the Legion Commander, setting up him for a success. And also on the bottom lane, they did have this also kill lane that allowed him to CK to get to the most out of the lane and end up the game with 0 deaths. Like they were just all over the place. Like this Bristleback was supposed to be a tanky guy, but against the CK, against the Legion Commander, it was just like never a thing. Like every single time he gets turned and dies.
Yeah, I mean, they had no answer for this Ench, really. She got so much done early. She comes in with this Ench creep. She walks behind the tower. She's hitting, tanking. Bristle loses all his HP and has to run to base. Ember gets the rune. Then suddenly Bristleback is a level down with less gold, and it just has problems.
And as Sunsfan and Sin said, Bristleback, when he falls behind early, you always feel like just a dead duck. You're just walking around doing nothing. Let's have a quick look at a replay here that we've got from in the game. And Quinn, run your seasoned eye over this one for me, please.
Yeah, I mean, Radiant has Aegis. This Ember is untouchable. Legion is just sitting there hitting things with Moment of Courage. And to be honest, BeastCoast just doesn't have the damage to kill anyone. This Bristle's desperately running around trying to slap things. And he gets 1 or 2 slaps off here or there, but they're just down so much gold from lanes. This Ember's game is so free. It's just hard for them to do anything.
I mean, this CK was absolutely enormous. It just felt like every single fight turns up, stuns someone, bap, they're dead. Like, what can you do?
Apparently not much. They definitely got bopped.
You get in the mid game in a better position, right? That's pretty much the only way you're going to beat this hero. He has a super bad laning phase, or you can combat him in the mid game. So much of BeastCoast lineup is dependent on this Bristleback getting to that timing. I also think not going Ag second, going Halberd second is not the way you're going to win this game. Maybe it feels good for him in the fights individually, but overall, I think they have no real big timing to get it in there and get it in
there. Let's have a look at the Whisper versus Ace head-to-head player v player, because this will tell part of the story. This is how the Bristol did versus the Legion. A very fancy graphic. There we go, damage done. Ace actually did more damage. That's kind of the nature of Bristleback, though, isn't he? He's doing all that.
It was Batrider. Sorry. Being played on mid lane. I mean, Ace completely popped off. They did set him up for a success on that top lane, and he was also going for the solo pickoffs a lot of the times. Like when you're off to a good start with the Legion Commander, you do tend to a snowball. He also had a hero to play with. It was a Grimstroke. All good.
Okay.
One might say that Legion pick was right on point, right?
Yeah, I don't know where they got that from.
Nobody knows.
It's another replay. Yeah, that was your idea, actually, before the draft, wasn't it, SVG?
Yeah, I think they stole it on the stage.
I think they must have stolen it.
I mean, I think it's the perfect pick here. It gives them the lockdown. It gives them the extra buff for the Ember. Really, this game is all about this boom on mid, though, because I still think this game is about the Ember versus Bristle. We were thinking they have to put something mid that slows down this Ember's timing, because they don't have the stuns for him in the mid game, especially with the Legion behind him who can save him off a single lasso. It felt like too easy of a game for Boom. This guy has shown time and time again. You give this guy a Spirit Hero, he starts popping off, he's going to take the game over. He's undefeated on Storm this tournament. I think that Ember's close behind.
Undefeated as well, 4 out of 4 games. Seriously.
Yeah. So
that's insane.
No one's been able to stop this guy.
Apparently so. Let's go and have a chat with Tsunami, because he's been stage side soaking up the vibes. Tsunami, what do you got for me?
I gotta tell you, it feels good. Feels good to be back in the crowd. I've been in the hotel, I've been talking to the players. I don't mean anything to the players, but here I'm like royalty. It feels damn good, I gotta say. Stockholm treats you right. This is the way that it should be. This is LAN Dota 2, my friends. This is the experience that we've all been waiting for. Thank you, thank you. And I hope that this is just a taste of what we're gonna have to come. This only day 1. Be sure, show up, Hovid Arena. We'll see you Sunday, Saturday, be there.
Fantastic, thank you, Tsunami. Yeah, those lads, I think they're as streamers, but they mainly do cooking, as I understand it. Cooking.
What kind of cooking are they doing?
I guess meat.
Well, you know,
look at that, a lot of meat.
Boom.
Boom.
That's true. No, not on this stage, unfortunately.
Well, Boom as a player.
Oh, yeah, he's cooking for sure.
Okay. I thought it was a food. I thought you were going to make a food joke. You've got tofu and celery there as well. You could have made a food joke.
He
about
set it
that.
up for me. I did not hit it at all, but that's okay. I mean, that looked like how I wanted all my games to go in my career.
Which is getting carried.
Yeah, get carried. Instead, I'm the one trying to lug the chair up the stairs, and you stumble, and half the times that's NA Dota. That's going to be where BeastCoast has to come back, right? They have to be, someone on that team has to lift up the chair.
Yeah.
Outside of Hector. They can't do it alone.
Do you think they're having a conversation backstage right now? It's like, look, lads, all right, I know we haven't eaten, but we've got to come out and play Dota anyway. How do you recover? That was a proper solid walloping.
I mean, they can recover. We saw in the series against the BetBoom that they are able to come back. Like the first game specifically, when they lost the Barracks, there were like 15k deficit, and they still managed to play some really good Dota in Game 3. They also made a huge comeback, so I still put a trust in BeastCoast that they can come back.
Yeah, I mean, I think they may have to reconsider picking the Batrider into CK. It seemed like that matchup you really just don't do very much. We've seen him had a lot of impact throughout the game in other matchups, but he honestly just got stomped in lane, is like trying to come back all game, isn't really able to make any aggressive plays. They're on the back foot the whole game. I think they just need to find better lanes, and I think that game they were first pick, so next game they'll most likely be second, and we'll have, you know, more opportunities to counterpick cores. Things will probably feel a little bit nicer for them.
Well, we're going to take a short break. We'll give BeastCoast the time to find those better lanes. We'll be back soon. Welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. Gaming Gladiators looking to close out this series after a dominant first game win. BeastCoast now need to win back-to-back games to stay in the tournament. Gentlemen, can they do it?
I think so.
You think so? Yes. Lacoste?
I already said that they can.
Okay, well, what are we going to look to see from them this game? Do you think they, I mean, because you guys said, oh, Gaming Gladiators got everything they needed. They've got to ban some heroes here. They've got to ban the CK, they've got to ban the Ember, they've got to ban Enchantress. Surely.
I think you might want to start with the Ember ban. We're looking at the stats, and apparently he's just 9-0 on Spirit Hero. He just literally doesn't lose.
Yeah.
So you have to ban that, statistically.
Yeah, I mean, statistically, that does just make sense. Well, they've already banned the Storm.
I just think BeastCoast doesn't have good answers to Chaos Knight. I mean, you can make an argument nobody has good answers to Chaos Knight, but I think it poses a big problem for their mid and carry pool in particular, especially if Whisper ends up on a hero like Batrider that isn't going to shut it down early.
Right.
Maybe there's another question of, okay, if you pick him some Underlord or Timbersaw or something that has some more AoE and at least helps you in the mid game, then Hector will feel more comfortable. But I think they just run out of carry options too fast. So this is another question of, like, what are you going to put into this Chaos Knight now?
Right.
I feel like it's Underlord +1. I don't know if there's anything else they play that's going to put the pressure on.
I think it's definitely possible they take those. Whisper has played like a lot of Underlord in pubs. They've played it in several officials as well. I think it's a hero he's like really comfortable on. And with Timber banned, they might just want this fat guy, just pick it now.
I mean, you can Underlord Pugna too. This is the damage reduction strat. It's going to make it hard for him to enter the fight. You get the decrep save on potentially who CK goes on.
It's still not an easy lane for Underlord to play, right? If he's paired up with something like a Grimstroke, there's still a ton of kill potential. Like, you need a good lane as Underlord to be able to scale into mid and late game.
Well, maybe they took a page out of your book and more aggressive lane option for sure. I think the in-game matchup is definitely worse, but you can be more aggressive. You can start to shut down this hero's early game if you have a really strong lane combo. There is no Snapfire though, so it's a question of, we seen Phoenix picked up with this hero early to try and combat this CK a bit.
Yeah.
Is that a Gojira hero though? Not historically, at least that much. So then it's a question of, are you just picking up Rubik here and hoping you get something good later?
Whoa.
Not one we were expecting, I believe.
That is not a common BeastCoast hero.
I don't even think they've played it this tournament, right?
I'm looking through the heroes, and no, I have not seen one IO.
Interesting. I mean, it's not a hero that typically does like one-on-one good against CK. It's kind of useless against CK, but you can pair it with things like Leshrac, with maybe a Necrophos. There are some different heroes you can pair with that can deal with CK, but none of those are also particularly BeastCoast heroes, so I'm curious to see what they have in mind to like pair with this.
I also don't think Hector's pool pairs well with IO in general, right? You think of Wraith King, Trolls, Sven. I mean, Sven's okay, but
he wants that solo XP.
Yeah, he just wants to play alone. Like, get this ball out of here. He's probably one of the few carries, you know, screw off, go somewhere else.
Well, they get the Ember again. Will it be 10 in a row for Boom?
I feel like Gaming Gladiators pretty happy with this exchange.
Two heroes they just won with, they get him again.
And once again, it looks like a very good Ember Spirit game. Like, he's really not afraid of any of these two. He can easily cut in the back lines, find IO, play with the CK. And also, two Beast heroes, they don't deal well with the BKB timings on Gaming Gladiators. It's like one item into a BKB for both of these cores, and they don't have an answer for it with just these two.
Yeah, I mean, heroes that Chris Luck has liked historically against Ember, he'll play stuff like the Bristleback last game, he'll play like Vipers sometimes, some of these lane dominators, but really they need this CK answer from their mid hero sort of right now. A lot of the carries don't really one-to-one match up against it that well. Lesh is already banned, Underlord is banned. You're starting to run out of potential answers for this guy on a core role.
I feel like their other two answers that, I mean, they're not really answers, but they're soft counters that they have preferred have been the Veno on mid that we were discussing last game. At least you're dealing some AoE, you can frontline, he blows you up, but you take him with you, and maybe that's about. The other route I think is the carry they're looking at is Wraith King. I think Hector enjoys this Wraith King CK matchup in some ways. You can at least go in, if CK bursts you off the illusions, it gives your team time to deal with him a little bit or stun him up, deal some AoE magic damage, you can come back with the second life and man fight him. It is a route you can go. That's what I would think they're aiming for here, because again, yeah, like you said, I don't think a huge amount of
I'll bring up one hero that I know you hate. Troll Warlord.
Troll Warlord?
Troll Warlord. I hate Troll Warlord.
Yeah, you do. You always point it out.
News to me.
I worked 2 DPC tours with you.
It's a little bit of projection, I think. You're the troll warlord hater. I'd be okay with a troll.
You would?
Not
just
this
a
game.
miss.
I mean, I hate that hero, but in general, I think there is some games where that hero can thrive. It's definitely a Hector hero.
It's pretty decent with IO too. You get the mega boost to movement speed. Troll can kind of protect the IO with the axes.
It's definitely nice.
You can maybe eventually get the Ags on Troll, and if you can purge this guy's shield.
Perma blind the Chaos Knight? That sounds pretty ham.
It's not bad.
Troll always looks good in theory, that it's going to be like, oh, this is it. Last big Troll, no one can beat it, and he always finds a way to lose a game.
And you were saying I hate that hero. You're just throwing shade.
I'm just throwing the stats out there.
Oh, just the stats.
He's just about data. Nothing personal, all right?
We can tell you're super unbiased up on this panel. It's okay, look off.
Beast.
Removing some of the Zoo here, but if you're worried about Zoo, Gaming Gladiators, they play it all, so you're going to have to deal with it no matter what if they really want to go that route. And again, there's another draft. They can just save Ace's hero till last. That's the other benefit. If they're super confident to take the cores early, the other reason it's so good for them is they always like to take Ace's hero later. So now they just get to take 2 supports, save his hero to last, set up their lanes off the matchup potentially, get something they're comfortable with. There's the Rubik. I thought they were going to take first phase, but this is our spooky Rubik game, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's not particularly good against... I mean, the CK1 sort of goes both ways. The stun steal is insane if you can get it, but there's not much else about the matchup that's very good. And the hero is quite bad against Ember. If you steal bolas, you can't really use the spell that realistically.
Have seen Schofield pop off on this Rubik, though. It is a definite hero that he can excel with.
It's also sort of a flex. They have plated 5 Rubik a couple times this tournament.
Oh, I thought you were talking about mid. I was getting...
You're getting excited.
Mid Rubik is spicy.
Well, you had that in your notes, is that?
No. I just look at this Rubik and Io, and they feel very vulnerable and unprotected once again when CK and Ember, once they get to their item timings. I don't think these 2 heroes are going to be the answer for it.
Do you sometimes think that the Rubik pick is like, all right, it's not like the best Rubik game, but it puts them off picking certain things because, well, there's a Rubik in the game, so we'll pick something else?
There's an element to that sometimes. I also think Rubik is just a hero that a lot of players are just very comfortable on, and sometimes, you know, you're down a game, it's on stage, you're like, just give me what I like, you know, give me the Rubik. Right. There's a lot of players like that.
They do like this lane combo too. They've played Rubik Mars a couple times, I think, even probably this tournament at least once. There's some decent spells to steal.
Yeah.
I mean, being able to throw a grip back in this fight is extremely influential.
Yeah, grip is
not a lot to counter it.
One of those super easy to steal spells, isn't it?
They preemptively knew.
The foresight from Schofield.
Now it's a question of which carry you want in this game, though. That's the biggest question. I feel like there's definitely a lot of mid heroes you can pick to just create some space, but what is actually going to carry this game for Ember CK? With the Bane sitting in the back, a Coddle sitting in the back. There's that Spectre route. You can jump the back line, but is it enough to man-fight these cores later?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you have to look at picking your mid-hero here. I think with the amount of random cheesy counter picks that Gaiman has, you know, the entire zoo, you want to save that carry for last so you don't just get, like, mega countered, and he gets this, you know, super free Legion game like the last game.
He's also the one that plays Lycan. I mean, he also plays the Beastmaster from the off lane, so you always got to be careful with that. And I mean, Beastmaster is banned out, but looking at the 2 supports again, it feels like there's a lot of things that can abuse them in the lane.
Lycan waiting in the trees.
Yeah, I mean, from Ember's perspective... Okay, so we saw this matchup earlier. It is a very volatile one, but I think this one is a bit different than the other game in that they have this Coddle, and Ember Coddle against Kunkka is a bit different than just one naked Ember. You have much more follow-up damage. This Coddle is going to get a Vessel, and this Kunkka hero before BKB just absolutely melts the Vessel, or post-BKB. So while this matchup can be quite volatile for Ember, I think if I were Ember this game, I'd still be quite happy with how like exposable and sort of open BeastCoast heroes are.
Does help with the Zoo and make their last pick a bit easier, though, in terms of opening up the carry pool. Kunkka helps that carry go in the fight. He's going to give you more AoE, more utility, more sustain versus Chaos Knight Burst. Some disruption for this grip as well. I think it's the pick they needed, maybe not the one they felt ideally they should have been forced into, but again, this is a team that plays for their carry, right? You have to make his life somewhat easy. You have to make his pick open. Can't just leave him on an island and play greedy on the other heroes. So I think it's one of the better picks they could have done in that situation for their team philosophy. Now it's a question of, again, what is Hector going to play? Lacoste.
I get it, because Ricky's invisible.
I'm looking at what Ace is going to play here. He has not played Tidehunter in this major so far, and I've been most impressed by his Tidehunter throughout the DPC. He's been really a shining star, I would say, whether they want to leave him alone, and if they want to match up the team fight that BeastCoast got with the Arena and the boat, they might need something more team fighting, because right now it's all about like the pickoffs, combo, Keeper of the Light plus Ember Spirit, and they need some time to come online. I mean,
he likes that Tide
is,
Mars
yeah,
matchup too.
Yeah, for sure.
There's the Legion ban again. I mean, this would have been a very good Legion game. The save against Kunkka, against Mars, all this crap, it just gives them like a super free game once again.
The other option, I think, is a Dragonite to be able to have like a guaranteed stun, something that comes online relatively quickly, just goes for the Blink Dagger, that's their Blink initiation, and it's a very good lane. Keeper of the Light plus Dragonite just feels really nice to have.
There's still Pango here. Pango Coddle?
Yeah.
No BKB piercing from BeastCoast. They banned Bloodseeker too. You got to think about it here if you're BeastCoast.
I mean, they picked the Bane, right? So what is it scared of?
What's left? Carry Treant? I mean, there's not going to be much, right? So I'd rather ban Pango than the DK there. I can understand the DK pick, like you're saying, the Blink Stunner, but
I do think in defense of the DK ban over the Pango, there is some sense of overlap whenever you have Pango, Coddle, and Ember. Like, he's kind of looking at both these heroes, wanting to mana them both, and they both want his help.
Monkey.
So
it's Carry
off
Monkey,
lane,
CK off lane.
Yeah, CK Coddle route. You get the Carry Monkey versus a Mars lane. He's going to be super happy. Even the matchup versus Kunkka, I think you're happy to scale into that. It's a lot of pressure here.
10 seconds remaining.
Makes his carry pick harder too, because a lot of carries don't have particularly amazing matches versus that hero and can deal with a Coddle CK lane if that's what Gladiators choose to do here.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're looking at.
Troll Warlord? We're back to the Troll, a cost favorite hero. He's talked about it for 3 seasons.
I mean, it looks good on paper one more time. Missed chance against both Monkey, against the CK. You build a Battle Fury. You can play with Io in the jungle. There's going to be a lot of stacks. BeastCoast, they do love to make these juicy stacks.
What about Tiny? Tiny is in the pool. A no Tiny game?
I don't know if I've ever seen Hector play Tiny, if I'm going to be honest.
Which is kind of weird, because he has a built-in cleave, so you think if anybody would love that, it'd be him.
Right.
I feel like it's Troll or Luna. You might be able to get a tempo game with Luna, Kunkka, Mars here. You have the Io to back it up, the lane strong.
Yeah, that's fair.
You can get to like early Aegises plus the Shard. Scotty, you have a pretty decent timing. There's a similar idea with this Gyro. Is this the first Gyro of the tournament? It's got to be first or second, pretty up there.
I can't remember if we've seen it once. I remember...
I stunned Lacoste with that one. Did you see his face?
Well, I got to click some buttons.
I saw the graphic for unpicked heroes. I don't think Gyro was in it. I think he might have been picked once, but I could be wrong.
Unpicked so far.
Unpicked, I am wrong. What a surprise. By the way, the camera op absolutely loves Tofu. Lots of shots of Tofu.
I mean, I think this Gyro fills a decent amount of holes in their lineup. They have this Kunkka, they have this Mars. They want like overwhelming damage with this Io. He is sort of a CK counter. The hero can do good things against Monkey with Io. It sort of turns the matchup on its head a little bit. I think the Gyro can, I think it's a pretty decent fix for their lineup. Like, it helps fill some of the holes they had.
I think it's an awesome pick. I think this is kind of a hero people forgot about. People were picking the Medusa versus CK. It's another split shot hero. I think Gyro with the Io behind him has enough sustain with the Satanic timing to go front line, deal the flax, early AoE magic damage. He has the boat buff, rum buff behind him. It's go time, you know?
Bum rough.
Buff the boat that buffs you, I don't know, buff something. I think he can go pretty ham.
I'm still looking at the 3 BKB timings on side of Gaming Gladiators. Once they hit that, it's going to be very difficult for BeastCoast to take these fights. But at least they have something to match up the speed. Like this Gyrocopter that we mentioned, like I all eyes on him.
Quinn, are you confident? Would you be confident? Are you confident?
I'm confident in Ember Spirit.
Okay.
They are 9-0. The hero just hasn't. They just don't lose spirits. Boom is a beast.
Yeah.
And I think I'm not sure if the Gyro is enough.
Okay. Well, we're going to throw it over to our casters to tell the story on this one. Suns fan and Cinderin, best of luck, lads.
Welcome back to game number 2 between Gaming Gladiators and BeastCoast. Suns fan here with Cinderin. Hello.
Hello.
All right, let's get into the game. Get me off the camera, please. Into the game we go. I can only stand up for so much time. We need to get back into the game, please. Really appreciate that, production. Would love to see the beginning of the game. BeastCoast, will they come back again? That is the question. Thank God we're off camera. Will BeastCoast survive yet again after being down 0-1? They have done it time and time again. These are like the comeback kings, I feel like.
Yeah, and they're kind of going all in here, right? Bringing out the Gyro, completely unpicked hero of the tournament, which in a way is perhaps a little bit surprising considering how many IO games we've seen. It is one of the traditional pairings, but has just been nerfed and been less favored for quite a while now. But I agree with SVG. If there was a Gyro game in this tournament, this might be it. So if they can get K1 off to a good start, I think the comeback is possible here for BeastCoast. That said, though, Gaming Gladiators, again, get a lot of their top-tier picks. They get the CK again. They get the Bane for Celery, which is his fallback plan when he doesn't get the Ench in a lot of their games. They have Boom on an Ember Spirit, which, as pointed out multiple times by the panel, when he's played Storm or Ember, he's 9-0 in this tournament. There's a lot of things kind of stacked against them right now, BeastCoast, so they're going to need to get off to a good start in this one, or they might just get rolled like in the last.
So do you agree with panel that Ember should have been banned? Because I love teams that come into a draft knowing that another team has had so much success with a specific hero and they just want to beat it, right?
I think, to be honest, I'm not sure if BeastCoast were expecting Gaming Gladiators to first phase the hero. I think they wanted to ban it second phase, which is what they could have done that in game number 1. But this time around, the way the draft went down, when they took away the IO from Gaming Gladiators, they kind of, told them, hey, are you going to go for it or what? I think if both IO and Ember are in after they pick CK, they might opt for the IO, which is what they've run a lot on Celery as well. But this way you're just setting them up to make it an easy choice to grab that Ember, and then you can't ban it. So yeah, you've got to be ready to beat it. I think C-Smile in the mid lane, this is one of the better lanes we've seen against Ember. The Kunkka does pretty well here for the most part. Gets in a lot of free pot shots with the cleave, doing damage over time. Once he gets level 3, especially level 5, it starts getting a bit more tricky for the Ember to sustain. But
yeah. Well, I do want to mention one thing, not to be a negative Nancy here, Sinner, but Dyrachyo playing the Monkey King. Last time we saw him play this, it was against Mars on TSM, and he was pushed off those trees consistently. We'll see if he plays a little bit different and if Whisper can potentially take advantage of the arena breaking all those trees.
I think that's a good point. Also about the comfort of these players, right? Like Dyrachyo, he had a bad day against TSM on Monkey King. They're still not scared of bringing it out on the big stage, right? They still have faith. They know what they want to play. They know what the goals are. And I think if he had any lacking confidence, I think that game number 1 probably brought it back, that he's here for a reason. So I like it. I do think it's a good Monkey King game. The Mars matchup, like you said, can be a little bit tricky at times, but I think for the most part, you want to be on the Monkey King side of that matchup in the game in general. You just need to be a little bit careful with not getting caught off too much by the arena when you jump onto them in trees. Just respect them when they see you, when you know they see you. Don't jump next to a tower if Mars is missing. Don't jump next to the high ground if Mars is missing and ready to jump you. And most of the time, you should be just fine finding an angle.
All right, so it will be the offlane CK for Ace. Usually seeing this position 1, of course, but that's kind of the flexibility of the hero, along with Monkey King as well. I mean, you could have gone a lot of different ways with this lineup for Gaming Gladiators. But the mid lane is the one I want to talk about, Cinder, as we will be seeing a homie missile first in the bot lane, but just to harass a bit. It will be C-Smile on the Kunkka versus Booms. Obviously, we talked about this ad nauseum. Ember Spirit actually dodges the Torrent. And, okay, C-Smile just barely gets the water in there. But your thoughts on this melee versus melee matchup, usually a dream for Kunkka. But it is Ember who has a lot of mobility.
Yeah, in the game in general, I think both players have plays against each other. You can try to catch a random target. You can X-Mark to force Ember to use specific spells. If your teammates have good follow-up, you're going to at least get a Slight, maybe a Remnant. X-Mark can be tricky to play around with Ember once you run out of resources. But generally speaking, at this level of play, I think Ember has a pretty good time in the mid-late game against this hero. As for the lane, yeah, Kunkka's fine, but I'm surprised Boom is doing this well. He's 20-3 against 16-1. I would usually expect this to be mirrored, if anything. But Boom has just been getting a little bit more out of that early laning stage in that mid lane.
What about gank potential, though? Because a lot of these games where we're seeing Kunkka, Bane is obviously on the other team, but typically have some sort of setup for like an arrow or whatever the case may be. It's a Rubik and an Io. How much can they do to gank this mid lane?
You can do a lot with relocate, right? But that's not going to be in the mid lane early on. It's going to be later in the game that you're going to X-mark someone.
Oh, Dyrachyo stunned to the tower, but a nice sleep from Celery, keeping Whisper at bay. Dyrachyo getting...
He actually almost died anyway. He did.
Oh, Fade Bolt is enough, so Gojira gets first blood for BeastCoast. Dyrachyo laughing it off, it seems.
The combo of telekinesis into spear is really powerful. A lot of the time it can be difficult to land with a low-level telekinesis because you don't really have much reaction time on it. But BeastCoast very ready there. I also think there was a bug that got fixed where the telekinesis target on the ground wasn't visible to teammates, which might have been part of the reason that this was harder for Marses to land recently, but I think that has been sorted, so it's easier to communicate. Like, it's kind of difficult to explain where you're dropping a hero, right? It's easier if there's just a green mark on the ground that is showing it for you so you can connect that spear. I do want to finally talk a little bit about this bottom lane in theory, because I think it's kind of important the way these lanes match up to each other. Usually the way IO can win lanes is based on just out-regenning the opponents. You keep pressuring, you keep harassing, and you get the value of the tether. The problem is you're playing against CK, who has Chaos Strike, so he's going to mitigate a lot of the harassment naturally. And they're also not going to win on mana because you have Coddle. So I think Gaming Gladiators in this bottom lane are just kind of a free-farming Chaos Knight. At the very least for BeastCoast, I also think Gyro doesn't get too destroyed by this lane because he's with IO, so there's that health funnel all the time. But overall, you're going to see now again K1 is actually running out of mana on Gyro, and this means that should be no problem whatsoever for Ace to just stabilize here and find more farm.
Yep, pushing out the lane. Ace is going to be just fine, like you said. Top lane. I mean, we can talk about the CS between the carries and the off lanes. So we have, well, you talked about the mid lane already, kind of being a wash to some degree. And top lane, Dyrachyo playing the Monkey King is 27-7, and the bot lane, Gyro, pretty much the same. And then the off lanes between the Mars. Let's see, Mars has 20-2, so he is quite far behind the CK 28-6, like you said, because of that sustain in lane. Let's see if Gaming Gladiators are able to take advantage of that. But mid lane, we're not going to see much ganking action anytime soon. Only one kill in this game again. This later stage that I'm used to seeing, especially with BeastCoast playing. We have the Illuminate bottom, K1 getting quite low, but Stinger able to connect.
Unloadal exchange there on the rune attempt. So usually what Ember does when he goes for runes minute 6 is he will run to one side and have a remnant at the other. And if he doesn't find the rune, he immediately jumps. So C-Smile was expecting that and pre-cast a torrent, but the rune was on the other side. Would have been an interesting situation if it actually had spawned bottom and Boom might have remnanted into a torrent and a potential power rune for the Kunkka. But he just got it for free. Regens it up and is actually bullying him quite hard here in the mid lane. C-Smile might be forced to use Ghost Ship just to survive.
Well, gets off the X. Okay, he's going to remnant back into C-Smile, but in the waiting arms is Gojira on that Rubik, so Boom going to have to try to walk this off. Trying to get the high five. Makes some shish kebab in the meantime as well. Gets off the fight.
Love that.
Everybody loves that. Ace gets off a Chaos Bolt in the bot lane as Celery getting chased now top river, but Io's going to be the one who dies. So Stinger finally goes down in that bot lane, which we've just seen. I feel like we've seen so much harassment with 0 kill just because of the sustain on both sides.
Exactly, as both teams just heal so well in the lane. But ultimately they do overpower him, and it's likely to just get worse now. Coddle is almost level 5, CK is level 5. The amount of burst they have in this stun is pretty significant.
Getting gone on right now, gets off the spear, a nice one. Onto Dyrachyo, so into the trees he goes, but Smile has come to play, connected with Stinger, so a big investment in terms of the number of heroes from BeastCoast, and it doesn't look like they're going to find anybody, so
great lane
Gladiators, very good awareness there.
Yeah, they pre-placed this lane ward about a minute ago, and it just sees that rotation, so it's absolutely no problem for them to do the back call. They're going to take advantage of this as well by getting Ember full resources and straight back to mid and pushing this in, so nothing really was lost.
Oh, Dyrachyo wanted to go back in knowing that the rest of BeastCoast fell back to that mid lane. Looking for a potential kill onto Whisper. They got some damage. Not a whole lot of mana to work with, though. Taking off the sleep is the Rubik. Stinger connected now to Whisper. It looks like they're going to go onto this Bane. Tofu is in the area, but not able to save his fellow support. So Celery down with that rebuke. Okay, Remnant. Okay, Ember Spirit out of nowhere. Boom with the slight double damage applied as well. So they do end up getting the trade of these supports.
Coddle is generally not the best hero to have TP in to try to assist with a gank that has gone on for this long because he doesn't have a slow or a stun at this point in the game. But with Ember rotating over, he just gets that massive damage burst off in the slide chain. So nice combination there from Gaming Gladiators to get that return kill. Wasn't the biggest kill in the world, but, you know, he's very quick to come back to mid. Ember is one of the heroes that it feels the best on to gank a side lane if you don't have to commit a lot of spells, and especially with Coddle. It just feels like a non-issue entirely to rotate. You have plenty of mana where that came from.
Yeah, K1, as we can see, building an Aghanim Scepter straight after Treads. I was going to talk to you about the item build on Gyro these days. Looks like he's going Mantle afterwards to deal with the Ember Spirit for the most part, I would assume.
Also a decent way of dealing with Enfeeble, right, which is potentially going to be a factor.
I mean, that typically you see like the BKB in that slot.
Yeah.
Right? So is it because there's an IO on his team that he can be a little bit greedier? Because I assume BKB will come eventually.
Yeah, I think it's very good for him to have a lower cooldown and lower commitment way of breaking out of Searing Chains. Obviously, Manta also has the added benefit of being more stat efficient. Like, the thing you get as an agility carry, the stats are just better than a BKB by far. So if you can get away with not buying BKB, you feel very good about it.
Oh, that's a juicy stack for K1.
Two juicy stacks.
Indeed.
A lot of veggies here that you don't like, Shannon, but they're going to die soon.
I like potatoes.
Okay. You don't like tomatoes very much, though.
They got a lot of carbs for the potatoes, though.
Be happy to see those eradicated. Unfortunately, though, tomatoes in this game do grow back. Even if you've killed all of them off, they can come back there. So
yeah,
if we could please keep the camera off that space to not get Shannon triggered, I think that's something we would appreciate here so we can focus on the game.
That's very kind of you, Cinder. I really appreciate
I look
that.
out for my buddy.
You're a kind soul indeed. So, I mean, we're exiting the laning stage. Do you think, I mean, obviously the net worth is relatively even, but who's happier about this state of the game? Or are both teams feeling quite comfortable in the state that they're in?
I think it's pretty even. Gaming Gladiators, again, similar to Game 1, are starting to get a bit of an advantage. This time it doesn't feel like they will snowball it in the same fashion as the last one, especially given the matchups of the defense that BeastCoast have this time around with Io, Mars, and Kunkka with all these defensive spells. But overall, I definitely think Gaming Gladiators should still be happy they're making good progress towards the Battle Fury, which is going to be their counter, or their answer to Gyro's greedy build with the Aghanims first. And CK is closing in on an armlet, so Ace as well will be scaling. And this is one of the offlane heroes that, in theory... Oh, hang on. No.
God, get that off the screen. Disgusting. Boom. He was smoked up for so long. They were actually very patient in that triangle. And Celery, with the first Fiend's Grip of the game, looks like it's going to lead to a kill onto Whisper.
And in the meantime, BeastCoast were trying for some pressure onto Ace on the bottom lane. They used X-Mark Ghost Ship, did not force a TP at all. And guess what? Ace is going to crit 2 creeps, and it'll be like nothing happened.
Yep, what a hero.
Because this heals quite a lot. Let's watch him heal.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's one.
Wait. One more. Oh, yeah, that's
all right. Can we do the third one?
And...
Come on, 33%. You can do it.
Okay, that's...
He's just not good at CK, man. You gotta crit that.
Okay, we're getting another couple stacks here. Celery, homing missile. They have a little bit of vision here, but it's like he sees that and will back up in turn. Gets off the Nightmare. Nice dodge. Boom. Wants to try to steal a couple of these creeps away. Still with a couple remnants available to him. Whisper takes that haste rune. See the rocket barrage from K1. Trying to deal damage to Boom, but Boom just focusing on Stinger right now. Still with a remnant, gets a sleight of fist off. Nicely done. Meanwhile, the Mars Arena was used. Looks like that led to a kill on Tofu. So 1-for-1 supports across the board.
Yeah, Whisper just ran the Coddle down Arena and speared him and killed him off with a little bit of help from his team there. So... like you said, 1-for-1 trade. Nothing too much coming of that. Obviously, towers are quite in favor of Gaming Gladiators. If there's something to look at right now, it's how much map the teams have access to, right? If you get into this kind of stalemate with a lot of farming, it's very meaningful to have taken those tier 1 so you have more space to operate on. They've taken the top tier 1. The bottom tier 1 is about quarter health now as well for BeastCoast.
They're pinging out Ace. There comes the X. The Shark is coming, connects easily. Spear as well, just complete lockdown. They even bring K1 and Stinger to finish him off. Of course, that is a position 3 CK this game, but still a nice kill for BeastCoast. Yep. I'm going to try to transition this into a tier 1 potentially, but Tofu is here with the Illuminate, so
Yeah, you're not
pretty
pushing
annoying
that.
to deal with. I mean, that was quite the commitment, Cinder. Do you think that's maybe
Oh, Boom.
Yep, Stinger. They knew that he relocated. Trying to connect again. Remnants are there as Boom able to take him out in style. As Boom, again, just absolutely rolling this game. Top 2 net worth along with Dyrachyo on his own team. I mean, even with the 1 tower advantage right now, if you take that away, this net worth-wise at least is dead even.
Yeah, it is a pretty damn even game in terms of gold. So it's about who transitions better into that mid game. I guess something worth pointing out is the Monkey King hasn't really been involved in much of anything. He's just been farming. They have been bringing the gyro a little bit to moves in order to find successful kills. He's got only 1 assist to his name, but they did bring him to another move that wasn't successful.
Oh, Arena,
so
but instant sleep from Celery. Still going to get pinned to the Arena. And it looks like he will fall shortly after him. With the counter initiation now from Gaming Gladiators, they still want to fight. Balance Strike onto 2, Remnants to come.
Oh, that
Finding
blind.
like a little bit of miscommunication there, but Gojira still falls. So 1 for 1. K1 now hooked up with Stinger. And Boom, very little mana to speak of, but bottles up. And obviously there's a Coddle nearby, so he's good to go. So still, all this action is another 1 for 1 just the ports. As the Aghanim Scepter is now finished for Gyrocopter, he'll get that little side gunner action. Kind of a way for him to farm a little bit more efficiently. And then the Battle Fury for Dyrachyo is on the way, actually. So they kind of align for each respective position 1. Now Blink Dagger, okay. So Whisper ready to initiate.
I think BeastCoast might want to try to fight now, but they need to be careful with getting into 5v5s. I think their goal should be to find an X mark or to find an arena and then use relocate and outnumber. Flat out 5-on-5 does not look great for them
It
against
pops.
the
They know that somebody's close to this tier 1 tower. They don't know who, though. Phantasm
Oh, they
is
got
popped.
Whisper.
Yep, they got the Searing Chain. Spear's going to whiff. Illuminate doing a ton of damage. He's brought back in and brought to his knees. First to die, Ace, though. Looks like he's going to take the brunt of this damage with the boat into the Chaos Bolt, so ends up being another 1 for 1, but this time the offlane for offlane. A lot of these trades seem very even across the board.
That difference here being, again, Dyrachyo not involved. So he's going to be pushing out top. He's going to be finding that little bit of extra farm. Now he's TPing bot to try and play the triangle. There's a huge stack for him here. He could stack it one more time.
Oh, yeah.
4 minutes 16, which he is about to do. And maybe even grab himself the other stack. So
let's see, does he get both?
That stack did not succeed, did it?
No.
Oh, he did with the stun. He only gets 1, though. He didn't get the big camp, but he did stack the Ancients with the...
Yeah, let's get a round of applause for that stack. 1 out of 2, not too bad. Excellent stuff.
As you and I agreed, 50% success rate is pretty good. You round it up to 100, so very good.
Absolutely.
He got them both, in other words.
Indeed. So Dyrachyo, like you said, not involved, but Gaming Gladiators are perfectly fine with that as he is farming quite well indeed. Looks like BKB is next up for him. We're seeing a lot of Aghanim Scepters on these Monkey Kings. Do you expect that to come out after the BKB potentially?
I'm not sure. I think the BKB into may be a higher damage item.
Hold that horse, Cinder and Celery with the grip. We have the relocate coming. Boom, thinking about going in. Gets off the slight, but there's the arena.
Nice
dodge from Celery. Looks like he'll still fall, but look at the commitment from BeastCoast to try to counteract this. They bring their literal entire team. Ace is here all of a sudden. He's going to get grip. That's the stolen grip from Gojira. Nicely done. Wukong's command from Dyrachyo. Not going to be enough to save his comrade at arms, but Boom. If they can get this kill onto K1, this will be huge. Searing Chains. He's dropping slowly. Another right click. Not quite enough. Boom. Finally, with the sleight of fist, brings him down. Tofu will be the trade, though. And
Boom really wants to get more now.
Absolutely. He's dealing so much damage. Double kill for him. As Whisper has to be careful because Dyrachyo's still in the trees. Gojira instant telekinesis. Doesn't matter. The Boundless Strike is to come. Mischief keeps going a little bit longer. Dyrachyo looks like he's going to be able to get out just fine. Man, that was close.
That was clutch as all hell from Dyrachyo to actually get away from that situation. Oh, Whisper actually guessed the tree, but he is too late on that TP. Very nice plays from both teams there. A lot of great spell casting. Worth highlighting as well there, Gojira Schofield gets the steal. Quinn was talking about this on the panel, how stealing Searing Chains is almost never good on Rubik, but he did find a moment here that it actually did matter. So you're going to see here once this chase goes into the tower, Ember will want to use the Searing Chains a second time here after being given mana by the Coddle. They've been stolen now by Rubik, and he's holding on to them forever. Just waiting. Boom doesn't realize that these chains are on the Rubik, so when he dives in here, notice Schofield getting the chains there, in range of the tower, so they get like extra hundreds of free damage, and they set up for the Blink Spear.
That was nice.
And even trying to get Dyrachyo there, so close, but very clutch on the jump away. He died though.
He did.
So he didn't die in that clip, but that was the setup for him to die in live.
That's right.
Getting ganked off here.
Caster's Curse as always. I mean, I'm not sure. Was he still low? He must have been. Didn't go back to
I think, I'm not sure actually.
Well, maybe we'll get a replay of that. Either way, that is a big kill for BeastCoast.
That is huge. That's more or less equalizing the game. That was the kill they really wanted to find.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, so we see it here. So half HP in the jungle. No problem.
A little bit greedy, I won't lie. I mean, I know when that Battle Fury comes out, the greed just, it's exponential almost. It just keeps going on and on and on until you die. So let's see if he kind of resets that mentality as Celery in the opposing jungle.
It was close for the BKB. I think he needed an additional 3 camps and maybe 1 wave. So quite a bit of a setback there. The BKB timing around 20 minutes with Battle Fury is what you want to see as Monkey King.
Yeah.
He's also been fortunate enough to find a Brigand's Blade, which is definitely going to help him quite a lot. Great item on that hero.
K1 is now the top net worth in the game because of that kill. And actually, he went for the Band of Elven skin. So I thought that was going to be the Manta, but actually he's opting for the BKB first. So changes his mind. Will still end up going for the Manta at some point. Although it looks like the Chrysalis might be first up for him.
This next team fight is going to be so crucial. If BeastCoast managed to find it before the BKB is online on Monkey King, I think I favor them. He's very close though. He found another nice bit of farm in the jungle with stacks. Arena.
Yep. Celery
easy kill.
And dead. And stolen was Brain Sap as BKBs picked up on both respective sides simultaneously. There's now a mech online for Stinger, so obviously one of the best mech carriers in the game. Man, even more. Look at the timing on these BKBs. 4 out of nowhere now is Smile. Not gonna be able to do much here. Boundless Strike from afar, but Gaming Gladiators looking to reset.
Yeah, Gojira stole the Searing Chains once again. See if he can find a similarly impressive situation to before. I doubt it, but
he does
you never know.
Shard now, by the way, so they have kind of. I mean, Io is a save type hero. Now,
that's true. Another save.
Now Rubik can follow suit.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice way of getting your core out of the Monkey King arena. So.
Yeah, they did not pop with that smoke, but still go on top of the illusion. So Smile knows that they're in the area. Light a fist. Like they're just going to try to clear up. Okay.
Grip. Oh, he's thrown away.
From global range, basically, but the telekinesis comes in. Smile looks to be just fine. Gojira, not so much. And that BKB's pop big time here from Gaming Gladiators. I guess K1 did as well. As he is just backing up. And
No
again,
BKB Ember, no BKB Monkey. They still have it on CK, but no Phantasm on him. So I think Gaming Gladiators, they're probably just going to take this
fight.
Minor victory, if you even want to call that, with the 2 BKBs that they popped, and just chill a little bit, control the area.
And what about Roche?
Mid tower.
Which team has the Roche advantage this time around?
It's kind of close, I think, when Gyro has Side Gunner.
Neither of them are super fast.
Yeah. If it was pre-nerf CK, I think I would pick the Dire just for the Chaos Strike bonus on Roche. I think it's kind of close. Overcharge with Gyro is always...
And what about team fights in Roche? So to contest in one, you have the arena, you have Wukong's command on the other side. I would assume BeastCoast slightly...
Yeah, I like BeastCoast in an arena fight simply because they have this better saves, right? They can telekinesis out, they have relocate, they have ghost ship. So they have more options of resetting and disengaging, and I think the key hero to look out for will be Boom on that Ember to try to chase down and kill the supports. You want to kill Io and Rubik here.
A1 getting slowed down. Nightmare setup. Boundless Strike is there as well. Chaos Bolt as well. Whisper gets off the arena though, but they've lost the gyro. And now Whisper running away. The rest of his team was trying to go for a gank in the top jungle to try to wrap around, but it ends up costing them 2 cores.
Awesome Nightmare from Celery on the Io.
Stinger.
Couldn't do anything.
Trying to run away, still attached to a teammate. Dyrachyo and company look to be finishing off their 3rd hero. Ace awkwardly up here. Still has his TP.
Very well done by the Gladiators. I'm not sure how Celery reached that Nightmare. It has to have been during a tether or something. He was very far away from him, and he doesn't have Aether Lens.
Is this enough to Roche?
That essentially just set that up. I think they have enough time, probably. No Phantasm once again, though, so maybe it will be a little bit close.
It is scanned out, but
yeah.
Wisp is not up for 20 seconds, which would be the relocate for the gyro in all likelihood, because they probably won't be able to get here in time, and yeah, it's going to be too late. So Gaming Gladiators with that 5K lead now, and Aegis, they got, I believe, every Roche last game as well, so...
I think so, yeah.
They're separating themselves just a bit from BeastCoast.
If BeastCoast knew for a fact that that Roche was happening, they might have been able to delay it long enough with 2 Torrents and a Ghost Ship, but...
Oh, they scanned it right at the beginning.
Yeah, but it's not enough for them to move there when they have no information about the placement of enemy heroes, right? They don't have a good offensive ward to cover the area. They have the one on the enemy side of the hill, which gives a little bit of knowledge about where they are, but they don't see their own triangle high ground. So if you walk up there, you could just get caught and just blasted, and then the Roche is free, but you also lost 2 cores, right? So you're probably better off just not taking the risk and letting that go the way of Gaming Gladiators. Like you said, 5K lead. Starting to approach some new important items. Monkey King almost has the Axe. You are right, he was going to go for that. Chaos Knight Dagger in 100. Ember is building his own Axe as well. And Celery on the way to a Vlad. So we'll get the ever so beloved Wraith Pact.
Oh, yeah.
It says a lot about Wraith Pact when you start buying it on Bane over Lens. That is very telling about how good this item is right now for these pro teams, because that has been the stable item for Bane for seemingly ever, has been to get that Lens. Oh, the catch up.
Initiation. They find Stellar again, but boom.
Free pick.
Wasn't inside, so they'll have to settle for the support. And again, we talked about the Celery. He's fine dying in these situations. Yeah. I mean, trading a Mars ult for him is probably in their favor, at least from his perspective.
A lot of the time, he will place himself to break smokes or just be the first target. So his cores can farm extra camps, farm extra aggressively on the waves, and that is completely fine.
Tofu and Ace now getting control of the enemy jungle. We'll see if they're able to find anybody. Gojira has stolen, I mean, he's on top of the trees now. They're playing a little Monkey King action. I think that, I mean, the animations are faster, right? So I wonder if that works similar to the old shard for Monkey King, which I think are talents now. Is Dyrachia trying to chase? Little does he know there's Monkey King. Oh, they're on the same tree! Who jumped it? Gojira! That is unfortunate for you, Dyrachio. That was sick.
Wait, were they on the same tree and he cut it and they both got stunned?
I don't think Dyrachio. Okay, we're going to look at a replay.
Too, right?
All right, we're going to look at the replay.
Oh, that's hilarious if that's the case.
We can investigate. I mean, was it too much weight for 2 heroes to be on the same tree, or
maybe
did he cut it with the Battle Fury? Either way, the Tier 2 tower is going to be taken out uncontested. As we can see, the Agnum Scepter online from Dyrachio. And still 2 minutes with the Aegis.
Oh, Boom might find more here. If Stinger...
Oh, K1 forced to BKB TP. And that's a relatively fresh one, right? That was the 8-second charge. So down to 7 he goes. And here we see the replay. Okay, so there's the first jump. And the second, the Battle Fury's off cooldown. He does chop it, and they are both stunned. Oh, I thought he wasn't stunned because of the Agnum Scepter.
Oh, right.
K1 getting slowed perpetually. We'll be able to get back to base, but it doesn't look like Gojira is going to be so lucky. So another kill for Gaming Gladiators, still with the Aegis advantage, as this lead is slowly growing in their favor. They're grouping up for a potential Tier 2 push. Looks like Daedalus is going to be next for Dyrachio. And this Tier 2, BeastCoast being a little bit annoying.
Celery could make a big play here. Okay, Nightmare Grip, but he is missile.
The grip. Here comes the Ember Spirit. There's another sacrifice for Celery. If they're able to kill K1, this will be worth it. BKB still down. Looks like he's going to drop, though.
Where's the tether?
70 seconds of no gyrocopter. Smile forced to BKB and run away. So another defensive BKB usage from BeastCoast. You can see as they clean up, Stinger on top now.
I think either he was too late to tether or it was on cooldown or something repositioned him, but it felt like Gyro was savable there, even without the BKB, since he did get the homing missile off on Bane and kill him alone there during the grip. If you're Gaming Gladiators, you're super happy about that trade. You just killed off the Gyro IO and all you lost was your Bane. You did this essentially while having full control of 3 lanes. Whisper is now opening up a little bit up top, but look at the aggressive vision that Gaming Gladiators have placed. They have one below the top tier 2 tower, they have one to the right of the mid tier 2 tower, and then in the bottom lane, sure, they don't have a ward, but the wave is literally right outside the base. They have full control. If you want to access anything as BeastCoast right now, you got to do it with a smoke plus relocate gank, probably. So they have quite a bit of damage control to do right now. Honestly, the map is just closing in on them, similar to game number 1.
Yep, and now Boom has the Aghanim Scepter, which I would classify as probably a top 10 Ag. And they're in extremely good. Just ultra mobility.
And with the shard too.
Did he actually finish that?
He got the shard from...
Oh yeah, you're right. He has it in his quick buy.
Yep.
Maybe he'll buy it for a teammate, if only that worked. Maybe for Alchemist, that would be an interesting change. I like that.
Oh.
Okay, on to Smile we go. For Gaming Gladiators, has to pop his BKBs. The Mars Arena from Whisper, the BKB from him as well. Again, focusing on Celery. Looks like they'll find him eventually, along with Tofu as well. Buyback, though, onto Celery's Dyrachyo gets off that Wukong's command. Both supports dead for BeastCoast as K1 attempting to get out, but a nice boundless strike onto 2. Dyrachyo cleans up K1. Whisper left all alone, and it looks like he is next on the list for Gaming Gladiators, and they have extended this lead to 11K. And things are looking quite good for them to potentially 2-0 here.
Nice play there from Gaiman as well. The Gyro is holding his Manta the whole time to try to break slight chains, but what they did was they stunned him from the trees with Monkey King, so he has no chance to react. He also can't disjoint the Chaos Bolt because he's already sitting in the Monkey Stun. And you saw him use Manta on 5% health because he was stunned from 80 to there. So not really much to do. First lane of Barracks goes the way of Gaming Gladiators, and they're just looking like the stronger team, which arguably isn't too surprising considering how the groups went, considering how they were looking against TSM, but you had this thought in the back of your mind, okay, can they do it on the big stage? Are they going to mess up a little bit and throw away their lead? Has not been the case today at all.
Yeah, they have been on another level today, for sure. And I think they were quite angry with their performance against TSM. Of course, nothing to take away from TSM as they played extremely well in addition. So 2 sets of racks for Gaming Gladiators, as now BeastCoast about to get their full lineup back from the fountain. It looks like Gaming Gladiators might want to still fight. Boundless Strike. Now on the retreat they go, but there's the Nightmare onto Boom, so the rest of the team has to stay. Force Staff, there's the Arena, but the BKB pop from Boom, and again, focusing on Celery. That is essentially a dieback for him. Now the focus on the K1 and company.
Boom is out of Remnants.
Yep. Okay, the Rebuke. That's a double kill for Whisper. Ace finds 1 kill in the meantime. He gets out the Phantasm as well. Inside the Wukong's command. Down goes Gyro again. No buyback. And the buyback comes out from Boom, so he can get back extremely fast. And this looks to be it, as Gaming Gladiators knocking BeastCoast out if things continue. So BeastCoast with a very good run in this tournament, but it looks like it ends here. On to the Ancient they go, so Gaming Gladiators, GG is called. Very, very impressive performance from them.
Yeah, definitely a team to look out for now for the rest of the bracket. You had your question marks. I think they've been turned into exclamation marks for me. Very, very dominant today. Not really a very close series overall at any point. I think BeastCoast were doing okay for 15 minutes in either game and then just got flat out outclassed in that mid game. Which is a very good sign for Gaming Gladiators going up against either the winner of Thunder Awaken or OG tomorrow.
Yep.
Which should be a very exciting series as well. Obviously, after we saw OG on stage today, should be quite the interesting match. But this obviously, it's the end of the run for one of the SA teams. Getting a top 6 finish here, BeastCoast, I think is still a very admirable result. Don't think, obviously, they might be a little bit disappointed with their performance today, but once you take a step back, you look at what power level you came in with, you look at the competition, still think a 5th, 6th place finish is a good placement for them. And now obviously they will be cheering on the final SA team tomorrow in Thunder Awaken toward that top 4.
And for Gaming Gladiators, Boom, 10-2 this game. He is now 10-0 at the major on Ember Spirit. We'll see if that gets banned ever going forward. But they have secured themselves top 4. Let's take a quick break and see what the panel has to say about this 2-0 victory for Gaming Gladiators.
chasing you. You're my poison. You stick to me like glue.
Yeah, welcome back to the ESL 1 Stockholm Major. We say goodbye to BeastCoast, but Gaming Gladiators turned up and did the business, winning 2-0. Very impressive showing from them. Gentlemen, we are going to go now. Before I come to you, we're going to go and talk to Tsunami, who has the interviews with the teams.
Your foot, yeah, exactly. Yes. I am standing here with Avo and Chris Luck, who is in relatively high spirits, all things considered. Avo, go ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Tsunami. He doesn't leave, though. He respects me unlike Slacks. Chris, you're... He says, what's up?
What's up?
What's up? Chris, despite this not being the result you liked, it's one of the best results for BeastCoast on a major. You've been struggling at LAN for a while. ¿qué piensas de este resultado? ¿Qué significa para ti?
¿Qué puede significar? Dime a ver tú.
¿Qué le dices a eso? ¿Qué puede significar? ¿Qué es bueno? ¿Estás contento con el resultado, triste?
O sea, no estoy contento ni triste, así que... Normal.
¿Aceptas?
Sí.
He accepts the result. He can't be sad, he can't be happy. It's the result that was given, and that's what he accepts it. Doesn't symbolize anything to him whatsoever. No. As we have our eyes set on TI, is there anything that you take away from this tournament and you'd like to show in the main stage?
¿Qué dijiste?
Ah, perdón, mierda. Cuando vamos al TI, ¿hay algo que hayas sacado de este torneo, que hayas aprendido, algo que te haya gustado mucho esta experiencia? Este año.
Ah, que viene.
Sí.
No sé, solamente espero llegar al TI y dar lo mejor de mí. Y ya.
¿No has sacado nada del torneo?
Tal vez sí un poco que mejorar, ¿no? En la parte de mi juego y de ahí aprendo de ello.
He's learned how to improve parts of his game. He's ready for TI as well, and he wants to give his best there. And he's very excited for it as well. And finally, any words for your fans, for the South Americans that came here to support you from far away?
Gracias a toda la gente por apoyarnos y es una lástima que nos quedemos hasta acá.
He says thank you for supporting him, but he says it's unfortunate that they end the run here. Pero para los fans sudamericanos, sé que les apoyan igual, ¿verdad? Haced un poco de ruido, por favor, los peruanos de ahí, griten un poquito.
Los que están sentados no son peruanos porque no gritan, mira.
Los que están sentados ahí, Thunder Awaken is not supporting them. He wants to call them out. Chris in high spirits. This ends the run of the tournament. Unas palabras finales?
Nada que decir, Woody. Gracias por la entrevista.
Nothing to say, Woody. Thank you for the interview. Back to you, Ted.
I'll take it from here, Chris.
Give it
Thank you
to
very much. I appreciate it. Avo. Meanwhile, we've got a
Go back to Tsunami because I believe he's got the winner.
And BeastCoast, please, if you don't mind, come on, make some noise. Please make some noise. Celery, my friend. Not but a few months ago, you were team tickling it up, and now you're standing here on this stage in front of this crowd. What's this journey for the past few months been like for you?
Pretty good, I guess. Was not expecting it.
Not expecting it, but have you embraced it with all your hard work? You feel like you're finally getting yours, that it's finally paying off?
Yeah, I mean, it's really nice to have an audience and play somewhere live. It feels really good.
And your next opponent, going to be either Thunder Awaken or OG. You want to fight another South American team or fight one of your country region mates?
I would rather play another South American, but I think it will be really fun either way. They're both crazy teams, so.
And very fun to watch as well. Celery, thank you so much for the great Dota. Thanks for taking the time to speak to me, and we'll send it back to Pyrian.
Thank you, Tsunami. Remember my name. That's really nice. How we didn't? Oh man, guys, that was a pretty good victory from Gaming Gladiators. I think they really stamped their sort of message, if you like, on the tournament that they came to win.
For sure. Anytime you get as a convincing series as that, it only does more to fuel your confidence. They're going to feel better going into the next stage. It's another South American team. They have some confidence in terms of battling that region. If it's OG, they've been fighting them for who knows how long now. So I think they're in a decent spot to potentially go even deeper.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Looking how they played, you know, people were wondering whether it's going to be some shaky performance. They had it against the TSM FDX, whether they're going to underperform coming into the stage, but it doesn't feel like it. It feels like these guys, they belong here. They belong in the arena.
Dirachi really had a great performance on the Monkey King. I thought he was absolutely superb.
Yeah, I think he played super well both games. I think there's a very interesting dynamic to these teams that they don't pick a lot of heroes, but you know going in, they're going to pick Chaos Knight, they're going to pick Ench, like you pick your poison and you play against them.
Yeah.
And I think that's a strength of them, is they just play their style, they get to play their heroes, they're very comfortable, and I think that showed here, they owned.
Yeah, I agree. Let's take a look at the updated standings, which we have now following the games that we've had today. So there we have it. We have Game Gladiators 2-0ing BeastCoast. They go into the next round. So tomorrow Thunder Awaken play OG. Game Gladiators will play the winner of that series. And of course, Tundra Esports TSM FDX awaits us as well.
And a upper bracket final.
Yeah, how about
I
that?
remind you, 2 NA captains. Where are the haters now?
I'm not a hater. Don't look at me.
I wasn't looking at you.
Okay, well, you were looking at me, but you weren't looking at me, is what you're saying.
Well, I was, but we all know you're a secret NA.
I'm not a secret NA div. I never said I was. I don't know where that's come from. Anyway, let's look at the schedule for tomorrow, if we can. This is what you've got tomorrow. You've got Thunder Awaken versus OG at 12. Tundra Esports against TSM FTX. That's the upper final. That's at 3:35. And then Game and Gladiators against the winner of Thunder Awaken, OG, rounds out the day. Some Kraken series there as we get towards the business end of the tournament here at the Stockholm Major.
Who's your favorite, Ted?
I don't want to say I don't have favorites. I remain neutral for the duration of each tournament.
Well, I think Thunder Awaken OG is going to be one wild series. We saw today some crazy comebacks from OG, and I feel like, them playing on the stage against the Thunder Awaken, which is my personal favorite for this tournament. I think they can do the lower bracket run. I feel like this series is going to be wild. So you better be there, better show up on time in the arena, and also from your bedrooms or whatever you're watching from.
Whatever cave you're watching the Dota from, you better be there. Quinn, have you enjoyed your time on the panel today?
I have. It's been very nice. I am looking forward to watching some American Dota tomorrow. USA.
USA, yeah, that's the chant indeed. Chaps, thank you so much. I think this was a really good day of Dota, the first day here at the Stockholm Major. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. It was my first time hosting, so it was a bit crap. I apologize for that, but I'll try and improve. We're going to say, oh, well, thank you. They agree I was crap. That's nice. All right. Well, it may be a damage reduction meta, but it's definitely not a Dota reduction meta, because as you saw, we got plenty more coming. Join us then, ESL 1 Stockholm Major, powered by Intel.
All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay. You heard the hook, look at how I look. The outfit raw got me looking uncooked. Schedule not flexible, period, decimal. I love getting green, but I hate eating vegetables. My homies get lit, slay so much, Saint Nick. Shoes on fire when I walk, leave it crisp. Just walked in and this bottle's where I sit. Want my homies to win, eat steak with the shrimp. Slay it to the haters so the windows got tint. Slayer, slay 'em, slay so much, I'm the bad guy in. Slay so much, let the bad guys in. Do you slay? It depends. Do you slay with your friends? If you slay, you attend. Don't slay it for the win. Yeah, cause all I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay.
Yo, slaying every day's a job. I work it like I do a 9 to 5. No punching in or punching out. I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I do is slay all day. Slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm
9 to 5. No punching in or punching out, I'm round the clock, the hardest you will find. So I gotta grind, like you never see before, and that's all the time. I'm saying what you need to know, cause I'ma shine. You can get yours, cause I'ma get mine. Fresh to death, the freshest of the fresh. To be the best, you can accept no less. OG status, I ain't new to this.
All I do is slay, slay all day, slaying anything and anyone that's in my way. You just good, but I'm so great, do whatever it takes. All I
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
come over, let me drink for free. Call me gorgeous, see what's underneath in my head now. Planning silently how I would get out of this if it turns ugly. This is what it takes to be a girl, trying to survive with pretty girls. Gotta check behind me when I walk down the street. Don't know who is watching me, sitting pretty in a wicked world is what it takes to be a girl. With the big men in their fancy suits, talking business in the conference room. Big promotion, what do I have to do to get that many?
That's right. There's going to be a little bit more. I know we already rolled the credits and everything, but apparently we're doing a post-credit show. It's Late Night Drinks with Cap. It's a recap show in a bar. And, well, there's a lot of things we saw today. Gaming Gladiators, they managed to win that last game. BeastCoast managed to take down BetBoom. Still ended up getting knocked out of the tournament, though. We also said goodbye to our last Southeast Asian team in Fnatic. Very sad about that. That's the recap. Let's go drinking, shall we? Oh, right on time. Oh, that's good. Let's head on in. We've got a full house. Talent, players, VIPs, mysterious businessmen, crypto millionaires. Honestly, it's a fun bag of people here. I don't know who exactly is going to be joining us today. Well, I know at least one man is, but we're just going to kind of see where the night takes us. It's an improv show for somebody who's never done an amount of improv. Should be pretty good. Fortunately, I'm not alone. I've got Seek and Strike here, also known as Richie. And it turns out when we pitched this show, we had no idea that we had a bartender in our midst. Richie, you did 2 years of bartending?
I did 2 years. That was actually my last normal person job, if you can call it that, before I actually started casting Dota full time. So it's kind of nice to be back here, actually, with friends and just drinking after some dotes.
And so you were a Dota fan.
Of course.
When you were a bartender.
Of course.
And when this whole thing was talking about Avo, who's like, oh, you should hit up Richie. Yeah. He's actually got like Dota drinks that he's already put into notebooks and stuff. So you were already bartending and you were already a Dota fan and you were thinking of Dota drinks. Did you ever actually make any?
I actually didn't. You know, I didn't. There's a whole Dota-themed menu tonight. So that's what I'm serving up a couple of gentlemen. If you see people with drinks in their hands, it's a Dota drink, you know. So, but I can't say. I've made one menu before, but it was not really the Dota-enjoying type of crowd.
Well, I would love to be able to get a drink. Let's go ahead and talk about what you got on the menu.
Yeah, sure. Unfortunately, we don't have them printed out yet, but we got plenty of spells given that it's a Phoenix-themed tournament. I reckon I'm going to go ahead and make you a little Radiance. How about that?
Okay. What's in it?
We got ourselves some pineapple juice, your choice of vodka or tequila.
Okay, I'll take vodka.
Some Cointreau, a little bit of Sprite, and then grenadine to give it that nice little sunset Phoenix color, you know.
Okay, very nice.
Why don't you make two of those? Because I've been waiting 20 minutes.
You know, like, Ted, come back here. Ted, come back here.
Well, I get started,
How does it feel that you took my job and then I, in turn, took your job?
I apologize. But
I also apologize.
Yeah, but I don't care.
No. That makes sense.
You have a go at my lousy job, and I'll have a go at your job, all right? And you can tell me afterwards, this is fun, man. You get to hang out in a bar.
It is pretty... Like, honestly, I didn't realize how cozy you had it. Don't tell anybody at ESL, but they gave me days to prepare, and I literally did nothing. And I remember from TI that was very similar with you.
Well, actually, Ken and I and Dakota prepared very hard.
Sure.
Genuinely.
Yeah.
For every late game. We spent a lot of time. Writing ain't easy. And writing an hour-long show, it's tough, tall order.
Yeah. A lot of cocktails at noon. A lot of playing video games.
This interview is over.
All right, that was Ted. Thank you to Ted. Thank you for doing such a great job at TI late night shows that it's going to put me totally to shame. But fortunately, I'm going to make up for my lack of charisma and gravitas with better guests than Ted has had. And hopefully, one of them is going to join me right now. I've got Insania, my very, very good friend, who I promised drinks to if you would join me on this show.
Yeah, that was the deal.
And what are you drinking?
I heard there's some Dota-themed drinks.
Yeah.
And last time I had that was TI9, so it's been a while. I'm excited.
Okay.
I don't know what Richie has cooked up for us.
You know, I'm gonna go ahead and spoil you. You said you wanted gin and tonic originally to Richie. Is that correct?
So I told him normally I just drink girls' drinks, but on a broadcast in front of thousands of people,
you wanted a
I need
manly
something
looking drink,
slightly more manly. So yeah, I said gin and tonic will probably go down.
I heard there was a Heroes Newer drink that you always had. That was like the first thing you asked to. Something kind of tea.
So it's a Tokyo iced tea.
Okay.
And if the old Frenetic Array are watching Dota streams like 10 years later, they'll know what this story is all about. But let's just say, yeah, Australians got us really hooked on Tokyo iced teas.
What is in it anyway? Because Richie told me he's like, I can't even make that.
It's like a Long Island iced tea, but I think you replace the triple sec with Midori, if I'm not wrong.
No idea what that is, but okay.
Yeah,
Sounds
so you
good.
replace one thing with another thing, and then
Yeah,
it tastes
yeah.
like melon, and it's green.
Okay. Well, I mean, that does sound
It's
like a
good.
fruity
It's
treat,
good.
and that sounds right up my alley. I told
It
Richie
gets
as
you
many fruity
really
drinks
drunk.
as possible.
It gets you really drunk. Because
Well-
imagine, it's a Long Island iced tea, but it tastes like nothing.
Yeah. And that ends up pretty good. The all right. Is this
What did
my
you order?
finishing touches on my drink?
Ted was such a bad customer that I
Ted.
had to get him out of the
Oh, okay. Apparently Ted's holding up the line.
There is a line.
Can I get a Diet Coke on the rocks? Yeah.
I'll serve it up for you.
Is that grenadine? Are you kidding me?
I think you would love a lovely monster, is what you meant.
Can I get a Diet Monster on the rocks, please?
Fantastic. Already ruining the show as much as possible.
Don't put that up to me. I don't have anything left to say to you. I've said what needs to be said. Sorry about this, Hayden.
I'm deeply disappointed in you, Jenkins. Yes, I would love to order, but your phone is shut off, and I can't access it because I don't have the same
He's going very, very
fingerprint
well.
as you do.
I'm going to drink more of my beer.
Okay, so what do you recommend?
What do you like to drink?
I already told you.
I know. And then, you know what? I'm going to make you a bramble. How about that?
A bramble?
You ever hear of a hero called Dark Willow? You ever played
Yes.
a little bit of that?
Blooming bramble. That sounds great.
Yeah?
Yes.
That's
Please
gonna be-
make. Oh wait, no wait, hold on.
No.
Bourbon.
Bourbon.
Bourbon?
No. You're going to like it. It's either that or I can make you a bad juju. How you feeling about that?
I like the bad juju.
You like a
the
bad
bad
juju?
juju sounds more up my alley.
Okay.
More of a dazzle player,
More
really.
of a dazzle player. I
Don't really
understand.
touch Willow.
No?
No. So let's go bad juju.
Okay, we'll go for a bit of the dazzle. Probably an undefeated
What is in a bad juju anyway? Gin,
The good
lemon
stuff.
juice, strawberry syrup, ginger beer.
The good stuff.
Shaken and served over rocks, and then topped with more ginger beer.
Sounds good, right?
That does sound good.
Yeah.
All right, so honestly, how's your major been?
Oh jeez. It's been tough, to be honest. I think outside of not qualifying to TI, this has probably been the toughest loss of my career so far. Worse than Gyro. Definitely worse than Gyro.
Worse than Gyro.
Worse than Gyro. Yeah.
That is pretty rough. I mean, I got to meet some of your lovely family, so I'm sure they've been very supportive. I mean,
Yeah.
your mother was absolutely lovely.
Yeah.
I have to say, big fan. She was like so overwhelmingly kind. She ended up giving me shit for the fact that in the cast, when you guys got eliminated, I did not like their chances. And so she gave me some crap
And you know
about
what the
that
worst part of
because
this
she
is?
was like, anything to support my boy. And I was like, oh, that's beautiful.
You know she feels like shit right now because I told you that she was upset at you. She's like, but I wasn't actually that upset. I mean, why did you tell him? And now she feels guilty. Just so you know.
What's her name? What's her first name?
Salome.
Salome?
Yeah.
Salome. I never for a second thought that such a sweet, kind-hearted person like you ever had a grudge against me, so don't worry. I don't trust your son when it comes to these things. He likes to guilt trip people. I know how you
That's
work.
not true.
That is totally true.
Only in games of Mafia.
Oh,
But we
okay,
are currently playing the game of life, in which I believe it is good to be a good person.
All right, so I know in order to get you here,
yeah,
I had to promise not only you free drinks.
Yes.
But apparently you brought a whole entourage who needs free drinks.
Basically, anyone in the arena that was willing to say they're my friend for a free drink.
So
is
apparently
here.
that's all it took. It's just Aiden just, I don't know. We can actually maybe come over and meet some of this gang. Now, I heard this gang has at least one member who represents the leader. Can you point him out to me? Which one is Dirty Mike?
Talking to the microphone.
That's me. I'm Dirty Mike.
Hello, Dirty Mike.
Hello, Cap.
Dirty Mike and the boys is apparently Insania's crew.
Yeah.
What in the world made you choose a name like Dirty Mike? Because I'm not gonna lie, it's the original look. I was like, well, he's clean shaven, bald, so that was immediately off the chart. But you don't look like somebody who would
I'm very filthy.
Really?
Yeah, I'm so
like PG-13. How filthy were you talking?
Very, very, very filthy, dude. I'm a Dota degenerate, you know?
True.
Yeah.
Is that what the whole crew is here? Bunch of Dota degenerates?
No, they're like, these guys are normal, you know? It's just me,
okay.
I'm the degenerate. Like, I've
Okay.
taken it on myself to be the degenerate of the gang.
Okay,
you know?
so I'm probably talking to the wrong person because a Dota degenerate typically has very few life experiences outside of Dota. Is that true?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fairly accurate, you know?
Okay, how did you become the leader of this group? Is it mostly because I heard your name was Dirty Mike and I
Yeah.
just decided to call everybody else the boys?
No, we had like this Discord thing going on, and everyone was
Okay.
creating their own Discords, and I refused to join them. So they all just came to me, you know.
They all came to Dirty Mike's Discord.
Yeah. You know, I'm the main character. Everyone just follows me.
God, I don't want to see what is in Dirty Mike's Discord.
Just
Good
a bunch
Lord.
of Dota things, dude.
Okay, yeah, I bet.
Yeah.
Our Dota 2 smut thing.
I'll invite
Dota
you later.
things.
You can check it out, you know.
Please, God, no. All right, somebody here is Insania's longest running friend. Is that correct? Is there any chance that I can get you on camera? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. The alcohol helps. I promise. That's the only way I'm doing my job right now. I actually had about 15 drinks before this whole thing started, so I promise it's going to be good.
Way ahead.
Give me the dirtiest dirt you have on Insania, because he's too nice of a person. He's far too sweet. He can't actually be like that in real life, right? Like he had some sort of awful
I was
past,
afraid
right?
you were going to ask me these questions because I kind of heard that maybe this is something that's going to come up. And I was like, shit, I really got to think hard. I got to think about something really
Dig
really
deep
filthy.
into that
Yeah,
chest,
exactly.
yeah.
And I did. And I didn't came up with anything. This is so anticlimactic.
He's actually that
He's
way.
actually this nice. It's like he was always looking out for me, you know, and I was always the party dude, you know, getting kind of hungover and wasn't really appreciated at home, so I had to take like walks the day after, and I have a few hangover pukes. And Aiden was always the friend, you know, he walked with me for several hours just keeping me company while I was doing this shit. So I don't know, he was so nice, didn't need to be. I have no dirt on him, you know?
He is far too sweet of a person
far
to
too
be
sweet.
a Dota player.
Yeah, he
That's
is.
for certain, because I
Yeah.
feel like most Dota players have no soul. So what, did you ever see a change in him when he became a Dota player? Like, you knew him before he started gaming, or
Yeah, I
was
did.
that always a thing?
I would actually like to take credit for him actually becoming a Dota professional. Because,
Oh,
no, that's actually my credit. Because I knew him before he was good at MOBA. I got him into Dota. We were doing a 1v1 in the middle. And he was calling me tryhard because I was trying to make last hits, you know? yeah. So I knew at that
That sounds
point.
like he's already a Dota player at heart. He's like, look at this try hard. I'm losing to him. He must be trying hard. Yeah.
Yeah, so I knew it from back then. Yeah.
Wow. So we have you to thank for Insania being in the Dota scene.
I guess so. You're welcome.
Thank you. Also, I hate you a little bit because he's too
Most
nice and
people
too
do.
good of a person and too good at Dota, and he puts the rest of us to shame. So
He does, yeah.
That's awesome. Well, I'm really glad to hear he is exactly who he is. Thank you so much. I know maybe you didn't want to be on camera, but I appreciated you taking the step. Honestly, it was a great story. Thank you. Right. I don't know how much more time we have on this show. I feel like an eternity has passed on. And I'm hoping my producer Patrick's saying, oh, yes, it's about time to wrap up the show. 10 minutes. All right. We've gone through half of the show so far.
I heard you were told about my last sitting story.
Yes, your last sitting story where you called him a tryhard because he was beating you.
No, I didn't. Dude, who last hits creeps in Dota? What does last sitting creeps have to do with playing Dota? He was such a little nerd.
Is that why you're a 5 position now?
Maybe.
Like, were you always a support? Because you were like,
No, I actually did play carry for a while. After I learned about last hitting and stuff. Like,
Really?
Yeah.
And then you
But
met Mickey.
Did he tell you the truth of? I used to play on my mom's work laptop. Sorry, mom, if I'm getting you into trouble like 10 years, 20 years later. But her work laptop.
When she gets sacked tomorrow,
and
you
I would,
know why.
I don't. Yeah, exactly. But I would lie in my bed, play with the touchpad, and this fool's last hitting creeps.
You're playing with a touchpad here.
Yeah. That was my start to my Dota career.
Okay, that's fair enough. I could see where you would get a little mad.
Yeah,
Be
what a
like,
nerd.
"That was a little
What a
try-hard.
nerd.
I've got a
I'm just
touchpad."
chilling in bed.
That's such a you were a Dota player before you even like really got into Dota, because I feel like
Yes.
that's such a Dota player. You're already making excuses. It's like pre-johnning, you know. You're just like, oh, I'm playing on a touchpad.
I feel like that's a Smash Melee.
Yeah, like, oh, this guy's a tryhard. Who uses deny?
I was very good at flaming. Let me tell you,
Yeah.
when I was young,
Really?
S-tier flamer.
Well, he just told a beautiful story about how nice of a friend you were.
That's true.
So where did that dark side come out?
So I was always nice to everybody in real life, right? So I
Yeah.
had to let it out somewhere else. And I apologize to the Heroes of New Earth community that I have to suffer through it.
I resonate with that in an incredible way. God, Dota loves to be. It brings out a dark side of me that you know.
I mean, it's just when you get competitive, right?
Yeah.
And someone on your team is just, they're just griefing you.
Yeah.
There's no way they're that bad, right? They're in your game.
Yeah.
They're doing it on purpose. Sometimes you just gotta let them know.
Let them know what a piece of trash they are.
No, just what they're doing wrong in the game. I love telling people why what they were doing was bad. That was like my #1 way to flame people. And
Really?
yeah,
Like it was very logical. It was like, you're garbage and here's why.
kind of. Have you seen? Okay, do you know who the best flamer in all of Dota is?
Who?
Quinn. If you
That is
have
true.
not, can I promote someone's YouTube on this?
Absolutely.
Okay, Slappybag9's YouTube, and search for Quinn, like, whatever. It's something. Just search for CCNC or Quinn.
Yes,
At
yes.
Slappybag's YouTube. It's amazing. It has probably some of my favorite flames of all time. He's at some point tells someone to act like a human. I thought that was gold tier.
Yeah.
You need to see it. It's so good. I really, really hope like that video gets like 1,000 more views after this.
I feel like my favorite one was the Lukey incident, where it was a perversion. Your sick perversion. Hi, Quinn. Look, the man himself is here. We were just talking about your eloquent flaming ability.
Were you?
Yeah. He actually, Insania called you the best flamer in Dota, which I feel like is a prestigious award of sorts, considering the number of flamers that we have.
Do you want that credit?
I don't know what.
Yeah, maybe it is.
A
I
little
feel like
or-
there's some guy dwelling in like 3K or something who's just like, just a beast.
Yeah. But you'll take credit for at least among the known pro players and talent and streamers that you're the #1 flamer.
The thing is, I don't know if that's a title is a good thing to hold. I feel like everybody likes me for my biggest flaw.
Hold on. No. I don't think. So here's the thing. I think you flame in an eloquent way.
Yo. Do you know? I've seen it all before. Nico, Tiger, Ronaldo, Mia, Megan, my main man, Money, the King. There ain't nothing I ain't seen.
Okay, old school. You've never seen anyone like my girl Naomi, Mbappe, the Greek Freak, Athene, Kaisa, or Chloe Kim. Do you know there's never been anyone else like them? Look, OG, no disrespect. I know you think you've seen everything, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Checkmate.
Yo. Do you know? I've seen it all before. Nico, Tiger, Ronaldo, Mia, Megan, my main man, Money, the King. There ain't nothing I ain't seen.
Okay, old school. You've never seen anyone like my girl Naomi, Mbappe, the Greek Freak, Athene, Kaisa, or Chloe Kim. Do you know there's never been anyone else like them? Look, OG, no disrespect. I know you think you've seen everything, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Checkmate.
Towards like absurdity.
Okay, fair enough. How's your tournament been?
Well, it's been nice, honestly. I mean, I just kind of hung out and played Mafia every night and being chilled. I'll take it.
Yeah. It's, how have you been enjoying those Mafia games? So for those of you guys who don't know, there is a game called Mafia. It's kind of like a party game where it's a game of total lies and deception. And for whatever reason, the toxic Dota community is absolutely in love with it. And Quinn is by far one of the biggest fiends of Mafia. So how have your Mafia games, because we played, I think your first one was with me in it, right?
At the summit? Were you at the summit I was at?
No, sorry, here at this event.
Oh, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the Mafia games have been pretty good. It's been fun.
He got Mafia, and I got Mafia. We're on a team together. And I got killed real quickly, but by a vigilante nonetheless. But he locked it down. What do you think makes you so good at Mafia?
I actually don't think I'm that good. I think I've just played a lot. So I honestly think that's a lot of what that game is. You just play more with people, and then you get better at reading them and stuff. I don't know. You can ask him. He's a wizard. He's the best player.
I'm standing next to probably two of the biggest Mafia fiends, or at least some of the smarter Mafia players. So what do you think makes a good Mafia player?
I think it's actually not about lies and deceit at all. I think it's building trust and finding your fellow town. That's the point of the game, right? You're trying to find out who is also on your side.
Okay, but then when you are Mafia and you do have to do the lies and deception,
he's an excellent manipulator.
I don't win as Mafia.
Dude, you literally won last night.
I am pro town every single game. Even when I'm Mafia, I'm told hey, dude, you're playing a bit too town.
Really, that's your excuse. You're just you're such a nice and straightforward.
That's what people tell me.
That
not the one where you fake claimed.
I never fake claims.
Never.
See, this is exactly what we're talking about. Lies and deception. He's lying directly into the camera without smiling in just the slightest little bit. This is why he's good at Mafia.
I would never.
All right, Quinn. I'm going to take that microphone for you. Thank you for coming on the show. Appreciate you. Smooches. All right, apparently everybody's left me, so I'm giving this over to Richie now.
Welcome back.
Hi, Richie. Where is my drink, by the way?
Oh, someone must have nicked it.
I'm on a drinking show, and I didn't even get a drink.
What?
I mean, besides the beer.
He panned the camera, so it didn't work. It was going to look like I was going to be here you go.
I thought I was going to get a fancy cocktail and everything.
Sorry, mates. We'll work on it for tomorrow.
Okay. We apparently have to wrap up the show. I didn't get to talk to you as much as I would like to.
No. We should get that going for tomorrow.
Tomorrow, we're going to talk about all of your bartending stories.
Okay.
Because you told me you've got some good ones.
I've got a couple, yeah.
Okay. We'll start out the show tomorrow with that. That's it. I hope you enjoyed this great Dota recap. I'm sure we all learned a lot about the players, the teams, the great Dota play, the strategy, and all. It was fantastic. Also, I had a good time drinking. I hope you did too. Goodbye.